Chapter 1. So, have I traversed through time? Luo Tian awoke within an ancient, fragrant room. It took him quite a while to comprehend the situation he found himself in. The Tianyuan realm, northern domain, Fonglin continent, Yefeng nation, Bei Beiqing's Luo family. I'm the lazy, gluttonous heir, Luo Tian. By heavens, this character is absolutely exquisite. Luo Tian excitedly slapped his thigh. A good for nothing rich second generation. This had been the ideal life he aspired to in his previous existence. After all, having lost his parents at a young age, he had been burdened by financial woes from childhood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been juggling school and part-time jobs to make ends meet. Nor would he have met his demise one fateful rainy night, delivering takeout on a bicycle, struck down by a large truck that ran a red light. However, in a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, isn't it perilous to be a wealthy wastrel? Luo Tian fell into contemplation. Fortunately, he had the protection of his biological father, Luo Feng, for now. But what if one day his father were to pass? With the family's wealth and his own ineptitude, he would likely meet a most tragic end. No, it seems that to live a life of affluence, one must possess some degree of strength. But why am I so inept in this lifetime? Could it be? Luo Tian abruptly grasped his spatial ring and knocked on it. Senior, are you in there? The ring remained silent, offering no response. No wise elder within the ring? Could it be an ancestral pendant? The kind that recognizes its master through blood? Luo Tian swiftly removed the pendant, bit his finger, and let a drop of blood fall upon it. Silence ensued. If it's not a pendant, could it be a fingers tall? A jade pendant? A jade flute? A treasured sword? A vase? An ancient painting? A spittoon? A urinal? Luo Tian dripped blood on everything in the room. Yet apart from the bloodstains, nothing transpired. I feel a bit dizzy and cold. Luo Tian hastily wrapped himself in a quilt and sat up. This ritual of blood recognition had left him feeling rather drained. Alas, it appears this is not the traditional fantasy realm. Where's the system? System, if you're present, why not come forth to pay your respects? Silence prevailed. System, dear brother, I may have spoken harshly just now. Come out and show yourself. Loneliness lingered. System, dear grandfather, do come meet your grandson. A gust of wind swept through, accompanied by the cawing of crows from outside. Damn, really? Not even a system? A mundane existence? How unfortunate. Luo Tian shook his head in resignation. But at that moment, buzz, a resonating sound echoed within his mind. What is this? He felt a flicker before his eyes, as 9 golden tomes materialized in his consciousness. 9 volumes of celestial scriptures? Luo Tian stood in astonishment. The 9 tomes hung like 9 radiant suns in his awareness. By heavens, is this my golden finger? How peculiar. With a mere thought, the first volume floated before him. Overview of the Dao of Heaven. A cultivation technique featuring unmatched speed in cultivation, unparalleled accumulation of spiritual energy, and supreme density of said energy. Is it truly that straightforward? Luo Tian proceeded to turn to the first page. Buzz. A torrent of content surged into his memory instantaneously. Dao of Heaven Breathing Technique, Body Refinement Chapter. Luo Tian was taken aback, though he had just learned this technique. It felt as if he had been aware of it since birth. The second page won't turn? Luo Tian wished to delve deeper, only to discover that the tome remained immobile. Understood. It seems I must await my breakthrough to access the second page. Nodding, he returned this tome and summoned the second volume. Dao of Heaven Body Refinement Technique, Overview. An invincible body refining art, characterized by swift cultivation and unparalleled power. Goodness, yet another invincible body refining technique? Let's examine the contents. Luo Tian flipped open a page. Bang! As before, the content of the first page seamlessly integrated into his mind. Dao of Heaven Body Refinement Technique, Body Refinement Chapter. The second page remains inaccessible. Luo Tian nodded and summoned the third volume. Dao of Heaven Contemplation Method, Overview. The ultimate soul refinement method, characterized as invincible, truly lacking in distinctive features. After absorbing this content, Luo Tian summoned the fourth tome. Dao of Heaven Movement Technique, Overview. The most powerful movement technique of all time, defying the chaos of the heavens and earth, immune to all forms of attack. The fifth tome. Dao of Heaven Sword Technique, Overview. Invincible. Dao of Heaven Fist Technique, Overview. Invincible. Dao of Heaven Palm Technique, Overview. Invincible. Dao of Heaven Blade Technique, Overview. Invincible. Dao of Heaven Spear Technique, Overview. Invincible. The first page content of all 9 tomes had been absorbed into Luo Tian's memory. The 9 tomes returned to their original placement. Well then, since my golden finger has been granted, let us commence training. Luo Tian settled into a meditative position, preparing to practice the Dao of Heaven breathing technique. The text boasts so boldly, I am eager to discover just how formidable this breathing technique truly is. As he began his rhythmic breathing, spiritual energy surged towards him from a 100-meter radius, like a tsunami. The energy condensed in the air, ultimately transforming into the purest white vapor, flowing into his body. Soon after, buzz, 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 a series of spiritual lights erupted from within him. Why can't I absorb anymore? Luo Tian opened his eyes, gazing at himself. What the hell? Have I reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement? Luo Tian was astonished. Just moments ago, he had been at the 1st level of body refinement. In the mere span of a dozen breaths, he had ascended directly to the pinnacle of the 9th level. This cultivation speed is indeed unparalleled. Luo Tian was left in awe. It appeared that the potency of his golden finger exceeded his wildest imagination. Wait, something feels off me. Realm is unstable, and my meridians ache a bit. Is it due to the rapid ascent, leaving my body and meridians unable to keep pace? Luo Tian recalled from his memories that this condition was perilous. If mishandled, it could lead to severed meridians and total destruction of his cultivation. Let's practice the Dao of Heaven body refinement technique. Luo Tian was now fully aware of the benefits of the 9 tomes and approached his training with utmost seriousness. The first chapter of the Dao of Heaven body refinement technique comprised 24 peculiar movements. Thus, during his initial practice, his movements were somewhat sluggish. However, upon completing all 24 movements, the aches in his meridians and body had largely dissipated. Oh, after one round of training, has my physical strength reached the average level of the 9th stage of body refinement? What if I repeat it a few more times? A twinkle lit up in Luo Tian's eyes as he began the 2nd round of training. During the 2nd round, he distinctly felt a significant reduction in pressure compared to the first. His movements flowed more smoothly. He completed the round in half the time of the first. Onward. 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round. In the blink of an eye, he had completed the 10th round. As he finished the final movement of the 10th round, buzz, a golden light erupted from within Luo Tian, enveloping him. A protective golden light? Luo Tian was taken aback. The golden light was a sign that his physical strength had reached a certain threshold. It was far beyond what an ordinary body refinement martial artist could achieve. I recall that the last person in the history of Yefeng Nation to manifest a protective golden light was Master Tian, who was renowned as the foremost body cultivator in the nation, one of the top 10 practitioners. Luo Tian found himself bewildered. Had he truly attained T0 level physical strength in Yefeng Nation's history after merely a brief practice? Shall I continue training? Luo Tian pondered and proceeded to the 11th round. However, after this session, he felt no increase in strength. Clearly, he had reached his limit. Next, let's practice the Dao of Heaven movement technique. Luo Tian began his training anew. Approximately half an hour later. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Tian's figure flickered across various spots within a room, eventually returning to his original position. I have a rough understanding now. The first chapter of the Dao of Heaven movement technique is actually teleportation. It's a pity, though, that the teleportation distance is limited to merely 10 meters. Luo Tian sighed, shaking his head. Such remarks seemed rather presumptuous. Teleportation, even if limited to a mere meter, was already a rare treasure. Yet he was dissatisfied with the 10-meter range. Next, let's practice the Dao of Heaven fist technique. Originally, he had intended to practice the sword technique first, but alas, there was no sword in the room, so he had no choice but to start with the fist technique. The body refinement chapter of the Dao of Heaven fist technique comprised 9 moves, collectively known as the 9 styles of dragon form. With every punch unleashed, a resonant dragon's roar accompanied it, and the wind from his strikes howled fiercely. This was a result of his concern that the force of his blows might shatter the room, prompting him to suppress his power as much as possible. Were he to exert his full strength, it would undoubtedly be a spectacular sight. After another half hour had passed, he had mastered the first volume of the Heavenly Dao fist technique to an intimate degree. Just as he was preparing to continue his cultivation of other celestial tomes, a voice called from outside. "Young master, the family head requests your immediate presence in the front hall." What is it? Luo Tian replied, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. He had only made partial progress in his training. Why would they seek him out now? Their guest visiting the family head asks that you come at once. The person outside hesitated to explain. Very well, I understand. I shall be there shortly. Luo Tian responded. With no other option, he had to pause his training. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he made his way to the front hall. Young master, a youth awaited him just outside the hall. Luo Rong? What is the matter? Luo Tian inquired, noticing the troubled expression on his follower's face. Though the Luo family was numerous, they were remarkably united, and as a wealthy heir, Luo Tian was known for his generosity. Thus, despite his lack of prowess, his peers within the Luo family held him in high regard. Young master, they are being excessively oppressive, you should see for yourself. Luo Rong's eyes flared with indignation. Let me investigate. Luo Tian strode boldly into the hall. At that moment, seated at the head of the hall was a man clad in white robes, while beside him sat a young lady in blue. The girl, crossing her legs, surveyed the surroundings with a look of disdain. Apart from the two, all members of the Luo family, including the family head, Luo Feng, stood obediently before them, many bearing expressions of fury. Father, I have arrived. What do you need from me? Luo Tian inquired upon entering. Upon seeing his son, Luo Feng's face revealed a trace of shame. Tianer, this is Elder Ming Xian from the Jinxian sect. He is the master of Lan Xiao'er. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback as he searched his memory for information about Lan Xiao'er. Lan Xiao'er? The fiancé of the Lan family from Yan Shui City? My heavens, could it be? An ominous feeling arose within him. Before he could gather his thoughts, Lan Xiao'er stood up from her seat. Luo Tian, I will be succinct. Last month, I broke through to the Qi gathering realm and awakened an extraordinary spiritual manifestation, becoming a true disciple under my master. You are aware that, due to the folly of our elders, a betrothal was arranged between us. However, I am now the celebrated daughter of the Jianxin sect. Do you truly believe that a mere waste like you, who cannot even break through to the first level of body refinement, is worthy of me? She spoke with a mocking expression directed at Luo Tian. The members of the Luo family, witnessing her humiliation of Luo Tian, all exhibited signs of outrage. Yet the person at the center of it all, Luo Tian, maintained an indifferent expression. Oh, so you wish to annul the engagement? What a trivial matter. Very well. Would you like me to draft a written statement? And how much do you require for emotional distress and the loss of youth? To state your figure, Luo Tian inquired. This left Lan Xiao'er utterly confounded. She had come to annul the engagement, speaking so harshly, yet this should have been a deeply embarrassing situation for Luo Tian. How could he respond so nonchalantly? Little did she know that Luo Tian possessed the modern mindset of a blue star inhabitant. To him, arranged marriages were inherently unreasonable. Even if Lan Xiao'er did not wish to annul the engagement, he would have sought a way to dissolve it himself. Her deliberate visit to break the engagement had, in fact, spared him considerable trouble. At this moment, Luo Tian merely wished to resolve the matter swiftly and send Lan Xiao'er on her way. After all, he still had several volumes of celestial tomes left to cultivate. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with her. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. The young master indeed possesses remarkable composure. Such magnanimity is truly admirable. Indeed, to be able to yield and endure, this is the mark of a true man. An elder from the Luo family nodded in agreement, stroking his beard. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for our Luo family to have such a young master. Someone else lamented. Luo Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He simply disliked Lan Xiao'er and the concept of arranged marriages. What were these people imagining? Meanwhile, Lan Xiao'er, observing the scene, flashed a look of indignation mixed with shame at her master, Ming Xian. Master. She turned, her face a picture of grievance, as she looked at the seated Ming Xian. Ming Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of murderous intent flickering within them. Luo Tian, you do not intend to endure silently, waiting for your cultivation to flourish before seeking revenge on my Xiao'er, do you? He glared at Luo Tian coldly. No, I do not, Luo Tian replied. Do not attempt to deceive me. I have traversed the world for decades. I have seen all manner of individuals. You are quite capable of patience, but attempting to play tricks before me has long been seen through, Ming Xian stated. Luo Tian explained, that is not the case, you are overthinking it. Ming Xin continued, surely, you are not foolishly indulging in the daydream of 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Such naivety is utterly absurd. Luo Tian, raising his hands in surrender, replied, I truly am not. You are overthinking it. Ming Xin interrupted, let me tell you, Xiao'er possesses extraordinary talent, and with a master like me, her future achievements are beyond your reach, no matter how hard you strive. Luo Tian nodded. Then I congratulate her. As Mingxin approached Luo Tian, he added, however, I am a person of prudence. Even if there exists a 1 in 10,000 risk, I must eliminate it. Therefore, I shall dispose of you right here. Huh? Luo Tian was bewildered. What on earth was going on? He had already agreed to annul the engagement, yet the other party sought to dismiss him? What was this fellow imagining? Was he out of his mind? Minxian, what do you intend to do? Luo Feng shouted furiously. Silence. With a wave of his hand, Mingxin enveloped Luo Feng in an instant chill. Luo Feng's face turned pale, and he could not help but tremble. Are you a master of the sky control realm? Luo Feng stammered. In martial arts cultivation, the foundational stages are, first, the body refinement, second, the qi gathering, third, the spirit transformation, fourth, the sky control, and fifth, the profound understanding. These comprise the first 5 major realms. At present, Luo Feng, being at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, is already one of the top 3 strongest individuals in the entire Beibei City. For a century, no one in Beibei City has achieved the sky control realm. Yet, before him stands Mingxian, who is indeed a master of the sky control realm. This implies that he alone possesses the power to dominate the entirety of Beibei City. Hence, Mingxian scoffed as he gazed at Luo Feng. He then turned his attention to Luo Tian and declared, Luo Tian, do not accuse me of bullying the weak. I present you with 2 choices. First, I shall spare you, but in return, I will annihilate your entire clan. Second, you may kneel before me, allowing me to cripple you, sever your limbs, and extract your eyes and tongue, yet your family shall remain unharmed. Such choices reveal the depths of my malice. Do they not? Lan Xiao'er, our families have long been allies. Even if the marriage pact has faltered, it should not come to this, should it? Despair clouded Luo Feng's eyes as he implored Lan Xiao'er, hoping she would utter a single word to dissuade her master. To his dismay, a flicker of malevolence crossed Lan Xiao'er's gaze as she coldly replied, Allies? What allies? Your father merely saved my grandfather's life. But did my grandfather beseech your aid? Was it not your Luo family acting solely for the sake of your reputation? You rescued my grandfather, yet your family reaped the rewards of fame. Therefore, my Lan family owes you nothing. Rofeng was so furious he felt as though he might spit blood. His family had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to others for generations. Yet this was how they were repaid. So, have you made your choice? Mingxin said with a sinister smile. Young master, you must flee and seek vengeance for me. I, Luo Rong, am not afraid of death. Luo Rong bellowed. An elder of the Luo family also spoke with a grim expression. Indeed, we Luo family members possess unyielding resolve. We would rather die standing than live on our knees. Nor will we be coerced by anyone. Luo Tian, let us depart. What is there to fear in death? The members of the Luo clan were all resolute in their defiance. This narrative feels amiss. Luo Tian gazed at the Luo family members behind him, profoundly shaken. While he had always known of their unity, this level of solidarity was astonishing. Beside him, Mingxin's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. The Luo family members possessed formidable tenacity, and such character could prove troublesome. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he was determined to annihilate the Luo clan today. However, before that, he wished to toy with Luo Tian a little. Come now, Luo Tian, will you choose to live or die? The choice is yours. He regarded Luo Tian with a mocking gaze. Should Luo Tian opt for survival, the belief of the rest of the Luo family would inevitably shatter. The one they fought to protect would be revealed as a coward. To kill is one thing, but to strike at the heart is another. Yet, at this moment, Luo Tian was utterly speechless. Before him, Mingxin and Lan Xiao'er were both insufferably repulsive. All he desired was to swiftly return to his chamber to cultivate. And yet they were intent on exterminating his family? This was utterly intolerable. Choose. I choose your mother. Luo Tian spat, seeking death. A fierce killing intent erupted in Mingxian's eyes as he struck a palm towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian, however, remained utterly indifferent. With a deep breath, he summoned his protective golden aura in full force. Utilizing the first stance of the heavenly Dao fist, the dragon form fist, he unleashed a resounding blow. Opposite him stood a formidable practitioner of the sky-soaring realm, 3 major realms above his own. Thus, Luo Tian dared not be the slightest bit careless and exerted all his strength. With a mighty roar, a golden dragon silhouette manifested above his fist, surging forth towards Mingxian. Mingxin was taken aback, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself. However, with a resounding crack, his arm was struck by the dragon's shadow. instantly shattering into several segments. How is that possible? Mingxin panicked, narrowly evading the dragon's shadow by sidestepping into the air. However, the way of heavenly movement. With a swift point of his toes, Luo Tian instantly transported himself beneath Ming Xian. How is this possible? When did he? Ming Xian's expression changed dramatically. The speed of Luo Tian was so astonishing that he could not even discern it. Daiyu! Luo Tian bellowed, delivering a powerful punch from below. Boom! This fist struck solidly against Ming Xian's body, propelling him skyward, and with a resounding crash, puncturing the ceiling of the Luo family's grand hall. The onlookers were rendered speechless, gazing at the sky through the roof. After a prolonged silence, a tremendous crash echoed as Ming Xian's lifeless body plummeted from above, crashing heavily onto the ground. At that moment, half of Ming Xian's form was obliterated, presenting a grotesquely tragic visage. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, with everyone unable to fathom what their eyes beheld. This was a formidable practitioner of the Sky Ascension realm, a being capable of annihilating the entirety of Beibei City. How could he have been slain by Luo Tian's mere 2 punches? Was this truly the same prodigal son they had known? Even Luo Tian himself was momentarily dazed. Had he, at the body refinement stage, truly managed to eliminate a Sky Ascension expert with such ease? It seemed that the invincible reputation of the 9 scrolls of heavenly scriptures was not merely a boast. As he pondered this, his gaze shifted to the side where Lan Shou'er stood. He approached her slowly, only to find her equally stunned. This scene transcended her understanding. The Luo family's wasteful scion, whom she had always looked down upon, now appeared as formidable as a monster. As Luo Tian drew near, Lan Shou'er trembled slightly, forcing out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Husband?" She stammered. "That was just a joke." The crowd reacted with disbelief. Luo Tian regarded her with disdain, his voice cold as he retorted, "Shut your foul mouth. Who do you think you are to call me that?" Lan Shou'er's expression shifted dramatically, her face a canvas of emotions before she finally clenched her teeth and declared, "Luo Tian, I warn you, do not even think about laying a hand on me. I am not only a true disciple of the Sword Xian sect, but I am also the fiancé of the Crown Prince of the Divine Martial Kingdom. Even if you are strong now, in the eyes of the Divine Martial Palace, your power is nothing but that of an ant. Should you dare to harm me in any way, I assure you that the Luo family will face complete annihilation." As she reached the climax of her proclamation, her voice escalated to a near hysterical pitch. The members of the Luo family were left aghast, their expressions shifting in response. The Divine Martial King? How had this become entangled with the Divine Martial King? The elder of the Luo family trembled as he spoke. Wasn't the Divine Martial King one of the 10 mightiest figures of the Night Wind Kingdom? A grave expression appeared on Luo Feng's face. "Have you finished?" Luo Tian inquired. Gazing at Lan Shou'er, the latter gave a slight nod. Bang! Luo Tian delivered a powerful kick, striking directly at Lan Shou'er's dantian. Poof! Lan Shou'er coughed up a mouthful of blood, her spiritual energy dispersing in all directions. "You have destroyed my dantian?" she stammered. Crack! Luo Tian remained silent, stepping forward to ruthlessly crush Lan Shou'er's arm beneath his foot. "Ah!" cried Lan Shou'er in agony. Luo Tian, with an expressionless demeanor, raised his foot and with a series of sharp cracks, shattered Lan Shou'er's legs and one of her arms. How ruthless! The scene shocked the members of the Luo family. Luo Tian reached out and, as if lifting a dead dog, grasped Lan Shou'er. "You worthless scum, I am granting you a chance. Whether it be the Jianxian sect or the Divine Martial King's manor, feel free to summon them. Within 3 months, let them come to me, Luo Tian, for vengeance. After 3 months, I shall personally visit the Lan family and annihilate your entire clan. Now begone." With that, he flung Lan Shou'er away. Outside, the members of the Lan family were there to take her away. "Tianer, why did you let her go?" Luo Feng looked at the departing Lan Shou'er, his face etched with concern. In his view, Luo Tian was releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Yet, Luo Tian merely smiled and replied, with today's uproar, "Even if I hadn't let her go, those who need to know would still find out. If those fellows are lurking in the shadows, it would only complicate matters. By letting her go, I hope to draw out all my enemies at once and deal with them efficiently." With his unparalleled prowess, Luo Tian felt invincible. Why should he cower? It was indeed time to revel in his might. The gathering of Luo Feng and others was marked by a palpable sense of astonishment. They found themselves struggling to grasp Luo Tian's newfound prowess. "Young master, how have you become so powerful?" Luo Rong gazed at Luo Tian with a look of admiration. The others, intrigued, turned their curious eyes towards him. After all, Luo Tian had long been regarded as the notorious waste of the Luo family. Yet, the strength he exhibited now was undeniable. "Ah, I encountered a fortuitous event and reaped numerous benefits," Luo Tian explained. The 9 scrolls of heavenly scripture indeed represented a remarkable twist of fate, and a premier one at that. But let us set this aside. I must enter seclusion for a while. Upon my return, I shall elucidate everything. "Father, I shall take my leave now," he declared. Luo Feng promptly nodded. "Very well. You focus on your seclusion. We shall attend to the remaining matters." As they watched Luo Tian depart, Luo Feng turned to the other elders. "Esteemed colleagues, what course of action should we pursue at this juncture?" The Luo family, being a prominent clan, did not operate under a single voice of the patriarch. Rather, decisions were made collectively with the elders. The Grand Elder, Luo Tong, was the first to speak. The Sword Xian sect is considered a second-tier sect within the Nightwind Kingdom, boasting a considerable number of masters in the Skyward Realm. It is rumored that they even have an elder at the Profound Realm who remains in seclusion for years on end. As for the Divine Martial Royal Mansion, that is a true first-rate power, rivaling even the royal family of Nightwind Kingdom. Particularly, the current Divine Martial King is said to have broken through to the 9th level of the Profound Realm, with one foot poised to step into the legendary Ruins Realm. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically, and they exclaimed, "What? The Ruins Realm? It has been 5 centuries since a master of the Ruins Realm has emerged in our Nightwind Kingdom. If the Divine Martial King has indeed transcended to the Ruins Realm, our kingdom may soon face monumental changes." The Divine Martial Guards of the Royal Mansion remain the foremost military force in our Nightwind Kingdom, regardless of which side takes action. We, as mere old-timers, cannot withstand their might. Our only glimmer of hope lies with Luo Tian. The assembly nodded in agreement. Let us not forget, even a single Ming Xin nearly annihilated the Luo family. While the Luo family holds significant influence in the northern border city, we are but ants compared to the true great clans. Pray tell, what is Luo Tian's current strength? The Grand Elder inquired. All eyes turned to Luo Feng. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "With 2 strikes, he dispatched Ming Xin, suggesting he possesses strength around the 5th level of the Profound Realm." The others nodded in concurrence. If Luo Tian can achieve the Ruins Realm during his seclusion, our family's crisis may very well be averted, the Grand Elder concluded. Is it the realm of return to the void? Upon hearing this question, the crowd exchanged wry smiles. This level of attainment had not been reached by anyone in the Kingdom of Nightwind for 5 centuries. Perhaps Luo Tian could achieve it, but that would be a matter of many years hence. Distant waters cannot quench nearby thirst. Sigh, during this period, we must gather all family members to guard Luo Tian in his seclusion, proposed the Grand Elder. Indeed, we cannot allow any disturbances to interrupt Luo Tian's retreat. Another elder added, let us only hope that Luo Tian can conclude his meditation within a month. If it extends beyond that, it may lead to chaos. Luo Feng said, furrowing his brow. Just as they were conversing, Luo Tian entered from outside. Father, I am hungry, Luo Tian remarked. Have you not begun your seclusion? Luo Feng was taken aback upon seeing Luo Tian. Seclusion? I have already finished. I am out now, Luo Tian replied. What? The crowd was astonished. Had it truly been less than an hour since Luo Tian had entered seclusion and now emerged? All present were cultivators, typically. One would retreat for at least half a month. Yet, Luo Tian's seclusion had concluded in under an hour? What remarkable speed was this? Tian, you need not rush. Your primary focus should be on cultivation, Luo Feng advised, believing that Luo Tian had intentionally exited early due to concerns about impending threats. However, Luo Tian shook his head and replied, cultivation? I have already reached the limits of my current practices. Further training would yield no benefit. Indeed, in the past hour, he had fully comprehended the remaining content of the 9 volumes of the Heavenly Scripture. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. The elder squinted at Luo Tian for a moment, feeling a stirring within. Indeed, this child emanated a significantly stronger presence than before. The onlookers were once again taken aback. Luo Tian was speaking the truth. What is your current realm, Tiana? Luo Feng inquired with a solemn expression. Others leaned in, eager to hear. Me? I'm in the body refinement stage, Luo Tian replied. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Luo Tian, are you jesting? You are in the body refinement stage? Who in that realm could defeat someone in the airborne stage with just 2 punches? We are all family here. Please do not jest. The second elder expressed his discontent. Luo Tian glanced at him and stated, I truly am only at the body refinement stage. If you do not believe me, just watch." With that, he clasped his hands together, revealing his true realm. Everyone was taken aback, for they could sense that Luo Tian's realm was indeed merely at the body refining stage. Yet, this made it all the more terrifying. "Tianer, what extraordinary fortune have you encountered?" Luo Feng inquired. Among those present, he was the most suited to pose such a question. "I have acquired a cultivation method, a body refining technique, and several martial skills," Luo Tian replied. "Ah, is this it?" The crowd was utterly bewildered. They had anticipated that Luo Tian had acquired some formidable treasure or the like. Instead, it turned out to be a mere martial technique and combat skill. Luo Tian nodded and replied, "Yes, just this. I am currently at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, and once I reach the Qi gathering realm, slaying those in the profound realm will be as effortless as dispatching a dog, and defeating those from the returning ruins will not pose a challenge either." Upon hearing this, the members of the Luo family were left speechless. Had it been anyone else making such a claim, they would have deemed that individual mad. However, having just witnessed Luo Tian's terrifying prowess, they understood that he spoke the truth. "Luo Tian, what resources do you require to break through to the Qi gathering realm?" "The family will offer you our utmost support," declared the Grand Elder. What a jest! After breaking through to the Qi gathering realm, the Luo family would gain a powerhouse comparable to those from the returning ruins. What an implication that was! It signified that within the Night Wind Kingdom, the Luo family would ascend to the ranks of first-rate forces. At that time, their safety would be assured, and their access to various resources would multiply tenfold, even 100-fold. "Indeed, I do require certain items, and I will need the family's assistance." While speaking, Luo Tian produced a list and handed it to Luo Feng. "These are the materials I need for my Qi gathering breakthrough," he stated. In martial cultivation, minor realm breakthroughs merely consume spiritual energy. However, major realm breakthroughs necessitate a significant array of materials to aid in the process. Moreover, the stronger the cultivator, the more intricate and precious the materials required. Unfortunately, cultivation is a costly endeavor. This list that Luo Tian presented was derived from the heavenly Dao scripture. Luo Feng scrutinized the list for some time before passing it to the Grand Elder. After reviewing it, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow. "Most of the items on this list are manageable, but there are a few materials that our family lacks, and it is likely that not even the entirety of Beibeiqing could procure them," he remarked. "Oh, which materials are those?" Luo Tian inquired. The Grand Elder pointed out, "The first is the blood of a divine beast, the second is the innate spirit crystal, and the third is this 1,000-year stalactite. Our family is powerless to obtain these, but the other items can be arranged." Luo Tian's brow knitted in concern. Is that so? These three materials were irreplaceable. If any were missing, subsequent cultivation would undoubtedly encounter difficulties. Just then, the fourth elder of the Luo family unexpectedly spoke up. "I happen to have some leads on the blood of a divine beast." "Oh." Luo Tian turned to him. The fourth elder said, "It is rumored that within the Tiandang mountain range, there resides a beast, a descendant of divine creatures. I wonder if its blood could be of any use?" Luo Tian immediately replied with joy, "No problem. As long as there is a trace of divine blood, even if it is faint, it will suffice." The fourth elder hesitated, saying, however, the Tiandang mountain range is the territory of these beasts. Even a strong practitioner of the Sky Master realm would face near certain death if they ventured in. Luo Tian chuckled. "That is easily resolved. I shall make the journey myself." The others nodded in agreement. Luo Tian's strength far surpassed that of a typical Sky Master. With him going, there would be no cause for concern. The third elder then spoke up, "Speaking of the millennia-old stalactite, I know of a place that might have some." "Oh, where?" the crowd inquired. "The Daiming sect, renowned for their expertise in geomancy, possesses an abundance of mineral veins. I recall hearing several years ago that they had sold a millennium-old stalactite," Elder Sin remarked. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "Excellent. That leaves only the innate spiritual crystals." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng exchanged glances with several elders. "What is the matter?" Luo Tian asked. Luo Feng responded, "Tianer, we are aware of the location of the innate spiritual crystals, but acquiring them may prove to be somewhat troublesome." "What troubles are we facing?" Luo Feng inquired. "The innate spiritual crystals must be formed in a specific environment. Once removed from that setting, they rapidly lose their spiritual essence and turn to dust. In our Nightwind Nation, there exist several secret realms that harbor these innate spiritual crystals. However, these realms can only be accessed during particular times. and each is guarded by powerful factions. Our Luo family simply lacks the qualifications to enter. Yes, the Luo family is considered a prominent clan in the northern border city. Yet in the grand scope of the Night Wind Nation, we barely rank as a fifth-tier family. The disparity is immense. Which secret realm is set to open soon? Luo Tian asked. The ZY secret realm of the Guiyuan sect will open on the first day of next month, Luo Feng replied. The Grand Elder interjected. The Guiyuan sect is a first-rate sect in our Night Wind Nation, with 3 formidable experts residing within. It is said that while they control the ZY secret realm, they do not monopolize it entirely. Each year, they release a limited number of spots. Unfortunately, our Luo family does not qualify for them. At this point, he suddenly paused, adding, of course, that pertains to the former Luo family. Now, the Luo family has gained a formidable expert in Night Wind. When discussing peak combat strength, we have reached the threshold of a second-tier family. Luo Tian nodded, understood. I will retrieve these 3 items myself, but for the other resources, I shall rely on you. Father, and the esteemed elders. The Grand Elder chuckled. What are you saying? The emergence of a talent like you is a great honor for our family. We shall exhaust ourselves to ensure your success. Luo Tian is the hope for the rise of their clan. With a smile, Luo Tian suddenly turned to his side and saw Luo Rong, who was gazing at him with admiration. Luo Rong, I recall your dream is to become a body cultivator. Is that not so? Luo Tian asked, looking at him. Indeed, replied Luo Rong. Luo Tian nodded and said, well, I shall impart to you 3 techniques for body refinement. Luo Rong shivered with anticipation. He understood that the methods Luo Tian was about to share were far from ordinary. Just moments ago, Luo Tian had mentioned that his formidable strength stemmed from his unique cultivation techniques. Could it be that? Before he could ponder further, Luo Tian had already risen to his feet. Let us step aside for a moment, suggested the Grand Elder. The transmission of martial arts secrets is an intensely personal matter, especially when it involves such rare and powerful techniques. The Grand Elder was undoubtedly aware of the need for discretion. However, there is no need for that. The esteemed elders may observe, Luo Tian declared. Were it any ordinary individual, he would never reveal his confidential methods. Yet, given the recent events, Luo Tian felt that the elders present were trustworthy, thus he had no reservations about their presence. In an instant, everyone returned to their seats. Their attention riveted on Luo Tian, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. What a remarkable opportunity this was. Luo Tian was imparting his knowledge. With focused determination, Luo Tian swiftly executed 3 intricate postures for body refinement. Do you understand? Luo Tian inquired, gazing at Luo Rong. Yes, I understand. Luo Rong fervently nodded. Give it a try, said Luo Tian. Luo Rong took a deep breath and began to practice the posture that Luo Tian had just imparted, relying solely on his memory. However, as he attempted the initial stance, he soon found himself overwhelmed by an unbearable force, as if he were being torn limb from limb. With a resounding thud, he was propelled backward by this tremendous power, a trace of blood staining the corner of his lips. Everyone was taken aback. Such an imposing body refinement technique. The elder's beard trembled slightly. Although he had not practiced it, his vast knowledge was evident. Just a mere glance revealed the terrifying nature of this body refinement technique. Tian Gu, I struggled to rise with great difficulty, feeling utterly remorseful as I gazed at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? When he practiced this body refinement technique, it had been effortless and enjoyable. How could Luo Rong merely assume a posture and cause him to spit blood? Shouldn't Luo Rong's innate talent be superior to his own? Could he have misremembered? Haha, I shall also give this body refinement technique a try. The second elder volunteered. The second elder was one of the few formidable body cultivators within the Luo family. Following Luo Tian's earlier instructions, he attempted to execute the first movement of the heavenly Dao body refinement technique. However, his movements were exceedingly slow, and his face reddened with strain. Just as he was nearing the completion of the first movement, he could no longer endure it. Staggering backward, he was propelled back several steps before gradually coming to a halt, gasping for breath. Fortunately, he did not spit blood. Second elder? The Grand Elder was taken aback. The second elder gasped for breath for a long while before exclaiming in astonishment, "Splendid! What an extraordinary body refinement technique! Just a single movement surpasses the might of our Luo family's most formidable body cultivation method. The mere 10 seconds I practiced just now yielded greater results than an entire day's worth of my previous training." This left everyone once again in shock. Although they had long known that the body-refining technique imparted by Luo Tian was undoubtedly formidable, they had not anticipated it to be so extraordinarily powerful. This was merely a single movement. Alas, the difficulty of cultivating this body-refining mantra is exceedingly high, and the process is fraught with immense suffering. Without immense willpower, one simply cannot endure it, the second elder stated solemnly. The crowd fell silent, all eyes turning toward Luo Tian. Despite being labeled a prodigal by the world, who would have imagined the depths of his endurance and the burdens he has silently borne? How much suffering must he have endured in secret? The grand elder gazed at Luo Tian, his eyes brimming with emotion. Indeed, to endure such torment in silence, exhibiting such resilience and determination, never have I witnessed such fortitude in all my years. Luo Feng, you have raised a remarkable son. The second elder also expressed admiration. The gazes of all present shifted to Luo Tian, filled with respect, while he himself wore an expression of awkwardness. These individuals possess an uncanny ability to indulge in their imaginations, Luo Tian mused inwardly. Yet, at this moment, he began to grasp certain truths. The power of the heavenly Dao body refinement technique was undeniably formidable. However, it appeared that others found it exceedingly challenging to cultivate. It seemed that his fortunate encounter was not merely confined to the 9 volumes of celestial scriptures. Young master, rest assured, from this day forth, I shall devote myself entirely to mastering this body refinement technique, Luo Rong said with heartfelt gratitude as he looked at Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively and replied, there is no need to call me young master. It sounds strange. Just call me brother Tian. Here. Luo Rong hesitated for a moment, glancing at Luo Feng. Upon receiving a nod from the latter, he knelt on one knee and declared, yes, brother Tian. Moreover, I swear I shall never divulge this body refinement technique. Luo Tian, however, shook his head and replied, there is no need for that. From this day forth, these few forms of body refinement techniques shall be regarded as the ancestral martial arts of the Luo family. What? Tiana, are you serious? Luo Feng exclaimed, rising to his feet in excitement. In truth, he had just been contemplating the immense enhancement in strength that the Luo family members would experience if this body refinement technique were to be passed on for their cultivation. Yet, this was ultimately Luo Tian's technique, and even though Luo Tian was his son, he could not take it upon himself to decide unilaterally. To his surprise, Luo Tian had proposed it himself. With a smile, Luo Tian said, indeed, I am quite serious. Additionally, I possess a breathing technique, a visualization technique, as well as methods for movement, boxing, swordplay, knife techniques, and spear techniques, all of which shall also be designated as the ancestral martial arts of the Luo family. The elders, upon hearing the voice, stood up in excitement, their gazes towards Luo Tian infused with a hint of reverence. Meanwhile, Luo Tian took up paper and pen, inscribing the mental techniques and martial arts before handing them to Luo Feng. Naturally, he imparted only a single technique from each discipline. Although the performance of the Luo family members had been commendable, Luo Tian was not so naive as to reveal everything at once. Moreover, from the recent display of Luo Rong and the second elder, Luo Tian grasped an important realization. The difficulty of cultivating the techniques found in the 9 scrolls of heavenly scriptures was seemingly on an entirely different plane for him compared to others. A single technique was more than sufficient for them. How astonishing is this breathing technique? What an exquisite sword technique! Such a marvel exists in this world. I have squandered half my life. The movement techniques I previously practiced were utterly worthless. The elders wept bitterly. Luo Tian approached Luo Feng. Father, this technique can be taught to the clan members, but only if the practitioners possess commendable character. Furthermore, it must not be disclosed beyond the Luo family, Luo Tian stated. Luo Feng nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Tian, I will ensure a careful selection of practitioners. Very well. I shall now seek the 3 materials. During my absence, instruct the clan to remain dormant and refrain from any rash actions. I shall return swiftly, Luo Tian replied. Do not worry, I will make the necessary arrangements. Luo Tian nodded and stepped out of the hall. Luo Feng, it seems our Luo family is about to soar, the elder remarked with great satisfaction. As night fell in Yunshui City, at the Lan family residence, Lan Ming, the family head, saw his daughter Lan Shou'er, whose limbs had been broken, and his eyes turned red with fury. Child, what has happened to you? Who has inflicted such harm? Father, it was Luo Tian, Lan Shou'er replied weakly. Luo Tian? That little rascal? How could that wretched boy have harmed you? Could it be that some of the old geezers from the Luo family also intervened? It must be so. How dare the Luo family? Lan Ming roared in rage. Father, do not go. The Luo family is dangerous. Lan Shou'er warned. Dangerous? What danger could the Luo family possibly pose? Lan Ming dismissed her concerns, confident in his understanding of the Luo family, even in terms of strength. The most powerful among them, Luo Feng, was slightly inferior to him. My master died at the hands of the Luo family, Lan Shou'er revealed. What? This revelation left Lan Ming utterly astonished. Lan Shou'er's master, Ming Xian, was a formidable figure of the Void Realm. How could such a distinguished individual perish at the hands of the Luo family? Could it be that the Luo family harbored secrets unknown to him? Father, please hand me the communication talisman. I must inform the sect and the Divine Martial King's residents. Only they can aid me in exacting vengeance. Hatred brimmed in Lan Shou'er's eyes. At the main peak of the Sword Shin sect, a panicked figure burst into the hall. Senior brother Huinan, this is dire, exclaimed a middle-aged man clad in gray. Huinan, the sect leader, slowly opened his eyes and regarded the newcomer with a furrowed brow. Han Feng, despite your age, you still remain so impulsive. What has transpired? He inquired, his tone measured. Han Feng's expression was grim as he replied, Senior brother, the Lan family has relayed a message indicating that junior brother Ming Xian has been killed by the Luo family in Beijing. What? At that moment, Huinan's expression also changed dramatically. Elaborate. Huinan urged eagerly. Lan Shou'er conveyed that she had instructed Mingxin to cancel the engagement with the Luo family. However, the Luo family, known for their overbearing and unreasonable nature, not only rejected the cancellation outright, but also launched a surprise attack, resulting in the death of Mingxin's junior disciple and the crippling of Lan Shou'er's cultivation. Furthermore, Luo Tian, the young master of the Luo family, brazenly declared that in 3 months, he would come to our Jiangshuanzong to eradicate all our disciples and obliterate our sect's lineage. Han Feng remarked. The glint of cold fury flickered in Huinan's eyes before it ultimately subsided. What this woman claims may not be true. She likely intends to incite us to act on her behalf to eliminate her troubles, Huinan stated. Han Feng, taken aback, scratched his head and replied, Indeed, senior brother. Your wisdom astounds me. I had not considered this aspect. If that is the case, shall we simply disregard it? A sharp glimmer flashed in Huinan's eyes as he retorted. Disregard it? How is that even possible? Regardless of the veracity of her claims, the death of Mingxin's junior disciple is an undeniable fact, and we must exact vengeance. Han Feng immediately declared, Indeed, we must avenge our junior disciple. Shall I descend the mountain now and annihilate the Luo family? Huinan cast a disappointed glance at Han Feng. When will you ever think critically? Mingxin's junior disciple possessed a cultivation level equivalent to the 5th tier of the Void Realm, comparable to your own strength. If he has perished, would you not also be courting death by going? After a moment's contemplation, Han Feng nodded. That seems to be the case. Perhaps I should gather a few fellow disciples of the Void Realm to accompany me? Huinan shook his head resolutely. No. We cannot act rashly without having a clear understanding of the enemy's strength. It would be detrimental to us. Moreover, our sect is currently preoccupied with that matter and cannot spare many Void Realm cultivators. Han Feng complained. If that won't work, then what do you propose we do? Huinan's gaze fell upon a token inscribed with the words Divine Martial. If I recall correctly, that Lan Shou'er seems to have caught the attention of the Divine Martial King's son. Huinan mused. Han Feng nodded. Indeed, I believe that is the case. Huinan scoffed. Then let us leave this matter to the Divine Martial King's mansion to handle. We shall lend our services to them, and they ought to reciprocate by addressing our needs. Han Feng's eyes lit up as he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Senior brother. Brilliant. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Nightwind Kingdom, at the Divine Martial King's mansion. Ah, how refreshing. The slender figure of the Divine Martial King's son emerged from behind the curtain. Behind the curtain, 7 or 8 women lay, their vitality seemingly drained. Oh, Master S method of reaping rewards truly yields remarkable results. In just one night, it equates to half a month's arduous cultivation. He mused. What a pity they are merely mortal women. If only they were spiritual beings. The Divine Martial King's son contemplated, a smile creeping onto his face. Lan Shou'er. Once she cultivates for another 6 months, I shall drain her as well, and that should enable me to step into the realm of spirit transformation. Haha. At just 20 years old in the spirit transformation realm, the younger generation of the Nightwind Kingdom pales in comparison to me. I am the true genius. He turned to gaze at his delicate visage in the bronze mirror, indulging in self-pity. Report, Your Highness. A message from the Lan family in Jiangshuanzang. A servant presented a communication talisman with both hands. The crown prince of the divine martial king flicked his fingers, and a communication talisman leapt into his grasp. What? Lan Xiao'er has been incapacitated? Upon reading the contents of the talisman, the crown prince's expression shifted dramatically. How infuriating. That was my supplement. I had yet to indulge in it, and now it is utterly wasted. He began pacing the room, his once exquisite features contorting in agitation. Someone, relay my orders to Wu Lingfeng. Instruct him to lead the divine martial guards to obliterate the northern border city. The crown prince of the divine martial king erupted in fury. The servant was momentarily taken aback, trembling as he stammered, "Wipe out a city?" The crown prince hesitated for a moment, then seized the servant, demanding, "What? Do you refuse to heed my command?" The servant hastily bowed his head, exclaiming, "No. I would never dare. I shall attend to it immediately. Begone." The crown prince of the divine martial kingdom said coldly, "Hold on." Just as the individual was about to descend, a voice resonated. Immediately thereafter, a robust middle-aged man materialized outside the door. With his long hair and rugged features, he presented a stark contrast to the delicate and refined demeanor of the prince, the son of the god of war. The crown prince of the divine martial king immediately knelt on one knee upon the arrival of his father, the reigning divine martial king of the Nightwind nation. The king cast a fleeting glance and beheld the lifeless body concealed within the curtain, his countenance twisting in distaste. Once again, he was confronted with these dubious and unorthodox matters. The crown prince, feeling the weight of his father's gaze, bowed his head slightly, rendered speechless. The divine martial king, observing his son, shook his head in exasperation and said, "Listen closely, my boy. We are at a most critical juncture for our divine martial house. We cannot afford any missteps. Countless eyes are fixed upon us from beyond the gates. Even the slightest action from a divine martial guard could stir considerable trouble. Do you truly wish to lay waste to an entire city? Is it your desire to thwart our family's century-long ambitions?" As the crown prince absorbed his father's reprimand, he trembled with fear. "Father, I was wrong. I shall not dare," he stammered. The divine martial king regarded him with a sigh. "For now, you must exercise restraint. Once this matter is resolved, you may pursue your desires for destruction. I will not hinder you." With that, he waved his hand and strode away. It was only when the divine martial king had distanced himself that the crown prince slowly rose to his feet, casting a lingering glance at his father's retreating figure, muttering under his breath, "That old fool." The following day, within the depths of the Tianyang mountain range, a thunderous roar echoed, followed closely by a figure being hurled into the air. "Uncle Wu!" A youth cried out, his voice trembling. "You three, do not concern yourselves with me. Flee at once." Uncle Wu, a middle-aged man, was hurled away, his body drenched in blood and gravely injured. How unfortunate, he thought bitterly. They were merely at the outskirts of Tianyang Mountain. Yet a beast of the spirit transformation realm had appeared. Today, he had ventured into the mountains with his two nephews and niece for a hunt, intending to procure some magical beasts to settle debts while allowing the children to hone their practical skills. However, little did he anticipate that, shortly after entering the mountains, they would be targeted by a demonic wolf. They fought while retreating, and upon reaching this valley, they were finally caught, igniting a fierce confrontation. Or rather, it could hardly be termed a battle. Within a mere instant, Uncle Wu had sustained grave injuries. It was a one-sided massacre. A howl. The formidable wolf demon raised its head and emitted a chilling cry to the heavens. "Go, you few. Scatter and flee. Save whoever can. I shall hold it off." Uncle Wu took a deep breath, resolute in his determination to face death. Yet, at that moment, a voice echoed from above the valley. "Ah, what a magnificent dog." "Excuse me? Excuse me?" "Ah." In the valley, four individuals and a wolf stood in stunned silence. "What a large dog." Are they referring to this wolf demon? Who is mad enough to call this creature a dog? Roar. In the next instant, the wolf demon let out a thunderous roar. With that furious cry, a tempestuous gust of bloodthirsty wind howled, severing a dozen towering trees in half. How terrifying. Among the four in the valley, the only girl was on the verge of tears. "This despicable fellow is angry. We must flee quickly," Uncle Wu shouted, preparing to sacrifice himself to hold off the wolf demon. However, at that moment, whoosh, the figure above the valley leapt down from the heights. What? Jumping down from the valley? Could he possibly be a flying master? Uncle Wu was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of hope appearing on his face. If a master from the realm of flight had indeed arrived, there might still be a chance for their survival. But wait, why did this person seem to plummet rather than descend gracefully? Was he merely leaping off the cliff to end his own life? Uncle Wu instantly sensed something was amiss. For as the figure descended, there was no sign of deceleration, completely unlike the manner of a flying adept. Boom. In the next instant, a tremendous sound erupted as the figure crashed heavily into the valley below, sending up a cloud of dust. Amidst the haze, a voice emerged, followed by a figure stepping forth. It was none other than Luo Tian. What? He survived such a height? Uncle Wu was astounded. Was this man's body forged from bronze and cast in iron? Luo Tian brushed off the dust from his attire, glanced at Uncle Wu, and then at the wolf demon. Unable to restrain himself, it appears even larger up close. May I inquire, is this creature a divine beast? Luo Tian looked expectantly at Uncle Wu. This is the Black Wind Wolf Demon, a demon beast, not a divine beast, Uncle Wu clarified. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's expression shifted to one of disappointment. I thought my luck was extraordinary. Turns out, it's merely a demon beast. Be gone. He waved dismissively at the wolf demon. The four individuals in the wolf were momentarily taken aback, particularly Uncle Wu. What in the world? Even if it isn't a divine beast, it is still a transformation spirit realm wolf demon. In the outside world, it could easily intimidate an entire region. This young lad truly considers it a mere dog? Human brat. The wolf demon, angered, glared at Luo Tian with murderous intent. What? It can talk? Luo Tian exclaimed in astonishment. I will tear you apart. Wait. It can really talk. Did you all hear that? Luo Tian turned to Uncle Wu with excitement. The latter's face flushed with embarrassment. It is quite normal for a transformation spirit realm demon beast to possess intelligence and the ability to speak. But now is not the time for such discussions. I shall hold this creature at bay. You all must flee. Young brother, you should escape as well. As he spoke, he stumbled towards Luo Tian. Meanwhile, the wolf demon had already raised its paw, preparing to strike at Luo Tian. Little brother, Uncle Wu exclaimed, unable to bear the sight and hastily turning his head away. Being struck at such close range by a wolf demon of the transcendence realm, even a master of that caliber would find it nearly impossible to escape death. However, a gust of wind swept through, leaving the valley in profound silence. Uncle Wu, look, the young girl suddenly spoke with a tremor in her voice. Uncle Wu was taken aback and slowly turned his head, only to see Luo Tian standing in place, facing him, maintaining the same posture as before. However, he now bore a colossal wolf claw upon him. The strike from the demon wolf had failed to dislodge him. This left Uncle Wu utterly astonished. It is worth noting that such an attack from the demon wolf could shatter stones and fracture monuments. Yet, despite being struck, Luo Tian not only remained unscathed but also did not even flinch. Was he still human? Just then, Luo Tian slowly turned his gaze towards the wolf demon, his expression transforming into one of chilling indifference. How dare you strike me? Luo Tian uttered coldly. Alas, the wolf demon was struck with dread by Luo Tian's gaze, its fur bristling in response. Before it stood an ordinary human, devoid of any formidable aura. Yet, at that moment, the wolf demon was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of terror. It felt as though it were facing not a mere human, but a colossal and fearsome entity towering over 100 feet. Flee. This instinct was its immediate reaction. Swiftly, without a second thought, the wolf demon turned and fled. At this moment, the others were left in confusion. They had just fled for their lives from the ferocious wolf demon, with Uncle Wu even contemplating sacrificing himself for the chance of survival for the others. Yet, how could such a formidable wolf demon be so intimidated by a mere glance from this youth? Was it possible that they had encountered a transcendent being? Uncle Wu pondered within himself. Meanwhile, witnessing the wolf demon's retreat, a glint of coldness flickered in Luo Tian's eyes. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. The way of heaven's movement. The next moment, he appeared before the wolf demon. The wolf demon startled and jumped in place, nearly losing control. What was this? How did this being appear before him, and why could he not even discern its form? Little did he know, it was the heavenly path technique, a manifestation of instantaneous movement, the first style of the dragon fist. Meanwhile, Luo Tian tightened his fists. Clang. A dragon silhouette materialized upon his knuckles. Whoosh. A terrifying pressure began to envelop the surroundings. Death. In an instant, the wolf demon envisioned its own tragic demise, utterly helpless to resist. Thud. In the next moment, the wolf demon collapsed, its head striking the ground repeatedly. Senior, please spare me. Senior, have mercy. The wolf demon pleaded, its voice tinged with desperation. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left even more bewildered. Uncle Wu, am I still dreaming? A young boy remarked. No, that cannot be, Uncle Wu replied. A wolf demon at the spirit transformation stage is actually bowing and apologizing? I must be losing my mind, the boy continued. On the other side, Luo Tian, observing the wolf demon's reaction, was also taken aback. You are quite quick to respond, he commented, waving his hand to dissipate the dragon form. Whoosh. The wolf demon exhaled in relief upon witnessing this. The pressure from the dragon fist had been overwhelmingly intense. Senior, I was in the wrong. I apologize sincerely. Please grant me a chance to live. The wolf demon continued to beseech. Luo Tian regarded him and asked, Tell me, are you a local demon of Tiandang Mountain? Local demon? Uncle Wu and the others exchanged glances, speechless. This notion was rather novel. Yes, I was born here, the wolf demon promptly replied. Then are there any divine beasts in Tiandang Mountain? Luo Tian inquired. Divine beast? A flicker of caution flashed in the wolf demon's eyes. Luo Tian furrowed his brow, once again condensing his dragon-shaped fist. Ignorance shall be met with demise, he declared, preparing to strike. Wait, hold on. I know. The wolf demon quickly bowed its head in submission. Luo Tian's heart leapt with joy as he replied, Excellent, then lead me. With that, he leapt onto the back of the wolf demon. Farewell, dear friends, until our paths cross again. Luo Tian waved goodbye while riding the wolf, leaving a few bewildered figures in the wind. Is he a celestial being? The young girl muttered to herself. Luo Tian sat cross-legged atop the demon wolf, soaring rapidly towards the heart of Tiandang Mountain. Hey, what does this divine beast look like? He inquired, grasping the wolf's fur. He is the king of the demon beasts of Tiandang Mountain. His true form is that of a five-colored divine ox, born into the realm of spirit transformation, and now has reached the 5th level of profound enlightenment, the wolf demon explained. An extraordinary demon beast of profound enlightenment? Luo Tian nodded slightly. By the way, esteemed elder, may I inquire about your business with him? The wolf demon asked cautiously. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence, merely a small request, Luo Tian replied. Upon hearing this, the wolf demon exhaled in relief. That is good to hear. However, I must caution you, esteemed elder, the strength of the demon king is formidable, and his temper is exceedingly volatile. He harbors a particular disdain for humans, so exercise caution upon your meeting, the wolf demon advised. Luo Tian nodded in assurance, saying, Do not worry, I am quite amiable. Amiable? The wolf demon silently cursed, recalling how he had nearly been struck dead by a single punch from Luo Tian, yet still dared to label him as such. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing these thoughts to Luo Tian. Though the Tiandang mountain range was vast, the wolf demon was well acquainted with the path and moved swiftly. In less than half a day's time, they arrived at the core region of Tiandang Mountain. Esteemed elder, just ahead lies the territory of the Demon King. You must exercise utmost caution. Do not provoke our Demon King, for the consequences of his wrath are dire. The wolf demon clearly held a deep-seated fear of the 5-colored divine ox. Understood. Luo Tian nodded in acknowledgement. As he ventured further, he observed that the flora surrounding him had flourished magnificently. Occasionally, he caught sight of rare spiritual herbs and celestial fruits, which emitted their own ethereal energy. These treasures had been collected by the Demon King. They are merely for your admiration, but please, do not attempt to take them without permission. There was once a beast of the transcendent realm who pilfered from the celestial fruit trees and was discovered by the Demon King, who mercilessly executed him. The wolf demon explained. Luo Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh, even one of the same transcendent realm can be slain? The wolf demon nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed. You see, the bloodlines of divine beasts are unfathomably powerful. In terms of the same realm, a divine beast can contend with 5 ordinary beasts. And this is considering the Demon King's bloodline is not pure. A pure-blooded 5-color divine ox would possess even greater strength. Luo Tian, absorbing this information, nodded repeatedly. Just then, a resonant voice echoed, Who dares to intrude upon my territory? The wolf demon trembled slightly and immediately responded, My Lord Demon King. I have a human elder who seeks an audience with you and has a matter to discuss. Human? The voice deepened, momentarily tinged with anger. The wolf demon trembled in fear, instinctively tilting its body, prepared to flee at any moment. Come in. Fortunately, the tone softened once more. Thankfully, the Demon King seemed to be in a good mood. The wolf demon let out a sigh of relief, carrying Luo Tian to the dwelling of the Demon King. As Luo Tian gazed around, he beheld a divine spring bubbling with life and an abundance of celestial herbs. Perched upon the branches, Two rows of elegant sparrow demons sang melodiously. Amidst the aquatic vegetation lay a colossal white spirit stone, continuously exuding ethereal energy. Atop the spirit stone rested a magnificent multicolored divine ox, several times larger than a locomotive, voraciously inhaling and exhaling spiritual essence. Predecessor, this is our demon king. Remember to choose your words wisely. Do not utter a single inappropriate word, cautioned the wolf demon. His concern for Luo Tian was minimal. His true worry lay in the potential repercussions for himself. After all, he had witnessed the demon king's formidable strength firsthand. Should that being become enraged? He feared he would be left with nothing but remnants. Rest assured, Luo Tian nodded. Meanwhile, the multicolored divine ox slowly raised its head, gazing at Luo Tian with astonishment. A human at the body refinement stage? Do you seek something from me? Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. Indeed. The multicolored divine ox snorted. Speak. The wolf demon was overjoyed. It was well known that this divine ox had a notoriously irritable temperament and seldom tolerated humans. Its unexpected willingness to converse was quite surprising. It seemed they were safe now, the wolf demon thought to itself. I wish to draw some of your blood, Luo Tian declared. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a deafening silence. Even the previously singing sparrow demon closed its mouth. This was the demon king, a divine beast, the absolute sovereign of the Skydang mountain range. A mere human dare to speak of drawing blood in its presence? Senior, have you lost your mind? Drawing blood from a demon king? Do you think it's as simple as buying tofu pudding? The wolf demon whispered, filled with regret for having led Luo Tian inside. On the other side, the multicolored divine ox was also taken aback. You wish to draw blood from me? Luo Tian nodded, retrieving a vial from his spatial ring. Yes, just this one vial will suffice. You even brought a vial? The wolf demon nearly fainted. Was this fellow out of his mind? It had already warned him of the demon king's foul temper, yet he continued to utter such words? Ha ha! The demon king, furious yet amused, bellowed with an earth-shattering voice. You want to draw my blood, and you even brought a vial? Very well. If you possess the ability, come and take it yourself. Luo Tian nodded. All right. With that, he lightly leaped from the wolf demon's side and landed before the multicolored divine ox. This fellow truly went for it. Was he really that foolish? The wolf demon stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Luo Tian's audacity. Suddenly, Luo Tian unsheathed his sword, aiming directly at the divine ox's back. The multicolored divine ox cast a cold glance at Luo Tian, a hint of derision flickering in its eyes. This foolish human dares to seek my divine blood? My body is as tough as copper and iron. Not even the sharpest weapon could pierce it. If he dares to strike, my protective aura will obliterate him. As the divine ox contemplated how Luo Tian might meet his demise, thud. Luo Tian pierced through its protective aura and skin with a single stroke. Instantly, vibrant divine blood gushed from the wound. The wolf demon and the sparrow demons perched on the trees were all left in shock. Is the master in such a good mood today? He actually allowed that human to draw blood? Was it a conscious decision to lower his aura? It seemed that the human pierced through it. Are you mad? You know how immense the strength of our master is. If it weren't voluntary, how could anyone harm him? The sparrow demons chattered amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the multicolored divine ox, feeling the wound, surged with fury. Damn human, you seek death. With that, it attempted to rise. However, Luo Tian had only collected a mere droplet of blood. As the divine ox prepared to stand, Luo Tian furrowed his brow, sweeping his hand, and a colossal golden hand, larger than the divine ox itself, materialized. Heavenly Dao Palm technique. Stay still. Bang. A golden hand pressed down upon the back of the multicolored divine ox. Boom. The divine ox had barely risen halfway before being forcefully slammed back down. What? The five-colored divine bull was taken aback. As the palm descended, it felt as though a mountain had been placed upon its back. This individual has been concealing his true strength. Only now did the five-colored divine bull realize that something was amiss. Rage surged within its eyes. Dreadful human, be gone. The five-colored divine bull let out a ferocious roar. In an instant, its aura surged, and defying the celestial palm technique of Luo Tian, it slowly rose. I specifically told you to remain still. Why do you still move? Lie down. Luo Tian furrowed his brow, radiant golden light flickering around him. Boom. In that moment, the golden palm expanded once again. Crack. A sharp sound resonated from the five-colored divine bull, and its colossal form crashed to the ground once more. This has actually broken my bones. The five-colored divine bull was astonished. With a single strike, it had sustained multiple fractures. To what extent could this human's power be? one must understand that the physique of a demon beast is inherently stronger than that of a human. Moreover, the strength of a divine beast's body far surpasses that of a demon beast. What kind of monster is this human who can shatter my bones with a mere palm? What purpose does he have in coming here? In that moment, the five-colored divine bull dared not move again, obediently lying on the ground. Well, isn't this just splendid? Meanwhile, Luo Tian had successfully collected a vial of the five-colored divine beast's blood and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your divine blood. Luo Tian turned to leave. Is he really just leaving? The five-colored divine bull was taken aback. It had assumed that Luo Tian's arrival held ulterior motives. Yet, who would have thought that after extracting the divine blood, he would simply depart? Stop. The five-colored divine bull called out, observing Luo Tian's retreating figure. What is it? Luo Tian turned around and regarded him. The five-colored divine bull stared at Luo Tian with a vigilant expression. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Speak plainly. Do not toy with me any longer. Even if I must perish, I demand clarity. The five-colored divine bull insisted, fixated on Luo Tian. What? Perish? Did the esteemed one just utter the word die? My heavens, did that great net not just disperse the vital energy on its own? But how could that be? The esteemed one is a divine beast of the transcendent realm. Could it be that this human youth is of the returning ruins realm? A few sparrow demons gazed at Luo Tian in astonishment. Upon hearing the words of the five-colored divine bull, Luo Tian responded with a faint smile. I am Luo Tian. As I mentioned, I merely seek to borrow a modicum of your divine blood. As for anything else, I harbor no interest. Seeing Luo Tian's expression, the five-colored divine bull discerned no deceit and felt a slight sense of relief. However, in the next instant, as he sensed the excruciating pain coursing through his body, his anger flared once more. Borrow? Is this how one borrows? First, you shatter my vital energy, then you break my bones. He gritted through his teeth. Luo Tian shrugged nonchalantly. I told you not to move, yet you insisted on struggling. Is it my fault? The five-colored divine ox was momentarily rendered speechless. Luo Tian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Forget it. Forcibly taking your divine blood would be unjust on my part. How about this? I owe you a favor. If you ever find yourself in need, you may seek me out at the Luo family in Bianbei City, and I shall lend you my assistance once. Assisting the five-colored divine ox was no trivial matter. Had anyone else uttered such words, the divine ox would have scoffed in disdain. With his formidable strength, did he truly require the aid of another? Yet, Luo Tian's words ignited a spark of intrigue within the divine ox. Do you mean what you say? He inquired, fixing his gaze upon Luo Tian. Naturally, Luo Tian nodded. Very well, I shall now ask you to take action on my behalf. The five-colored divine ox declared. Luo Tian was taken aback. So soon? What? Are you having second thoughts? The five-colored divine bull snorted. Luo Tian shook his head and replied, Of course not. Speak. How shall we proceed? Follow me, the five-colored divine ox declared as it turned away. Soon, the duo of man and ox arrived at a desolate expanse. This place was unlike any other within Tiandang Mountain. While the rest of Tiandang Mountain abounded with spiritual energy and was adorned with flourishing herbs, this particular area was barren, covered in scorched earth, devoid of any vegetation. Behold, the five-colored divine bull pointed with a hoof. Luo Tian turned his gaze and beheld a solitary earthen mound amidst the scorched earth, atop which stood a rusted ancient sword. The five-colored divine bull inhaled deeply and approached the desolate grave, ramming its horns against the ancient blade. However, with a thunderous roar, a burst of flames erupted, propelling the five-colored divine bull several hundred yards away, crashing heavily against the mountainside, nearly fracturing the cliff. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian was taken aback. He beheld the multicolored divine ox approaching with a staggering gait. I implore you, assist me in either shattering that sword or extracting it. If you can accomplish this, consider our debt settled, spoke the multicolored divine ox. Luo Tian glanced at the solitary grave and the ancient sword, then turned his gaze back to the divine ox, inquiring, Whose sword is it? And who lies in the grave? The divine ox scoffed, It is of no concern to you. Simply state whether you will assist or not. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian nodded and declared, Very well, having given my word, I shall not retract it. With that, he approached the ancient sword. It has rusted to such a degree, Luo Tian observed for a while before reaching out towards the ancient sword. However, in an instant, a tremendous force surged forth, accompanied by a flash of fire. Bang! His hand was forcefully repelled several feet back, causing him to stagger half a step. The five-colored divine bull felt a tremor in his heart upon witnessing the scene. He was well aware of the formidable power of the ancient sword. Every attempt he made to approach it had resulted in being violently repelled. Yet, Luo Tian had only been pushed back a mere half-step. Just how immense was this individual's strength? Was he truly human? On the other side, Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. What an extraordinary manifestation of sword intent. Such power without any apparent control? The master of this sword must be incredibly formidable, he marveled. However, given that this was sword intent, a forceful approach would be futile. Drawing a deep breath, Luo Tian silently began to channel the heavenly path sword technique. Instantly, his aura underwent a remarkable transformation. Why does this person suddenly exude such a fierce presence? The five-colored divine bull observed Luo Tian with growing astonishment, sensing that this human harbored countless secrets. Bang! Meanwhile, Luo Tian had already placed one hand upon the ancient sword. He was not attacked? The five-colored divine bull's eyes widened in excitement. This was the first time he had witnessed someone touch the ancient sword without facing a violent response. Come forth, Luo Tian commanded, pulling with all his might. Clang! The ancient sword let out a piercing cry as it was drawn from the lonely grave. Boom! As the sword was extracted, a terrifying blaze of sword intent surged skyward, instantly dyeing the heavens a deep crimson. Stay calm, Luo Tian shouted, channeling the heavenly path sword technique once more. Buzz! In an instant, the overwhelming sword intent fire was forcefully repressed back into the ancient sword. Thousands of miles away, high above a blanket of white clouds, a disheveled middle-aged man, clutching a gourd, was drunkenly indulging. Suddenly, he paused, turning his gaze toward a distant location. Who has drawn my sword? How dare they disrespect me? He flipped over, attempting to fly forward. However, it seemed he was too intoxicated as he plummeted directly from the clouds, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! His fall was akin to a meteorite striking the earth, creating a vast and deep crater. Looks like I've truly overindulged. The celestial brew from the Yaoqi is no joke. He sighed, accepting his fate. As for the one who drew my sword, consider yourself fortunate. I shall sleep now. With that, he collapsed into the pit, falling into a deep slumber. Beside the sleeping drunkard stood a group of men clad in black, adorned with serpent patterns. Master, this man has intruded upon our territory. Should we drive him away? One of the black-clad men suggested. The master shot him a fierce glare and replied, Are you blind? Look closely at the sword he wields. The black-clad man froze, glancing at the sword in the man's hand, his body trembling. The broken sky sword? He is. The master cast him a sidelong glance, coldly stating, If you understand, then keep silent and do not seek trouble. The black-clad man immediately lowered his head. Inform all disciples to refrain from approaching until he is sobered up. If he goes on a drunken rampage, no one but our leader can hope to control him. The master ordered. Indeed, the man in black acknowledged. On the other side, in the Tiandang mountain range, the sword was merely an ordinary iron blade. However, the residual sword intent was so formidable that it imbued the simple iron sword with terrifying power. Luo Tian examined the rusted sword in his hand, contemplating. Is the sword intent capable of staining half the sky? I wonder how my current sword intent measures up? As Luo Tian spoke, he drew his cherished sword, took a deep breath, and with a sweeping motion, aimed to strike towards the heavens. Clang! The sword energy surged forth, soaring into the sky. Whoosh! The howling wind split the clouds above into two halves. The five-colored divine bull, upon witnessing this sword, was utterly convinced. If just moments ago, Luo Tian had used this sword to draw his own blood, then now, he would surely be beyond salvation. It seems that he truly had shown mercy. Alas, it is evident that I am still too weak, Luo Tian lamented with a resigned shake of his head. By the heavens! The five-colored divine ox silently cursed in disbelief. Is this truly weak? The rusted sword still harbors a considerable amount of sword intent, and it is estimated to be usable 3 more times. I'll save it for the future. It may prove useful. As Luo Tian spoke, he stowed the rusted sword into his spatial ring. Just as he intended to converse with the five-colored divine ox, suddenly, a hand emerged from the lonely grave beneath his feet. What is this? Luo Tian was taken aback and quickly leaped aside, preparing to strike. Wait, don't act. At that moment, the five-colored divine ox hurried over and, with a thud, knelt before the grave. Mother, she exclaimed, and then broke down in tears. Yet, why weep for the deceased? Your mother still lives. From the grave emerged a woman's voice. And then a hand parted the earth as a figure crawled forth from within. Before him stood a young woman, seemingly no older than 17 or 18. Yet, atop her head sprouted a pair of horns, and a large bronze ring adorned her nose. Coupled with the fact that the five-colored divine bull referred to her as Mother, it was evident that she was a cow demon in transformation. Mother, after 500 years, I have finally reunited with you, exclaimed the five-colored divine bull as he rushed towards her. However, with a resounding slap, she sent the bull flying. How dare you speak? After 500 years, this is when you finally rescue me. Had you delayed another 100 years, I would have been sealed for eternity, she bellowed in fury. I'm sorry, murmured the multicolored divine ox, resembling a child in demeanor. 500 years? Mother and child? Luo Tian gazed at the woman and the multicolored divine ox, utterly perplexed. The multicolored divine ox glanced at Luo Tian and snorted. Well, although you have taken a vial of my divine beast blood, you have also rescued my mother. So we are even. However, before the words could fully escape its lips, a resounding slap sent the multicolored divine ox flying. Mother, why do you strike me again? The multicolored divine ox exclaimed, weariness etched upon its face. The woman retorted, strike you? That is too lenient. You dare to say we are even for merely a vial of divine beast's blood after someone saved your dear mother? Do you truly think that a vial of blood is worth more than your own mother? The multicolored divine ox, feeling aggrieved, fell silent. Meanwhile, the woman swiftly approached Luo Tian, grasping his hands and shaking them fervently, her face awash with tears. Oh, benefactor, I have been sealed within a grave for 500 years, believing I would perish there. Yet, you intervened and rescued me, allowing me to behold the light of day once more. This kindness and affection shall be eternally unrepayable. From this moment forth, you shall be my beloved elder brother. I bow to you, my esteemed brother. With that, she prostrated herself before him. Mother, why are you kneeling before this human? The multicolored divine ox exclaimed, a look of disbelief crossing its features. Yet again, a resounding slap landed upon the multicolored divine ox's head. Can you not speak properly? What do you mean by human? It should be uncle, the woman chastised. As the five-colored divine cow was about to utter a word, it caught sight of the glint of cold light flickering in the woman's gaze. Startled, the five-colored divine cow reluctantly exclaimed, Uncle. Luo Tian was rendered speechless. What was the situation? He had casually drawn a sword and suddenly found himself with a sister and a nephew? And the nephew was a bull? Moreover, this woman had been sealed for over 500 years, her actual age likely far greater. Such a person dared to call herself his elder sister? So, what exactly is going on? Luo Tian inquired. The woman sighed and replied, Elder brother, I have a name in the human realm, called Niu Tiechui. And my son also has a human name, Niu Wufang. Luo Tian's lips twitched slightly as he raised his thumb, exclaiming, a splendid name. These two were indeed talented in nomenclature. Sister Tiechui continued, our clan, the five-colored divine cattle, originally resided in the southern region. During my youth, due to unforeseen circumstances, we fled to the northern region, settling in the Tiandang mountain range. Upon reaching adulthood, I became the demon king of the Tiandang mountains, a time when our clan flourished. Even the royal family of Yefeng country had to show me some respect. However, this good fortune did not last. 500 years ago, a drunken human sword immortal passed by Tiandang mountain and coveted my divine beast bloodline, demanding I become his mount. When I refused, he casually sealed me in a grave with a single sword strike, declaring that unless someone could draw that sword, I would remain sealed for 1,000 years. Yet, elder brother, I have less than 700 years left to live. If you had not saved me, I would surely have perished in that seal. You are my savior. Luo Tian nodded slightly, grasping the situation. Meanwhile, Niu Tiechui wiped her tears and said, by the way, dear brother, I still don't know your name or where you hail from. Luo Tian, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, Renbei City, Luo Tian. Niu Tiechui slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Ah, no wonder you are my brother. That name is truly imposing. What is our father's name? Luo Tian placed a hand on his forehead and clarified, let me be clear. That is my father. His name is Luo Feng. Niu Tiechui nodded, saying, Oh, I remember. So, dear brother, how did you come to Tiandang Mountain? Luo Tian, feeling helpless, recounted his need for materials. After listening, Niu Tiechui raised an eyebrow. Jiang Xuanzong? What a ridiculous faction, daring to provoke my brother. I've never heard of them. Wufang, do you know of this Jiang Xuanzong? Niu Wufang lowered his head and replied, I've heard of them. They emerged 400 years ago and are quite arrogant. 100 years ago, A freshly advanced individual came to Tiandang Mountain, intending to capture me as a war pet, but I nearly kicked him to death, forcing him to flee. Niu Tietue scoffed, such audacity. Brother, do you need me to send your dear nephew to Jiangxuanzong to settle the score? Luo Tian was taken aback and shook his head, replying, no need. I will handle this matter myself. After a pause, he suddenly had an idea, saying, if you're truly willing to help, you could guard my family at the Luo residence in Bianbei City for a few days. I will be away. And I worry that some unwelcome individuals might disturb my family. Niu Tietue's eyes brightened as she declared, rest assured, dear brother. I will take care of everything regarding the Luo family. Whoever dares to provoke us, I will ensure they meet a grim fate. Luo Tian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. This Sister Tietue was far too familiar. By the way, dear brother, if you need the blood of divine beasts to break through, Wufang's bloodline is too thin. You should use mine. As she spoke, she cut her wrist, and a copious amount of shimmering, five-colored blood flowed forth. Though Niu Wufang's divine blood appeared formidable, it paled in comparison to that of Niu Tietue. In no time, a vial filled with divine blood was presented to Luo Tian. Brother, take this. If it's not enough, just call on me. I can provide as much as you need. Niu Tietue said earnestly. This gesture stirred something within Luo Tian. Well, I shall not decline. I will accept the blood. He then stored the vial in his spatial ring. Are you hungry, brother? I will prepare a meal right away. Feel free to choose any beast from Tianning Mountain. I will swiftly take care of it for you. Or would you like to sample your dear nephew? Niu Tietue offered. Mother, Niu Wufang exclaimed in alarm. He could sense that if Luo Tian were to speak, Niu Tietue might very well slice off a piece of his flesh. Luo Tian wore a grim expression. Niu Tietue was overly enthusiastic. There's no need for that. I'm in a hurry to get to the Daiming sect, Luo Tian stated. Niu Tietue nodded and replied, the Daiming sect? That's easy. I'll summon a fire sparrow to take you there. The fire sparrow is the fastest. You should reach the Daiming sect in half a day's time. Luo Tian's eyes brightened as he said, thank you. Soon, under Niu Wufang's command, a massive fire sparrow soared into the sky, carrying Luo Tian. Safe travels, brother. Niu Tietue shouted as he waved goodbye. Once Luo Tian's figure disappeared from view, Niu Wufang huffed and said, Mother, even if that kid saved you, there's no need to go to such lengths, right? Niu Wufang was somewhat irritated. Niu Tietue's smile gradually faded, replaced by a stern expression. Wufang, do you think your mother is inherently foolish, relishing in calling others brother? What I'm doing is simply seeking a strong ally for you and me, Niu Tietue retorted coldly. Huh, an ally? That kid? Niu Wufang asked in surprise. Niu Tietue glanced at his son and scoffed. What do you think of his strength? After a moment of contemplation, Niu Wufang replied, I believe he's stronger than me, but not as formidable as you were in your prime. However, unlike ordinary humans, this fellow possesses remarkable physical strength. Niu Tietue nodded. Currently, with his physical strength alone, you would need to reach the 9th level of the profound realm to have a chance of catching up to him. Niu Wufang scoffed. That's not too bad. By the time I reach the 9th level of the profound realm, I might not necessarily lose to him. Bang! Niu Tietue punched his son down. Mother, why do you keep hitting me? Niu Wufang complained, feeling wronged. Niu Tietue looked at him coldly and said, because you are foolish. At present, he is merely at the 9th level of body refinement, yet his physical strength is comparable to your 9th level of the profound realm. Do you really think you wouldn't lose to him? Aren't you already at the 5th level of the profound realm? Do you believe you advance faster than he does in body refinement? Niu Wufang was taken aback by Niu Tietue's words. What? He truly is only at the 9th level of body refinement? He isn't deliberately concealing his realm? Previously, when Luo Tian had broken his bones with a single palm strike, he had assumed Luo Tian was hiding his strength to deceive him. But from his mother's words, it seemed that was not the case. Niu Tietue coldly remarked, can't you see what realm he is in? His current physical strength is terrifying, yet the spiritual energy within him is dispersed throughout his body, not gathered into a sea of energy. Niu Wufang was astonished. He hasn't even gathered his energy? Yet I feel the concentration of his spiritual energy surpasses mine. How can that be? Niu Tietue sighed. Surpass yours? If we consider the quality of spiritual energy alone, I am slightly inferior to him. Niu Wufang's eyes widened in disbelief. One must understand that Niu Tietue had reached the realm of return 500 years ago. Was this fellow a monster? If he is this formidable at body refinement, what would happen when he reaches the profound realm? Is there truly such a terrifying individual in this world? As a divine beast, Niu Wufang held a great pride. For both ordinary beasts and humans were inherently lesser in talent compared to them. Yet, before Luo Tian, the title of divine beast seemed utterly insignificant. Humph. If my instincts are correct, he is likely the legendary reincarnation of a martial emperor, Niu Tiechue declared, raising his head. Reincarnation of a martial emperor? What does that mean? Niu Wufang asked, bewildered. Niu Tiechue glanced at him and chuckled. You're still young. It's normal for you not to know. Those are tales from the ancient era. It is said that several martial emperors, in their previous lives, were unmatched in strength. However, they either fell victim to betrayal by brothers or were ambushed by their fiancés, leading to their untimely demise. These individuals, though their bodies perished, their spirits remained undying, ultimately seizing control of the bodies of worthless humans. These worthless beings often faced broken engagements or were bullied by kin or peers, enduring immense humiliation. However, the more they suffer initially, the stronger they become later on. They suddenly grow powerful and ultimately surpass their previous selves. Not only do they seek vengeance, but they also establish formidable sacred lands and dynasties. Niu Wufang murmured, humans, worthless, broken engagements, suddenly growing strong. My heavens, this truly is the reincarnation of a martial emperor. Niu Tiechue glanced at his son with pride, saying, so do you understand why I am so proactive in seeking an alliance? Niu Wufang nodded emphatically, I understand. I am clinging to the future martial emperor. Niu Tiechue sighed. Our five-color divine bull clan has suffered greatly. In recent years, we have been hunted, enslaved, and treated as mounts. I have fled to this kind of place, yet I was still sealed for 500 years. I no longer wish to live such a miserable existence, and he is our sole opportunity to defy fate. Taking a deep breath, Niu Wufang declared, I understand, mother. I will go to the Luo family. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that no one from the Luo family is harmed. Niu Tiechue nodded, exactly. This is the first task he entrusted to us, and we must not fail. Meanwhile, on the fire sparrow, Luo Tian involuntarily sneezed. The sneeze startled the fire sparrow, causing it to tremble. My lord, am I flying too fast? It asked nervously. At that moment, the fire sparrow was filled with trepidation toward Luo Tian. This fear was not merely due to the attitude of Niu Tiechue and her son towards Luo Tian. More importantly, when Luo Tian sat upon it, the fire sparrow sensed an overwhelming aura of pressure. It felt as if it was not carrying a mere human, but rather an immensely powerful deity. With each breath Luo Tian took, it seemed to invoke some cosmic principle, leaving the fire sparrow with a sense of impending doom. After all, it was a beast capable of flight. One could only conclude that Luo Tian was far too powerful. Unbeknownst to Luo Tian, he had merely been bored in midair, silently practicing the heavenly Dao breathing technique, nearly scaring the fire sparrow to death. How much longer until we arrive? Luo Tian inquired. Just a few more miles, and we will reach the mountain gate of the Daiming sect, my lord. However, the Daiming sect is rather complex, and as a beast, I am not suited to venture there, the fire sparrow replied cautiously. Oh, in that case, you may set me down, Luo Tian said indifferently. Excellent, excellent, Yen Ke exclaimed with great joy. In truth, he did not harbor any fear towards the Daiming sect. His words were merely a reflection of his desire to evade further association with Luo Tian, who was indeed quite intimidating. Whoosh. In no time, Yen Ke descended. My lord, just ahead lies the mountain gate of the Daiming sect. Unless instructed otherwise, I shall take my leave now, Yen Ke stated. Well, let us proceed. Luo Tian waved his hand. Farewell. Yen Ke received the command and flew back with all her might. Damn. I will never take on this task again. It terrified me. Yen Ke muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, guided by Yen Ke, swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Daiming sect. However, the scene before the mountain gate was somewhat unusual. A thick mist enveloped the entrance, as if a formidable force was obstructing anyone from ascending the mountain. Observing this, Luo Tian furrowed his brow and called out loudly, I am Luo Tian from Bianbei City, here to pay my respects to the Daiming sect. I hope to be granted an audience. Yet, the mist did not disperse. From within the mountain gate, a cold voice replied, the Daiming sect is closed to visitors. If you have matters to discuss, return in half a month for an audience. Depart at once, or you shall bear the consequences. Luo Tian furrowed his brows. Despite his courteous manner of speaking, the other party showed him such blatant disrespect, asking him to return in half a month? Did he possess that much leisure time? Never mind, it was acceptable not to meet. I have come to the Ming sect seeking a millennium-old stalactite. Hand it over, and I shall depart immediately, Luo Tian proclaimed. However, the crowd from Yunwu was incensed. You insolent wretch, are you deaf? You have 3 breaths to swiftly retreat, or face merciless consequences. One of them bellowed. Without mercy? At this moment, a glint of cold light flickered in Luo Tian's eyes. He chuckled softly, realizing that he appeared too amiable, leading others to perceive him as an honest man. As he spoke, Luo Tian took a step forward, seeking demise. The crowd of clouds and mist erupted in fury. With a clang, a blade of sword energy cleaved through the mist, aimed at Luo Tian. Sword energy? They dare to use such a thing against me? Luo Tian let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at the incoming sword energy. A flicker of sword intent danced in his eyes. In an instant, the sword energy dissipated into nothingness. What? The figure in the mist gasped, unable to suppress a shiver of apprehension. It became evident that the newcomers harbored ill intentions. Thus, there was no room for mercy. Activate the sword formation, the individual commanded. With a resounding clang, the mist parted to reveal 6 silhouettes. Simultaneously, the 6 joined their hands in intricate gestures, and a colossal sword of energy materialized above their heads. Esteemed guest, this is one of the 3 grand sword formations from the Sword Xian sect, the Bright Moon Sword Formation. Even those of the Celestial Ascendant's realm can be vanquished by it. I offer you one final chance. Retreat at once. The leader intoned coldly. Jian Xian sect? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that the sect of Lan Xiu'er? To his astonishment, the Deming sect actually had ties with them? One of the 3 great sword formations of the Jinshin sect? Very well. I am eager to witness its formidable power. With that thought, Luo Tian pressed forward. Seeking death, attack. Several individuals simultaneously formed seals. Clang. In the next instant, a colossal surge of sword energy descended upon Luo Tian with lethal intent. Not avoiding? Several individuals gazed at Luo Tian descending the mountain, strolling upward without any attempt to evade, momentarily taken aback. Had this fellow lost his senses? Who knows? If he is intent on courting death, let us oblige him. As they spoke, the sword energy had already reached Luo Tian. Yet, a golden light emanated from his body, enveloping him in a protective aura. With a crisp clank, the sword energy struck the golden light, unable to penetrate further. It seemed as if Luo Tian was oblivious to the sword energy, maintaining his pace as he ascended the mountain step by step. Bang, bang, bang. With each step he took, the sword energy shattered in fragments. After traversing a dozen paces, the colossal sword energy was completely disintegrated, dissipating into the void, leaving no trace. The 6 individuals atop the mountain, affected by the sword energy, simultaneously spat blood and collapsed to the ground. The leader, in particular, turned pale as a sheet. Whoosh. In the next instant, Luo Tian stood before him. Was it you who declared that you would show me no mercy? Luo Tian seized him by the throat. At this moment, terror filled the eyes of the individual. Initially, he had merely sought to display a semblance of authority, yet he had unexpectedly encountered an impenetrable barrier. Esteemed friend, I implore you to show mercy. Just then, the sound of rushing air pierced the atmosphere, and 3 figures descended before the mountain gate. Elder Huang, Elder Yi, and Elder Wu. Witnessing this, the young individuals outside the gate exclaimed in unison. Elder Huang, leading the group, landed and cast a glance at Luo Tian, clasping his hands in greeting as he spoke. Esteemed friend, having journeyed from afar, it is a failure on our part to not uphold the principles of hospitality at the Deming sect. Might we request the temporary release of our disciple? Luo Tian furrowed his brow and loosened his grip on the man's neck. However, before the individual could reach the ground, Luo Tian swiftly delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, the man was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. The 2 individuals standing behind Elder Huang erupted in fury simultaneously. Your actions are utterly excessive, Elder Yi said coldly. Beside him, Elder Wu's aura surged, suggesting he was poised to strike at any moment. Excessive? Your disciple lacks the ability to communicate properly, and I merely sought to discipline him. If I were truly excessive, he would have perished already, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Discipline? You dare to presume such authority? At your tender age, your heart is so malicious. Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your superior. Elder Yi declared, stepping forward and forming a seal with his hands, exclaiming, full moon sword array. A solitary crow flew overhead. Apart from that, Nothing else transpired. What is happening? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Elder Yi, the full moon sword array has been destroyed, a disciple murmured. What? How is that possible? We just heard the sound and rushed over. When did it get destroyed? Elder Yi was taken aback. Just now. The sword energy from the full moon sword array struck him, and it was instantly severed, the disciple explained. Elder Yi was momentarily taken aback. The Haoyu's sword array was a formation meticulously arranged by their Ming sect with considerable effort, employing the expertise of the Jianshin sect, specifically designed to fend off external threats. This sword array possessed immense power, capable of vanquishing formidable adversaries of the Skyward Realm. Even a typical practitioner of the Xian realm would face a grim fate upon entering. Who could have anticipated its destruction today? Was this individual before him, Luo Tian, perhaps a practitioner beyond the Xian realm? As Elder Yi regarded Luo Tian, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. What are you planning to do? Luo Tian inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. It's nothing. My arm is merely sore. I was just stretching a bit, Elder Yi hastily replied, his demeanor shifting dramatically. What a jest. At the 8th level of the spiritual transformation realm, he could only fly with the aid of a magical artifact. To confront someone of the Xian realm? Was he courting death? Sigh, everyone retreat. Elder Huang exhaled deeply, instructing the others to withdraw. He then approached Luo Tian, clasping his hands and greeting, esteemed friend. I apologize for the lack of hospitality shown by our Ming sect earlier. I hope you can forgive us. Luo Tian replied with a hint of indifference. Let us dispense with the formalities. I did not come to your esteemed sect to cause trouble. I merely seek a millennium-old stalactite. Once acquired, I shall take my leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Elder Huang displayed a look of difficulty. Does the Earthming sect not possess any? Luo Tian inquired with a furrowed brow. Elder Huang let out a wry smile and replied, though the 1,000-year stalactite is indeed precious, we still have some within the Earthming sect. However, it is regrettably impossible to present it to you at this moment. Why? Luo Tian asked in astonishment. Elder Huang sighed and replied, our sect is encountering a grave situation, and I would rather not disclose this to outsiders. However, since you have graced us with your presence, it would be unwise to conceal the truth any longer. You ought to know that our Di Ming sect excels in the art of geomancy, adept at locating dragon veins and extracting spiritual minerals. Yet, this very art can disturb the balance of nature, easily attracting malevolent entities. A few months ago, several of our esteemed elders inadvertently summoned a malevolent spirit during a geomantic endeavor, which has now taken residence in our largest mine. We can no longer extract either the millennia-old stalactites or any other spiritual minerals. The spirit is formidable, and we have suffered the loss of several elders. To exorcise this malevolence, we have expended considerable resources to enlist the aid of a soul master. The soul master has set up a formation to banish the spirit, having diligently prepared for 49 days. Today marks the final day, and any disturbance is intolerable. Thus, we have sealed the mountain gate and shall not receive guests. I must apologize, however, for the indiscretion of my disciples that may have offended you. Elder Huang spoke with utmost courtesy, though he was not one to extend such politeness to everyone. Had it been someone else, he would hardly have felt the need for such extensive dialogue. Yet, having witnessed Luo Tian's prowess, he dared not be impolite. Luo Tian nodded, asking, so, today there exists a possibility of banishing the malevolent spirit? Elder Huang hesitated before responding. Indeed, there is a possibility, though it remains uncertain, as the spirit is quite powerful. He then glanced at Luo Tian and added, if you do not mind, you may accompany us to the mine. Should we succeed in exorcising the spirit today, our Di Ming sect would be willing to offer a millennia-old stalactite as a token of gratitude. Elder Huang understood well that the Di Ming sect was not renowned for martial prowess, but was exceedingly wealthy. To survive in this world, one must seek powerful allies, and the strength Luo Tian had just displayed was sufficient to qualify him as such. Thus, despite the rarity of the millennia-old stalactite, he was willing to offer it. Very well, take me to see it, Luo Tian replied. Friend, please, Elder Huang exclaimed, gracefully ascending with his magical artifact. Simultaneously, Luo Tian vanished from his original position, reappearing on Elder Ye's flying device. What are you doing? Elder Ye gasped in shock, staring incredulously at Luo Tian. I cannot fly. Please take me with you for a while, Luo Tian replied. You cannot fly? Elder Yi, however, found it hard to believe Luo Tian's words. A powerful being in the profound realm unable to soar through the skies? It seemed utterly ridiculous. This fellow must be deliberately provoking him. Although Elder Yi was most reluctant, he understood that he could not afford to offend Luo Tian. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and lead him towards the sect. Soon, they arrived at the rear mountain, amidst a cluster of mines. Fellow cultivator, below is a third-grade soul master who will oversee the expulsion of the malevolent spirit. I kindly ask you to exercise caution in your words and actions, as you should be aware that the temperaments of soul masters can be rather peculiar, Elder Huang advised. Rest assured, I am well aware, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. As they spoke, the group descended. However, upon landing, they noticed a gaunt old man on the altar ahead, his eyes flashing with anger. I have repeatedly stated that during the preparations, there should be no noise. Yet you dare to fly about? Do you wish to forego the expulsion of this malevolent spirit? The old man chastised fiercely. Seeing this, Elder Huang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he bowed, saying my apologies. Elder Su, it was my fault. Elder Su huffed and replied, step aside. If this happens again, I shall take my leave without hesitation. Indeed, indeed, Elder Huang exclaimed. His expression filled with frustration as he stepped aside. At that moment, Elder Su took a deep breath and approached one end of the altar. Spirit Array, activate. With Elder Su's thunderous command, the braziers surrounding the altar suddenly transformed into a vivid green. Whoosh. Simultaneously, a formidable force field began to spread outward. Abomination. Why do you not reveal yourself? Elder Su bellowed. Ayo. In the next instant, a chilling howl echoed from the distant mountains. Following that, a swirling black mist emerged from the forest, slowly revealing a dark, humanoid spirit. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let that black mist touch you. It is soul poison and extremely perilous. Someone shouted. The members of the Diming sect all appeared on high alert. Only Luo Tian wore a look of astonishment. An evil spirit? Is this it? He mused inwardly. Fellow cultivator, do not underestimate that evil spirit. Although it may seem weak, it is exceedingly dangerous. Elder Huang seemed to sense Luo Tian's thoughts and cautioned him. Everyone, quiet down. Do not disturb my master while he is casting his spell. A young man admonished Elder Huang. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be in his 20s. Yet, Elder Huang dared not retort. After all, he was a disciple of a soul master. Upon the altar, the soul master, Old Su, ignited a bundle of yellow paper money. In an instant, green flames soared around him, accompanied by the wailing cries of spirits. Hundreds of soul shadows began to gather above his head. Spirit subduing nail, manifest. Old Su commanded. With a clang, a 1-foot-long spirit subduing nail materialized above him. Is that soul power taking form? How formidable! The members of the Diming sect were all taken aback. Only Luo Tian remained speechless. Is it really necessary to go this far? He inquired. Elder Huang, overhearing him, whispered from the side, it is natural for you, not being a soul cultivator, to be unaware. Cultivating soul power is exceedingly challenging. Only a few powerful beings can achieve the manifestation of soul power. Luo Tian smiled slightly and chose not to elaborate further. After all, he had come in search of the Millennium Stalactite. There was no need for further discussion. Kill. On the other side, Elder Su waved his hand, and the soul-guarding nail in the air surged fiercely towards the malevolent spirit, colliding with a resounding impact. A piercing howl erupted from the malevolent spirit as it surged toward the soul-binding nail. With a thunderous crash, it pierced through the essence of the souls present. Several young disciples, lacking sufficient cultivation, were rendered senseless, frothing at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. The fluctuation of soul energy caused Elder Huang to furrow his brow in concern as he turned to gaze at Luo Tian. Yet, the latter remained expressionless, offering no response whatsoever. What remarkable composure! Elder Huang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Meanwhile, Elder Su wielded the soul-suppressing nail with masterful precision, relentlessly bombarding the malevolent spirit and forcing it into steady retreat. Excellent! Master, press your advantage and vanquish this foul entity. Elder Su's disciples cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines. Even the members of the Diming sect collectively released breaths they'd been holding in tension. It appears this wicked spirit may finally meet its end, the observers murmured. Yet only Luo Tian's brow gradually furrowed with deepening concern. Elder Huang, he cautioned solemnly, you must persuade Elder Su to cease his assault immediately, lest he forfeit his very life. Elder Huang was taken aback. At this moment, Master Su was clearly in a position of strength. How could Luo Tian claim that his life was in jeopardy? Who do you think you are to dare speak ill of my master? Are you tired of living? Luo Tian's words were overheard by Master Su's disciple, who immediately turned around to admonish him. Friend, do not speak lightly. Master Su is a soul master. You have witnessed the power of the soul-restraining nail. He is not someone you can afford to offend. It would be wise for you to apologize at once. Elder Huang, realizing the gravity of the situation, also urged in a low voice. However, Luo Tian merely sighed and remarked, the soul-restraining nail can indeed counteract evil spirits, but regrettably, this Master Su's soul-restraining nail is not the genuine article. Not the genuine soul-restraining nail? What do you mean? Elder Huang was momentarily stunned. Luo Tian gestured towards the flickering lights surrounding the altar and the souls entwined around Master Su. His soul power is insufficient to solidify a true soul-restraining nail. So he set up a formation and employed a secret technique to burn wandering souls, forcibly manifesting a soul-restraining nail. However, this nail is unstable and cannot be sustained for long. If he could eliminate the evil spirit within 3 strikes, he would certainly prevail. But if it extends beyond 5 strikes, his chances of victory diminish to a mere 50%. And now, having already prolonged the encounter to 10 strikes, he is assuredly facing defeat. Elder Huang was taken aback by Luo Tian's astute observations, while Master Su's disciple, feeling a surge of panic, stubbornly retorted, "Nonsense. What do you know of soul techniques? How dare you boast here?" Yet before he could finish his words, he found Luo Tian gazing at him. "This is the second time you have spoken to me disrespectfully. Do you believe that if you utter another word, I will not simply twist your head off?" Luo Tian said coldly. I, Su's disciple, wished to convey more, yet upon making eye contact with Luo Tian, an overwhelming chill coursed through him. He had no doubt that should he utter another word, Luo Tian would indeed take his life. Humph. He clenched his teeth, turning his head away, choosing silence. At that moment, behold, someone exclaimed. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted dramatically in midair. The soul-subduing nails, which had previously held the malevolent spirit at bay, now found themselves in retreat, nearly on the verge of collapse several times. What transpired? It had not been like this moments ago, someone pondered in disbelief. The soul-subduing nails have weakened, another discerned the underlying cause. Look at Elder Su. At that moment, someone pointed towards the altar. The vibrant green flames surrounding the altar began to fade, revealing their true colors. Elder Su himself appeared on the brink of collapse, struggling to maintain his stance. Finally, with a gasp, Elder Su coughed up blood, and the surrounding green flames abruptly vanished. The soul-subduing nails in the air also dissipated into nothingness. Elder Su had been defeated. An eerie silence enveloped the Daiming sect. Only the malevolent spirit in the air let out a series of howls, as if taunting them. Even Elder Su could not prevail? Surely, our Nightwind Nation has no stronger soul masters left? It seems we, the Daiming sect, must relinquish our ancestral grounds. The members of the Daiming sect appeared ashen-faced. Elder Huang wore a look of resignation as he turned to Luo Tian and said, "Friend, you have seen for yourself, without dispelling the malevolent spirit. I am unable to provide you with the Millennium Stalagmite." Luo Tian glanced at Elder Huang and replied, "So, if we eliminate this malevolent spirit, you will indeed grant me the Millennium Stalagmite, correct?" Elder Huang, taken aback, nodded and affirmed, "That is indeed the case, but as you can see, even Elder Su has faltered." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Very well, it is settled then. I shall assist you in vanquishing the malevolent spirit. Prepare the Millennium Stalagmite." The members of the Daiming sect were utterly bewildered. What was this? Defeating an evil spirit? Even the current Su Lao wore a perplexed expression. "Child, which clan do you hail from? You seem to hold the art of soul techniques in contempt. How could you possibly handle what even I cannot?" Su Lao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke coldly. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, "That is merely due to your lack of skill." Upon hearing this, Su Lao's anger intensified. Who was he? He was the most formidable soul master of the Nightwind Kingdom. When had he ever endured such humiliation? My skills are lacking? It is the first time someone has uttered such words to me. Daiming sect, is this how you treat your guests? Very well. I shall observe how you intend to confront this evil spirit," he said, looking at Luo Tian with a mocking expression. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "The soul-subduing nails. Is it?" "Yes, it seems to be that way." As he spoke, he formed a hand seal. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, soul-subduing nails manifested above his head. What? Those are the soul-subduing nails? No way. How could 4 appear at once? Is this some kind of martial technique? Shock washed over the faces of everyone present. Only a few elders recognized that something was amiss, particularly Su Lao on the altar. He stared blankly at the soul-subduing nails floating above Luo Tian's head, feeling as though his very soul was on the verge of shattering. "I spent over a month preparing," relying on formations and the burning of wandering souls to briefly condense a single soul-subduing nail. Yet this fellow has conjured four in one breath? Su Lao was profoundly shaken. With his expertise, he instantly discerned that Luo Tian's soul-subduing nails were genuine. Moreover, they were significantly more powerful than his own hastily formed version. At that moment, the malevolent spirit in the sky also became aware of the existence of the soul-binding nails. The spirit, being a purely ethereal entity, was impervious to ordinary attacks. However, the soul-binding nails, being manifestations of spiritual energy, posed an entirely different threat. In an instant, it felt as though it were facing a formidable adversary. Spirit, I offer you a chance. Depart from the earthly Ming sect and do not return, and I shall spare your life, Luo Tian declared, gazing at the malevolent entity above. With a fierce glint in its crimson eyes, the spirit lunged forward, baring its claws. How audacious! Luo Tian furrowed his brow and waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For soul-binding nails surged toward the spirit in pursuit. Boom. The two forces collided mid-air, and the spirit's form was instantly riddled with four gaping holes. What? Upon witnessing this scene, old Su felt an even deeper tremor in his heart. His soul-pacifying nail could merely suppress the malevolent spirit temporarily. However, Luo Tian's soul-pacifying nail pierced through the malevolent spirit's body in an instant. The stark contrast was acutely felt by old Su. In that moment, the look he cast upon Luo Tian was devoid of any contempt. Instead, all that remained was profound reverence. Powerful, incredibly powerful. The malevolent spirit in the sky let out a harrowing wail, having never before encountered such a devastating blow. Whoosh! At that moment, the soul-piercing nails returned and lunged once more at the spirit. This time, the entity dared not confront the attack head-on. With a shriek, it turned to flee. Friend, do not let this beast escape into the earth's veins. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome to draw it out again, Elder Huang cautioned. Indeed, Luo Tian had been aware of this as well. He swiftly waved his right hand, sealing off the spirit's escape route with two of the soul-piercing nails, while the remaining two relentlessly pursued the fleeing entity. The malevolent spirit let out a chilling scream before fleeing in a different direction, pursued relentlessly by the soul-binding nails. The creature's movements were exceedingly elusive. The four nails failed to catch up. If there were but one more nail, the leader of the dimming sect furrowed his brow. He had discerned that in a direct confrontation, the malevolent spirit was destined for a brutal demise at the hands of Luo Tian. However, if this wretch was intent on evading capture, the four soul-binding nails posed a genuine challenge. Prepare a soul-reviving elixir for me. I shall lend this esteemed individual my support, Elder Su declared. What? The members of the Daiming sect were momentarily taken aback. Su Lao had been with the Daiming sect for quite some time now. Even in the presence of the sect leader, he would still appear somewhat diminished. Yet now, he was addressing Luo Tian with the title of Sir. Huang Elder could not help but sigh to himself, realizing that talent surpasses mere status. Master, your soul power is compromised. You must not exert yourself any further, Su Lao's disciple urged from the side. However, Su Lao shook his head resolutely, saying, No, if I cannot eliminate this fellow with the four soul-sealing nails, I must lend this esteemed individual my assistance to atone for my earlier discourtesy, even if my soul power is irreparably damaged. It is a price I am willing to pay. The crowd was once again taken aback. When did the eccentric Elder Su become so noble and upright? Even Luo Tian couldn't help but cast a curious glance at this peculiar old man. This individual certainly piqued one's interest. There was no need to intervene. Since four soul-restraining nails could not subdue this vile creature, then let it be that four more shall be summoned. With a smile, Luo Tian activated his soul power. And once again, four soul-restraining nails materialized above his head. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. The previous four soul-binding nails had already seemed exceedingly terrifying in their eyes. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Luo Tian had manifested another four. To what extent had his soul power reached? Perish. With a swift motion of his hand, Luo Tian summoned the four soul pins to relentlessly pursue the malevolent spirit once more. Ayo! The malevolent spirit sensed that something was amiss and desperately attempted to flee. However, the eight soul-binding nails sealed off all its escape routes, forcing it to dodge back and forth in place. Within mere breaths, it was struck several times by Luo Tian's soul-binding nails, causing its aura to wane. Such a formidable malevolent spirit. How could it endure for so long against eight soul-binding nails? No wonder we have suffered such losses among our comrades. The members of the Daiming sect marveled in disbelief. Meanwhile, Elder Su's complexion turned ashen. He could hardly believe how tenacious this malevolent spirit was. How shameful it was that he had once boasted about exorcising such a creature. Elder Su now realized the vast chasm between his soul energy and that of the spirit. Had it not been for Luo Tian's presence, he might well have met his demise today. It seemed he had underestimated Luo Tian's capabilities. The fact that he could wield the 8 soul-binding nails was terrifying, truly terrifying. Yet, Luo Tian, growing impatient as the soul-binding nails failed to subdue the spirit, declared, "You think you can evade me, little pest? Very well, let me put an end to your dodging." With determination in his eyes, Luo Tian spread his arms wide. And in an instant, he hurled the soul-binding nails at the malevolent spirit as if they were mere trifles. At this moment, everyone was astonished. 8, 16, 20, 30, numerous soul-binding nails densely filled the air, leaving the crowd in a daze. Were these truly soul-binding nails? Previously, Elder Su had exerted immense effort to produce just one. Yet now, my lord, it's done. The malevolent spirit has been reduced to ashes. Elder Su was the first to regain his composure, reminding Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian had already launched over 100 soul-binding nails, creating a thick barrier that enveloped the entire space. The malevolent spirit was not merely pinned down by the nails, but rather obliterated by the sheer volume of them. Is it over? Upon hearing the exclamation, Luo Tian finally ceased his actions. What a troublesome foe. He waved his hand, retracting all his soul energy. The crowd murmured. He dares to claim others are troublesome with such a method? Thank you, my lord, for ridding our sect of this great peril. May I ask how you are addressed? The Diming sect shall forever remember your kindness. The sect leader of the Diming sect, having regained his senses, called out loudly. Are you joking? Setting aside the immense assistance Luo Tian provided to our sect, the display of strength he just exhibited is a leg we cannot afford to overlook. Master, this esteemed friend was brought up the mountain by me. Elder Huang chimed in, grinning. This credit cannot be attributed to anyone else. However, a resounding slap echoed as the Diming sect leader struck Elder Huang on the head. What do you mean, esteemed friend? Do you think you deserve that title? Address him as my lord. He bellowed. Ah, my lord. Elder Huang quickly bowed to Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian was at a loss for words. There is no need for such formality, Elder Huang. Our agreement still stands, right? Luo Tian inquired. Indeed, it certainly does. Elder Huang nodded fervently. Agreement? What agreement? The Diming sect leader looked perplexed. Elder Huang promptly relayed Luo Tian's intentions succinctly. Well, esteemed sect leader, may I acquire the 1,000-year stalactite? Luo Tian inquired with a smile. The Diming sect leader shuddered and bowed deeply. How could I dare to have you address me as my lord? I am Wei Su, the sect leader of the Diming sect. The 1,000-year stalactite shall be presented immediately. But may I know your esteemed name? Before Luo Tian could respond, Soul Master Elder Su knelt before him. My lord, I am Su Ping, an elder of the Night Wind Kingdom's Soul Master Association. Might I inquire as to your identity? Are you a Soul Master from the Tianyang Empire? Or perhaps an esteemed individual from the headquarters of the Soul Master Association? He remained utterly respectful, even with blood still staining his lips. The others were left in stunned silence at his words. The Tianyang Empire? One of the 3 great empires of Fenglin continent? They thought, realizing that only a place of such stature could produce such a formidable soul master. The crowd nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, amidst the gathering, found himself utterly bewildered. What is all this nonsense? My name is Luo Tian, and I hail from the northern border city, he stated nonchalantly, unwilling to conceal his identity any longer. Is it Bianbei City? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, pondering for a considerable time, but failing to recall which formidable power Bianbei City belonged to. Only an elderly man, with great caution, inquired, could it be the Bianbei City located to the north of our Nightwind Kingdom? Luo Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is. The crowd exchanged glances in astonishment. Beibei City, nestled within the Nightwind Kingdom, was but a small town. For countless years, it had never been home to any formidable power, let alone a renowned master. Yet, here stood Lord Luo Tian, hailing from that very place. Endowed with such formidable soul techniques. Lord Luo Tian, I presume you have yet to join the Soul Master Guild? Elder Su inquired cautiously, having discerned the implications in Luo Tian's words. Not at all. What is the Soul Master Guild? Luo Tian genuinely inquired, his ignorance evident. Elder Su trembled slightly and replied, My lord, A soul master of your caliber is unaware of the Soul Master Guild? Our guild was established 8,000 years ago by the esteemed level 9 soul master, Lord Luo Tian, with the purpose of uniting all soul masters across the realm. The Soul Master Guild provides level certification for soul practitioners. Once certified, a soul master enjoys a stipend from the guild, which increases with the rank attained. Of course, as a member of the guild, one must fulfill certain responsibilities, such as completing at least one commissioned task each year. However, upon completion, there are additional rewards. With that, he lifted his head and cautiously asked, Lord Luo Tian, since you have not yet joined the Soul Master Guild, would you be interested in doing so? Elder Su had already discerned the immense strength of Luo Tian's soul power. If he could persuade him to join the guild, it would significantly bolster the power of the Night Wind Kingdom's Soul Master Guild. More importantly, as the one who recommended him, he would reap considerable benefits. What are the stipends for joining the guild? Is it only spirit stones? Luo Tian queried. Elder Su was taken aback and quickly replied, it is not solely spirit stones. As long as you require them, we can provide martial techniques, celestial herbs, spirit elixirs, and other cultivation materials. I assure you, our Soul Master Guild is quite formidable. There are few things we cannot procure. Oh, in that case, I shall join. Luo Tian responded decisively. After all, it was merely a guild, and joining posed no detriment. More crucially, it would afford him access to cultivation materials. The complexity of obtaining materials for body refinement up to the gathering chi stage was already daunting. What would follow? He could not possibly traverse the land every time he sought to break through, could he? Having a guild to assist in gathering materials would undoubtedly ease his burden. Really? Su Ping could hardly believe his ears. Had he truly managed to win over a formidable ally so effortlessly? Is there any issue? Luo Tian inquired. No, none at all. Please hold on. Su Ping, fearing Luo might reconsider, promptly retrieved a token from his bosom and inscribed his mark upon it using his soul power. My lord, please also inscribe your mark with your soul power, he implored, presenting the token with both hands. Following his request, Luo Tian complied and marked the token with his soul power. Only then did Su Ping exhale a sigh of relief. My lord, my authority is limited. I can only issue you a first-level Soul Master token. If you have some free time, you might consider visiting the Soul Master Guild branch in the capital of Night Wind Nation for another assessment. With your prowess, you are certain to ascend to a 4th or even 5th level Soul Master. The thought of being the one to recommend someone to become a 5th level Soul Master filled Su Ping with exhilaration. Very well, I shall make time to visit. Luo Tian nodded, tucking the token away. Master, we have brought the Millennium Stalactite. At that moment, a disciple of the Earthming sect approached Wei Su. Haha, Lord Luo Tian, here is the Millennium Stalactite you requested. Additionally, the Earthming sect wishes to express their gratitude with a sum of 50 million inferior spirit stones. Please accept them, Wei Su said with a smile. Oh, in that case, I shall not be polite, Luo Tian replied without further ado, collecting the stalactite and spirit stones. Might I request that you stay with us a few more days at the Earthming sect? It would be beneficial for us to consult you whenever necessary, Wei Su suggested. In truth, he was apprehensive about further disturbances in the mind, hence his request. However, Luo Tian shook his head and said, No. I have other matters to attend to and am pressed for time. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises. With that, he turned to the already dumbfounded Elder Wu. Oh, brother, you let me into the mountains. Might I trouble you to escort me out as well? Luo Tian remarked. Ah, indeed. Elder Wu nodded mechanically. If, previously, he had harbored some apprehension towards Luo Tian, now he was genuinely astounded by him. As they watched Luo Tian and Elder Wu depart, the members of the Diming sect collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The sect master, the Millennium Stalactite, was already exceedingly precious. And yet you offered him 50 million low-grade spirit stones for merely one soul master? Is that truly necessary? An elite disciple of the Diming sect inquired, discontented. Beside Wei Su. Slap. Wei Su delivered a resounding smack to the back of the disciple's head, nearly rendering him unconscious. Foolish child, can't you discern how formidable he is? Wei Su coldly remarked. How formidable? The elite disciple asked, astonished. Wei Su took a deep breath and replied, those soul-fixing nails he just displayed, if directed at us, could annihilate our entire Diming sect. The elite disciple was left in shock. Is it truly that exaggerated? Wei Su continued, 100 times. In Yunshui City. The Lan family. The injured Lan shower lay on the couch, her expression dark and brooding. She fixated on the ceiling, cursing Luo Tian repeatedly in her mind. Shower, how do you feel? Lan Ming entered hastily. Lan Shower tilted her head and asked, has the Luo family been eradicated? Lan Ming hesitated slightly and shook his head. What? The Jian Xin sect and the Divine Martial Prince's mansion cannot eliminate them? Lan Shower exclaimed in disbelief. It was well known that both the Jian Xin sect and the Divine Martial Prince's mansion were extraordinarily powerful entities. How could such formidable forces fail to vanquish a single Luo family? The Jian Xin sect and the Divine Martial Prince's mansion have not intervened, Lan Ming stated. What? How is that possible? Lan Shower could hardly believe it. The Jian Xin sect might be understandable, but I am the beloved of the Divine Martial Prince's heir. How could he not seek vengeance for me? She cried out in desperation. The Jian Xin sect says they are preparing for a significant matter and cannot allocate personnel. Asking you to wait a few more months. The Divine Martial Prince's mansion states that the Divine Martial Guards cannot leave the capital nor act directly, Lan Ming sighed. What? How could this be? Lan Showa was astonished. She had thought that, as the woman of the Divine Martial Prince's heir, having been injured in Bian Bei City, both the Jian Xin sect and the Divine Martial Prince's mansion would exert their utmost to avenge her. Yet, she never anticipated such cold indifference from both factions. Shower, do not fret. Although the Jian Xin sect will not act personally, they have informed a friend of your master, who has agreed to go to the Luo family in Bian Bei City, Lan Ming assured her. Lan Showa was furious. A friend of my master? What does that have to do with avenging me? Father, I want Luo Tian dead. I want all the Luo family members dead. I want everyone in Bian Bei City dead. She screamed in a fit of rage. Lan Ming gritted his teeth and said, Shower, rest assured. Father shall avenge you. I have spent a fortune to hire an assassin from the Ghost Killing Hall to eliminate the Luo family. This assassin possesses the strength of the 8th stage of the sky-soaring realm, surpassing even your master. Lan Shower narrowed her eyes and declared, 2 sky-soaring realm experts are still insufficient. Father, the Divine Martial Prince once gifted me a Divine Martial Order, which can command a guest elder of the Divine Martial Prince's mansion in the sky-soaring realm. You must use it. Lan Ming's eyes lit up. Oh, is that so? If 3 sky-soaring realm powerhouses strike simultaneously, that brat Luo Tian, no matter how defiant, is destined to perish. He then hastily departed to make arrangements. Watching Lan Ming's retreating figure, a murderous intent flickered in Lan Xiao's eyes. Luo Tian, you dare to contend with me? I will ensure your demise. Your entire family shall perish. She gritted her teeth, vowing. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in another location. Achoo! On the Grand Avenue, Luo Tian could not help but sneeze. What was happening? Am I coming down with a cold? Luo Tian examined his body and found no abnormalities whatsoever. How peculiar, he murmured, shaking his head as his gaze fell upon the map. After departing from the Mingzong, he had been journeying towards his next destination, the Guanzong. However, his inability to soar through the skies rendered his pace lamentably slow. Alas, what a miscalculation. Had he known better, he would not have released that bird back into the wild. Luo Tian sighed. At this rate, it would take him over 10 days to reach the Guanzong, which would certainly delay his plans. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How foolish of him to overlook the fact that he could utilize the heavenly Dao body technique to expedite his journey. With that, he commenced his instantaneous movement. Although each leap only covered a mere 10 meters, his abundant spiritual energy allowed him to continue teleporting. In no time, he had traversed a distance of 100 miles. 100 miles consumes quite an amount of spiritual energy, doesn't it? Instantaneous movement is rather taxing. Luo Tian couldn't help but jest. Nevertheless, he recalled the heavenly Dao breathing technique. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Luo Tian stood still, channeling the heavenly Dao breathing technique. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him. After approximately 7 breaths, he felt replenished. My spiritual energy is full. Time to continue my journey. He smiled, teleporting to a point 10 meters away. Shortly after his departure, several figures descended from the sky. Master Uncle, what was that surge of spiritual energy just now? A young disciple inquired. The middle-aged Taoist at the forefront wore a grave expression. I am uncertain. Perhaps a powerful figure is cultivating nearby? A powerful figure? How powerful could they possibly be? Could they surpass you, Master Uncle? The young man replied, prompting laughter from those behind him. The Taoist's expression remained serious as he remarked, they are likely far stronger than I. What? The group of young individuals expressed their astonishment. This middle-aged Taoist was a formidable practitioner at the first level of the Transcendence realm. If there were someone even more powerful than him, what did that imply? The middle-aged Taoist surveyed his surroundings and clasped his hands, inquiring, "Might I ask which esteemed elder is cultivating here? Could you kindly reveal yourself?" Despite his prolonged inquiry, the silence around him remained unbroken, devoid of any response. Little did he know, at that very moment, Luo Tian had already teleported several dozen miles away. The Taoist furrowed his brows and remarked, "Since my fellow cultivator is unwilling to show themselves, I shall take my leave, and I apologize for the intrusion." A deep sense of regret welled within him. Based on the recent fluctuations of spiritual energy, it was evident that a top-tier powerhouse had once graced this location. If only he could have made their acquaintance, perhaps he could have garnered assistance to avert a disaster looming over their sect. Alas, it seemed that the Guiyuan sect was destined to endure this calamity. The Taoist muttered to himself. With that, he turned to the others and said, "Let us be on our way. We must return to the sect before tomorrow." Indeed, the disciples ceased their playful demeanor, lifted by the Taoist's artifact, and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain area, a colossal tree was abruptly severed with a thunderous crash. "Oh, I miscalculated my teleportation." Luo Tian rubbed his forehead, having inadvertently collided with an ancient tree during his abrupt transition. It seems teleportation carries its risks. I must exercise greater caution. The crux of the matter was that he picked up a map and surveyed his surroundings. It appeared he had lost his way. Which direction is the Guiyuan sect? He pondered. It should be that way, right? With a flash of movement, Luo Tian teleported once more, albeit in a direction entirely divergent from that of the middle-aged Taoist and his companions. Hours later, at a den of demonic beasts, the lair suddenly collapsed, leaving dozens of spirit-transforming beasts trembling in terror, huddled together, gazing fearfully at the human who had obliterated their home. "Curse it, have I gone astray again? Where on earth is the Guiyuan sect?" Luo Tian bellowed in frustration. In the stillness of midnight, on the outskirts of the Guiyuan mountain range, a group was taking a respite amidst the trees. With a resounding thud, a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, struck a pile of wood with his palm, igniting a campfire. "Hee, Elder He, what do you think of my fiery palm technique?" he inquired with a grin. The stooped Elder He smiled faintly and replied, "At just 21, possessing the second level of Qi gathering, and capable of delivering such formidable fiery palm strikes, Du Xiaoyuan. You indeed are a youthful hero." Flattered by Elder He's praise, Du Xiaoyuan swelled with pride. Meanwhile, Elder He turned his gaze to a stunning young woman beside him, whose countenance bore a frown. "Do not worry, my lady. The Guiyuan sect has closed its gates for the night. We shall ascend the mountain at dawn." Elder He reassured her. The young woman sighed. "Elder He, do you believe the Guiyuan sect will assist us?" After a moment of contemplation, Elder He responded, "The Guiyuan sect has always maintained a close relationship with your family, and with the previous sect master's promise still lingering, I believe they will extend their aid." The young woman sighed once more. "Though you say so, the former sect master has passed away, and with him, the warmth of old ties has faded." Elder He chose to remain silent, as he too recognized the validity of her words. This matter was indeed fraught with difficulty. Just then, alas, beside the young girl, a pure white fox suddenly sprang to its feet, baring its teeth in a fierce snarl at a dense thicket. Little May, what is the matter?" The girl was momentarily taken aback. However, Old Crane's expression hardened, and he shouted loudly, "Be on guard." In an instant, the dozens of attendants around the campfire seized their weapons, forming a protective circle around the young girl. "Old Crane?" The young girl was taken aback. Old Crane softly elucidated. "Esteemed one, Little May is a starry-eyed white fox, one of the most perceptive magical beasts. Her vigilance indicates that formidable adversaries are indeed lurking nearby." Upon finishing his explanation, he called out loudly towards the dense forest, "Honorable guest, there is no need to conceal yourself. Please step forth and reveal yourself." All eyes turned in that direction. I never anticipated that a mere beast would detect my presence. It seems my cultivation still leaves much to be desired." As he spoke, a tall figure with flowing red hair emerged gracefully from the shadows. "Who are you, my lord?" Elder Crane inquired in a solemn tone as he gazed at him. The crimson-haired man, however, offered no response. His eyes swept over the crowd before ultimately resting upon the young maiden. "Oh?" A glimmer of light flickered in the man's eyes. "Haha, exquisite. Truly exquisite. I never expected that this small night wind kingdom would harbor such an exceptional beauty and demeanor. It seems that when I toy with you later, I must exercise caution. Otherwise, it would be a pity to accidentally end your life." As he spoke, he couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. The young girl, hearing his words, flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet she dared not voice her thoughts. You seek your own demise. Beside him, Du Shaoyuan's eyes sparkled with fury upon hearing these words, and he prepared to take action. Wait. Elder He suddenly grasped Du Shaoyuan. Elder He, why are you stopping me? This insolent fellow deserves my wrath. Du Shaoyuan exclaimed angrily. However, Elder He merely shook his head and replied, You are no match for him. His cultivation surpasses mine. What? Du Shaoyuan's body stiffened. He was acutely aware that Elder He was a formidable figure at the 9th level of the Skyward Realm. If there was someone above him, then this crimson-haired individual must possess at least the cultivation of the profound realm. Such prowess could command respect in the Nightwind Kingdom. Could it be that this individual before him was one of those esteemed beings? This esteemed friend, we are disciples of the Guiyuan sect. I kindly implore you, in light of our affiliation, to refrain from causing us distress. Elder He spoke, lowering his posture in an effort to avoid provoking the other. Simultaneously, he invoked the name of the Guiyuan sect, a prestigious sect within the Nightwind Kingdom, home to 3 powerful cultivators of the profound realm. Typically, such a name would warrant respect within the kingdom. However, upon hearing the name Guiyuan sect, the smile on the crimson-haired man's face abruptly froze, replaced by an overwhelming indifference. You were disciples of the Guiyuan sect? Huh, splendid. I was feeling rather bored since the Guiyuan sect has sealed its gates at night, preventing my entry. But now, it seems I shall take my time to torment you all. After I finish with you, the Guiyuan sect should be ready to reopen its doors. With that, he took a step forward. In an instant, a chilling aura of bloodlust emanated from him, almost palpable in its intensity. Everyone, including Elder He, instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of the crimson-haired man. Even Elder He, with his extensive experience, couldn't help but feel a surge of despair. This crimson-haired figure was far too powerful. Just then, a silhouette emerged from the other side of the dense forest. This must be the place. Up ahead is perilous. Everyone, step aside. Eh? The red-haired man turned his head, only to have the figure instantaneously appear in the very spot he occupied. Before he could utter a single word, an overwhelming force struck him. Crack, crack. Countless bones in his body shattered, contorting his form grotesquely. Bang. In the blink of an eye, the shadows settled, leaving the left half of the red-haired man utterly obliterated. Blood and mangled flesh, accompanied by shattered bones, littered the ground. Thud. The remnants of the red-haired man collapsed to the earth, motionless. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Just a moment ago, a formidable being, full of confidence and intent on annihilating all, was now met with a fatal collision. And the manner of his demise was nothing short of gruesome. Meanwhile, all eyes were drawn to the figure who had instantaneously appeared, none other than Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian himself was in a state of confusion. Having lost his way for a considerable duration, he was feeling rather irritable. Thus, when he had hastily employed the method of heavenly movement to traverse the distance, his mind was somewhat distracted. When he finally noticed the presence of another ahead, it was already too late to alter his course. Gazing at the mangled remains on the ground, he reached out to check for any sign of breath. Did I truly just take a life? I had no intention of killing you, dear brother. Would you believe me if I said this was merely an unfortunate accident? Luo Tian murmured to himself. Since arriving in this world, he had indeed taken lives before, but that was justified. They had deserved it. This, however, was an entirely different matter. He did not even recognize the individual before him, yet fate had conspired to end his life. As an educated youth of the new era, he found it difficult to come to terms with this reality. Are we not comrades? Did you not witness what transpired? I merely caused his untimely death by accident. I had no intention of murder. Luo Tian raised his gaze to Elder He and the others, seeking their understanding. The crowd fell silent once more. What was the situation with this young man before them? Elder He, being an experienced figure, was the first to regain his composure and quickly remarked, My dear friend, you need not feel guilty. This individual is not one of our companions. In fact, he was just about to attempt to kill us when you inadvertently struck him down. As he spoke, Elder He felt a sense of bewilderment. This red-haired man was indeed an expert of the transcendence realm. To claim he had been killed in such a manner was something he would not have believed had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. Upon hearing the explanation, Luo Tian shook his head, replying, His intent to kill you is a matter between you and him. It bears no relevance to me. With that, he knelt upon the ground, gazing at the red-haired man with an expression of remorse. My dear brother, you have seen the truth. I must admit my fault in this matter, though it was unintentional. Allow me to take care of your remains. and I shall ensure that you are laid to rest in a fitting grave, with a venerable monk to offer you blessings for your next life." As he spoke, he clasped his hands together in reverence, murmuring incantations. Observing this scene, Du Xiaoyuan wore an expression of skepticism. "Elder He, surely you did not misjudge? Was that red-haired man truly of the Transcendence realm?" He turned to Elder He for confirmation. Elder He hesitated momentarily before shaking his head, asserting, "It is impossible." The aura he possessed was unmistakable. Du Xiaoyuan pointed at the lifeless body, questioning, "But have you ever heard of a transcendence expert being struck down so easily?" Elder He found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, a transcendence expert was considered a formidable force within the Nightwind Kingdom. Although there have been instances of such warriors falling over the years, none had ever met their demise in such an absurd manner. Perhaps this friend possesses an even greater strength? Elder He conjectured, casting a glance at Luo Tian, though he himself struggled to believe this explanation. After all, even a powerful individual should not be able to effortlessly slay a transcendence expert without sustaining any injury. Du Xiaoyuan frowned, countering, "You think he is powerful? I doubt it." When that red-haired man appeared, Little Mei called out twice. But when this fellow emerged, did you hear Little Mei call at all? Elder He paused, realizing the validity of this reasoning. The starry-eyed white fox was particularly sensitive to the presence of powerful beings. Indeed, upon Luo Tian's arrival, Little Mei had made no sound. At that moment, several individuals turned their gazes towards the Little Mei. However, they beheld the sight of the Little Mei lying on the ground, her body convulsing uncontrollably, with white foam continuously spilling from her mouth. She had succumbed to unconsciousness. Little Mei, the girl, was the first to rush over, embracing the little fox and shaking it gently. With a soft sigh, Little Mei slowly opened her eyes, still seemingly in a daze. "Little Mei, do you see that fellow? Do you think he possesses great strength?" Du Xiaoyuan inquired as he leaned closer. He remained reluctant to believe that this young man, who appeared even younger than himself, could possess such formidable capabilities. Little Mei followed his gesture and gazed towards Luo Tian. With a sudden kick of her forelimbs, she foamed at the mouth and fainted again. "Xiao Yue, wake up." The young girl was on the verge of tears. Bang. Elder He smacked Du Xiaoyuan on the back of his head. "Look at the terrible idea you came up with." Elder He huffed. Du Xiaoyuan stuck out his tongue in response. Xiao Yue was exceptionally sensitive to the aura of strong individuals. The fact that she fainted from fear indicated that this person was indeed extraordinarily powerful. But how old could he possibly be? Du Xiaoyuan found it hard to accept. It should be noted that among his peers, Du Xiaoyuan was quite formidable. Even if there were those stronger than him, there was still hope for him to catch up. However, the individual before him, Luo Tian, was so powerful that he couldn't even comprehend his strength. This was simply excessive. Perhaps he merely possessed an ageless appearance. His actual age might be even greater than mine. Elder He mused to himself. "Oh, it must be so." Du Xiaoyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, if he were surpassed by an ancient monster, it would be understandable. Senior, you need not take such measures. This person is undoubtedly a villain of great wickedness. By killing him, you would merely be acting on behalf of justice." Elder He stepped forward and addressed Luo Tian. Luo Tian turned, glanced at him, and asked, "Do you know him?" Elder He shook his head. "I do not." Luo Tian inquired. "Then how do you know he is certainly a great villain?" Elder He stammered. He was at a loss for words. Luo Tian sighed and said, "Never mind. What is done is done. Let us discuss this later. I ask you, how far is it to the Guiyuan sect from here?" Elder He promptly replied, "This is the Guiyuan sect mountain range. However, the sect closes its gates at night, and the entrance is concealed within a formation. It will only appear at dawn tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, "I have made the right choice this time." He had already traversed countless unnecessary paths during the day, and it was only now that he had arrived. Even with the celestial body technique, the fatigue accumulated throughout the journey was unbearable. "So, do you also intend to go to the Guiyuan sect, senior?" Meanwhile, the young girl, while shaking Xiao Yue, asked Luo Tian. Luo Tian turned towards the sound and beheld the young girl, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, if Lan Xiu'er scored 70. This girl must be a staggering 98. Remarkable. "Senior?" the girl inquired once more. Luo Tian returned to his senses, cleared his throat, and replied, "Yes." "Are you affiliated with the Guiyuan sect?" The girl shook her head and said, "No, but my family has some connections with the Guiyuan sect. We are here on business for them. Since you are traveling the same path, why not rest with us here and proceed to the Guiyuan sect together tomorrow?" "My lord, this may not be appropriate," Du Xiaoyuan interjected, his brow furrowed in concern. However, the girl shook her head and said, "What is inappropriate about it? Without your assistance, we might have perished. Besides, having you with us will ensure our safety, won't it?" Elder He, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "What you say holds merit. But I wonder if the senior would find it bothersome?" All eyes turned to Luo Tian, initially reluctant to engage with them. He was about to decline when his stomach audibly growled, followed by the delightful aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. As he glanced over, he saw several wild chickens and rabbits roasting over the fire next to the girl. Having hastened his journey since descending from the Deming sect without a morsel of food, Luo Tian could no longer resist. "Since you have so graciously invited me to dine, I shall stay," he said, his eyes fixated on the roasted meat, wiping his mouth in anticipation. "Oh, the meat is just ready. Please enjoy, esteemed senior." The girl quickly responded, gesturing for him to partake. Luo Tian sat down without hesitation, indulging heartily in the feast before him, astonishing everyone with his voracious appetite. "Elder He, do you truly believe he is a senior expert? His manner of eating does not suggest so." Du Xiaoyuan whispered in disbelief. Elder He shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "What do you know? If he is indeed a senior, then every action holds its significance. What you perceive as mere eating might very well be a form of cultivation." As they spoke, Luo Tian let out a long belch of satisfaction. Du Xiaoyuan turned to Elder He and asked, "So, this can also be considered cultivation?" Elder He appeared somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Perhaps. May I inquire how you are addressed, esteemed senior? What brings you to the Guoyuan sect?" Elder He approached Luo Tian with curiosity. Luo Tian swallowed his food and said, "My name is Luo Tian, and I am here regarding matters of the Ziwei secret realm. Furthermore, please do not call me senior. I am merely 18 years old." He continued to savor his meal. At his revelation, everyone present was momentarily stunned, especially Du Xiaoyuan. 18? He is 18? Younger than me by several years? This must be a jest. Du Xiaoyuan felt as if his entire worldview was collapsing. How could an 18-year-old possess such strength, capable of defeating someone at the Tangshan realm? Elder He shared the same incredulity. "No, wait, Master Luo, are you serious?" Luo Tian shot him a glance and replied, "What would I gain by deceiving you?" Elder He paused, then nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, Luo Tian had no reason to fabricate such a tale. Yet, this revelation left him even more astonished. A youth of merely 18, yet far surpassing his own strength. What did this imply? "Master Luo, you must belong to a prominent sect in Zhongzhou, correct?" Elder He ventured, contemplating the possibility. Legend spoke of the great sanctuaries in Zhongzhou, possessing unimaginable power. It was conceivable that such places could cultivate formidable prodigies through millennia of inheritance and abundant resources. However, Luo Tian continued to eat his roasted meat while stating, "No, I am merely from the northern town of Yifan country." "What? You hail from Yifan country?" Elder He was taken aback once more. He turned sharply to the girl, who wore a similarly astonished expression. Clearly, neither of them had anticipated Luo Tian's true identity. "Master Luo, what is your cultivation level?" the girl asked earnestly, momentarily forgetting the small creature in her arms. I am at the 9th level of the body refinement realm," Luo Tian answered candidly. "I understand now. My apologies for my presumptions. It is reasonable for you to withhold certain details." The girl nodded, though in her mind, she clearly doubted his truthfulness. How could someone at the body refinement realm possess such prowess? Realizing her skepticism, Luo Tian chose not to clarify further. Ultimately, whether or not they believed him was their own affair. I am so weary. I shall take a nap. Please wake me at dawn." Luo Tian yawned, then simply collapsed by the campfire, soon emitting rhythmic snores. "My lord, you should also retire early. We have a mountain to climb tomorrow," Elder He remarked to the girl. She nodded, gently stroking the small creature in her arms, and lay down as well. Nearby, several guards had divided their responsibilities and took turns keeping watch. With no further conversation, the night soon passed, and daybreak arrived swiftly. Elder He was the first to awaken, only to find Du Xiaoyuan staring intently at Luo Tian. His eyes bloodshot. "Have you not slept a wink?" Elder He inquired, gazing at him. Du Xiaoyuan mechanically nodded and then remarked, "I just cannot comprehend it." Elder He cast a glance at the still slumbering Luo Tian and sighed. "There is nothing to comprehend. You must understand that in this world, some prodigies defy conventional logic. All you need is to stay true to your heart and diligently cultivate your skills." Du Xiaoyuan interjected, "Will I then surpass him?" Elder He paused for a moment and replied, "Perhaps not." Du Xiaoyuan smiled bitterly, "Then isn't it all the same?" Elder He shook his head. It is certainly not the same. As long as you remain steadfast in your practice, even if you do not surpass him, you will inevitably become a stronger version of yourself than you were yesterday. Xiaoyuan, you must realize that the essence of martial cultivation is not to outshine others, but to transcend the self within your heart. Du Xiaoyuan rolled his eyes at Elder He and said, "All right, Elder He, I shall partake in your proverbial chicken soup." Elder He chuckled awkwardly, aware that although Du Xiaoyuan had yet to fully overcome his mental barriers, he had made some progress. Ah, is dawn breaking? On the other side. Luo Tian opened his eyes and stretched. "Young Master Luo, please prepare yourself. We shall depart at once," Elder He announced. "Very well," Luo Tian nodded in agreement. Alas, at that moment, a soft whimper emerged beside the girl. The starry-eyed white fox, Xiao Mei, slowly opened her eyes. "Oh, what a fascinating fox." Luo Tian also noticed Xiao Mei and moved closer for a better view. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei, still groggy from sleep, gradually opened her eyes. The previous day had been exceedingly unfortunate for her. Not only did she endure a long journey, but she also encountered formidable beings one after another. It is well known that the starry-eyed white fox is particularly sensitive to the presence of strong individuals, especially that young man she encountered last. Just the thought of him made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Yet, fortunately, upon waking today, she would no longer have to see him. To her dismay, as soon as she opened her eyes, she found Luo Tian's face right before her. With a piercing scream, she fainted once more. "Little Mei," the young girl exclaimed, immediately beginning to administer aid. "Huh? What is happening? Is this little one so timid? What could have frightened her?" Luo Tian was utterly perplexed. The onlookers gazed at him with incredulity. What could have scared her? "Of course, it was you who frightened her. Sir, shall we proceed?" Elder Crane said helplessly. The girl nodded, shaking little Mei while setting off. Meanwhile, within the Guiyuan sect, a somber atmosphere enveloped the entire establishment. Countless disciples, armed with weapons, stood resolutely in formation, exuding an air of impending conflict. On the jade steps before the main hall, 5 figures stood side by side, each emanating a formidable presence. Below the steps, a young disciple secretly peered outside the main hall, then whispered, "Senior brother, who are those individuals beside the sect leader, Ling Shuzi?" The senior brother glanced at him and replied, "You've only been on the mountain for 3 years, so it's understandable that you don't recognize them. The middle-aged Taoist beside the sect leader is Ling Fei. He has been leading elite disciples on expeditions outside the sect for the past few years." "Which is why you haven't seen him," the young disciple exclaimed. "Master Uncle Ling Fei? I have heard of him. He is one of the 3 transcendent cultivators of our Guiyuan sect." The senior brother nodded. "Indeed. The other elder beside the sect leader is Elder Ling Yu. However, she resides on the back mountain of the sect, researching secret techniques, and rarely ventures out. Even I, after being on the mountain for over a decade, I've only seen her 3 or 5 times." The young disciple's eyes widened. "Elder Ling Yu? The other of the 3 transcendent cultivators? Including the sect leader? All 3 of our sect's transcendent powers are present." The senior brother scoffed. "And that's not all. Do you see that scholar on the left? He is known as the Ghost Calculator, an expert in divination, and also a first-level transcendent cultivator. Moreover, that great monk is Master Yuan Tong, the abbot of the Fumo Temple, possessing at least a 3rd-level transcendent cultivation." Upon hearing this, the young disciple's face lit up with excitement. With 5 transcendent cultivators stationed, would not the enemies who dare to invade today be doomed? The senior brother, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course." The surrounding disciples shared expressions of relief. However, on the jade steps above, Ling Yu wore a troubled expression. "Do you all believe that the 5 of us can truly withstand that demon?" she hesitantly inquired. Ling Shuzi sighed. "It is difficult. That demon had already reached the 6th level of transcendent cultivation in his heyday. Moreover, his techniques are exceedingly bizarre, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers. Back then, to eliminate him, our master gathered 6 transcendent cultivators for an ambush. Not only did 3 perish at his hands, but our master was also severely injured and succumbed 6 months later." Reflecting on past events, a complex expression crossed Ling Shuzi's face. "Half a month ago, that demon suddenly sent word to our sect, claiming he would return today to settle old scores. I had no choice but to summon you all back and even trouble the 2 of you to lend your strength." The Ghost Calculator waved his hand. "Ling Shuzi, you are too polite. My brother perished at that demon's hands, and my presence here at Guiyuan sect is solely for avenging him." Master Yuan Tong clasped his hands together. "Amiba, that demon cultivates through the lives of others. If he returns to the Night Wind Kingdom as before, it will surely lead to another calamity." causing countless innocent lives to be lost. I come to save the multitude of innocent citizens, and there is no need for the sect leader to express gratitude. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuzi bowed respectfully to the two, saying, "Your noble intentions are admirable. However, that demon is exceedingly fearsome, should he regain his former power. Our odds of victory will not exceed 30%. Is it 30%? A deepening concern etched itself onto Ling Yu's face. Ling Fei sighed. Expressing his resignation, "It is unfortunate that we could not encounter that mysterious senior on our way back to the sect yesterday. Otherwise, he could not help but recall the powerful surge of spiritual energy from the previous day. Yet, it was evident that all of this was now inconsequential. At that moment, a disciple approached Ling Shuzi, hands extended with an invitation. Master, the esteemed He Yunsing has come to pay his respects." Ling Shuzi was taken aback upon hearing the name. He Yunsing? What brings him here? Nevertheless, he extended his hand to accept the invitation. After reading the letter of invitation, Ling Shuzi furrowed his brows and passed it on to Ling Yu and Ling Fei. Upon finishing, both of them mirrored his concern. "Brother, what is your opinion?" Ling Yu inquired. Ling Shuzi sighed and replied, "Whether or not we meet Yi Yunxing is inconsequential, but the presence of that young girl complicates matters significantly. If we choose not to meet, the repercussions could be quite troublesome." Ling Fei remarked, "However, with the imminent battle approaching, we can scarcely manage our own affairs, let alone assist her family." After a moment of hesitation, Ling Shuzi concluded, "Very well, let us first allow them to rest in the side hall. If we are able to survive this calamity, we shall discuss subsequent matters then." "Indeed," the disciple replied, turning to depart. Moments later, outside the mountain gate, an elder crane announced, "The sect leader has issued a decree. Please proceed to the side hall to rest." The elder he was taken aback. The disciple nodded and replied, "Indeed, our sect is currently facing some matters. Once resolved, the sect leader will naturally come to meet you." Elder he turned to glance at the young girl, who slightly nodded and said, "I understand. Let us wait in the side hall, shall we, young Master Luo? Would you care to join us?" Luo Tian nodded, of course. Having arrived at the Guiyuan sect, he felt no urgency. The group quickly made their way to the side hall, where a disciple of the Guiyuan sect served tea before swiftly departing. "Elder He, do you not find the atmosphere somewhat peculiar?" inquired the girl, cradling little Mei in her arms. At that moment, little Mei had awakened. Yet she dared not gaze at Luo Tian, choosing instead to hide in the girl's embrace, trembling slightly. Indeed, there are certain issues, however, considering the Guiyuan sect's prominence. It is understandable that they are preoccupied with numerous affairs, Elder He responded. Thus, they quietly sipped their tea. And several hours passed without any sign of the Guiyuan sect leader. "Elder He, surely the Guiyuan sect does not intend to deliberately neglect us." Hoping we would retreat in despair? Du Shaoyuan finally could not contain himself and rose to inquire. It was not just him. The girl nearby also wore a look of skepticism. Elder He furrowed his brow, stating, "I have not had much interaction with Taoist Ling Shuzi. But based on my understanding of his character, he ought not to behave in such a manner." "Then why?" Du Shaoyuan asked, perplexed. Elder He pondered. "Let us find a member of the Guiyuan sect and inquire further." Just then, a disciple of the Guiyuan sect passed before them. "Young man, please pause. Might I ask what troubles have befallen the Guiyuan sect? Why has Taoist Ling Shuzi not yet met with us?" Elder He called out to the disciple. Although the disciple did not recognize Elder He was aware of his esteemed status. Thus, upon hearing his inquiry, he immediately bowed and replied, "Elder, it is not that our sect leader refuses to meet you. Rather, today, the Guiyuan sect is facing a grave calamity." "Oh, might you elaborate?" Elder He pressed. The others in the room perked up their ears in anticipation. The disciple glanced around at the group and sighed. "Very well, it is no secret. So I shall inform you. Elder, considering your age, have you ever heard of the title Crimson Blood Scorpion?" "Crimson Blood Scorpion?" Elder He contemplated for a moment. His expression suddenly shifting, could it be that notorious fiend from a century ago? The disciple nodded. Indeed, this individual sent a message a month ago, stating that he would arrive at the gates of the Guiyuan sect today. Thus, you now understand why our sect leader is preoccupied. Elder He collapsed into his chair with a thud, his face pale. Beside him, Du Shaoyuan observed in astonishment, "Elder He, what has happened to you? Crimson Blood Scorpion? What manner of being is this?" The others also turned to Elder He, awaiting his explanation. Taking a deep breath, Elder He declared, "The Crimson Blood Scorpion is the moniker of a man from a century past. His real name was Gu Yanzhao, a once ordinary disciple of a second-rate sect, utterly unremarkable. However, he later acquired a nefarious technique from an unknown source, practicing it through the sacrifice of human lives. In a mere 3 to 5 years, he wreaked havoc throughout the Nightwind Kingdom, with the innocent lives lost at his hands numbering no less than 200,000. What? The group exclaimed in astonishment. Such a heinous act indeed warranted the title of a demon. Elder, he continued, later, when the truth came to light, his sect sought to cleanse its ranks. However, by the time they located him, it was already too late. At that time, the Crimson Blood Scorpion, Gu Yinzhao, had reached an unfathomable level of power, turning against his own sect and sacrificing thousands of his fellow disciples in a blood ritual. From a sect of several thousand, only 3 managed to escape. Moreover, he advanced in cultivation by utilizing the lives of his comrades. During that period, the entire Nightwind Kingdom lived in fear. In an effort to deal with him, nearly all factions within the Nightwind Kingdom dispatched individuals to hunt him down. Eventually, several transcendental experts led by the former sect leader of the Guiyuan sect, Xianfeng Jinren, successfully ambushed him, but at a tremendous cost, they still allowed him to escape. I initially believed he might have perished due to injuries sustained in that fierce battle, only to discover he is still alive. This indicates that the Guiyuan sect, no, the entire Nightwind Kingdom, is in grave peril. The young woman's complexion turned exceptionally grim. She turned to the disciple of the Guiyuan sect and inquired, which esteemed figures currently oversee the Guiyuan sect. The disciple replied, almost all disciples of the Guiyuan sect within the Nightwind Kingdom have been summoned back. Leading them are the 3 great transcendental cultivators of our sect. Additionally, we have invited Lord Gue Swansea and Master Yuantong from the demon-subduing temple. The young woman's eyes brightened. So Gue Swansea and Master Yuantong are also present? That gives us 5 transcendental experts. Elder He, do you believe we can prevail? After a moment of contemplation, Elder He responded, if the Crimson Blood Scorpion possesses the same level of power as in the past, I fear it may not be sufficient. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. After a brief contemplation, the young maiden raised her head and said, Master He, let us proceed to the Grand Hall. Elder Crane was taken aback. The young maiden spoke solemnly. The Crimson Blood Scorpion is not just a threat to the Guiyuan sect. It concerns the lives of countless common folk across the Nightwind Kingdom. How can I stand idly by? Elder Crane hesitated. But, my lady, even with my assistance, our strength would be but a drop in the ocean against such a foe. The maiden grasped her left arm with her right hand and declared, I still have this. Elder Crane paled in alarm. My lady, you must not. That thing is, she raised a hand to silence him. Elder Crane, this power was born for the people. To wield it in their defense is righteous. The old man fell into a heavy silence. At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly spoke up. Brother, you mentioned Master Yuantong is on your mountain, correct? A nearby disciple nodded. Indeed. Elder Crane's eyes flickered with interest. Young Master Luo, do you know Master Yuantong? Luo Tian shook his head. Not at all. I just wanted to ask, this Master Yuantong. He's a monk, right? Elder Crane nodded. Naturally. Luo Tian pressed on. Then, as a monk, does he perform rites for the dead? You know, guiding lost souls and all that? Elder Crane blinked in surprise before replying. The Fumo Monastery specializes in the wrathful Vajra path, but as a disciple of Buddha, he surely knows the ways of the merciful Bodhisattva. Such rites would not be beyond him. Luo Tian slapped his thigh in delight. Perfect. Then I'll join you up the mountain. I need to ask this master to properly guide the soul of that fellow I accidentally killed. The others. Yet Elder Crane swiftly regained his composure. Excellent. If young Master Luo is willing to accompany us, nothing could be better. Honored disciple of Guiyuan sect, please lead us to meet Taoist Lingxiu. We, too, wish to lend our strength to your sect. The disciple bowed. Very well. Since you are all so willing, I thank you in advance. Please, follow me. With that, he turned and led the way, Luo Tian and the others falling into step behind him. As they walked, the maiden glanced at Luo Tian and murmured to Elder Crane, Elder, I nearly forgot. Young Master Luo possesses the strength of the Tongxian realm. With him, Guiyuan sect now has 6 Tongxian experts. Surely our chances have improved. Elder Crane pondered, but ultimately shook his head. Though I have never faced the Crimson Blood Scorpion, the tales of its mighty legion, even with young Master Luo, I fear our odds remain slim. The maiden's expression darkened. Is that so? Meanwhile, before the Grand Hall, the sun had begun its westward descent, yet there was still no sign of the Crimson Blood Scorpion. Anxiety twisted every face present. Senior brother. Lingyu finally burst out. Are we certain the fiend has truly returned? Could this be some cruel jest? Lingxiu's voice was ice. That creature's presence is etched into my soul. The messenger was undoubtedly him. Then why has he not appeared? The appointed hour passed half an hour ago. Ling Xu's gaze hardened. Though cunning beyond measure, he is a demon of his word. If he declared he would come today, come he shall. Ling Yu sighed and fell silent. Nearby, Ghost Strategist frowned. Ling Yu's concern is not unfounded. Allow me to divine the fiend's whereabouts. His left hand wove intricate seals as he began his calculations. The other four watched intently. Moments later, Ghost Strategist's face contorted in shock. What? What is this? He gasped. Brother, what troubles you? Ling Fei asked urgently. Ghost Strategist inhaled sharply. The divination reveals. The demon is already upon the mountain. What? Everyone was taken aback. If the Crimson Blood Scorpion had indeed ascended the mountain without their knowledge, it posed an immense threat to the Guiyuan sect. Esteemed brother, can you ascertain the precise location of this fiend? Ling Fei inquired. The ghost calculator remained silent, continuing his calculations. However, after a while, he shook his head repeatedly. Strange, strange. I was making progress when suddenly my thoughts were interrupted, as though a great mountain loomed before me, and no matter how I attempted to surmount it, I could not see the end, the ghost calculator murmured. If he was unable to deduce the situation, the others present had little hope. Just then, the voice of a young girl echoed from below the jade steps. The sect master Ling Xuzi and Lady Yi Yuning of the Night Wind Kingdom have come to pay their respects. Following closely, Luo Tian and others ascended the steps. Quickly arriving before the five, Ling Xuzi's gaze swept across Elder He's face before finally resting on the young girl's visage, instantly breaking into a smile. Oh, it is indeed a great honor to receive the esteemed princess. I beg your pardon for not having come out to greet you sooner, Ling Xuzi said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Princess? Luo Tian paused for a moment, casting a glance at the young maiden Yi Yuning. To his astonishment, she was none other than the princess of the Night Wind Kingdom, which elucidated her extraordinary beauty. He mused inwardly. Yi Yuning turned her head, met Luo Tian's gaze, and offered a faint smile tinged with mild apology. Subsequently, she addressed Ling Xuzi, saying, Respected sect leader, you are too kind. I have heard of the demon Shi Shui Moxie attempting to invade the Guiyuan sect a century ago. I, Yi Yuning, am willing to offer my humble assistance to the Guiyuan sect. Ling Xuzi smiled gently and replied, Your Highness, your intentions are commendable. While the two were engaged in conversation, Luo Tian approached Master Yuan Tong, standing nearby. Excuse me, are you Master Yuan Tong? Luo Tian inquired. Master Yuan Tong, taken aback, was puzzled by why this young man beside Yi Yuning sought him out, yet he nodded and said, Indeed, I am Yuan Tong. Do you require my assistance? Luo Tian nodded and said, There is indeed a matter. I have accidentally taken the life of another and wish to request your help in granting him peace, alleviating my own troubled conscience. Yuan Tong furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Amitabha, what a grave sin. You have committed an unjust act of killing, which is profoundly inappropriate. Nevertheless, since fate has brought us together, I shall assist you in resolving this karmic entanglement. Might I inquire about the identity of the person you mistakenly killed and their burial location? Luo Tian promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your compassion. Master, I have brought the body with me, contained within my spatial ring. Please take a look. As he spoke, he retrieved the unfortunate soul's body from the spatial ring. Master Yuan Tong merely cast a glance at the corpse before leaping back in shock, exclaiming, What the? Everyone on the jade steps turned their heads towards Master Yuan Tong. He was the esteemed abbot of the Fumo Temple, a distinguished practitioner of the Transcendence realm. Such a prominent figure was typically unflappable, yet here he was, suddenly exclaiming in an uncharacteristic outburst, Master Yuan Tong, what is the matter? Ling Xuzi inquired with concern. Master Yuan Tong took several deep breaths to regain his composure, then pointed at the corpse before him, stating, You should see for yourself. Ling Xuzi was momentarily taken aback and then lowered his gaze. Upon seeing the body, he too was startled, recoiling in shock. By heavens! Ling Xuzi also uttered an expletive. At this moment, everyone was even more bewildered. It was one thing for a Master Yuan Tong to lose his composure, but how could Ling Xuzi, the head of a sect, be so unsettled? Gui Swansea frowned deeply and coldly remarked, Two of you, what is causing such alarm? This is quite unbecoming of your status. Just then, Gui Swansea intended to admonish the two, but upon seeing the corpse on the ground, he too jumped in shock. The three eminent figures all displayed such reactions, leaving the others in a state of astonishment. Luo Tian's gaze swept over the trio, his expression equally perplexed. Are you three truly such significant figures? He inquired. Alongside him, Gu Yu and Elder He were equally baffled. Senior brother, what is happening? Both Ling Fei and Ling Yu approached, unable to discern the situation. The three exchanged glances. And ultimately, it was Master Yuan Tong who spoke first. Esteemed benefactor, did you slay this individual? Luo Tian replied, it was an accidental death. I did not do it intentionally. Ling Shuzi wore a peculiar expression as he asked, accidental? Are you certain? Luo Tian exclaimed, of course I am certain. Why? Is this someone you know? I truly did not mean to kill him. They can all attest to that. He gestured towards Elder He and the others. Elder He quickly nodded, affirming, yes. We can testify. It was indeed an accidental death. At this, Ling Shuzi and the others wore even more bewildered expressions. Senior brother, what on earth is going on? Ling Fei inquired, equally perplexed. Ling Shuzi took a deep breath and asked, what are we doing here? Ling Fei was taken aback. Had his senior brother lost his senses? Why was he asking such a question? We are here, of course, to confront the great demon, the blood-red scorpion. Ling Fei replied. Ling Shuzi pointed at the half-corpse on the ground and said, this is. A gust of wind swept through, and the atmosphere became eerily silent. After what felt like an eternity, everyone instinctively took a step back and gasped. What? The blood-red scorpion? The great demon from a century ago? A formidable figure of the demonic path responsible for countless atrocities? All of Guiyuan's sect had nearly gathered their disciples to confront this singular foe? This is it. For a moment, no one dared to believe their ears. This figure, which had cast a shadow of despair over them, was already dead. This was the blood-red scorpion? It must be a fabrication. Ling Fei still wore an expression of disbelief. Ling Shuzi sighed and stated, junior brother and junior sister, a century ago. You both lacked the cultivation to partake in the encirclement of this demon. However, I had just broken through to the Tongxian realm and thus joined my master in that battle. To this day, I still awaken in a fright from nightmares of that encounter. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize him without error. Ling Fei and Ling Yu were utterly bewildered. The ghostly calculator had been pondering for quite some time, ultimately shaking his head with a sigh, exclaiming, no wonder I deduced he had ascended the mountain. It turns out it was merely his corpse that made the ascent. The crowd was left speechless. Excuse me, Mr. Crane. Your Highness, could you enlighten us on how this fiend was mistakenly slain? Ling Shuzi inquired of the two. Yet, even at this moment, he found himself unaccustomed to the term. Is there truly a possibility for such a formidable being to be accidentally killed? Meanwhile, Old Crane, equally perplexed, regained his composure upon hearing Ling Shuzi's question and replied, to answer your query, we arrived at the foot of Guiyuan's sect mountain last night and fortuitously encountered this fiend. He intended to plot against us, but before he could make a move, he was inadvertently struck down by this young master, Luo Tian. By the end of his explanation, he felt a twinge of guilt. The blood demon scorpion was struck down? Who would believe such a tale? Indeed, Ling Shuzi and the others exchanged glances, each filled with skepticism. Struck down? How could that possibly happen? Inquired the ghostly calculator. It was as simple as a sudden crash, Old Crane replied. A crash? And then it was over? Yuan Tong asked. Ah, it's gone, Elder He remarked. Swiftly, everyone turned their gaze towards Gu Yuning, hoping for a different answer. However, Gu Yuning nodded and replied, indeed, it was a sudden strike, and then this fellow perished. Is he truly the Crimson Blood Scorpion? The others exchanged glances, perplexed. Please, follow me to the main hall, Ling Shuzi invited, ushering everyone inside while instructing the remaining disciples to disperse and attend to their duties. Half an hour later, within the main hall. Ah, so this is the formidable Crimson Blood Scorpion you all spoke of? Luo Tian, after a series of explanations from the group, finally grasped the situation. It should be, Ling Shuzi nodded, though he now felt a sense of unease. Formidable? Just half an hour ago, he was quite certain, but now, doubts crept in. Young Master Luo, regardless of the circumstances, the demise of this fiend today rests solely upon you. You have single-handedly saved millions of citizens in the Night Wind Kingdom. Please allow me to bow before you. Ling Shuzi bowed deeply. Please accept my humble bow. Young Master Luo. The others followed suit, paying their respects. Luo Tian surveyed the crowd and remarked, so, it means that my action of slaying this creature is not a bad deed, correct? Master Yuanong chuckled. Of course, it is not merely a good deed, but rather a tremendous merit. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian exhaled a long breath. He held no qualms about taking a life, as long as his conscience remained clear. Young Master Luo, I have heard from the princess that your visit to our Guiyuan sect is to seek entry into the Ziwei secret realm? Ling Shuzi inquired. Luo Tian nodded. Indeed, I have come to the Guiyuan sect to request a qualification to enter the Ziwei secret realm. Ling Shuzi smiled. This is a trivial matter. He then produced a purple crystal from his robes and handed it to Luo Tian. Young Master Luo, this is the supreme key to enter the Ziwei secret realm. With this, you may bring up to 100 individuals into the realm. Luo Tian's eyes brightened as he accepted the key. Thank you, Sect Master. With 100 slots, not only can I enter, but the entire younger generation of the Luo family can as well. Ling Shuzi quickly waved his hand. Young Master Luo, you are a benefactor to our Guiyuan sect. Your gratitude is too much for me. He continued, from now on, should you require assistance from our Guiyuan sect, we shall gladly risk our lives for you. To the Guiyuan sect, Luo Tian was a savior, making Ling Shuzi's words entirely reasonable. Younger Master Luo, on behalf of the citizens of the Nightwind Kingdom, I extend my gratitude. Should you ever need anything, the Fumo Temple shall not hesitate to assist. Master Yuantong added his thanks. And I as well. Young Master Luo, my brother fell at the hands of this fiend. You have avenged him, and for that, I owe you my life. Gue Swansea chimed in. The group began to vie for Luo Tian's favor. This is a bit much, Luo Tian said, feeling somewhat bashful. Young Master Luo, this is merely the goodwill of the esteemed elders. If you were to refuse, it would weigh heavily on their hearts, Gu Yuning explained from the side. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian ceased his refusals. It was at this moment that Ling Shuzi turned to Gu Yuning and said, Your Highness, I nearly forgot to ask. What brings you to our Guiyuan sect? Gu Yuning's expression stiffened, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, Esteemed Master, I have come to seek assistance from you in the Guiyuan sect. Seeking assistance? Ling Shuzi was momentarily taken aback. Gu Yuning, her eyes brimming with tears, implored, Master. My father, the Emperor, has been gravely ill, confined to his bed for half a year. Treacherous officials are rampant in the court. They are conspiring with various noble families, poised to usurp the throne. Master, our royal family has maintained a cordial relationship with the Return to Origin sect for generations. I beseech you, for the sake of our past ties, to aid my father. Upon finishing, she knelt directly before Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi immediately rose to assist her, saying, Your Highness, please rise at once. This is not appropriate. The Return to Origin sect has an obligation to the royal family. Rest assured, should you request our aid, we shall exert every effort. Gu Yuning's eyes brightened with hope as she replied, Thank you, Master. However, Ling Shuzi's brow remained furrowed. He cautioned, Yet, Your Highness, if I may speak candidly, I have discerned that fellow's ambitions decades ago. His own strength is formidable, and after years of preparation, I fear that even the might of the Return to Origin sect may not suffice to challenge him. Gu Yuning gritted her teeth and declared, I am aware of this, but I shall not yield. Ling Shuzi gazed at her and discreetly gestured towards Luo Tian. Gu Yuning paused for a moment, then instantly comprehended his meaning. Thud. She knelt before Luo Tian. Young Master Luo Tian, I am Gu Yuning, the princess of the Nightwind Kingdom. Currently, there are treacherous usurpers in the court, and I dare to implore young Master Luo Tian to assist me in eliminating these traitors. However, upon hearing her words, Luo Tian stood up and replied coldly, Sorry, I'm not interested. With that, he turned to leave. Luo Tian was acutely aware that such royal struggles were merely power plays within the ruling class, and the outcome bore no relevance to him. He could not simply wade into the murky waters merely because Gu Yuning was pleasing to the eye. He was no sycophant, without any benefit to himself. Why should he entangle himself in such affairs? Gu Yuning appeared taken aback by Luo Tian's rejection, despair flooding her expression. Very well, I realize I have overstepped. But even so, I shall never forget your kindness, young Master Luo Tian. If we succeed in overthrowing the godly martial king, I shall make a special trip to express my gratitude. Gu Yuning bowed respectfully. Luo Tian had initially prepared to depart, but upon hearing her words, he halted. Wait a moment. You said you aimed to overthrow whom? He inquired, turning back. Gu Yuning hesitated before responding, the godly martial king. The godly martial king was indeed powerful, commanding a formidable army. For years, he had overshadowed the Nightwind Kingdom, with his rebellious ambitions well known to all. Gu Yuning had assumed Luo Tian was aware of whom she spoke, but it appeared he was not. Luo Tian turned back to her, stating, So, the usurper you speak of is indeed the godly martial king? Gu Yuning nodded emphatically, precisely. Luo Tian coldly replied, Very well, I shall assist you with this endeavor. Huh? Gu Yuning was utterly perplexed. What was happening? Young Master Luo, may I inquire why? She asked in astonishment. The events of the day left her somewhat bewildered. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, I have enmity with the Divine Martial King's residents. Whether you seek me out or not, I shall pursue them regardless. Although Luo Tian harbored no feelings for Lan Shou'er, her actions had nonetheless disgusted him. The audacity of that woman stemmed primarily from the backing of the Divine Martial King. Thus, a feud had long been established between him and the king. If the Divine Martial King were to learn that Emir Lan Shou'er had summoned such a formidable adversary, one could only imagine his reaction. "Thank you, young Master Luo," Gu Yuning exclaimed with immense excitement. She had witnessed Luo Tian's prowess firsthand. He was capable of vanquishing the Crimson Blood Scorpion with a single strike, with him by her side. Facing the Divine Martial King would undoubtedly be bolstered by a powerful ally. "When do you intend to take action?" Luo Tian inquired. Gu Yuning hurriedly responded. "According to my intelligence network, on the 15th of next month, the Divine Martial King intends to instigate rebellion during the Heaven Sacrifice ceremony." Luo Tian nodded and said, "Very well, I shall travel to the capital before the 15th of next month." Gu Yuning was overjoyed and retrieved a sound transmission talisman from her bosom, presenting it to Luo Tian with both hands. "Young Master Luo, please use this talisman to contact me at that time." Luo Tian nodded and accepted the talisman. "Amitabha. Your Highness, the Divine Martial King is cruel and merciless. Should he ascend to the throne, it would spell great misfortune for the populace. Count me among those resisting the Divine Martial King," Master Yuantong interjected. "Thank you, esteemed Master," Gu Yuning exclaimed with immense joy. "And as for me, with 500,000 inferior spirit stones, if your Highness is willing to pay, I could also sell my life for you," the ghost calculator added. "Of course." "Thank you for your chivalrous assistance, Senior," Gu Yuning responded, visibly excited. It is worth noting that under ordinary circumstances, 500,000 inferior spirit stones would not suffice to solicit the ghost calculator's aid. Clearly, he was showing respect to Luo Tian. "Master Ling Shuzi, I have another matter to trouble you with," Luo Tian spoke again. "Whatever the young master commands," Ling Shuzi replied with a respectful gesture. "I have been away from home for several days and must return. However, I cannot fly and am not very familiar with the route. Does your sect have any flying mounts that could take me?" Luo Tian inquired. He wished to avoid wandering aimlessly like a headless fly due to getting lost. Ling Shuzi paused momentarily before saying, "Of course, we have them. Someone, go and fetch the finest dragon steed." Soon, a top-tier dragon steed was led into the grand hall. "Young Master, our Gui Yuan sect's dragon steeds are all intelligent spirit beasts. Just inform them of your destination, and they will take you there at the fastest speed," Ling Shuzi explained. "Oh, that sounds excellent." Luo Tian's eyes lit up. With such a creature, he could save himself considerable trouble. "Everyone, I have been away from home for several days and feel a bit uneasy, so I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again on the 1st of next month in the Ziwei Secret Realm." As Luo Tian spoke, he mounted the dragon steed and soared into the sky. Watching Luo Tian's departing figure, Ling Shuzi appeared perplexed. What cultivation method does this Luo Tian practice? How is it that a transcendence realm expert cannot fly? He pondered. In his subconscious, Ling Shuzi regarded Luo Tian as a transcendence realm cultivator due to his ability to slay the Crimson Blood Scorpion. Nearby, Elder he cleared his throat and remarked, "Master, Luo Tian is merely at the body refinement stage." "What?" Ling Shuzi was taken aback. "Are you certain that his cultivation is merely at the body refinement stage?" Ling Shuzi inquired. Old Crane sighed with a wry smile. "I too harbored doubts initially. But after careful observation, it has become evident that the spiritual energy within young Master Luo has not converged in the Qi Sea. Instead, all of his spiritual energy is merely dispersed throughout his meridians, which is a distinctive characteristic of the body refinement stage." Upon hearing this, Ling Shuzi couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The news was utterly shocking. Beside him, Gue Swansea suddenly spoke. "I surmise that young Master Luo is emulating certain ancient powerhouses, perhaps?" "What do you mean?" the crowd inquired. Gue Swansea, stroking his beard, elaborated, "In some ancient texts, I have read that during the primordial era, when the paths of cultivation were not yet unified, there existed certain unique practitioners who forsook the gathering of qi to solely cultivate their physical forms. They possessed no bizarre techniques. Instead, they honed their bodies to the utmost, breaking through myriad laws with sheer strength. Such formidable beings have indeed emerged, leaving an indelible mark upon history. However, this path is exceedingly arduous, among billions. One may not even emerge. Thus, it was gradually abandoned by practitioners over time." Yuantong nodded in agreement. "I have also heard this theory. Furthermore, in the past, Master Tianin sought to follow this path but ultimately met with failure." Ling Fei gasped in astonishment. "Master Tianin failed?" He is one of the 10 strongest in the Nightwind Kingdom. Someone even more powerful than my senior brother. Yuan Ong sighed. I once consulted Master Tian in, and he remarked that this path is too challenging, nearly impassable. Yet, from my perspective, young Master Luo is likely traversing this very path, and perhaps he has advanced even further than Master Tian in. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in unison, regardless of the outcome. Even if young Master Luo were to falter, his current prowess was already exceedingly formidable. Ling Shuzi remarked, indeed, with him around. Even a confrontation with the Divine Martial King offers a glimmer of hope. Determination began to manifest upon their faces. Elsewhere, in the city of Bianbei, outside the city gates, a middle-aged man with crimson hair strode in, wielding a towering door-sized blade on his back, exuding an air of menace. Halt. If you wish to enter the city, you must first sheath your weapon, a guard scolded him. However, in the next instant, a chilling wave of blade energy surged forth, instantly slaying the guard. What? In an instant, chaos erupted near the city gate. A dozen guards swiftly drew their weapons, encircling the middle-aged man with crimson hair. Oh, do you all wish to obstruct my path? Then let it be so. You shall all perish, declared the man with the crimson mane. Hold on. At that moment, a leader of the city defense forces shouted from a distance. Yet, it was too late. With a swift motion, the crimson-haired middle-aged man did not even need to lift a finger. The heads of over a dozen guards soared into the air. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers immediately fled in terror. Was the mere release of his blade energy truly capable of such devastation? By the time the leader of the city defense forces arrived, he realized it was already too late. This crimson-haired individual was far more formidable than he had anticipated. What could have brought such a person to the northern border city? Do you wish to obstruct me as well? The crimson-haired man asked, turning to regard the leader of the city defense forces. The petty man dares not. The leader of the city defense army immediately bowed his head. What a jest. The opposing force was formidable, surpassing his comprehension. He certainly did not wish to meet an inexplicable demise. Very well, let me inquire. Is there a Luo family in the city of Beibei? Asked the crimson-haired middle-aged man. Is there a Luo family? In which direction? Over there. Thank you very much. The red-haired middle-aged man nodded, preparing to head towards the Luo family. However, at that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the air. Who would have thought that the red-haired ghost, Tang Jin, from the Ghost Killing Hall, would venture to the northern border city? An old man, stooped and leaning on a cane, appeared to obstruct Tang Jin's path. Do you intend to obstruct me? Inquired the crimson-haired demon Tang Jin with an expressionless demeanor. Just as the old man was about to speak, he suddenly saw the red-haired demon Tang Jin swing a blade fiercely towards him. What? The old man's expression changed dramatically as he immediately raised his cane. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying shockwave erupted, radiating outward from the two individuals at its epicenter. In an instant, buildings within a 100-meter radius were obliterated. Could such power belong to a practitioner of the Skyward Realm? A practitioner of the Skyward Realm? How could they possibly appear here? Alas, it seems that today, the city of Bianbei is destined to face a cataclysmic upheaval. Panic ensued among the onlookers. Yet, amidst the crowd's anxious gaze, the crimson-haired demon, Tang Jin, furrowed his brow in deep concern. He lowered his gaze towards the blade of his sword, astonished to find that the elderly man, leaning on a cane, had successfully parried his strike. Indeed, as expected from a member of the ghostly hall, their strength is truly formidable. The old man spoke in a cold tone. Humph. The red-haired demon let out a cold snort, raising his blade to strike once more. Wait. Hold on. We are on the same side. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he called out loudly. The red-haired demon's blade paused in midair, his gaze icy as he regarded him. Hey. You were sent here to eliminate the Luo family, weren't you? I share the same objective as you. I am a guest elder of the Divine Martial King S. Manor. Also here to bring an end to the Luo family. We are allies. There is no need for hostility. The elder exclaimed in a flurry. Oh, the red-haired demon remarked, retracting his blade. The elder, witnessing this, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Are the denizens of the ghostly hall all such peculiar beings? He mused. Say, the one lurking nearby, have you been observing us for so long without revealing yourself? As he dusted off his clothes, he spoke. Clang. As his words fell, a sword's ringing echoed. From behind the ruins, a man bearing 12 swords appeared. Boom. Without hesitation, the red-haired demon, Tang Jin, swung his blade. Clang. The man unsheathed 6 long swords and held them before him, yet he was still forced back several paces by the force of the strike. Such formidable power. The man's expression darkened as he drew 3 more swords. Wait, red-haired demon, we are allies. Brother, Introduce yourself, the elder urged hastily. The red-haired demon furrowed his brows, remaining silent as he fixed his gaze on the sword-bearing man. The man coolly declared, I am Ding Chen. My dear friend, Ming Xin, was vilely slain by the Luo family in Bianbei City. I come, entrusted by the Sword Xian sect, to annihilate the Luo family. The elder chuckled, see? We three share a common goal of destroying the Luo family, so why engage in infighting? The red-haired demon said nothing, merely sheathing his sword and striding toward the direction of the Luo family. The ominous figure, Ding Chen, sheathed all his swords, his face a mask of indignation. Heh. Those from the ghostly hall all behave in this manner. However, their power is indeed terrifying, the elder remarked. Ding Chen replied coldly, for now. I shall refrain from conflict with them. My sole desire is to avenge my friend by wiping out the Luo family. As he spoke, a chilling killing intent erupted from his eyes. Bianbei City was in utter chaos. Have you heard? 3 experts of the sky-soaring realm have come to our Bianbei City. One exclaimed. Sky-soaring realm? Are you jesting? What would such eminent figures want in our Bianbei City? Why would I deceive you? My uncle saw it with his own eyes. One of them is said to be an assassin from the ghostly hall. What? The ghostly hall? The very same that eradicated 3 second-rate sects? Indeed, that is correct. This must be a joke. What could they possibly want in our Bianbei City? Surely they do not intend to massacre the city? No. My uncle claims their target appears to be the Luo family. The Luo family? Can they withstand such an onslaught? Ha! What a laugh. The strongest among the Luo family barely reaches the spirit transformation realm. A single expert from the sky-soaring realm could easily obliterate them, let alone 3. Does this mean the Luo family is doomed? What do you think? 3 sky-soaring realm experts could easily decimate Bianbei City, let alone just the Luo family. Within a tavern, several individuals whispered amongst themselves. Meanwhile, at the Li family in Bianbei City, what? 3 experts of the sky-soaring realm are going to annihilate the Luo family? The Li family head, Li Qingxi, suddenly rose. Yes, I saw it clearly. They are indeed targeting the Luo family and have declared their intention to destroy them. An elder stated. Excellent. Luo Feng, you have suppressed our Li family for so many years. Now it is your turn to face judgment. Inform the family that once the Luo family is attacked, we shall immediately seize all their assets. Li Qingxi proclaimed. In truth, it was not just the Li family. Nearly all the families, large and small, in Bianbei City were stirring with anticipation. A single whale's fall brings forth a multitude of life. The Luo family, a colossal entity in Bianbei City, was now on the brink of destruction, naturally enticing countless individuals to feast upon its remnants. Meanwhile, within the Luo family, 12 longswords floated in midair, casting a shadow over the entire estate. Above the Luo family, Ding Chen observed with an expression of indifference. The Luo family has been sealed off by me. Not even a fly can escape, he stated coolly. Hiki, Brother Ding indeed leaves no room for error. The elder chuckled ominously. Boom. At that moment, the red-haired demon raised his blade, preparing to strike. Brother red-haired demon, hold on. The elder hurriedly interjected. Do you intend to stop me? The red-haired demon asked, his face devoid of expression. The elder recognized the man's stubbornness. He knew a disagreement could lead to violence. So, he promptly spread his hands and said, No, I am not trying to impede you. I merely think that while the Luo family may be weak, they appear to possess considerable wealth. If you strike now, who knows how many valuable items you might destroy. In my view, let us compel the Luo family to surrender all their valuables before we eliminate them, and then we can divide the spoils among the 3 of us. What do you say? He suggested, glancing at the 2. Ding Chen furrowed his brows. Isn't that a bit underhanded? The elder replied, if you find it distasteful, then I will share the spoils with the red-haired demon. Ding Chen's expression shifted. On what grounds? The elder chuckled. Isn't it obvious? Never mind. You 2 need not speak. I will handle it. Once this is over, you are responsible for the cleanup. Ding Chen huffed, lapsing into silence, while the red-haired demon lowered his hand from his blade. Luo family, come forth. The elder commanded from the air. On the other side, within the grand hall of the Luo family, the arrival of the 3 had not gone unnoticed. However, when they attempted to flee, they discovered that the area surrounding the Luo family was entirely sealed by Ding Chen's swords. Just then, the elder's voice resonated in the air. Leading the charge, Luo Feng, along with several elders from the Luo family, entered the courtyard. Which esteemed elder has graced our Luo family with their presence? Please, take a seat in the hall. Luo Feng said, forcing a smile. The elder scoffed. There is no need for seating. Are you the head of the Luo family? Luo Feng nodded. Indeed. The elder surveyed the courtyard and inquired, Which one of you is that wretched Luo Tian? Old fool, mind your tongue. Luo Rong was the first to step forward, fuming. Are you Luo Tian? Go to hell. The elder pointed directly at him. Oh no. Luo Feng and others exclaimed in shock. Just as they attempted to intervene, they realized it was too late. With a whoosh, a powerful gust struck Luo Rong, sending him flying through the air. Ro Rong. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Huh. Even at this juncture, you dare to be audacious before me. Perhaps in your next life, you should learn to be more astute. The elder scoffed. Little did he know. Ro Rong struggled to rise from the ground, his chest stained with blood, yet it was merely a superficial wound. How could this be? The elder was somewhat bewildered. Although he had not exerted his full strength, his previous strike should have been sufficient to slay someone at the transformation realm. Yet, against a mere body refinement practitioner, it had resulted in nothing more than a superficial injury? How could this be? Ro Rong, are you certain you are unharmed? The Grand Elder inquired. Ro Rong rubbed his wound and replied, I am truly fine. This fellow's attack power seems rather lacking. He was unaware that it was not the Elder's feeble strength that was at play, but rather that after cultivating the heavenly Dao body refinement technique, his physical prowess had significantly increased. Though it did not reach the extraordinary level of Luo Tian, it was still remarkably formidable compared to others. The elderly man's expression shifted dramatically. What on earth are you doing? Ding Chun expressed his impatience. The old man cleared his throat, concealing his embarrassment, then coldly stated, That was merely a lesson for you. Speak out of turn before me again, and I shall end your life without hesitation. Luo Feng took a deep breath and inquired, Sir, may I ask who you are? How has my Luo family offended you? Why do you resort to violence against a junior? The old man glanced at Luo Feng. His tone icy. Who have you offended? It's no secret. I am a guest elder of the Divine Martial King's manor. I have come bearing the Divine Martial Order to eradicate your Luo family. What? The Divine Martial Order? The Divine Martial King's manor? Luo Feng's complexion paled. As the head of the Luo family, he was acutely aware of the implications of the Divine Martial King's manor. It was an enormous entity that his family could never hope to resist. The elder before him was indeed a guest elder of the Divine Martial King's manor. It appeared that the trouble concerning Lan Xiaoer had escalated significantly. Observing Luo Feng's alarmed demeanor, the old man felt a surge of triumph. Not only me. Do you see those two individuals? One is the infamous assassin from the Ghost Slaughter Hall, the crimson-haired demon Tang Jing. The other is the sword cultivator Ding Chun. The elder boasted. Hearing these names made Luo Feng's heart tremble even more. He had heard of both, particularly the Ghost Slaughter Hall, which was renowned throughout the Nightwind Kingdom. He never imagined such figures would come to the Luo family. It seemed that calamity indeed loomed over them. The elder, reveling in Luo Feng's expression, continued, Junior, we do not wish to create unnecessary bloodshed. We know that the root of the offense against the Divine Martial King's manor lies with the wretch named Luo Tian. If you hand over his head and surrender all your family's assets to us three, we shall spare the rest of your Luo family. As he spoke, he glanced back, and suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from Ding Chen and the crimson-haired demon, forcing the Luo family members to retreat in fear. You have a quarter of an hour to decide your fate, life or death. The choice is yours, the elder declared, his face alight with arrogance. In his estimation, the Luo family would inevitably choose to submit. After all, it was a matter of sacrificing one Luo Tian or the entire clan. However, the eldest elder retorted with a cold laugh. Old man, do you think the Luo family is so easily cowed? Luo Tian may be our young master. But even if you were an elderly matron or a mere doorkeeper, as long as they belong to the Luo family, we would never use them as bargaining chips. Indeed, we Luo family members possess unyielding spirits. If death is our fate, then so be it. To think we would betray one of our own is a delusion. You old fool, relinquish your foolish hopes. We shall never yield. In an instant, various expletives and curses erupted from the Luo family members toward the elder. The old man stood dumbfounded, having never encountered such a scenario before. What kind of people were these Luo family members? They had their lives in his hands yet refused to plead for mercy, resorting instead to insults? And such vulgar language at that? The Luo family members were truly a breed apart. Hey, old man, is this what you call surrendering? In my view, we might as well strike first. After all, we can simply take whatever we desire after they are dead, Ding Chen remarked with a roll of his eyes. The elder's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, Very well, let it be as you say. Boom. He stepped forward, his demeanor turning ominous. Luo family, if you wish to meet your end, I shall grant you that wish. A A pack of ants daring to offend the divine martial king's manner, utterly foolish. Seeing the oppressive presence of the three, the eldest elder's face turned ashen. Luo Feng, have the young members of the family been evacuated? He asked in a hushed tone. They have already departed, led by the sixth elder through the secret passage. As long as they are safe, there remains hope for the Luo family. Moreover, we still have Tianer. Indeed, we still have Luo Tian. The elders faced the specter of death with unwavering resolve. Rumbling. Above, dark clouds loomed ominously as a low thunder rolled through the sky. Oh, how tragic. It seems even the heavens mourn your impending demise. Yet it is unfortunate. To defy fate may grant you life, but defying the divine martial king is an assured death, the elder proclaimed, raising his staff. Clang. A terrifying energy coalesced around the staff, ready to strike down at any moment. But just then, Luo Rong looked up at the sky in shock and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" The crowd all looked up. Above them, the dark clouds parted, and from between the clouds, a figure slowly descended. Where this figure passed, the clouds and mist churned and shattered. Even from several hundred feet away, everyone felt a profound sense of oppression. Gulp. In the northern street of Beibeiqing, the head of the Li family, Li Qingxi, gazed up at the figure, swallowing hard, his body trembling slightly. Is this yet another one in the Void Realm? What a terrifying aura. No, head of the family. The Void Realm does not exude such a powerful presence. This person should be in the Profound Realm. The Profound Realm? The Luo family has provoked such a formidable being? Ha ha. It seems at this time, the Luo family is doomed. Li Qingxi's heart swelled with joy. Meanwhile, within the Luo family estate, Luo Feng and others looked at the figure with a growing sense of despair. Originally, when facing three in the Void Realm, he had thought perhaps they could fight for their lives. But now, suddenly, a being from the Void Realm appeared. How could they possibly contend with this? On the other side, the three members of the red-haired ghost also stared at the figure in the sky, their pupils constricting. Such a terrifying aura. This individual is not an ordinary Profound Realm practitioner. The elder took a deep breath and spoke. Indeed, none of the Profound Realm experts I have encountered have exuded such a powerful presence. Is he from your divine martial king's residence or the ghost killing hall? Ding Chen inquired. Neither from the ghost killing hall. A rare look of seriousness crossed the red-haired ghost's face. He is also not from the divine martial king's residence. I am acquainted with all the Profound Realm practitioners affiliated with them. Wait a moment. Look at that figure. He is not human, but a beast. The elder exclaimed, staring at the figure in the sky. The others focused their gaze and realized he was indeed correct. The figure in the air stood over 3 meters tall, with a bull's head and a muscular body, wielding a wolf-toothed club. I remember now. This is the Beast King from Tiandang Mountain. Ding Chen exclaimed. Tiandang Mountain? Yes. It is that 5-colored divine bull from Tiandang Mountain. How did he come to be here? The elder questioned in astonishment. The 5-colored divine bull from Tiandang Mountain is immensely powerful, but harbors a profound disdain for humans. In the Night Wind Kingdom, several Profound Realm experts have attempted to deal with him, but all ended up either dead or severely injured. Thus, for the Night Wind Kingdom, the core area of Tiandang Mountain is almost a forbidden zone for humans, with this 5-colored divine bull being its master. Such a formidable being has suddenly descended upon Beibeiqing. Why is he here? Brother Tang, do you have any relations with Tiandang Mountain in the Ghost Killing Hall? Ding Chen asked. The red-haired ghost shook his head. No relations. Only enmity. We had 2 Profound Realm assassins perish in Tiandang Mountain. Ding Chen furrowed his brows, looking at the elder. What about the divine martial king's residence? The elder stroked his beard and replied, I am not certain. But I have heard that the divine martial king indeed has plans to ally with several great beasts of the Night Wind Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Ding Chen's frown eased, and he smiled. That must be it. The divine martial king must have persuaded the beast king to lend his assistance. The elder looked on with suspicion. Is that so? Ding Chen laughed. Otherwise, do you think this beast king would have come here for the Luo family's sake? The elder, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. The Luo family? The beast king of Tiandang Mountain? He couldn't fathom how these 2 names could be connected. Undoubtedly, this beast king has come to Beibeiqing to curry favor with the divine martial king. Aside from the divine martial king, who else in the Night Wind Kingdom would warrant his personal visit? As this thought crossed his mind, a smile returned to the elder's face. Welcome, great beast king. The elder bowed respectfully. His words left the Luo family members in utter despair. Indeed, this individual is also from the divine martial king's residence? Luo Feng's face turned pale. The divine martial king is indeed too powerful, Does the Luo family still have any hope? The third elder stood in a daze. The first elder clenched his fists. Do not worry. With Luo Tian's talent, given time, perhaps 30 years or even just 20, he will surely be able to revitalize the Luo family. We will not have sacrificed in vain. Indeed, let our deaths serve as motivation for Luo Tian. It is a pity, though, that you, Luo Rong. The second elder looked at Luo Rong. He could have left with the sixth elder, yet Luo Rong resolutely declined, insisting on staying with everyone to face the situation together. Head of the family, esteemed elders, please do not say any more. This is my own choice. The young master is like my elder brother. How could I possibly stand by and watch my elder brother's father sacrifice for me? I am also a son of the Luo family. How could I fear death? Luo Rong declared proudly. Good lad. Several elders nodded in approval. Meanwhile, in midair, Niu Wufang's gaze was fixed upon the elderly man, who at that moment wore a face of obsequiousness as he regarded him. Do you know me? Niu Wufang inquired. Indeed, I am a guest elder of the divine Martial King's residence. I have long heard of the illustrious name of the Demon King, and today I am fortunate enough to witness your grandeur. Truly, your excellency, you exude an aura of heroism and majesty. The elder lavished compliments. However, Niu Wufang merely snorted coldly and replied, Divine Martial King's residence? I have heard of it. Tell me, is this Bianbei City? The elder hastily bowed his head and affirmed, Yes, this is indeed Bianbei City. Niu Wufang continued, Oh, then you are aware of the Luo family in Bianbei City, are you not? The elder's heart surged with joy. The fact that the other party mentioned the Luo family undoubtedly indicated an intention to annihilate them. Returning to the Demon King, this is indeed the Luo family. And below are the members of the Luo family. The elder declared. Oh, Niu Wufang's eyes sparkled as he suddenly descended to the ground. Behind him, the three elders exchanged glances and followed suit, for they dared not present themselves arrogantly before a being of the transcendent realm. As Niu Wufang approached, the members of the Luo family tensed, clenching their fists, yet each strove to maintain an air of composure. If death were to come, they would meet it with dignity. Niu Wufang's gaze swept over the crowd before he clasped his hands and inquired, May I ask, who among you is the head of the Luo family? Why such courtesy? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. I am Luo Feng, the head of the Luo family. Luo Feng declared with his head held high. Though fear gnawed at his heart, he knew he must not show it. Oh, then allow me to ask another question. What relation do you have to Luo Tian? Niu Wufang looked at him, cautiously posing the inquiry. Luo Tian, he is my son, Luo Feng replied with pride. Mentioning his son Luo Tian filled him with a sense of accomplishment. That fool, still presenting himself in such a manner. If the Demon King were to discover he is Luo Tian's father, would he not crush him into a pulp? The old man chuckled inwardly. But at that moment, Niu Wufang suddenly knelt before Luo Feng, bowing deeply. Grandfather, your grandson Niu Wufang pays his respects, he proclaimed, his head repeatedly touching the ground. The entire ancestral home of the Luo family trembled with each of his bows, leaving everyone present utterly bewildered. Grandfather? Grandson? Who? The Demon King is Luo Feng's grandson? But he is a bull-headed creature. And Luo Feng, head of the family, when did this happen? The elder asked, tugging at Luo Feng's sleeve. When did what happen? Luo Feng was equally perplexed. Head of the family, how impressive. Truly admirable. The second elder glanced at Niu Wufang and gave Luo Feng a thumbs up, though his eyes carried an odd expression. What do you mean by that, elder? Luo Feng questioned the second elder. Head of the family, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. I never imagined you would be so indiscriminate in your tastes, the third elder said, astonished. Finally, Luo Feng began to comprehend the situation. Elders, you have misunderstood. Who exactly are you, and why do you refer to me as grandfather? Luo Feng was at a loss for how to address Niu Wufang. Niu Wufang quickly raised his head and stated, Luo Tian is your son, correct? Luo Feng nodded. That is indeed correct. Niu Wufang continued. Then that means there is no mistake. Luo Tian is my uncle, my mother's biological brother, which makes you my grandfather. I cannot explain this clearly. Please stand up and speak slowly, Luo Feng replied, his expression darkening. Niu Wufang gradually rose and recounted his relationship with Luo Tian in full. Upon hearing the tale, the Luo family members finally grasped the entire context. Yet, their astonishment only deepened. Luo Tian had the ability to subdue divine beasts of the transcendent realm. Furthermore, He had made a demon king from 500 years ago acknowledge him as a brother? It seemed Luo Tian was far more formidable than they had imagined. Oh, by the way, grandfather, are these three individuals also from your household? I sense a certain hostility emanating from them. Niu Wufang turned to the three beings of the skyward realm. Luo Feng hurriedly replied, no. They have come to annihilate my Luo family. What? Niu Wufang exclaimed, his eyes rolling in disbelief, a surge of fury emanating from him. You dare threaten my grandfather's family? You three possess an audacity most brazen. Rising to his full height, he cast a condescending gaze upon the trio. At that moment, the three were utterly stunned. They could scarcely fathom that this demon king from Tiandang Mountain would align himself with the Luo family. Even more absurdly, he referred to Luo Feng as grandfather. This fellow must be significantly older than Luo Feng. Let us flee. The elder among the trio reacted the swiftest, turning to escape. Yet, in an instant bang, Niu Wufang extended his hand and seized him. My lord, the demon king, I beseech you to show mercy. I am but an elder serving the divine martial palace. He implored, hoping for leniency. The divine martial palace? Huh, how dare they provoke my grandfather? Even if the divine martial king himself were to come, I would crush him without a second thought. With that, Niu Wufang tightened his grip. Bang! The elder's form disintegrated into a mist of blood, meeting his demise on the spot. In that fleeting moment, the remaining two were utterly terrified, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. How could a formidable expert of the void realm be so effortlessly crushed? It seemed ludicrous. On the other side, the red-haired demon realized there was no escape and swung his blade towards Niu Wufang. Beware! Luo Feng and the others exclaimed in unison. However, when the red-haired demon's blade struck Niu Wufang's head, it did not even breach his protective aura. Instead, it shattered the demon's own hand, blood gushing forth. Stunned, he gazed at Niu Wufang. You've struck me. It is only fair that I return the favor. Niu Wufang coldly regarded him, raising his wolf-tooth club high. With a resounding crash, he brought it down, reducing the red-haired demon to a gruesome mass. Seeing this, Ding Chun immediately took his leave, along with the 12 swords that had ensnared the Luo family, soaring into the sky. How infuriating! The Sword Xian sect deceived me, claiming it would be a simple task. Was this truly supposed to be easy? Ding Chun seethed inwardly. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have never come, even at the cost of his life. Now, all he desired was to escape this place. Yet, a colossal figure suddenly loomed before him. Thinking of fleeing? Did you really believe I would allow that? Niu Wufang's voice was cold and menacing. What? So soon? Ding Chen's face paled in shock. The opponent's speed vastly exceeded his own. Faced with such a foe, despair enveloped him entirely. Die! Niu Wufang raised his Wolf Fang club, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, a hum resonated as the communication crystal around his neck illuminated. Why now? Niu Wufang furrowed his brow. Yet he restrained Ding Chun with one hand, while channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the communication crystal with the other. In the next instant, the crystal flickered with brilliance, projecting an ethereal image. It was none other than Niu Tietue. Mother! Niu Wufang bowed respectfully. Niu Wufang glanced at him with a look of disdain and slightly nodded, saying, in this manner, it's still somewhat acceptable. Have you arrived at your grandfather's house? Niu Wufang nodded. Yes, I just arrived. Is everything well at your grandfather's house? Niu Tietue inquired. There was a minor issue, Niu Wufang replied, recounting the previous events. Upon finishing, Niu Wufang's expression shifted dramatically. What? Something truly happened? Were there any casualties in the Luo family? Niu Tietue asked. It seems there were none, Niu Wufang responded. Niu Tietue's face turned ashen. You fool. You set off yesterday, and Beiqing is not far. Why did you arrive so late? If there were indeed trouble with the Luo family, what would your uncle think? Niu Tietue berated him, causing Niu Wufang to lower his head, trembling. Mother, did you not say that I should not use my true form to come here? It has been many years since I transformed. It took quite a while to succeed. Hence the delay. Niu Tietue's expression remained stern. Enough of this for now. What about those 3 fools attacking the Luo family? Niu Wufang replied, I killed 2 of them. This is the last one. I will crush him now. As he spoke, he prepared to strike. Ding Chen, suppressed by Niu Wufang, instantly turned pale. However, at that moment, Niu Tietue coldly interjected, Wait a moment, are you really going to kill him so easily? What else should I do? Niu Wufang was momentarily taken aback. Niu Tietue, with a look of exasperation, stated, "If you simply crush him, how will you take credit before your uncle and grandfather?" Niu Wufang scratched his head in confusion. "Mother, I do not understand." Niu Tiechue scoffed. "Listen to me. You must pretend to engage in a fierce battle, sustain significant injuries, and then, after great difficulty, eliminate him. Only then will the Luo family take you seriously." Niu Wufang glanced at Ding Qin and remarked, "But these fellows are so weak, they die with a single blow. How can I pretend to struggle?" Niu Tiechue sighed in frustration. "How did I end up with such a foolish son? They cannot defeat you. Will you not simply allow them to strike you? As long as you show some injuries, that will suffice." Niu Wufang paused for a moment, then nodded. "All right." With that, he casually released Ding Qin. With his freedom restored, Ding Qin exhaled deeply. Yet simultaneously, he grew increasingly wary of Niu Wufang. This individual was undeniably formidable. "Hey, kid. Use your sword and strike me," Niu Wufang declared arrogantly. "Ah, I dare not. Please spare me, O Demon King." Ding Qin hurriedly clasped his hands in reverence. "Dare not? If you do not strike me, I shall kill you," Niu Wufang threatened. Ding Qin's expression darkened, perplexed by the unusual thought process of the Demon King. "Come. Unleash your most formidable attack upon me. If you prevail, perhaps you shall survive. This is your sole opportunity," declared Niu Wufang. Upon hearing this, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Ding Qin's eyes. "Very well, as you have said. 12 swords unsheath." The resounding clang echoed as 12 swords simultaneously emerged, gathering behind him. "Demon King, you have brought this upon yourself. I do not boast. My most potent sword technique is derived from the true teachings of a supreme sword cultivator. The power of this strike transcends realms. Even you, as the Demon King, cannot withstand it," Ding Qin proclaimed. "Is that so?" Niu Wufang gazed at him, his expression brimming with anticipation. "Humph, you are courting your own demise." 12 swords converge into one. Clang. In an instant, 12 swords coalesced behind him, forming a colossal shadow of a sword. The Sword of Annihilation, slash. With a thunderous roar from Ding Qin, the enormous sword shadow descended upon Niu Wufang. Boom. In that fleeting moment, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. As Ding Qin's formidable sword shadow collided with Niu Wufang's protective barrier, it advanced slightly before shattering piece by piece. Within the span of a breath, the 12 swords were reduced to mere scraps of iron, failing to even breach Niu Wufang's protective aura. Niu Wufang lowered his head, staring incredulously at the spot where Ding Qin had struck. The Sword of Annihilation? Such a boastful name, yet this was all the might it possessed? His face was etched with confusion. It was worth noting that Luo Tian had effortlessly shattered his protective barrier with a mere flick, yet this fellow, after gathering power for so long, could only muster this level of force. Ding Qin was momentarily taken aback. He had always possessed great confidence in his own offensive capabilities. Just moments ago, he believed that even if he could not vanquish Niu Wufang, his strike should have been sufficient to inflict severe damage. Yet, at this moment, "Go to hell," Niu Wufang exclaimed with disdain, swinging his Wolf Fang club. "Damn it, block it," Ding Qin roared, attempting to withstand the blow. However, all efforts were in vain. Thud. As expected, Ding Qin was crushed instantly. "Fool, you've killed him. How can we continue to struggle now?" Niu Tiechue's phantom observed nearby, visibly incensed. "Ah, forgive me, mother. I lost control for a moment. What do we do now?" Niu Wufang finally realized the gravity of the situation. Niu Tiechue, with a somber expression, advised, "Since he is dead, you must find a way to draw some blood yourself to claim merit, understand? We are outsiders, to earn your grandfather's approval. You must bleed for the Luo family." "Bleed for the Luo family?" Niu Wufang lowered his gaze to his Wolf Fang club. In the next moment, he seemed to make a resolute decision, raising the club and striking his own head forcefully. Boom. A deafening sound erupted, akin to distant thunder. Splatter. Blood began to gush from the top of Niu Wufang's head. "Mother, is this sufficient?" he asked, dazed and barely able to maintain flight. "Yes, very good. Now you may descend. Remember, from this day forth, you must steadfastly defend the Luo family." As he spoke, the phantom dissipated. Boom. Niu Wufang, blood-soaked, plummeted into the ancestral residence of the Luo family. Upon witnessing this, the members of the Luo family were taken aback. "How did you sustain such grave injuries?" The Grand Elder stared at Niu Wufang, momentarily at a loss for words. It was known that he was the Demon King of Tiandang Mountain, a divine beast of the Transcendence realm. In the past, he was an existence they could never approach. However, now this individual claimed to be the grandson of Luo Feng. The awkwardness of the title was palpable. "The enemy was too formidable. I sustained some injuries, grandfather." I have bled for our Luo family. You must clarify this to my uncle later, Niu Wufang said, clutching his wound. Luo Feng immediately replied earnestly, rest assured, I will ensure Tian'er is informed of this matter. That is good. Please find me a room. I need to recuperate. Niu Wufang's words were not mere pleasantries. That last blow had been too forceful, resulting in severe injuries. Quickly, prepare a fine courtyard for him, Luo Feng commanded, personally overseeing the arrangement of a residence for Niu Wufang. Once everything was settled, the elders exchanged glances. Master, what shall we do next? The Grand Elder inquired first. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Feng replied, I am uncertain. We should wait for Tian'er to return and hear his thoughts. However, with this Transcendence Realm Demon King here, at least our Luo family will be safe from now on. The others nodded in agreement. It was known that in Beibei City, not a single cultivator of the Skyward Realm could be found. Yet now, their family housed a being of the Transcendence Realm. Not only in Beibei City, but throughout the entire Yefeng Kingdom, they were comparable to a second-rate force. Just then, a report came in. Master, the family shop is under siege. The Li family is attempting to seize our Luo family's assets. A servant of the Luo family announced. What? The Li family? Seeking death. Luo Feng immediately grasped the situation. Clearly, the Li family believed the Luo family was finished upon learning of the invasion by a Skyward Realm expert, prompting them to act. However, they were woefully unaware of Niu Wufang's existence. Everyone follow me. In this tumultuous time, we must strike back and intimidate these miscreants, Luo Feng declared. Meanwhile, at the Luo family shop, bang! A Luo family man was slammed against the wall, blood gushing forth. Opposite him stood Li Qingxi, the head of the Li family. This is your last chance. Hand over the warehouse key, and I shall spare your life. Li Qingxi looked down at the man with contempt. Li Qingxi, you're courting death. Our master will not let you off. The Luo family man retorted defiantly, bloodied yet unyielding. The Luo family? Huh, fool, do you not realize? There is no Luo family left in Beibei City. Li Qingxi laughed maniacally. For years, he had been overshadowed by the Luo family, harboring deep-seated resentment against them. Now that the Luo family was purportedly finished, he felt a sense of vindication. You speak nonsense. The Luo family man shouted angrily. Nonsense? Are you blind? Did you not see those 3 Skyward Realm masters come to annihilate the Luo family? Do you really think your Luo family's meager strength could withstand 3 Skyward Realm experts? After Li Qingxi's words, the Li family members erupted in laughter. Indeed, in a small place like Beibei City, a Skyward Realm expert was a godlike figure. The prospect of 3 Skyward Realm experts attacking left them believing the Luo family had no chance of survival. Master, do you still not understand the Luo family? They are all thick-headed. Making them submit is nearly impossible. We should just kill him and find the keys later, suggested a Li family disciple. Li Qingxi nodded. That makes sense. If so, then let us dispose of you first, he said, drawing his blade and aiming for the Luo man's head. Die? Li Qingxi said with a smile. However, before his blade could even touch his opponent, it was abruptly repelled by a burst of energy. Who is it? Li Qingxi furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend who would dare to obstruct him in the current moment in Bianbei City. You must be tired of living, Li Qingxi, came a cold voice from the crowd. The onlookers of Bianbei City scattered in all directions. There stood Luo Feng, the head of the Luo family, accompanied by a dozen elders, his expression grim. What is happening? Why are the Luo family members here? Wasn't it said that the Luo family had been eradicated? Indeed. I witnessed with my own eyes the 3 harbingers of death visiting the Luo family, so how could they? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Master, the head of the Luo family shop exclaimed with palpable joy upon seeing Luo Feng's arrival. I knew you would be unharmed. He wept bitterly. Luo Feng cast him a glance and nodded. You have worked hard. Do not worry, I shall seek justice for you. With that, he strode towards Li Qingxi. Li Qingxi, you seek death, Luo Feng declared coldly. Initially taken aback by Luo Feng's sudden appearance, Li Qingxi quickly regained his composure. Humph, Luo Feng. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? I do not know how you survived. But do you truly believe that you and your few companions can bring about my demise? Have you lost your senses? Li Qingxi retorted icily. He had come prepared, nearly bringing all of the Li family elite with him, while Luo Feng's side consisted of merely a dozen individuals. Clearly, he held the advantage. Clang. Without further ado, Luo Feng unsheathed his sword. Li Qingxi, prepare to die, he bellowed. Instantly, all eyes turned to Li Qingxi. His lips twitched in a sardonic smile. Very well, Luo Feng. If it is a battle you desire, I shall grant you the opportunity. Today, I will slay you and erase the Luo family from Beibeiqing. With that, he lunged toward Luo Feng. Cold light sword technique. Slay. Li Qingxi roared, unleashing a torrent of sword energy directed at Luo Feng. However, with a resounding boom, Luo Feng retaliated with his own strike. The two forces collided, sending Li Qingxi hurtling backward. Thud. Before he could touch ground, Li Qingxi was already marred by numerous wounds. Blood gushing forth. Boom. In the next instant, he crashed to the ground, struggling to rise. Everyone was left in shock. For decades, Li Qingxi and Luo Feng had been evenly matched, their strengths indistinguishable. When they decided to engage, all anticipated a protracted battle. Yet who could have foreseen that Li Qingxi would be vanquished in a single stroke? Not only the onlookers, but even Luo Feng himself was taken aback. Though he had long known of the formidable swordsmanship imparted by Tian, he had not anticipated it to be so overwhelmingly powerful. He murmured to himself. Indeed. The technique he had just executed was the first move from the heavenly sword technique taught by Luo Tian. Ever since Luo Tian's departure, Luo Feng had devoted himself to training. Alas, even now, he had merely scratched the surface of mastering this strike. The path to full mastery remained an elusive horizon. Nevertheless, to think he could dispatch an opponent who was once his equal with a single blow speaks volumes of the heavenly sword technique's might. Master, the Li family still poses a threat. How shall we proceed? At that moment, the second elder cautioned Luo Feng from behind. Luo Feng snapped back to attention, issuing orders to the other members of the Luo family beside him. Attack. The Li family had previously dealt ruthlessly with the Luo family, and naturally, the Luo family could not simply stand down. Indeed, in an instant, every member of the Luo family surged forward. What followed was a cacophony of anguished wails. Within mere moments, every member of the Li family present had been ruthlessly slain, with not a single soul managing to escape. Gazing upon the blood-soaked battlefield, the inhabitants of Bianbei City comprehended the stark reality. A new era had dawned for the Luo family. Not only had they survived the crisis, but more crucially, their strength had significantly augmented. In their encounters with the Li family, they dispatched their foes with a single strike. Against overwhelming odds, they executed a comprehensive annihilation. It was almost unfathomable that just a short while ago, these two families had been evenly matched forces. That day, news of the Luo family spread like wildfire throughout Bianbei City. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Luo Tian rode upon a magnificent dragon steed, soaring through the skies. Indeed, having a mount proved to be quite advantageous. Luo Tian surveyed the swiftly retreating landscape below, feeling a profound sense of contentment. At this pace, he should arrive back at the Luo family estate before nightfall. However, at that moment, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the earth, hurtling towards him like a cannonball. By the time Luo Tian realized, it was already too late. Boom. The shockwave struck directly at Luo Tian and Long Ma. Long Ma was pierced through by the shockwave, blood pouring forth. Hey! Luo Tian had just reached out to grab hold when he plummeted through the air alongside the dragon horse. Boom. Moments later, both man and beast crashed to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Cursed creature. Struggling, Luo Tian managed to crawl out of the pit. He was uninjured. Yet his body was smeared with the dragon horse's blood and the dirt of the earth, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the dragon horse lay lifeless, utterly beyond salvation. Who dares to ambush me? Fury ignited in Luo Tian's eyes. With a swift glance, he noticed a flicker of light in a nearby valley, precisely where the shockwave had originated. Is anyone there? Luo Tian inquired, his toes lightly touching the ground as he swiftly propelled himself towards that direction. Meanwhile, within the valley, a colossal bird was ensnared by hundreds of chains, a massive cauldron pressing down upon its back, rendering it immobile. Surrounding the giant bird were dozens of individuals clad in gray, their lips murmuring incessantly as if reciting sacred verses. The captive bird struggled relentlessly, displaying signs of immense agony. Indeed, it was a quasi-divine beast of the fifth realm of the profound realm. After 3 days and nights, it had yet to succumb. If not for my quick evasion just now, it would have surely unleashed a fatal blast upon me. A man clad in armor exhibited a visage of lingering trepidation. General Wu, if it weren't for the caliber of this divine beast, what right would it have to serve as the steed of Lord Shenwu? Remarked an elderly man with white hair, one hand grasping a chain while chuckling. General Wu cast a glance at the giant bird, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Is it truly possible to tame such a creature? The old man nodded with a smile. Absolutely, General Wu. Rest assured. Our 100-Beast sect possesses the supreme beast-taming sutra. By sunset today at the latest, this creature shall become nothing more than a soulless automaton, obedient to commands. General Wu acknowledged this with a nod. I see. Then I must trouble you, Master Bai. Master Bai responded with a grin. It is an honor for our 100-Beast sect to serve Lord Shinwell. On the other side, at the entrance of the valley, Luo Tian declared, This is the place. I am eager to discover who dares to attack me. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he prepared to step inside. Yet, at that very moment, Stop! A voice suddenly rang out. Following closely, 4 figures appeared in front of Luo Tian. This valley is now sealed. Irrelevant individuals, leave immediately, said the leading young man in white. Stand aside. Luo Tian could hardly be bothered to respond. What did you say? A glimmer of coldness flashed in the young man's eyes. You insolent brat, we are conducting important business for the Beast sect and the Divine Martial Palace inside. How dare you speak to me with such disrespect? Haha, very well. You need not leave. Once the demon beast is tamed, it will require feeding. And you shall remain here as its meal. As he spoke, he reached out towards Luo Tian, intending to subdue him. However, with a sudden crash, his hand was seized by Luo Tian. You dare to fight back? Release me. Or the Beast sect and the Divine Martial Palace will ensure the annihilation of your entire family. The young man barked imperiously. Luo Tian turned his head, regarding him with a frigid gaze. At this juncture, you still dare to utter such threats? Luo Tian inquired coldly. Humph. Why should I not? I am acting on behalf of the Divine Martial Palace. Do you truly believe you can kill me? He then called out to his fellow disciples, Brothers, take action. Clang. Clang. The remaining 3 drew their swords, pointing them menacingly at Luo Tian. Brat, you would do well to promptly release my senior brother. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences that you cannot possibly endure. One of them warned with a chilling tone. What consequences? Luo Tian cast a fleeting glance at him, exerting a sudden force in his hand. With a splatter, a cloud of crimson mist erupted as the man held in Luo Tian's grasp was crushed to death. What? You dare? You reckless brat, you're courting death. Anger flickered in the eyes of the 3. Yet, in the next instant, whoosh, Luo Tian's figure vanished before them. When he reappeared, he was already behind the trio. Is this boy frightened? One disciple expressed his confusion. I don't know. But we cannot allow him to enter the valley. If we delay the matter, we will face punishment. Indeed, you brat, return at once. The 3 pursued after Luo Tian. However, they had scarcely turned around when, splatter, 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 blood gushed forth from their bodies simultaneously. When did you? The trio was filled with disbelief, completely unaware of when Luo Tian had struck. Meanwhile, Luo Tian's eyes burned with fury. In his right hand, he grasped a withered blade of grass, from which droplets of blood continually dripped. A mere blade of grass had brought about the demise of them all. Luo Tian gazed deep into the valley, where flickers of light shimmered, his anger unabated. That's the direction, he exclaimed, darting towards it. Meanwhile, deep within the valley, the Golden Rock King pondered, why resist any further? To become a mere slave to the god of war is your destined fate. Master Bai, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the ensnared giant bird and smiled. Despicable wretch, meet your demise. The Golden Rock King opened its beak, preparing to launch an attack against Master Bai. However, a sudden hum echoed as the enormous spiritual cauldron in the sky shimmered, causing the Golden Rock King to be forcefully lowered by 3 feet, its head embedding into the ground. That last blow was merely a lapse in my vigilance. Do you believe I would grant you a second opportunity for an attack? Master Bai declared, his face brimming with triumph. Only the Golden Rock King, once adorned with golden eyes, now glared at him with blood-red fury. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Master Bai. Did that bird just spit into the sky? Both the Master Bai and General Wu were momentarily taken aback, then swiftly turned around. They beheld Luo Tian, who was holding a handful of withered grass, gazing intently at the Golden Pung King. How did this other person get in? Are the guards outside completely useless? Master Bai furrowed his brow, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. However, General Wu interjected, Master Bai, relax. It's merely a young one at the body refinement stage. What harm can he do by coming in? He discerned that Luo Tian had yet to gather his energy into the sea, merely being at the body refinement stage, thus he did not take it to heart. Master Bai's expression softened slightly as he nodded, acknowledging General Wu's perspective. On the other side, Luo Tian lowered his head and addressed the 2. Hey, was it this guy who just spat into the air? General Wu chuckled. Indeed. What of it? Luo Tian replied with a scowl. What of it? He killed my dragon horse. What do you think? Are you his masters? Master Bai and General Wu exchanged a glance and simultaneously burst into laughter. They thought to themselves, what a mix-up. It turns out that the Golden Pink King did not attack them, but instead targeted this unfortunate lad. They shook their heads in amusement. Luo Tian, his tone cold, demanded, what are you laughing at? I ask you, is this creature yours? The two exchanged glances once more. General Wu replied, what if he is? What if he isn't? The Golden Pink King is currently subdued, and I'm in a good mood, so I might as well toy with Luo Tian a bit. Otherwise, given their personalities, both he and Master Bai would have long since dealt a fatal blow to Luo Tian. Luo Tian retorted icily, if he is yours, you must compensate for my dragon horse. If he is not, then step aside. I will settle the score with that creature myself. Master Bai squinted and said, oh, if he is not ours, feel free to seek him out for retribution. Luo Tian nodded. Very well, that troublesome cauldron is in my way. Move it aside, otherwise, don't blame me if it gets damaged. Master Bai laughed heartily. If you have the ability, then go ahead and move it yourself. Should it break, we want to hold you accountable. Master Bai found the situation quite amusing. That cauldron was a 5th-tier magical artifact, possessing tremendous power. Their ability to subdue the Golden Punk King relied on this very item. The pressure emanating from the cauldron was so intense that even Master Bai and General Wu felt a chill. A mere body refinement stage Luo Tian. Not only would he be unable to damage it, even a slight touch would result in his instant demise. Well then, you said it yourself. Luo Tian remarked as he approached the Golden Punk King. Heh, Master Bai, you truly are devious. General Wu chuckled at Master Bai. Master Bai stroked his beard and said, having spent so many days here, it's rather dull. With this reckless lad, it would be quite entertaining to witness a performance of self-destruction, wouldn't it? General Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be amusing. This lad is truly beyond foolish. Amidst their mockery, Luo Tian stood before the Golden Punk King. The creature's head was mostly buried in the ground, leaving only one eye visible to watch Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian paid him no heed. Instead, he stepped on the creature's body and advanced towards the massive cauldron. The Golden Pink King seethed with rage, but the immense force of the cauldron rendered him immobile. This is going to be quite a show. Master Bai observed Luo Tian with a smile, convinced that the moment Luo Tian made contact with the cauldron, he would be obliterated into a puddle of flesh. Yet, in a sudden turn of events, bang! Luo Tian grasped one of the cauldron's legs and hurled it backward with great force. Whoosh! The cauldron soared through the air and crashed into the mountain cliff behind them, embedding itself deep within the rock, disappearing entirely from sight. What? This scene left everyone in utter astonishment. A colossal cauldron capable of subduing a quasi-divine beast from the transcendent realm was carelessly discarded like refuse? Am I still dreaming? Master Bai murmured. This is dire. The Golden Pink King. General Wu was the first to regain his composure. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura surged from below the valley. Crack. Crack. The chains binding the Golden Punk King instantly shattered. All of you from the 100 Beast sect and the Divine Martial King's manor, prepare to meet your doom. With a majestic spread of its wings, the Golden Punk King soared into the sky. This is catastrophic. Both Master Bai and General Wu were left in a state of disbelief. The might of the Golden Punk King was exceedingly formidable. Their previous ability to suppress it was due to cunning schemes and the assistance of the powerful cauldron. Now that the cauldron had been discarded, who could possibly restrain this monster? Die. The Golden Rock King flapped his wings, stirring the winds. In an instant, all the disciples of the Beast sect who were chanting the soul-extinguishing sutra were annihilated. In the next moment, the Golden Rock King flashed towards the White sect leader and his companion. Damn it, die for me. General Wu roared, striking forward with his palm. Whoosh. The force of his palm held, crashing like an avalanche and raising a cloud of dust. Yet, in the next moment, the Golden Rock King's enormous claw shattered the palm wind and appeared directly before General Wu. Thud. In an instant, the Golden Rock King retracted his claw, reducing General Wu to mere fragments, killing him on the spot. Whoosh. Meanwhile, the White sect leader, sensing the impending doom, turned to flee. He understood that this time, they had been utterly defeated. Yet, even now, he could not comprehend the reason for their downfall. Why could that fellow Luo Tian so effortlessly discard the colossal cauldron? However, none of this mattered to him any longer. Roar. The King of Golden Ping bellowed behind him. The roar transformed into a white beam of light, hurtling towards him. With a whoosh, the White Master was instantly shattered into particles by the force of the roar. A bunch of despicable scoundrels. The King of Golden Pung. evidently still unsated by his wrath, unleashed another barrage upon the corpse of the military general. It was not until a considerable time had passed that he finally ceased. After completing this, he turned his gaze towards Luo Tian. "Young man, though I am unaware of your identity, I am grateful for your timely intervention." The king of Golden Ping addressed Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian remained aloof. "No need for thanks. You have vented your anger, yet my own remains unaddressed." Luo Tian replied coldly. What do you mean?" The king of Golden Ping was taken aback. Luo Tian continued, "Before I entered, did you not let out a roar towards the heavens?" The king of Golden Ping pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems that indeed occurred, but what of it?" Luo Tian retorted, "What of it? That roar of yours killed my steed and sent me plummeting from the sky. What do you think it means?" The king of Golden Ping was momentarily taken aback by his words. After a brief hesitation, he explained, "I intended to strike at those two fellows. The death of your steed was merely collateral damage." Luo Tian glared at him fiercely and declared, "I care not whether it was collateral damage." Sensing his guilt, the king of Golden Ping lowered his head and asked, "Then what do you propose we do?" Luo Tian regarded him for a moment and stated, "It is quite simple. You have slain my steed, thus you must provide me with a replacement." The king of Golden Ping chuckled, "That is easily arranged. In the realm of Night Wind, I am the king of birds. I will select for you an exceptional flying mount. Leave me your address, and in 7 days, a magical beast shall come to acknowledge you as its master." To his surprise, Luo Tian shook his head and replied, "No, I cannot wait that long." What do you mean by that?" Luo Tian fixed his gaze upon the king of Golden Ping and asserted, "It is you. Since you have slain my steed, you shall serve as my mount until I reach the realm of sky sovereignty." As the glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the Golden Rock King, he scoffed, "You must be mistaken, young one. You wish for me to be your steed? Even the formidable god-martial king of your human race could not compel me to submit. What makes you think you stand a chance?" Rolling his eyes, Luo Tian retorted, "What is this god-martial king to me? I pay him no heed." The Golden Rock King was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how Luo Tian could dismiss even the god-martial king with such disdain. Had it been anyone else, the mere suggestion of becoming a mount would have prompted an immediate attack. However, given that Luo Tian had once saved his life, such a direct assault seemed inappropriate. After a brief contemplation, a cunning idea struck the Golden Rock King. "If you wish for me to be your mount, it is not impossible. However, I once vowed that anyone who desires to claim me must endure 3 of my attacks. Only then may they be deemed worthy. Otherwise, I would rather perish than yield." His intention was clear. He aimed to intimidate Luo Tian into retreat. After all, the display of power he had just exhibited was formidable. 3 attacks? Very well. Bring it on. Luo Tian readily accepted. This response left the Golden Rock King bewildered. "Hey, kid, did you hear me correctly? I will be the one attacking you, not the other way around. I heard you just fine. Now hurry up and strike. Once you're done, we can be on our way." Luo Tian replied, growing impatient. The Golden Rock King fell into silence, astonished by Luo Tian's lack of understanding. "Perhaps I should teach this fellow a small lesson, ensuring I do not take his life. In due time, I shall find a way to repay him." With this thought in mind, the Golden Rock King declared, "Very well, for this next strike, I shall only use 1/10 of my strength, targeting your left arm. Should you sense danger, evade it immediately to escape unscathed." Yet Luo Tian remained unfazed, insisting, "No need for that. Unleash your full power." Full power? The Golden Rock King couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Prepare yourself." With that, he took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful beam of light from his mouth, aimed directly at Luo Tian's left arm. "Now do you understand my might?" he thought triumphantly. However, to his astonishment, Luo Tian merely raised his hand to grasp the incoming beam. Panic surged within the Golden Rock King as he realized the folly of his assumption. But in the next instant, the golden light collided with Luo Tian's palm, not shattering it as expected. Instead, the beam began to disintegrate, vanishing entirely within the confines of his grip. To his surprise, Luo Tian's hand bore nothing but a slight smudge, devoid of any scars or injuries. "Is this truly the extent of your 1/10 strength? How pathetically weak you are," Luo Tian remarked, casting a disappointed glance at his palm and then at the Golden Rock King, his expression betraying his disillusionment. The countenance of Jin Pengwang turned a shade of green. What is this situation? Although he had not exerted his full strength, the outcome should not be so meager, especially after he had boasted so grandly, only to find that he merely managed to soil the opponent's palm. A glance at Luo Tian's expression made Jin Pengwang feel a burning embarrassment on his face. It seems I underestimated you. I initially thought you were merely a genius adept at utilizing magical artifacts, having discerned the method to wield that colossal cauldron, which allowed you to effortlessly move it. To my surprise, your strength is indeed formidable, yet you feigned the appearance of merely being in the body refinement realm, concealing your true prowess quite adeptly. Jin Pengwang remarked with a piercing gaze. Enough with the idle chatter, let us commence the second strike. Luo Tian declared. Very well. I shall state my intentions clearly. Although you are my savior, this time I shall not hold back. I will strike you with 80% of my power, and if you wish to avoid death, it would be prudent for you to evade. Jin Pengwang asserted. Come at me, roared Luo Tian. King Jinping squinted slightly, fully aware of Luo Tian's formidable strength. If he sought victory, he could no longer afford to hold back. With a divine breath, the Jinping let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, a beam of light, magnified several times in power, entwined with lightning, surged toward Luo Tian. This strike was even more terrifying than the one that had slain Master Bai. Boom! The beam struck Luo Tian head-on, instantly generating a mushroom cloud in the canyon. This is bad. I've exerted too much force. Will this kid be in danger? King Jinping observed his attack, unable to suppress his growing concern. If he were to inadvertently annihilate his savior, that would be utterly outrageous. However, amidst the smoke and dust, a coughing sound emerged. Cough, cough, cough. This is suffocating. Following that, Luo Tian emerged from the haze. Goodness, are you trying to choke me with dust? What a cunning maneuver. Luo Tian gazed at King Jinping with a look of mock reproach. Jin Pengwang was momentarily at a loss for words. His signature skill, which had brought him fame, failed to harm his opponent. Instead, the dust it stirred had choked Luo Tian. Should this incident be publicized, it would likely tarnish his reputation irreparably. Hey, there's one final move left. Hurry up. Luo Tian urged from the other side. On the head of the Golden Rock King, beads of sweat began to form uncontrollably. That last strike had been delivered with utmost seriousness, yet Luo Tian had nearly disregarded it entirely. The strength of this individual surpassed his expectations in a terrifying manner. Was it possible that he was destined to become the mount of this human? The mere thought of such a fate stirred a deep-seated resistance within the Golden Rock King. After all, he was a mystical beast of the Transcendence realm, honored with the title of Beast King. To be treated as a mere steed by a human was an unbearable image, and his heart resolutely strengthened at the notion. Listen well, young one. I declare that my next strike will be unprecedentedly powerful. Even your human king of martial valor would struggle to withstand it. Moreover, once I unleash it, there will be no turning back. Are you certain you wish to take it head-on? The Golden Rock King asserted solemnly. Luo Tian, growing impatient, retorted. Enough with the trivialities. Just unleash your attack. A glimmer of determination flashed in the Golden Rock King's eyes, and he thought to himself, very well. I have spoken my warnings. Should you perish, it shall be a testament to your ill fate. With that, he flapped his wings and ascended into the sky. If you can withstand this blow, then perhaps I shall consider you worthy of becoming my mount. Divine breath, celestial might. Boom. In the next instant, the Golden Rock King unleashed a terrifying beam of crimson light. Unlike the previous beam, this one emanated a blood-red hue, its power exponentially greater. As it materialized, it stirred the heavens. Where there had been clear skies moments before, ominous clouds now loomed. It was as if thunder itself had descended, hurtling toward Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked up at the impending strike, his brow furrowing. That last blow created such a cloud of dust. If this one lands, I might asphyxiate from it. No, I cannot allow it to touch the ground. I must take the initiative. Resolving his thoughts, he steadied his stance. Heavenly Dao Fist, Dragon Form Fist, 4th Style. Roar. In the next moment, as Luo Tian threw his punch, he summoned a dragon-shaped force that surged toward the Golden Rock King's beam. Rumbling, the two forces collided mid-air. And after a brief moment of stalemate, the Dragon Form Fist shattered the beam of light. Subsequently, it soared upward, charging directly at the Golden Rock King. What? The Golden Rock King in the sky was taken aback, his expression changing drastically. His utmost effort in a single strike had been thwarted by the opponent in direct confrontation. As he felt the formidable force of the Dragon Fist approaching, he dared not be complacent and quickly dodged. Whoosh! The Dragon Fist grazed the Golden Rock King's head and soared into the heavens. Although it did not strike him, the overwhelming pressure nearly left him dazed. Boom! The fist energy shot into the sky, dispersing the gathering storm clouds, revealing a clear sunny day. Witnessing this scene, the Golden Rock King was left stupefied. Was this a joke? Was the power of that punch akin to that of a Void Realm expert? He understood well that if he had been hit, he would certainly have faced dire consequences. Just a single punch. In an instant, he turned his gaze towards Luo Tian, his eyes filled with reverence. Well, 3 moves have passed. What do you have to say now? Luo Tian inquired. The Golden Rock King twitched at the corners of his eyes before finally laughing towards the sky. Enough. Enough. To accept defeat in a wager and serve as the mount of a Void Realm powerhouse is hardly a loss. With that, he descended before Luo Tian, bowing his head. I am the Golden Rock King, willing to be your mount. May I ask how to address you, my master? Beibeiqing Luo Tian. Luo Tian introduced himself. Luo Tian. I shall remember that. The Golden Rock King nodded. All right, I am pressed for time. Take me back to Beibeiqing. Luo Tian stepped onto the back of the Golden Rock King. Though he had lost a dragon steed, gaining a transcendent beast as a mount felt like a fair trade. The Golden Rock spread its wings and soared into the sky, its speed far surpassing that of the dragon steed. Master, may I inquire about your current realm? The Golden Rock King asked during their flight. Me? Have you not already discerned? I am at the body refinement stage. Luo Tian reclined on his back. What? Body refinement? Are you jesting? The Golden Rock King was bewildered. He had always assumed that Luo Tian's cultivation far surpassed his own, which enabled him to conceal his true strength. But from Luo Tian's words, it seemed otherwise. Do you think I am in the mood for jokes? Why do you think I sought him out? It is precisely because my realm is too low, being merely at the body refinement stage, and I cannot fly. Otherwise, would I not be struck by your attack in midair? Luo Tian retorted. Indeed, at this moment, with only the body refinement stage, he possessed the heavenly Dao body technique, sufficient for combat. However, for travel, it became quite troublesome, as it required continuous use of spiritual energy for teleportation. More critically, it was prone to accidents. The last time, he had inadvertently killed a great demon. What if next time it was an innocent old lady? Would that not be impossible to explain? However, upon hearing this, the Golden Rock King grew increasingly astonished. Is this a joke? The body refinement stage possesses such terrifying power? He glanced back at Luo Tian, his shock deepening. Master, could it be that you emulate the ancient strong, solely focusing on the body refinement stage? The Golden Rock King inquired again. Luo Tian, however, was surprised. Solely focusing on the body refinement stage? No, I should reach the Gathering Chi stage next month. Next month, the Gathering Chi stage? The Golden Rock King keenly seized that information. Not solely focusing on the body refinement stage, yet wielding such immense power. If he were to reach the Gathering Chi stage, would he not become even more formidable? A prodigy. Undoubtedly a prodigy. If previously the Golden Rock King had harbored any hesitation about becoming Luo Tian's mount, now he was completely convinced. To be the mount of such a prodigious being was not merely a burden, it was a fortuitous opportunity. As they conversed, Beibeiqing came into view. The Golden Rock King's massive form was spotted by the guards before they could even approach. My heavens, a demon beast. It's a demon beast. What? Such a colossal demon beast, with such a terrifying aura, it must be above the Sky Sovereign realm. What on earth is happening in Beibeiqing today? First, 3 Sky Sovereign experts cause chaos, then the Luo family slaughters indiscriminately, and now a demon beast appears? Is Beibeiqing to be annihilated today? I do not wish to die. In an instant, panic spread throughout Beibeiqing. Wait, look, there seems to be someone atop that demon beast? Someone? Could it be that this demon beast is a human's mount? If the mount possesses such a terrifying aura, how powerful must the person atop it be? The direction the demon beast is heading seems to be towards the Luo family. The Luo family? Again the Luo family? What is going on with the Luo family? The crowd speculated, yet none understood the specifics of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, as the Golden Rock King neared the Luo family, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura. Simultaneously, at a certain location within the Luo family, Niu Wufang abruptly opened his eyes wide. This breath, he exclaimed. In an instant, he dashed into the courtyard and looked upwards. There, he beheld a colossal golden bird, soaring majestically in the sky, casting its shadow over the land. The Golden Rock King? Niu Wufang? Upon encountering each other, these 2 formidable beings simultaneously felt a chill in their eyes. Is the Golden Punk King also intending to strike against the Luo family? This troublesome foe, in my current state of injury, may prove beyond my ability to thwart. Niu Wufang fixed his gaze upon the Golden Pink King, his Wolf Fang club gripped tightly in hand. As a creature of the five-colored divine bull, his divine lineage is even more potent than mine. It appears a fierce battle is imminent. The Golden Pung King too was on high alert. At that moment, Luo Tian, perched upon the back of the Golden Pung King, unexpectedly peered out. Dissipate your murderous intent. We are allies, Luo Tian declared. Uncle? Niu Wufang's face lit up with joy upon seeing Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian, upon hearing this address, wore an expression of helplessness. Meanwhile, King Jinping gazed at Niu Wufang and Luo Tian in astonishment, his countenance reflecting profound confusion. Uncle? What sort of title is this? Under Luo Tian's guidance, King Jinping placed him in the courtyard. He then transformed his form, shifting from a colossal bird into a creature with a bird's head and a humanoid body, adorned with wings. Nevertheless, even in this altered state, he stood over 2 zhang tall, matching Niu Wufang in stature. Wait here. I shall visit my father, Luo Tian commanded before departing. The courtyard was left with only Niu Wufang and King Jinping. Hey, King Jinping, how's it that you are with my uncle? Niu Wufang inquired suspiciously. The latter looked up and replied nonchalantly, I have decided to follow my master. Master? You cannot possibly mean you have become my uncle's steed. How could that be? Aren't you the one who detests constraints the most? Niu Wufang gazed at King Jinping in disbelief. As fellow magical beasts, he had known King Jinping for many years and was well aware of his temperament. You must understand, this fellow possesses an unyielding spirit. King Jinping shot him a glance and stated, this matter is rather lengthy to explain. But tell me, why do you address your master as uncle? Niu Wufang chuckled awkwardly and replied, it was my mother's wish. Your mother? King Jinping was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of astonishment as he exclaimed. Your mother has emerged from the seal? How could that be possible given its formidable strength? Years prior, King Jinping had accepted an invitation from Niu Wufang to join him at Tianyang Mountain to break the seal. However, with a single strike, he nearly succumbed to the sword intent emanating from the ancient sword. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of that seal. After a brief moment, King Jinping regained his composure and said in shock, could it be the master? Niu Wufang proudly declared, indeed. My uncle effortlessly drew the ancient sword and rescued my mother. Subsequently, she acknowledged him as her elder brother, thus making him my uncle. King Jinping rolled his eyes at Niu Wufang, remarking, your circle is truly chaotic. By the way, has your mother been unsealed? What is her current realm? How does she regard the master? Unable to discern Luo Tian's cultivation level, King Jinping sought to corroborate through Niu Tiechue. Niu Wufang, picking his nose, replied, I inquired. And my mother is still at the first level of the Guishu realm, though her cultivation is unstable. She can only be considered at the initial stage of the Guishu realm. She mentioned that, at present, she is not a match for my uncle. However, should she fully restore her strength, she would likely surpass him. King Jinping's pupils dilated in shock. Not even the first level of the Guishu realm is a match for the master? He murmured, this is merely the current situation, as my mother stated. If my uncle were to break through to the next realm, then even if she were to regain her peak strength, she would likely still not be his match. Once again, Jin Pengwang found himself utterly astounded. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, the members of the Luo family gathered upon hearing the news of Luo Tian's return. Tianer, was everything smooth this time? Luo Feng inquired. Indeed, all other materials have been procured. Only the innate spiritual crystal remains. We must wait for the opening of the Ziwei secret realm in a few days to seize it. However, I have already secured the qualification to enter, Luo Tian replied. Luo Feng rejoiced, exclaiming, splendid. Absolutely splendid. We have also completed the procurement of the other materials. Once the Ziwei secret realm opens, you shall be able to break through to the Qi gathering realm. A Luo Tian at the body refining realm was already immensely formidable. The thought of him advancing to Qi gathering was beyond Luo Feng's imagination. By the way, father, when I arrived, I noticed smoke billowing throughout the city. What is happening? Luo Tian queried. With a smile, Luo Feng responded, oh, it is nothing but the various families in Bianbei City attempting to usurp our Luo family's assets. However, those foolish individuals have all been eradicated. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. They dared to attack the Luo family? How could that be? The Luo family's strength is unparalleled in Bianbei City. Over the years, only the Li family could barely contend with us. Have these people gone mad? How dare they provoke the Luo family? They believe that our Luo family might have been vanquished, Luo Feng explained, recounting the incident involving 3 formidable figures of the Skyflight realm who had invaded the Luo family. Before he could finish his account, He noticed Luo Tian standing with his head slightly bowed, enveloped by an aura of palpable murderous intent. Is it the heavens? Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have recognized Luo Tian. Annihilation of the clan? Who was the adversary? What was their origin? Luo Tian's voice resonated with a chilling coldness. He could hardly fathom that, due to the matter concerning Lan Xiu'er, the opposing party would indeed resort to such extreme measures as clan extermination. Were it not for Niu Wufang's intervention, the Luo family might have faced total obliteration. The mere thought of this possibility sent a shiver of dread through Luo Tian's heart. Although he had long been aware of the world's brutality, it was only now that he comprehended his own naivety. Young master, the investigation has been concluded. The 3 assailants include Chi Fa Gui, an assassin from the ghost-killing hall, who was hired by the Lan family. Another is Ding Chun, a sword cultivator of the sky, ascending realm, summoned by the Sword Xian sect, and the last is a guest elder from the divine martial royal mansion. Elder Sin spoke with utmost respect, acutely aware of Luo Tian's unusual demeanor, thus adopting a tone wholly uncharacteristic of a senior addressing a junior. The Lan family, ghost-killing hall, Sword Xian sect, and divine martial royal mansion, is it? Understood. Remain here while I attend to this matter, Luo Tian declared as he strode into the courtyard. Niu Wufang, the formidable uncle, sought to greet Luo Tian, but was abruptly silenced midway by the palpable aura of menace emanating from Luo Tian, rendering him motionless. Niu Wufang guarded the Luo family fiercely. Anyone daring to cause trouble at the Luo residence would be met with ruthless extermination, devoid of any hesitation. Luo Tian spoke coldly. Indeed, Niu Wufang replied, lowering his head. When his gaze shifted away from Luo Tian, he felt as though his body was on the verge of collapse. In that fleeting moment, a chill coursed through his heart. Merely looking at Luo Tian instilled within him an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although he had previously acknowledged Luo Tian's formidable strength, it was only now that he truly comprehended the extent of that power. It dawned on him that when Luo Tian had once effortlessly crushed his bones with a single slap, it had merely been a jest. Had he been earnest, he could undoubtedly have taken his life. King Jinping, come with me, Luo Tian commanded. Indeed, King Jinping felt a chill in his heart. It was the first time he had witnessed Luo Tian in such a state, and he dared not speak further, instantly transforming into his true form. Whoosh! Luo Tian soared onto King Jinping, rising into the sky. Grandfather, uncle, what are they up to? After Luo Tian had departed, Niu Wufang finally inquired, his face reflecting lingering trepidation. He is likely seeking trouble, Luo Feng murmured. Meanwhile, in Yinshui City, at the Lan family residence, Father, have there been any updates? Lan Xiu'er lay languidly in bed, her gaze piercing with intensity. Lan Ming regarded his daughter with a smile, saying, Fear not, my child. With the combined efforts of the 3 formidable experts in the Void Realm, the Luo family is undoubtedly doomed. Lan Xiu'er nodded, falling silent thereafter. On the other side, at the City Lord's mansion in Yinshui City, Lord Longmin, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in reinforcing our city's protective array. Wu Wentian, the City Lord of Yinshui City, spoke with evident delight. He was exceedingly exhilarated, for before him stood Long Yingxiu, the illustrious leader of the September Gate and a superlative expert in the Tongshan realm. This was, after all, his first encounter with such overwhelming strength. There is no need for formalities, City Lord Wu. My involvement stems from my regard for your third miss, Wu Yuro, Long Yingxiu remarked. Then turned to a young girl beside him, his eyes brimming with warmth. City Lord Wu, how is it that a mere practitioner in the spirit transformation realm has birthed such an exceptional child? This girl, at merely 17, has already transcended to the spirit transformation realm. As far as I know, even the scion of the divine martial king has yet to reach this level. She is undoubtedly the foremost among the youth of our Night Wind nation. Given time, she shall surely ascend to the Tongshan realm. Indeed, I would not be surprised if she sought to conquer the returning ruins realm. At that juncture, she will truly become the leading figure of our Night Wind nation. Wu Wentian cast a glance at his daughter, pride illuminating his eyes. Yet, he humbly replied, You flatter her, Lord. Her achievements are a testament to your exemplary guidance. Had you not made the exception to accept her as a disciple years ago, how could she have attained such heights? Flattered by Wu Wentian's praises, Long Yingxiu's spirit soared, and he laughed heartily. However, at that moment, a humming sound resonated. The core of the city's protective array illuminated before them. This radiance indicates the approach of a Tongshan realm expert. Long Yingxiu exclaimed, glancing at the array escort in astonishment. What? A Tongxian realm expert? Luo Tian's expression shifted slightly. Long Yingqiu glanced at him and reassured. City Lord Wu, there is no need for concern. The formation I just established cannot be breached by brute force, even by a Tongxian realm expert. Not to mention, I am here as well. Wu Tian immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Then we shall rely entirely on you, Lord Longman. Long Yingqiu nodded. Very well. Let us proceed to the city walls to discern the identity of our visitor. Euro, come along with me. Meeting a formidable expert will also serve to temper your character. Indeed, Wu Euro murmured, a hint of anxiety flickering in her eyes. Long Yingqiu, observing her, shook his head slightly. His disciple was commendable in many aspects. Yet her overly gentle disposition was a significant weakness. It was imperative that she undergo rigorous training. Soon, the group ascended the walls of Yinshui City. Before long, a colossal figure appeared in the distant sky. Upon sighting this silhouette, Long Yingqiu's brow furrowed instantly. The Golden Rock King? How could it be him? He muttered to himself. Master Long, who is the Golden Rock King? Wu Tian inquired, unaware of the creature's identity. Long Yingqiu replied with a focused gaze. The Golden Rock King is a quasi-divine beast of the transcendental realm. However, he has always been a solitary creature. What brings him to a human city today? Quasi-divine beast? Wu Tian gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the Golden Rock King had already arrived before Yinshui City. Golden Rock King, it has been many days since we last met. I, Dragon Yingqiu, the Lord of the 9th September Gate, extend my greetings from afar. Dragon Yingqiu called out loudly. The Golden Rock King took notice of Dragon Yingqiu and cast a glance at the city's protective formation, proclaiming in a resonant voice, Dragon Lord. Did this formation originate from your hand? I kindly request that you dismantle it and allow me entry into the city. Dragon Yingqiu regarded him with a wry smile and replied, If the Golden Rock King wishes to enter the city, I should not obstruct you. However, the murderous aura emanating from you is almost palpable. Even from 1,000 paces away, it pierces my face with pain. How could I dare to let you in? Should you enter, I fear the city would descend into chaos and suffering. The Golden Rock King, upon hearing this, retorted coldly, Dragon Lord, you are mistaken. This murderous aura does not belong to me. It belongs to my master. Master? Upon hearing the words of the Golden Pung King, Long Yingqiu finally noticed that Luo Tian was seated upon the back of the Golden Pung King. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes were gently closed, seemingly engaged in the cultivation of his energy. The terrifying aura of murderous intent emanated from him. Witnessing this scene, Long Yingqiu's heart began to race furiously. The Golden Pung King has a master? Given this creature's temperament, how could he possibly be willing to serve as another's steed? Could it be that the one who claims mastery over him is a being of the returning ruins realm? The mere thought of this possibility caused beads of sweat to form upon Long Yingqiu's brow. He possessed the support of formations and was confident in his ability to withstand the majority of powerhouses from the returning ruins realm. Even against the quasi-divine beast, the Golden Pung King, he felt assured of his capability to engage in battle. However, if it were indeed a being from the returning ruins realm. Golden Pung King, might I inquire about the purpose of your master's entry into the city? Long Yingqiu asked. Before the Golden Pung King could respond, Luo Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide. In that instant, two beams of cold light pierced through the air and struck the city wall, leaving behind two profound scars. Oh, Wu Yuro merely exchanged a glance with Luo Tian and felt her legs weaken, causing her to collapse onto the ground. I shall dismantle the formation. I come on behalf of the Lan family, and I harbor no desire to commit further acts of violence. However, should you wish to advocate for the Lan family, I would not hesitate to eliminate you as well, Luo Tian stated coldly. Long Yingqiu, capable of becoming the master of a sect, was certainly not a foolish individual. Moreover, being unaware of the Lan family's identity, how could he possibly stand up for them? Please wait a moment. I will dismantle the formation at once. Why provoke those one cannot afford to offend? Long Yingqiu's rise to the position of sect master undoubtedly required a measure of discernment. With a deep breath, Long Yingqiu formed a seal, and a corner of the grand array began to open. Thank you, exclaimed King Jinping as he soared directly into the city of cloud and water. Observing the direction in which King Jinping had departed, Wu Yuntian felt the veins on his forehead throb with intensity. The Lan family? Are they out of their minds? Why provoke such a formidable figure? Long Yingqiu sighed and remarked, none of that matters anymore. The Lan family is destined to become a relic of history. With a suspected expert from the returning ruins realm taking action, it is not just the small clans of the City of Cloud and Water that are at risk. Even our GUS sect, a second-tier power in the Night Wind Kingdom, is equally vulnerable to annihilation. Master, at that moment, Wu Yueying's voice trembled as she spoke. What is it? Long Yingqiu inquired. Master, did you not say that my talent is quite remarkable? Yet why is it that the young man just now, who appears to be of similar age, is so much stronger than I? After exchanging a glance with Luo Tian, Wu Yueying felt her heart begin to crumble. Although she possessed exceptional talent, her overly gentle nature often led her to doubt herself. In that fleeting moment, she even began to question whether she was worthless. Long Yingqiu cast a glance at his disciple and admonished, "You foolish child, do you truly believe that lad is of your age?" Wu Yueying was taken aback. "Is he not?" Long Yingqiu replied curtly, "Have you ever seen anyone of that age with such formidable strength? That fellow merely has the art of maintaining youth. I suspect he is much older than I." Wu Yueying exclaimed in astonishment. "Really?" Long Yingqiu scoffed. "What else did you expect? A man in his early 20s surpassing me? Do you think that is possible?" Wu Yueying nodded. "It seems to make sense." Observing her regain confidence, Long Yingqiu continued, "Regardless of his age, his strength is beyond question. Remember, when traversing the world, should you encounter him, never lose your manners. Such ancient beings can be quite fearsome when roused." Wu Yueying promptly replied, "Yes. I will heed your teachings, master." Meanwhile, at the Lan family estate, a tremendous noise erupted, startling the entire household. What is that? Such a large bird. A monster. It is a monster. How did it come here? Quickly, inform the family head. In truth, there was no need for notification. Lan Meng had already sensed the anomaly and rushed into the courtyard. However, upon seeing the immense figure of the Golden Rock King, he was momentarily stunned. "Esteemed elder, I am Lan Meng, the head of the Lan family. I was unaware of your visit to my humble abode. Should you have any requests, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Lan Meng, uncertain of the Golden Rock King's intentions, sought to lower his stance as much as possible. Although he was unaware of the king's true power, he understood that if the king wished to end his life, it would be a trivial endeavor. Just then, a voice emerged from the Golden Rock King's back. "Lan Meng, you possess a great deal of audacity." At that moment, Luo Tian gazed down at Lan Meng, akin to observing an insignificant insect. Lan Meng, hearing the voice, lifted his gaze and was taken aback. "Luo Tian, you're not dead?" he exclaimed in shock. Then realizing he had misspoken, quickly donned a smile. "Nephew, what brings you here?" Luo Tian's expression turned icy. "Nephew? I am your ancestor. Lan Meng, your life is a gift from the Luo family. It was you who initially sought to marry your daughter to me. Yet later, you reneged on that promise, sending Lan Xiu'er to annul the engagement, to which I acquiesced without a second thought. I believed I had shown you enough benevolence. But what of your family? First, your daughter attempted to annihilate the Luo family through her master. After I rendered her powerless, instead of repentance, you escalated matters by hiring assassins to eliminate my family. Lan Meng, I have given you opportunities, not once but several times. Why must you court death?" Listening to Luo Tian's accusations, Lan Meng felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Yes, regardless of his justifications, he was at fault in this matter. "Luo Tian, as for the past, even if my family wronged yours, I hope you can remain calm. My daughter is now with the Crown Prince of the Divine Martial Kingdom. If you take action against us, the Divine Martial Kingdom will not spare you. Let us do this. We each take a step back, you depart, and we will not let the Divine Martial Kingdom act against you. How does that sound?" Lan Meng gazed at Luo Tian, hoping to intimidate him with the name of the Divine Martial Kingdom. However, the Divine Martial Kingdom? What a worthless entity. Do not think that even the Heavenly Court or the Underworld can save your family today. As Luo Tian spoke, he effortlessly summoned a spear into his hand. "The Lan family shall be eradicated." With that, he unleashed the Heavenly Dao Spear technique. Boom. In an instant, from the tip of his spear, a torrent akin to an army surged forth, crashing towards the Lan family. "Ro Tian!" Lan Meng let out a furious roar, but before he could finish his words, he was torn into fragments by a surge of energy. Not only him, but also the other members of the Lan family behind him were directly shredded. In an instant, houses collapsed, and the earth quaked, resembling the apocalypse. Amidst the chaos, Ro Tian caught a glimpse of Lan Xiu'er, who wore a face of panic. However, with her limbs all broken, she was unable to flee. She glared at Luo Tian with malice and exclaimed, "Luo Tian, I will haunt you even in death." Yet, in the next moment, she was ripped apart by the intent of a gun. Moments later, the once mighty Lan family was reduced to nothingness. You will haunt me in death? You were less than me in life. What can you achieve as a ghost? Luo Tian tossed aside his spear. The Golden Rock King, witnessing this scene, felt a tumultuous shock within. Indeed, the master's power is truly at the level of the returning ruins. He thought to himself, Golden Rock King, we must leave. Luo Tian urged from behind. Ah? Yes. Where to next? The Golden Rock King inquired. Jianxian sect. Luo Tian's gaze was icy. Indeed, let us depart. The King of Golden Peng spread his wings and vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, at the main peak of Jianxian sect, a disciple, brimming with joy, exclaimed, Sect Master. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Oh, has he returned so soon? The sect master, Hui Nan of Jianxian sect, looked at him with eager anticipation. The ancestor has succeeded. The disciple declared joyfully. Have we succeeded? The usually composed Hui Nan, upon hearing these words, stood up with a sudden clarity. Ha! This is splendid. After mastering that artifact entirely, our ancestor alone possesses the strength to rival 3 experts in the transcendental realm. Coupled with the formations of our Jinshin sect, we are officially stepping into the ranks of the foremost powers in the Nightwind Kingdom today. In Huinan's eyes, an unmistakable excitement shone through. After all, the resources held by a second-rate sect and a first-rate sect are worlds apart. He is confident that, with the strength of our ancestor and his own cunning, given time, they will undoubtedly ascend to become the true strongest sect in the Nightwind Kingdom. However, just at that moment, a thunderous crash interrupted his reverie. Master, something terrible has happened. An elder of the Jianxian sect rushed in, his face a mask of panic. What is happening? Huinan inquired. It is the Golden Ping King. That fiend has destroyed our mountain gate, the elder proclaimed. Huinan was taken aback, exclaiming, The Golden Ping King? That monstrous beast? We have no grievances with him. Why would he destroy our mountain gate? The elder shook his head. I do not know, but the Golden Ping King's infamous reputation precedes him. If he truly loses his temper, it could spell disaster. Huinan suddenly smiled coldly, saying in the past, this might have posed a real problem. However, we of the Jianxian sect are no longer the same. As he spoke, he soared to a picturesque location within the Jianxian sect, kneeling on one knee. Ancestors, the Jianxian sect is in peril. I implore you to come forth. Huinan called out loudly. Creak. The door of a distant, thatched cottage creaked open, and an elderly man with white hair, exuding an ethereal presence, stepped out. Alas, the younger generation is lacking. They rely on me to resolve such matters. The elder remarked. This man was none other than Gutong, the ancestor of the Jianxian sect. Ancestor, if it were not absolutely necessary, I would not wish to disturb your seclusion. However, the situation is dire, and I must implore for your intervention. Huinan stated. Gutong, however, remained unfazed, saying, Dire situation? Is it merely a bird demon? Why are you so flustered? Allow me to capture it and make it our guardian spirit beast. With that, he began to walk away. Behind him, Huinan inwardly scoffed. A mere bird demon? A guardian spirit beast? Just a year ago, Gutong advised me against provoking powerful demon clans, urging restraint. Yet now, having acquired that artifact, he has suddenly changed his tune. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, confined to his mind. Meanwhile, Gutong soared into the air, arriving before the mountain gate. The Jianxian sect's entrance lay in ruins. In midair, the Golden Ping King looked down upon the scene, carrying Luo Tian. Little Golden Ping, you have some gall to destroy my mountain gate? Gutong shouted from a distance. His voice, infused with profound energy, resonated like thunder. Is that our Jianxian sect's ancestor emerging? The ancestor? The one who has been in seclusion in the back mountain? Indeed. I had the fortune of seeing him once years ago. There is no mistaking it. But can the ancestor withstand the Golden Ping King? Did you not hear what the ancestor referred to him as? Little Golden Ping. Either our ancestor is of a higher generation or possesses greater strength. Either way, the ancestor is formidable. Initially, the Jianxian sect was filled with trepidation, yet Gutong's words regarding Little Golden Ping swiftly restored their composure. The Golden Ping King, however, furrowed his brow. Little Golden Ping? We are not even acquainted. Although Gutong was indeed a practitioner of profound realms, his strength was relatively inferior among his peers in the Nightwind Kingdom. How could such an individual be so arrogant? Are you the one in charge of the Jinshin sect? At that moment, Luo Tian, who rode upon the Golden Ping King, spoke up. There is someone else? Gutong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I am the one who has the authority over Jianxian sect. Who are you? Gutong inquired. I am Luo Tian, the one who will annihilate your Jianxian sect, Luo Tian declared. Annihilate my Jianxian sect? Gutong paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Even Huinan wore a smirk. Luo Tian, the one from Beibeiqing? You cowardly schemed to kill my junior brother, and I thought you were clever enough to delegate the task to others. Yet now I see you are merely a fool. Huinan shook his head repeatedly. I even used Ding Chun as bait to probe your strength. And your trump card is merely the Golden Peking? It seems I have been overly cautious. Luo Tian paid no heed to their banter, standing atop the Golden Penking's back and proclaiming, do not say I did not give you a chance. Within 30 breaths, swear to withdraw from Jianxian sect and leave the sect, and I will spare your lives. Those who do not shall be mercilessly slain. At this declaration, laughter erupted from below. What? Swear to withdraw from Jianxian sect? Who do you think you are? I have never encountered such a foolish individual. Relying on a Golden Peking, you dare to speak such grandiose words. The Golden Peking must be regretting having you as a companion. The disciples of Jianxian sect, emboldened by Gutong's presence, grew increasingly brazen, disregarding Luo Tian's threats entirely. Gutong also chuckled, saying, Golden Peking, I shall offer you a chance as well. Eliminate the lad on your back and become our guardian spirit beast. I will spare your life. With this statement, the disciples erupted in mockery. Great bird, kneel and bow. The ancestor has declared you will be spared. Little Golden Peng, if you do not surrender, we will feast on roasted wings soon. Amidst their jeers, the Golden Peking felt his fury ignite. You youngsters are courting death. Divine breath. The Golden Peking roared. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a beam of light downwards. The terrifying aura sliced through the heavens, causing the world to shift in color. The ordinary disciples of Jianxian sect turned pale at the sight. Is this the power of a profound realm master? For many, it was their first encounter with such strength. Mere trifles. Gutong scoffed, soaring into the air and meeting the Golden Peking's breath with a slash of his sword. Clang. The sword energy howled as it collided with the Golden Peking's breath. Boom. The two forces clashed in the air, shaking the very heavens and earth. The ancestor has blocked it. No, the ancestor's force seems weaker than that beast's. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Gutong's sword energy was gradually overpowered by the Golden Peking's breath. Is this the strength of a quasi-divine beast? Although our realms are comparable, its power surpasses mine significantly. Had this been in the past, I might have truly faced defeat today, but alas, I am no longer the same as before. Gutong thought, wielding his sword to contend against the Golden Peking while his other hand reached into his robe. Retrieving an object, a copper seal inscribed with the words Fengjiang. Golden Peking, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Fengjiang seal, unleash. In the next moment, the Fengjiang seal flew from his hand, hurtling toward the Golden Peking's breath. Bang! The Golden Peking, who had been firmly suppressing Gutong's breath, thought it instantly shattered upon contact with the Fengjiang seal. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed King Jinping's eyes. The Fanjing seal instilled within him an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Since you refuse to submit to me, then face your demise. After shattering the breath with a single strike, Gutong's countenance hardened, and he continued to wield the Fanjing seal, hurling it towards King Jinping. Curse it! The expression on King Jinping's face changed abruptly as he swiftly dodged to the side. However, under Gutong's manipulation, the tidal seal shifted direction and pursued King Jinping with astonishing speed. Witnessing this scene, Huinan's eyes gleamed with admiration. Truly, this sixth-tier magical artifact, while not quite on par with a genuine return to Void Realm, was certainly formidable. With such an item in hand, the vast Night Wind Kingdom likely had few rivals capable of challenging the ancestor. Huinan praised. Gutong, however, merely scoffed. Without this magical artifact, how many in the Night Wind Kingdom could match me? Huinan couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Wasn't it just moments ago that he had been suppressed by King Jinping? How quickly he seemed to forget. Of course, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Sword Shin sect, seeing Gutong gain the upper hand, began to mock once more. Little Jinping, weren't you so arrogant? How have you become a stray dog now? Not a stray dog, but a stray bird. What a foolish bird. And you up there, weren't you just boasting about mercilessly exterminating us? Why the sudden silence? Indeed. The one who threatened to annihilate our Sword Shin sect. Keep barking. The crowd erupted into wild jeers. On the other side, King Jinping, realizing he was about to be caught by the tidal seal, wore a look of desperation. Master, what should we do? He asked Luo Tian. Stop. Luo Tian spoke softly. Stop? But he glanced back at the raging Jiang Yin that was still in pursuit. No matter, stopping is sufficient, Luo Tian continued calmly. Jinping Wang gritted his teeth and indeed halted mid-air. Have you given up? Perhaps that is for the best. After all, we are destined for demise. And everything shall come to an end. Gutong chuckled and continued to propel the Jiang Yin towards them. At that moment, Luo Tian extended his hand from Jinping Wang's back, conjuring a colossal golden palm before him. It was none other than the heavenly Dao palm technique. Meanwhile, the Jiang Yin was swiftly approaching the two. Suddenly, Luo Tian's golden hand, with his thumb pressing against his middle finger, advanced towards the Jiang Yin. What's that fellow doing? Is he attempting to condense his energy into a palm strike? Indeed a clever tactic, but alas, it amounts to nothing before the ancestor. Several elders from the Sword Xian sect stroked their beards, wearing smiles of amusement. In their eyes, Luo Tian's demise was a foregone conclusion. However, just as the Jiang Yin was about to descend, Luo Tian flicked his finger, striking the Jiang Yin directly. To their astonishment, the once seemingly unstoppable Jiang Yin was sent flying as if it were a mere glass orb, propelled by Luo Tian's single gesture. Whoosh! In the next instant, the Jiang Yin soared into the sky, shimmering briefly like a star, and then vanished without a trace. Ancestor, upon witnessing the scene, Queen Anne swiftly turned to gaze at Gutong, only to find him frozen in place. Ancestor, what is amiss? Where's the turning river seal? Queen Anne inquired. Gutong swallowed hard and replied, I can no longer sense it. Queen Anne, taken aback, asked, why? Gutong's lips twitched slightly as he continued. One possibility is that the turning river seal has been propelled to an exceedingly distant location. The second possibility is that it has been damaged by that recent strike. What? Queen Anne was taken aback. The two possibilities suggested by Gutong sounded utterly preposterous. After all, they were sixth-tier magical artifacts. The power they wielded was nearly equivalent to that of the Quasi-Guishi realm. To think such formidable items could be effortlessly sent flying out of reach with a mere flick of a finger, or worse, completely annihilated? That was simply terrifying. If this were indeed the case, then what did it imply about Luo Tian's strength? Queen Anne abruptly turned to Luo Tian, a foreboding sensation swelling within him. Was it conceivable that Luo Tian had slain Mingxin and then obliterated Ding Chun, not relying on the Golden Peng King, but rather on his own prowess? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Queen Anne felt his heart plummet. He had miscalculated. He had truly underestimated the situation. Could it be that the illustrious several centuries of Jian Xian's sect were coming to an end? Meanwhile, Luo Tian withdrew his hand and gazed down at the members of Jian Xian's sect. 30 breaths had passed. No one had chosen to withdraw? Excellent. It seemed you all were resolutely determined to accompany Jian Xian's sect to its demise. Very well, I shall grant your wish. As he spoke, Luo Tian casually summoned the blade of the blood demon scorpion from his spatial ring. Heavenly Dao blade technique for phase slash. With that, Luo Tian executed 4 slashes in rapid succession from various directions. The terrifying blade aura traversed dozens of miles, inscribing a character resembling, thereby enveloping Jian Xian's sect within its confines. What did he just do? Did he miss? No, this fellow could send the ancestral Jiang Yin flying with a mere flick. It couldn't possibly be mere coincidence, could it? Several elders of Jian Xian's sect wore expressions of doubt. Meanwhile, Luo Tian turned to the Golden Peng King and said, let us depart. King Jinping was taken aback. Unable to comprehend why Luo Tian chose to depart, the 4 strikes just now had clearly failed to inflict any harm. However, he could only comply with Luo Tian's command. With a swift flap of his wings, King Jinping turned to leave. Why did that fellow leave? Uncertain, he pondered if there might be some insidious scheme at play. Perhaps that young man was merely bluffing, or perhaps his power was limited, usable only once, and he fled to avoid exposure. This conjecture held merit. As the members of the Jian Xian sect speculated, even Gutong wore an expression of confusion, although he could not fathom Luo Tian's reasoning. He felt a sense of relief upon witnessing his departure. After all, that individual's strength was exceedingly enigmatic. Master, will you not eliminate them? King Jinping inquired, bearing a look of doubt as he carried Luo Tian. It was evident that the murderous intent Luo Tian had just exhibited was no trivial matter. Such a hasty departure seemed uncharacteristic of him. Luo Tian replied coldly, I have already done so. King Jinping was taken aback, instinctively turning his gaze behind him. Suddenly, a brilliant blade light erupted from the ground at the very spot where Luo Tian's sword energy had just descended. Following this, Immense blades of light surged forth from 3 other locations, soaring into the sky and enveloping the sword mystical sect within their radiance. The Golden Phoenix King's pupils trembled violently. Even from a considerable distance, he could sense the terrifying threat emanating from the sword lights. He had an ominous feeling that even he would meet an unavoidable demise if touched by these blades. What is happening? What is this? Is this individual attempting to seal us here? Look, the sword lights seem to have shattered. Amidst the astonished cries of the members of the sword mystic sect, the colossal sword lights encircling them suddenly exploded into countless tiny blade lights, which then surged towards the members of the sect. Damn it, break for me. An elder of the sword mystic sect drew his sword to resist, striking towards one of the blade lights. However, his sword shattered in an instant, and he was pierced through by the minute blade lights, resulting in his immediate death. This is bad. Everyone, run. In an instant, despair engulfed the sword mystic sect. Yet, amidst the relentless onslaught of blade lights, escape was impossible. It's all over. All my fault. It was my misjudgment that led to this. Upon witnessing the blade lights, Guinan realized that both he and the sword mystic sect were doomed. At that moment, he was filled with immense regret, questioning why he had provoked Luo Tian and why he hadn't investigated Luo Tian's strength more thoroughly before taking action. Yet, it was too late for any of that now. Master, don't give up. Resist with all your might. An elder shouted. Don't give up? What good will that do? Can't you see the power of this blade energy? Guinan forced a bitter smile as a blade light pierced through his chest. Damn it. I cannot die here. Gutong roared, launching himself into the air. Ancestor, is he trying to escape? Ancestor, take me with you. A group of disciples from the sword mystic sect shouted. However, before they could finish their words, they saw Gutong surrounded by thousands of blade lights in the sky. Give me a break. Gutong bellowed, drawing his sword and unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Yet, in an instant, it was extinguished by a flurry of blade light. Following that, as thousands of blade lights cleaved down, Gutong's body stiffened and plummeted from the sky, only to be pierced by even more blade lights. Blood spilling into the air. Gutong perished in battle. In that fleeting moment, the Sword Shin sect was plunged into utter despair. In just a few breaths, the entire sect lay in ruins. What a terrifying power. The Golden Ping King, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The Sword Shin sect was, after all, a second-tier force in the Night Wind Kingdom, formidable in its own right. Yet, before Luo Tian, such strength appeared as fragile as paper. However, the Golden Ping King understood that this was a matter of their own making. Had it not been for their repeated attempts to annihilate the Luo family, Luo Tian, by nature, would not have resorted to such ruthless measures. Master, where shall we go next? The Golden Ping King, regaining his composure, turned to Luo Tian and inquired. Do you know where the Ghost Killing Hall is located? Ghostly Hall? The King of the Golden Ping narrowed his eyes. My lord. The Ghostly Hall is a loosely organized assassins guild, nearly omnipresent across the realm, with no one truly aware of its central headquarters. The branch in the Nightwind Kingdom is merely a minor outpost, he explained. Luo Tian nodded and inquired, is that so? Are you aware of the locations of the guild's branches? The King of the Golden Ping replied, I know of one. Take me there. Luo Tian commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, King Jinping accelerated abruptly. Within a secluded mountain village, there stood a dilapidated grocery store. Inside the store sat an elderly man, puffing on a pipe, engrossed in a list before him. This month, he had received a total of 360 assassination missions, yet astonishingly, 9 had failed. The old man scrutinized the list, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on those 9 unsuccessful endeavors. 6 of these pertained to failed attempts on the life of the Divine Martial King, one on Master Tianin, and another on the leader of the Divine Moon sect. For these individuals, our Ghost Shaman Hall had undoubtedly lost hundreds of assassins over the years. Truly, they are difficult to eliminate. As he spoke, his attention shifted to the last entry. The Luo family of Bianbei City and their young master, Luo Tian, have also failed? How could this be? The elder's expression was one of astonishment. He meticulously checked the mission list multiple times before he was satisfied. Yet, even after confirming, disbelief lingered on his face. Bianbei City? That remote little town, which seemingly lacked even a formidable cultivator of the Yueying realm. That red-haired ghost, despite being one of our elite assassins within the Nightwind Kingdom. How could he have failed? Is the intelligence accurate? He pondered in bewilderment. From the shadows behind him, a voice emerged slowly. There is no mistake. We have investigated thoroughly. The red-haired ghost perished in Bianbei City, and he was killed instantly. Instantly? Who could possibly achieve that? The old man was taken aback. The demon king of the Tiandang Mountains, the divine beast with Shinyu, came the reply from the shadows. The elder's expression shifted to one of realization as he remarked, "Is it that fellow? That is not surprising. In terms of brute strength, that beast is undoubtedly among the top 3 in the Nightwind Kingdom, regardless of whether they are human or demon. However, how could that individual be linked to the Luo family? This aspect puzzled him. It is unclear, but the facts remain." The shadow replied. The old man sighed, stating, "To lose a red-haired ghost for merely 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, this transaction seems rather unprofitable." Just as the two were conversing, a figure entered the store with measured steps. "Ah, a customer. What brings you here?" The elder lifted his head, smiling as he inquired of the newcomer. "Buy a life," exclaimed the newcomer. The old man immediately donned a smile and inquired, "May I ask whose life the esteemed guest wishes to purchase?" "Luo Tian," the newcomer declared. "Luo Tian? Is it truly him?" The elder inquired. "How much are you willing to pay?" 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, the newcomer replied. "What?" The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. It's worth noting that this amount constitutes a substantial transaction. "Do you have any special requests, esteemed guest?" The elder asked. "Indeed, I do. You may only kill 1 person. No harm is to come to those around him, or else the payment will not be rendered," the newcomer stated. The elder chuckled. "That is easily arranged. However, esteemed guest, to employ the assassins of our Ghost Kill Hall, a simple registration is required to ensure we can locate you for payment after the deed is done. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" The newcomer lifted his head and gazed at the elder, saying, "Luo Tian. Mm." The old man's smile froze instantly. "Luo Tian. This fellow is indeed Luo Tian? The very Luo Tian from Bei City? Is he not the target I intend to eliminate?" "Guest, who are you?" The old man inquired once more. "Luo Tian, I wish to pay to have myself killed. If successful, I can use my severed head to collect a bounty from the Luo family. Do you understand?" The other party responded. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Luo Tian. On his way here, he had initially contemplated obliterating the Ghost Killing Hall directly. However, after the introduction by King Jinpeng, Luo Tian realized that annihilating the Ghost Killing Hall would prove exceedingly challenging. This is because the Ghost Killing Hall is an organization that spans the entire realm. More crucially, it is remarkably loose-knit, allowing members to join or depart at will. In other words, the Ghost Killing Hall resembles a mercenary network, ubiquitous in nature. Attempting to destroy them through sheer force in a short span of time is nearly impossible. Hence, he chose to come here to issue a task to have himself killed. "Guest, are you not jesting?" The old man squinted his eyes. "Do you possess the standing to make me jest?" Luo Tian retorted. The old man immediately smiled faintly and replied, "Very well, we shall accept this task at the Ghost Killing Hall." As he spoke, he gestured with his finger, inscribing a message within a jade slip. Our brother's fortune is truly remarkable. I had intended to rest here for a while, yet unexpectedly, a bounty of 10 billion low-grade spirit stones has presented itself." A voice from the shadows chuckled. Just then, 2 identically thin men emerged from the darkness. "Mo Fei. Mo Xiang, such a delectable prize, do not even think about monopolizing it. Luo Tian's life is mine for the taking." As he spoke, a robust figure stepped out from another direction outside the room. "Feng, what do you mean by that?" The Mo brothers retorted angrily. "What? Who said this task could only be completed by you?" Feng sneered. "Fine, then let us rely on our own abilities. Whoever seizes it first claims it," Mo Fei declared. Feng nodded in agreement. "No problem. Let us see who is faster." Afterward, the 3 turned their gazes toward Luo Tian, preparing to take action. But at that moment, whoosh, a palpable aura of killing intent enveloped everyone in the room instantaneously. Feng and the others were taken aback simultaneously, turning to gaze into the shadows. Emerging from the darkness was an individual. "I am in dire need of funds, and this lad's head shall be mine," the figure spoke. As he approached, it became clear that he was a disheveled middle-aged man with unkempt hair and tattered clothing. Upon his appearance, Feng and the others instinctively recoiled a few steps, their faces etched with fear. "Shi Huaguang? How could it be you?" Feng exclaimed in disbelief. "Shi Huaguang? One of the few assassins of the Ghost Killing Hall in the Nightwind Kingdom?" Mo Fei added, astonished. "Weren't you suppressed by Master Tianin? How could you possibly be here?" Mo Xiang also wore a look of shock. Shi Huaguang, however, appeared nonchalant as he replied, "Of course I escaped. That detestable bald man captured me after my failed assassination attempt. For over a decade, I was forced to listen to his incessant chanting, driving me nearly mad. Recently, I finally seized the opportunity to break free." He then turned his gaze toward Luo Tian, stating, "All my previous savings are gone. and I was just lamenting my lack of funds when, unexpectedly, someone arrived to offer me a gift. His gaze shifted to the other three, declaring, "This lad's head belongs to me. You have no objections, do you?" "None, absolutely none." The three responded almost in unison. What a joke. These three were merely at the void flight stage. Though their abilities were commendable, before them stood Shi Huaguang, who had reached the Transcendence realm. Although he was only at the first level of Transcendence, dispatching all three of them would be a trivial task. "Good. Young man, your head is now mine." Shi Huaguang laughed heartily as he reached out towards Luo Tian. But in the next instant, Shi Guanghua suddenly felt the world spin around him. Immediately, he beheld a headless corpse standing before him. The figure appeared somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. Was that not his own corpse? His own head? It was only then that he realized his head had been severed. But who had dared to strike? Shi Guanghua cast a fleeting glance and witnessed the final scene. Luo Tian sheathing his blade. Was this brat responsible? How could it be? I refused to accept this. I had only just attained my freedom. Amidst Shi Guanghua's unwillingness, his consciousness gradually faded away, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. "Next, it is your turn, the three of you." Meanwhile, Luo Tian turned his gaze towards Yifeng and the other two. A master assassin of the Xian realm had perished so effortlessly. The onlookers had barely grasped how Luo Tian had executed the kill. At that moment, Luo Tian shifted his focus to the other three assassins who had just been eager to take his life. In an instant, the trio felt as though they were plummeting into an abyss. "Flee!" A voice, uncertain in origin, echoed through the air as three individuals simultaneously turned to escape. However, in an instant, each emitted a spurt of crimson blood and collapsed, lifeless. In the blink of an eye, three souls had perished. The room fell into an oppressive silence. After a prolonged moment, the elder finally swallowed hard and managed to speak. "What does this mean, my lord?" Upon hearing this, Luo Tian turned to him with a sardonic smile, retorting, "What? Is it permissible for your ghostly kill hall to take lives while forbidding others to retaliate? Their demise merely reflects their inadequacy. If you wish to eliminate me, send forth stronger assassins. I am always prepared." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and exited the chamber. Outside, the Golden Rock King had long awaited him, having transformed into his true form to escort Luo Tian away. Once Luo Tian departed, the elder finally regained his composure. This audacious fellow is provoking the ghostly kill hall. Does he not comprehend the extent of their might? The elder's expression darkened. "Umph, young man, you shall undoubtedly come to regret your decision," he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the Golden Rock King inquired, "Master, where shall we go next?" Luo Tian pondered briefly before responding to the capital. "How long will it take?" The Golden Rock King considered this and replied, "At full speed. The round trip will require at least 6 days." Luo Tian frowned deeply. "Such a lengthy duration? If we depart now, it may delay matters concerning the Ziwei secret realm. Let the divine martial royal mansion endure a few more days. Take me home," he commanded. "Indeed," King Jinping replied. Under the swift flight of King Jinping, Luo Tian soon returned to Beibeiqing. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, King Jinping transformed into a bird-like humanoid with wings sprouting from his back and went to reminisce with Niu Wufang. Meanwhile, Luo Tian returned to the main hall, where the members of the Luo family had yet to disperse. "Tiana, where have you just been? Could it be that you visited the Jiangxuanzong?" Luo Feng inquired hastily upon seeing Luo Tian's return. "Young master, although Jiangxuanzong has been overly arrogant this time, they are, after all, a prestigious sect with a history of several centuries. If we wish to seek vengeance, we must proceed with caution and not act impulsively," the Grand Elder advised. "Indeed, young master, our family has not suffered any losses. Let Jiangxuanzong revel for a while. If we allow them 30 years, perhaps our Luo family need not fear them. When the time comes, we shall confront Jiangxuanzong and annihilate them completely," the third elder asserted earnestly. Upon hearing the third elder's words, the members of the Luo family were filled with a sense of aspiration. Jiangxuanzong had once been an unattainable existence for the Luo family. Yet now, they seemed to possess a chance of catching up. According to the third elder, in 30 years, the Luo family could stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiangxuanzong. This prospect ignited a fervor in everyone. However, Luo Tian shook his head, saying, "There is no need for that." The third elder was taken aback, assuming Luo Tian lacked confidence, and chuckled, "No worries. If not in 30 years, then 50 years will suffice. Our Luo family shall repay any grievances." Luo Tian, however, smiled and clarified, "What I mean is, there is no need for revenge. Both the Lan family and Jiang Xuanzong have been eradicated by my hand." What? The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to believe their ears. Who has been annihilated? Jian Xuanzong? Luo Feng rose abruptly. He was not surprised by the destruction of the Lan family, but the annihilation of Jian Xuanzong was an entirely different matter. Luo Tian chuckled and recounted the events that had transpired. With Jian Xuanzong dealt with, the ghost-killing hall would not pose a threat to the Luo family in the near future. They might attempt to assassinate me, but that would be the extent of their actions. As for the Divine Martial Prince's mansion, I shall pay them a visit and eliminate them after the Ziwei secret realm. Luo Tian spoke as casually as if discussing daily affairs. However, the members of the Luo family listened with their mouths agape, unable to close them. One person had obliterated Jian Xuanzong and then dared to provoke the ghost-killing hall, vanquishing four formidable experts. Furthermore, he claimed he would effortlessly annihilate the Divine Martial Prince's mansion. What was the Divine Martial Prince's mansion? It was undoubtedly a top-tier force in the Night Wind Kingdom. If one disregarded the loosely organized royal family, it would not be an exaggeration to call them the foremost power in the Night Wind Kingdom. Ordinary people spoke of the Divine Martial Prince's mansion with deep reverence. Yet Luo Tian declared his intention to destroy them, effortlessly, no less. Just how powerful are you now, Tian? Luo Feng took a deep breath and queried. His question piqued the curiosity of everyone present. Luo Tian, stroking his chin, replied, "I cannot say for certain. But in recent days, I have encountered several experts at the Transcendence realm and felt I could easily defeat them. I have yet to meet anyone at the Returning Ruins level. I wonder if I can defeat them. Perhaps I shall find out." Transcendence. Easily defeated. Upon hearing this, the members of the Luo family felt their minds spiral into confusion. What audacious claims. By the way, how have you all fared with the techniques I imparted? Luo Tian inquired. The second elder immediately responded, "Well, surprisingly well. I have been practicing the first form of your body refining technique for the past few days and can now sustain it for a quarter of an hour. Although I have yet to master the second form, my physical strength has doubled." Luo Feng added, "I am practicing the sword technique, but regrettably, I have only grasped it partially. Nevertheless, with this, I can easily vanquish the head of the Li family, who was once my equal." The elder stroked his beard and remarked, "I have primarily focused on your breathing technique in recent days and have gained considerable insight. I had been stuck at the 9th level of the transformation realm for many years, believing I would never progress further. However, just yesterday, I sensed a loosening in my realm, and I estimate that within a few days, I shall break through to the Void realm." "Congratulations, Elder," the crowd exclaimed in unison. "Young Master, I have already begun practicing the second form of your body refining technique. Although I nearly perished while practicing the first form, I persevered," Luo Rong said excitedly. Luo Feng also smiled. "Tian, this child, Luo Rong, possesses both exceptional talent and tenacity. He is the first to complete the first form of the body refining technique." Luo Tian glanced at Luo Rong and nodded. "Very well, keep up the good work." He then turned to Luo Feng and asked, "How fares the training of the younger generation in the family?" He understood that for a family to grow strong, the cultivation of its youth was paramount. "According to your previous instructions, we have made your techniques and martial skills available to all the family members. However, these techniques are still rather profound for them. Currently, only 3 among the younger generation have managed to fully learn one form, while merely 12 have grasped the basics. The rest are still in the arduous training phase." Luo Feng sighed. "Is this all?" Luo Tian furrowed his brow. The Grand Elder chuckled and replied, "Young Master, this is already quite commendable. After all, the techniques you impart are exceedingly challenging. To achieve such progress in such a short span of time is no small feat." Luo Feng nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, even a mere glimpse of understanding significantly enhances their strength. The 12 individuals who have barely scratched the surface are nearly invincible within their realm. As for Luo Rong and the others, although they are merely at the body refinement stage, they are still capable of contending with those at the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm. To challenge adversaries across such vast realms is a feat reserved for prodigies. Even among first-rate factions, they would be considered exceptional talents. In a clan like the Luo family, such geniuses are virtually revered. However, due to Luo Tian's extraordinary prowess, these few prodigies appear somewhat ordinary in comparison, leaving them with a hint of embarrassment. Such is the consequence of Luo Tian's unparalleled genius. Let us proceed with our cultivation. Anyone who reaches the initial understanding stage may join me in this upcoming expedition to the Ziwei Secret Realm, Luo Tian proclaimed. Ziwei Secret Realm? Upon hearing these 4 words, the members of the Luo family erupted into a flurry of excitement. It is well known that this is a prestigious secret realm in the Night Wind Kingdom, teeming with opportunities. However, such places have always been accessible only to the elite forces. For the Luo family, it has been a lifelong aspiration. But now, this dream is within reach. How could they not be thrilled? After defeating the Leaf family and several other smaller clans, we have acquired over 8 million low-grade spirit stones, Luo Feng remarked. You can oversee the distribution. I require none, Luo Tian replied. Indeed, aside from materials necessary for breaking through major realms, Luo Tian had little use for other resources, rendering spirit stones of minimal value to him. After discussing a few more matters, the meeting adjourned, and everyone departed. In the corridor, the younger members of the Luo family gazed at Luo Tian's retreating figure, their hearts racing with excitement. The young master is incredibly powerful. He is my goal to strive towards, exclaimed one youth. Hey, Luo Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? With your current cultivation, you are worlds apart from the young master. You haven't even mastered a single technique he taught. Another young man from the Luo family replied. Luo Yu's face flushed. Not having mastered it now doesn't mean I won't in the future. We have 5 days until we depart for the Ziwei Secret Realm. 5 days. With your laziness. Even 5 years wouldn't suffice for you to succeed. Someone remarked. Luo Yu gritted his teeth and declared, You watch. The old Luo Yu is dead. From now on, I shall never slack off again. In 5 days, I will surely go to the Ziwei Secret Realm. With that, he turned and left, determined to enter a period of intensive training. The onlookers exchanged glances. Even that lazy one is putting in effort? It seems I must do the same. A young woman murmured to herself. Indeed, if he surpasses me, it would be quite a disgrace. I cannot allow that. Another young man nodded in agreement. Everyone, continue your conversation. I shall also retreat for training. See you in 5 days. With that, the other young members departed as well. It appears that the Luo family is truly on the brink of rising. Luo Feng and several elders watched the departing figures, their expressions filled with satisfaction. We old fellows must also step up our efforts. If we continue to lag behind these youngsters, it would be embarrassing, one elder remarked. They exchanged knowing glances before also retreating for cultivation. The 5 days swiftly passed. At last, the day of departure for the Ziwei Secret Realm arrived. On that morning, the Luo family ancestral home was bustling with activity. Everyone gathered to bid farewell to the Luo family disciples heading to the secret realm. The family head, Luo Feng, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding frequently at the younger generation. How many have qualified, elder? He inquired. The elder smiled. In these 5 days, we have achieved remarkable progress. Besides the original trio of Luorong, 3 more have fully mastered a technique. Additionally, 21 more have grasped the basics. Luo Feng's eyes lit up with joy. So, we have 6 individuals who have mastered a complete technique, and 33 others on the verge of doing so? The elder nodded with a smile. Exactly. Moreover, there are several disciples showing promising signs, but I felt the Ziwei Secret Realm was too perilous for them. So I did not send them. Luo Feng couldn't help but marvel. This is already more than enough. Once this generation of youth matures, the strength of our Luo family will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The elder agreed. Indeed. I estimate that these dozens of disciples will all reach the sky-soaring realm in the future. At the mention of the sky-soaring realm, Luo Feng trembled with excitement. This was a height once unimaginable for the Luo family, and even for the entire Beibei city. Now, the prospect of so many members potentially breaking through to this realm filled him with exhilaration. Just then, a stir rippled through the crowd. Luo Feng turned to see Luo Tian approaching, still half asleep. The entire Luo family looked upon him with uncontainable excitement, especially the younger members, their eyes brimming with reverence. Why are you up so early? I was hoping to sleep a bit longer. Luo Tian yawned, showing none of the demeanor expected of a master. Luo Tian. The opportunity to visit the Ziwei Secret Realm is rare. Who knows when we will have it again? It is wise to prepare ahead, Luo Feng advised. Oh. It's just the Ziwei Secret Realm, nothing of great significance. I'll simply make a request, and from now on, our Luo family will always have a share whenever it opens, Luo Tian replied. Is that truly the case? Luo Feng's eyes brightened. He understood the benefits of the Ziwei Secret Realm. If the Luo family could secure a spot every time it opened, it would be a monumental boon. Of course, now that everyone is gathered, let us prepare to depart, Luo Tian announced. As he spoke, the Golden Ping King revealed its true form. Landing atop the Luo family ancestral home, many present were witnessing the Golden Peng King for the first time, and their excitement was palpable. The Golden Peng King is personally escorting us? This is an incredible honor. The young members of the Luo family were increasingly thrilled. Let us go, climb aboard. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return, Luo Tian called out. One by one, the young members clambered onto the back of the Golden Peng King. At the back of the crowd, a few young people kept glancing back. Sigh, has Luo Yu not shown up? One young man frowned. Humph. That guy talks a big game, yet here he is again, missing out. Another remarked. My father once said that in terms of talent, Luo Yu ranks among the top in our generation, but the young master is an exception. However, he is just too lazy, which is why his strength is only average. A young woman sighed. Indeed, it seems he will merely talk again this time. Amidst their discussions, the group prepared to set off. But just then, wait a moment. A voice resonated from outside. Shortly thereafter, a bloodied youth staggered in. Is that Luo Yu? How did he end up like this? Everyone was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. At this moment, Luo Yu appeared quite wretched. It is important to note that the Luo family now stands as the unequivocal ruler of Beibei City. As a member of the Luo clan, who would dare to harm him? Luo Yu? What has happened? Luo Feng inquired, his brow furrowed with concern, suspecting that Luo Yu had been attacked. However, Luo Yu merely smiled and said, Head of the family, count me in for this expedition to the Ziwei secret realm. The Grand Elder, standing nearby, frowned and remarked, Luo Yu, you should be aware of the rules for entering the Ziwei secret realm, correct? The techniques and martial arts taught by the young master require at least a preliminary understanding to be applicable. If I recall correctly, you have yet to reach that level. Haven't you? Yet, Luo Yu smiled once more and immediately unleashed a punch. Roar. In an instant, a dragon-headed phantom coalesced above his fist. What? Is that the dragon fist? Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Luo Tian could not help but cast a second glance at the young man. This fellow has indeed begun to grasp the essence of the dragon fist. Although there remains a significant gap between them, the potential is undeniable. Remarkable. I never expected you to achieve this. The Grand Elder nodded in approval as he regarded Luo Yu. Head of the family, Grand Elder, may I proceed to the Ziwei secret realm? Luo Yu inquired with a smile. Of course, you may go. Luo Feng replied. Thank you. Luo Yu exclaimed as he leapt onto the back of the Golden Rock King. The members of the Luo family instinctively cleared a large space for him. Everyone was aware that at this moment, Luo Yu had become one of the 7 strongest among the younger generation of the Luo family, not counting Luo Tian. Niu Wufang, keep an eye on the house. Golden Rock King, let us depart. Luo Tian declared. Indeed, King Jinping and Niu Wufang accepted the command together. In the next moment, Jinping soared into the sky with dozens of young members from the Luo family, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in an instant. May this time bring them fruitful results. Luo Feng murmured, watching their retreating figures. Rest assured, with the young master present, there will be no issues. The Grand Elder reassured him. Hearing this, Luo Feng nodded in agreement. On the other side, before the Ziwei secret realm, the imminent opening of the realm had prompted the qualifying factions to secure their positions in advance. They awaited the moment of commencement to rush in and seize their fortunes. With a resounding chime, an elder monk, accompanied by several young monks, descended gracefully upon a hillside. Is that the Zen master from the Fumo Temple? He has personally led the team? Fumo Temple, you say? I wonder what prodigies they possess this generation? Prodigies? Surely, it must be that one. Monk Ruoming, age 22. At the 9th level of Qi gathering, it is said he practices the indestructible Vajra technique, a lineage tracing back to the legendary Master Tian'in. Furthermore, rumors suggest that his indestructible body surpasses even the youthful prowess of Master Tian'in. Oh, such formidable strength. Clang. Another sword's resonance filled the air as a dozen flying swords pierced through the sky. The Sword Rain sect has arrived. That is the young sword immortal, Shaolin, a contender regarded as the foremost among the younger generation of the Night Wind Kingdom. The crowd gasped in awe. Is he truly the young sword immortal, Shaolin? It is said he mastered the Sword Rain sect's sword manipulation at the tender age of 6, capable of soaring through the skies on his flying sword. Earlier this year, he personally slayed a spirit transformation beast. What? But isn't he merely at the 9th level of Qi gathering? How could he possibly kill a spirit transformation beast? That is astonishing. The crowd marveled at Shaolin. At that moment, a whoosh echoed again as an elderly man and a youth arrived. The Qin family from Star City, The premier family of the Nightwind Kingdom has sent only 2 representatives? Do not be deceived by their numbers. That young man is an extraordinary talent. He is a master of the blade, rumored to be on the verge of manifesting the embryonic form of blade intent. Is this the embryonic form of sword intent? The crowd was once again taken aback. Over there, the members of the Guiyuan sect have arrived. As they turned to the source of the voice, they indeed beheld a young man clad in the attire of the Guiyuan sect, elegantly descending upon a mount resembling a dragon, alighting on a mountain peak with an ethereal grace. This individual is none other than Luo Tian, the foremost figure of the younger generation of the Guiyuan sect. It is rumored that he possesses some peculiarities. Peculiar? In what manner? Well, it seems that his cultivation appears rather unremarkable, as if he does not excel in any particular area. Yet, over the years, he has engaged in duels with numerous prodigies from various sects, and the outcome has invariably been a stalemate. Ah, a draw with prodigies? Does that not imply he is quite formidable? You misunderstand my point. I mean to say, irrespective of his opponent's strength, he maintains an equal footing. This is utterly astonishing. Could it be that he is deliberately concealing his true abilities? That is a possibility, but I consulted a senior brother who has sparred with him, and he stated that Luo Tian fought with all his might, without any intention of concealing his power. Indeed, this is rather strange. The crowd nodded in agreement. Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Following that, a colossal palanquin, drawn by 72 dragon steeds, descended from the heavens. Which faction do they belong to? 72 dragon steeds, such extravagance. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the palanquin gradually made its way towards a nearby mountain peak. On that very peak, 2 sects had already claimed their positions in advance. Upon seeing the approaching party, an elder from one of the sects immediately clasped his hands in greeting and said, "May I inquire which esteemed sect you hail from? We have already occupied this area, and we kindly request that you seek alternative grounds for your endeavors. However, begone," came a chilling voice from atop the grand palanquin. The elderly man on the hillside furrowed his brow. He had already spoken with considerable courtesy. Yet the other party remained so dismissive. "Sir, I am unaware of your identity, but I am the Grand Elder of the Helongmen. Although our esteemed sect may be regarded as a second-tier force in the Kingdom of Nightwind, we are not to be trifled with." The Elder of Helongmen wished to articulate further, yet at that moment, a colossal hand suddenly emerged from the immense palanquin and came crashing down upon him with a thunderous impact. Before the Elder of Helongmen could utter a word, he was instantly struck down, leaving no trace behind. This level of cultivation? It must be at least the 5th realm of the Tongxian stage. Who could it be? Regardless of who they are, even with such formidable power, is it permissible to take a life so casually? The people of Helongmen have not committed any egregious acts. Such wanton killing is utterly excessive. I am determined to unveil the identity of this audacious individual. The actions of those within the carriage evidently incited public outrage. Almost instantaneously, 3 powerful cultivators from the Tongxian realm soared into the air, positioning themselves in front of the carriage. However, at that moment, a cold laugh emanated from within the carriage. "Haha, are the ants of the Nightwind Kingdom truly so oblivious to their fate?" As he spoke, a young man approached the edge of the carriage, hands clasped behind his back, casting a condescending gaze upon the crowd. While he seemed unperturbed, the individuals flanking him elicited gasps of astonishment from all present. Standing beside the young man were 4 figures of varying heights and builds, all of whom were exuding an overwhelming aura of power, each one a master of the Tongxian realm. For Tongxian cultivators, and they were all at least at the 5th realm. What on earth is happening? It is known that in the Nightwind Kingdom, possessing even a single cultivator at the Tongxian realm qualifies a sect as a second-rate power. 3 Tongxian cultivators classify as a first-rate force. Yet here before us are 4 of them. More crucially, the demeanor of these 4 Tongxian masters revealed their deep respect for the young man, akin to that of servants to their master. To have 4 Tongxian cultivators as subordinates? Even the royal family would struggle to claim such power. "Esteemed guest, you are not from the Nightwind Kingdom, are you?" inquired an elderly Tongxian cultivator. "Nightwind Kingdom? What a pathetic nation. I am certainly not one of you. I am Wei Tianyi, the young master of the Wei family from the Yulong Kingdom," Wei Tianyi declared with pride. "The Yulong Kingdom? He hails from the Yulong Kingdom? The might of Yulong is several times greater than our Nightwind Kingdom. How could they possibly be here? Moreover, I have heard of the Wei family. It is said that their ancestor is a 7th realm expert of the Guishu stage. A seventh realm Guishu master? Surely this cannot be true. It has been years since a Guishu expert has appeared in the Nightwind Kingdom, yet their family boasts such a powerful ancestor. The disparity is staggering. What? Does my Wei family require permission to occupy a place here? Will you attempt to impede us? Wei Tianyi relished the shocked expressions on the faces of the Nightwind Kingdom's representatives, his gaze sweeping over them with a provocative air. The three previously bold Guishu masters now found themselves in an awkward position. They were well aware of the Wei family's reputation. It was not one they could afford to provoke. One by one, they could only swallow their pride and withdraw. Young Master Wei, your words are harsh. It is an honor for our Gui Yuan sect to host you. Who would dare obstruct your presence? Luo Tian, the host, spoke with a smile. Humph. I doubt these country bumpkins from the Nightwind Kingdom would dare. Wei Tianyi replied dismissively, signaling for the carriage to lower. Witnessing his arrogance, the people of the Nightwind Kingdom gritted their teeth in frustration. This man was insufferably infuriating. Approaching the carriage, Luo Tian clasped his hands in greeting and asked, May I inquire about the purpose of young Master Wei's visit? Wei Tianyi glanced down at him and replied, There is nothing of significance. I merely ventured here upon hearing rumors of some so-called secret realm opening, claiming that many of your kingdom's talents would be in attendance. I am curious to see what treasures this wretched place possesses that could possibly be deemed extraordinary. He strode forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. I have heard of a monk from the Fumo Temple who is being hailed as a genius. Let him come forth, so I may behold him. Suddenly, all eyes turned toward the figures from Fumo Temple. The individual Wei Tianyi referred to was, of course, the monk Ruoming. Yet, Ruoming remained unfazed, his demeanor serene, as if he had not heard Wei Tianyi's provocation. However, one of the younger monks beside him could not contain his anger. Do you have your head and rear end switched, Wei? Why do you spout such nonsense? He shouted fiercely. At this utterance, silence enveloped the crowd, followed swiftly by uproarious laughter. Ruoming lifted his gaze slightly to regard his younger disciple, a touch of reproach in his expression. Junior brother Ruohui, have you forgotten the precepts of the discipline hall? Why invoke such ill words without cause? Ruohui scratched his head and replied, This isn't without cause. This fellow has gone too far. Ruoming shook his head, choosing not to engage further. Meanwhile, Wei Tianyi was taken aback by Ruohui's retort. He had not anticipated that. After revealing his identity, someone from the Nightwind Kingdom would dare to insult him. Haha, splendid. Very well, bold monk, come forth and face me. Wei Tianyi challenged. Ruohui retorted, Am I to fear you? With a swift motion, he leaped before Wei Tianyi. I am Ruohui from the Fumo Temple, here to engage in battle, he declared. Ruohui? Not Ruoming. Wei Tianyi furrowed his brow. If you can defeat me, my senior brother will surely join the fray, but I can handle you alone. However, I must clarify one point. Will the four behind you intervene during our duel? Ruohui regarded the four Tongshin masters with some trepidation. Wei Tianyi glanced back, a cold smile gracing his lips. Naturally not. This is a contest between our younger generations. Upon hearing this, Ruohui felt a surge of confidence. Very well, Yulong Kingdom brat. Prepare yourself to witness the prowess of the young talents of the Nightwind Kingdom. With a furious roar, Ruohui launched a punch. With a hum, as he struck, a golden light coalesced behind him. Oh, indestructible Vajra? This Ruohui cultivates such a technique. This was one of the three ultimate skills of the Fumo Temple, and it was astonishing to discover that, apart from Ruoming, another youth could wield such power. No wonder he dared to challenge. The people of the Nightwind Kingdom were filled with anticipation, eager to witness Wei Tianyi's downfall, for he had just insulted them all. However, bang! Before Ruohui's fist could reach Wei Tianyi, it was effortlessly caught in a single hand. Ruohui was taken aback for a moment and immediately summoned all his strength in an attempt to break free from Wei Tianyi's grasp. However, Wei Tianyi's hand was as unyielding as if it were forged from bronze and cast in iron. No matter how fiercely Ruohui struggled, it remained steadfast and unmoving. As the onlookers beheld this scene, they collectively gasped in astonishment. It is essential to note that Ruohui's cultivated technique is renowned for its raw power. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly overpowered. The individual before them, Wei Tianyi, appeared to be far more formidable than anyone had anticipated. Wei Tianyi regarded Ruohui, who was desperately struggling in his grasp, with a hint of cold amusement. You pathetic fool, how dare you challenge me? He taunted. With that, he exerted his strength. A sharp crack echoed as Ruohui's wrist snapped, and then he callously discarded him as one would throw away refuse. Ah! Ruo Hui let out a mournful cry, falling to the ground and struggling momentarily, yet he remained unable to rise for quite some time. Junior brother. The members of the demon subduing temple rushed over upon witnessing the scene. Among them, Ruoming was the swiftest, arriving at Ruo's side first. Senior brother Ruoming, my hand. My meridians. Ruo uttered a few words before succumbing to the excruciating pain and fainting. Ruoming was taken aback, lowering his gaze. He discovered that not only had Ruo's wrist been fractured, but a formidable force was also coursing through his meridians, wreaking havoc. Wherever it traveled, the meridians lay severed. At this moment, Ruo Ming was taken aback. He realized that Ruo Hui's meridians in his arm were irreparably damaged. Even if the bones healed, this arm would never be able to cultivate again. Ba, the benefactor is truly too cruel. Ruo Ming suddenly lifted his head, his earlier indifference replaced by a fierce gaze fixed upon Wei Tianyi. So you are Ruo Ming? I've heard much of your illustrious name since entering the Night Wind Kingdom. Are you seeking vengeance for your junior brother? Then come forth. Wei Tianyi provocatively taunted. Ruo Ming gestured for his fellow disciples to carry Ruo Hui away, standing alone to face Wei Tianyi. Very well, since you wish to fight, I shall oblige. As he spoke, he placed his hands together. A golden swastika symbol materialized behind him. Oh, this is indeed intriguing. Wei Tianyi squinted his eyes. Subdue the demon. Ruoming roared as he unleashed a powerful punch. Wei Tianyi met it with his own fist. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom, echoing like the tolling of a bell, sending shockwaves far and wide. Observing the confrontation, the youthful spectators from the Night Wind Kingdom wore expressions of amusement. Wei Tianyi, are you not arrogant? Before Master Ruoming, what are you worth? Just moments ago, you were so boastful, yet now you find yourself being subdued. The crowd felt a sense of vindication. On the other side, however, Wei Tianyi, after exchanging several blows with Ruoming, displayed a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. Is this all you have? It seems I have overestimated you. Let us conclude this. Black water rises. With those words, Wei Tianyi formed a hand seal. In an instant, dark spiritual energy surged behind him, resembling towering waves of a black sea. With each strike he delivered, the black waves crashed down with immense force. His power escalated to unprecedented heights. Ruoming, who had previously matched him blow for blow, now found himself at a distinct disadvantage. With every palm Wei Tianyi unleashed, Ruoming was forced to retreat several paces. When Wei Tianyi delivered his seventh strike, the golden swastika behind Ruoming shattered abruptly. Ruoming coughed up a mouthful of blood, propelled backward by the force. Ruoming. The elderly monk of the Fumo Temple hastily extended his hand, catching Ruoming and preventing any unfortunate mishap. Master Uncle, Ruoming struggled. Do not speak. Focus on your recovery. The old monk instructed. Ruoming closed his eyes tightly, falling silent. Meanwhile, Wei Tian laughed heartily at the fallen Wei Tian. Oh, is this the pinnacle of the Night Wind Kingdom's prodigies? How utterly pathetic. You dare to cherish such mediocrity? It seems the youth of your Night Wind Kingdom are all equally worthless. Wei Tian derided. The people of the Night Wind Kingdom seethed with indignation. Yet none dared to voice their grievances. After all, circumstances often outmatch individual valor. At that moment, someone shouted with authority, Wei Tian, do not be so arrogant. I shall confront you. As the words left his lips, a young man soared in on his sword, landing atop the hillside. Little sword, immortal Shaolin. He has indeed made his move. A smirk crossed the faces of the onlookers. The swordsmanship of the Sword Rain sect is indeed formidable. Allowing one to fly at the Gathering Chi stage, Shaolin had previously slain a spirit transformation realm beast. Perhaps he could emerge victorious in this battle. The people of the Night Wind Kingdom cheered for Shaolin from below. Wei Tian glanced at Shaolin, his expression revealing a trace of disdain. Swordsmanship? Merely a trivial endeavor. Wei Tian scoffed. Shaolin held his head high and declared, whether it is trivial or not shall be revealed through trial. Martial arts are not dependent on mere words. With that, he landed, wielding his sword in one hand, forming a sword seal, and bellowed. Swordsmanship, sword energy rampant. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, dozens of sword energies coalesced behind him, surging forth toward Wei Tian. Wei Tian watched the incoming sword energies, smirking as he also formed a sword seal and calmly declared, Black water sword technique, strangulation. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the surging black water behind him morphed into flying swords, cleaving toward Shaolin's sword energies. The two sides clashed, and in mere breaths, Shaolin's sword energies were utterly shattered by the Blackwater swords. Furthermore, the Blackwater swords did not relent, relentlessly pursuing Shaolin. What? Shaolin exclaimed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that his sword energy could be so thoroughly vanquished. As the Blackwater sword surged towards him, he realized he could not withstand it, and immediately soared into the sky on his sword, attempting to create distance between himself and his adversary. Heh, after striking at me, you still wish to escape? How naive. A glint of malice flickered in Wei Tian's eyes, and the speed of the Blackwater sword suddenly surged. Startled, Shaolin turned his head in disbelief, only to realize it was too late to evade. In an instant, several dark water swords pierced through his body, sending him plummeting from the sky. Shaolin, the elder of the Sword Rain sect's countenance shifted dramatically as he swiftly soared over, enveloping Shaolin in his embrace. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Shaolin bore a grievous wound, a bloodied hole in his dantian, his entire being rendered unconscious. The elder staggered, nearly plummeting from the sky. This was the foremost prodigy of their young generation. To think he had been so grievously incapacitated. It is well understood that the destruction of one's dantian signifies an irrevocable end to one's aspirations. He turned his gaze towards Wei Tian, who was wiping his hands and smiling. What is the matter? Have you taken offense at my subordinate's defeat? Feel free to strike at me in retribution. However, I must forewarn you, should you choose to attack, the 4 individuals behind me will not remain idle. Not only shall you meet your demise, but your entire sect shall face annihilation as well. The elder of the Sword Rain sect clenched his fist tightly, ultimately opting to endure the humiliation and turn away. There was no choice. The Wei family of the Jade Dragon Kingdom was not to be trifled with. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena was eerily silent. The Nightwind Kingdom had fought 3 consecutive battles, all resulting in defeat. One had his arm severed, another had his golden body shattered, and yet another had his dantian ruined. It is worth noting that the 3 who fought were all distinguished young talents. With their losses, who else could possibly emerge victorious? Alas, why has no one else arrived? Could it be that this generation of the Nightwind Kingdom is composed entirely of inept individuals? Wei Tian cast a scornful glance over the crowd, dripping with derision. Meanwhile, the people of the Nightwind Kingdom could only grit their teeth in frustration, left with no other recourse. Just then, 2 figures at the back of the crowd chimed in. Haha, Brother Wei single-handedly suppresses a nation. How imposing. Humph. Only in a worthless country like the Nightwind Kingdom can such a feat be achieved. It hardly counts as a skill. Who? The dialogue between the 2 individuals elicited expressions of displeasure from both the people of Nightwind Nation and Wei Tian on the hillside. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. At the edge of the crowd, 2 young men stood out, one standing and one seated, both wearing expressions of mockery as they regarded the onlookers. The seated young man, towering at 7 feet tall, was adorned in resplendent attire, casually waving a folding fan in his hand. The standing young man, approaching the height of 2 yards, exuded an overwhelming muscularity that seemed ready to burst forth, displaying his formidable strength without reservation. The people of Nightwind Nation regarded the pair with a look of skepticism, as none could identify them. However, Wei Tian felt a jolt of realization. Why are Han Wenzhou and Tang Diaolong from the Heavenly River sect of Yulong Nation here? He inquired, narrowing his eyes. Upon hearing this, the people of Nightwind Nation understood, to their astonishment, that the 2 were indeed from Yulong Nation. An elderly man gasped in shock, exclaiming, "They are from the Heavenly River sect of Yulong Nation? That is a faction with a powerful being from the Return to the Void Realm. Return to the Abyss." A chill swept through the hearts of the crowd once more. Meanwhile, Han Wenzhou, gracefully fanning himself, rose to his feet and addressed Wei Tian Dao, saying, "You inquire why I am here, and I shall ask you the same. You all." Wei Tian fixed his gaze upon the 2, his expression grave. Han Wenzhou chuckled. "Young Wei, do not be anxious. It is merely the inheritance of the Ziwei Taoist. Let us rely on our own abilities." The mention of the Ziwei Taoist's inheritance was akin to casting a stone into serene waters, sending forth countless ripples. "Master, what does he mean by the inheritance of the Ziwei Taoist?" A young man, bewildered, turned to the elder beside him. The elder's breath appeared somewhat labored, and after a prolonged moment, he regained his composure and replied, "The Ziwei Taoist was a formidable figure from our Nightwind Kingdom 3,000 years ago, and he is also the master of this Ziwei secret realm. Legend has it that the Ziwei Taoist's prowess transcended the Guishu realm, reaching an even higher tribulation stage. However, in his later years, while striving for a higher realm, he met with an untimely demise. There have always been rumors that he left his inheritance within the Ziwei secret realm. Yet, for 3 millennia, the realm has opened countless times, and innumerable powerful individuals have scoured it, yet no clues have ever emerged. Thus, the world has regarded this matter as merely an ethereal legend. Could it be that the rumors are indeed true? No wonder the Wei family has all come. Upon hearing the explanation, the crowd erupted in excitement. After all, this was the inheritance of a tribulation-stage powerhouse. The prospect of obtaining such an inheritance caused some to let their imaginations run wild. Wei Tianyi gazed at the two with a piercing insight, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Han Wenzhou chuckled, "Brother Wei, you surely do not believe that only your Wei family has received this information, do you? Although it is merely a rumor. The influential forces that ought to be informed are likely already aware. Do you not trust that, behind the scenes, not only our Yulong kingdom, but also the powers of neighboring nations have taken notice? They simply lack your audacity." The expression on Wei Tianyi's face grew increasingly grim. He had originally believed that by stealthily arriving in the Night Wind Kingdom, he could effortlessly crush the unsophisticated locals and easily seize the legacy of the purple micro-Taoist. However, after listening to Han Wenzhou, he realized that matters were far more complicated than he had anticipated. Observing Wei Tianyi's demeanor, Han Wenzhou remarked with a smile, "Yet, I must say, I wholeheartedly support the methods you employed earlier, Brother Wei. The purple micro-secret realm is indeed not suitable for universal access today. After all, if the rumors hold true, and you or other formidable individuals were to acquire the legacy of the purple micro-Taoist, I would have no objections." However, he continued, casting a sweeping glance over the people of the Night Wind Kingdom, if these worthless individuals were to obtain the legacy, that simply cannot be allowed. Should a pack of wolves compete for their prey, how could it be right for a mere local dog to benefit? Henceforth, in today's purple micro-secret realm, neither the people of the Night Wind Kingdom nor their dogs shall be permitted entry. The people of the Night Wind Nation were all visibly enraged. This individual spoke with even greater disdain than Wei Tianyi. Beside him, Luo Tian also furrowed his brow. "Esteemed friend, the Ziwei secret realm is, after all, a domain belonging to our Guiyuan sect of the Night Wind Nation. Your domineering stance, preventing our people from entering, seems rather inappropriate," Luo Tian stated with a stern expression. However, before his words could fully resonate, and before Han Wenzhou could respond, Tang Jialong, standing beside him, suddenly sprang into action. In an instant, he appeared next to Han Wenzhou, and with a fist the size of a fan, he aimed a powerful strike at Luo Tian. "Who do you think you are? You have no place to speak here," Tang Jialong exclaimed as his fist descended. With a resounding crash, Luo Tian was sent flying. "What? This fellow's aura is actually at the transformation spirit realm?" Someone recognized Tang Jialong's cultivation level and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Given Tang Jialong's apparent age of merely 25 or 26, he had already attained such a realm? Meanwhile, Luo Tian was merely at the 9th level of the Gathering Qi realm. At this close range, being struck in the head by someone of a higher realm could spell doom. The earthbound dog still refuses to yield," Han Wenzhou remarked with a chuckle. Observing the scene, yet, Luo Tian's body, resembling a fallen leaf, drifted through the air for a moment before finally landing steadily. "Gentlemen, surely we can discuss this amicably?" Luo Tian proposed. The crowd was taken aback, initially believing that Luo Tian was doomed. To their astonishment, not only was he alive, but his face bore no signs of injury whatsoever. "Is that the dragon carver?" Han Wenzhou cast a dubious glance at Tang Jialong, suspecting that the latter had shown mercy. Yet, Tang Jialong appeared equally bewildered. "I did not hold back," he asserted. Han Wenzhou narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Luo Tian, and remarked, "Your technique is rather intriguing. Very well. In light of your merit, I shall grant you an opportunity. If any one of the young talents from the Night Wind Nation can defeat one among us 3, I shall permit your entrance into the Ziwei secret realm." Upon concluding his words, both Han Wenzhou and Tang Jialong unleashed their formidable auras simultaneously. Both of them are at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. The onlookers from the Night Wind Nation exchanged glances in astonishment. Wei Tian, observing the two beside him, let out a cold chuckle and released his own aura. Whoosh! An overwhelming pressure surged forth, rivaling that of the two. The crowd's countenance shifted once more. What? Wei Tian is also at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm? However, was he not using merely the power of the Gathering Qi realm when he defeated me earlier? At this moment, the monk roaming from the Fumo temple had regained consciousness and looked at Wei Tian, his mouth twitching incessantly. The realization struck him hard. He had been defeated without Wei Tian even exerting his full strength. This revelation left Roaming deeply shaken, for it marked the first time he comprehended the vastness of his own inadequacy. Young talents of the Night Wind Nation, the opportunity is yours. Do not claim we are bullying you, Han Wenzhou said with a smile. The individuals from the Night Wind Nation exchanged worried glances. The strength of these three adversaries was overwhelmingly superior. While Ruoming and Xiao Lin were already top-tier warriors, they had suffered a crushing defeat before their might. Who, then, could possibly emerge victorious? Was it conceivable that they must relinquish their chance at the Ziwei secret realm? Luo Chen, can you? Someone inquired, eyeing Luo Chen. After all, he had just endured Tang Diaolong's strike. Perhaps he could manage? However, Luo Chen shook his head and forced a wry smile. My technique is unique. It can dissipate an opponent's attack. Yet, having taken that blow from Tang Diaolong, I expended 30% of my spiritual energy. If I were to engage further, I could withstand no more than 3 strikes before succumbing. Despair enveloped the crowd entirely. Observing this scene, Wu Yuru from the GUS sect clenched her fists. Master, I wish to give it a try, she declared. As a genius of the GOUA sect, she had also attained the spirit transformation realm. No, Yuru, your strength is far inferior to theirs. Her master, Long Yingqiu, shook his head gravely. Not only did Wu Yuru lack the same level of cultivation, but the disparity in martial techniques was even more pronounced. If she were to step forward, the outcome would likely be no better than that of Xiao Lin. She was the hope of the GUS sect, and it was imperative to protect her from potential ruin. Just as the individuals from the Night Wind Nation found themselves engulfed in despair, a gust of wind swept through the air. Is there someone else? The crowd looked up to see a colossal bird descending from the heavens. Is that the Golden Rock King? Dragon Shadow Cho recognized the figure amidst the crowd at first glance. Indeed, it was the Golden Rock King carrying the members of the Luo family. Look, there are people on it. A great demon of the transcendental realm as a mount. Which formidable force does this belong to? No. The Golden Rock King is the Demon King of our Night Wind Nation. Could it be that they are from our own faction? As some in the crowd recognized the identity of the Golden Rock King, a flicker of hope ignited in their hearts. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Golden Rock King gracefully descended upon a hillside. Master, we have arrived, the Golden Rock King announced. Ah, have we finally arrived? Let us disembark, Luo Tian. Perched atop the Golden Rock, urged the members of the Luo family to leap down. Once everyone had landed, the spirits of the Night Wind Nation's people immediately deflated. I thought they were from some superpower in our Night Wind Nation, but it turns out these folks are merely in the body refinement realm. With only 2 at the Gathering Chi realm? Alas, their strength is even less than our sect's. Forget relying on them, they all shook their heads in disappointment. However, on the other side, upon seeing Luo Tian, Luo Chen's eyes brightened, and he hastened forward. Disciple of the returning Yuan sect, Luo Chen, pays respects to Senior Luo Tian. He exclaimed, bowing deeply. People from the returning Yuan sect? Where is your sect leader? Luo Tian inquired, stretching leisurely. The sect leader is currently planning to enter the capital, and since the Ziwei secret realm is not a significant matter, I, as the chief disciple, am overseeing it. Luo Chen explained. Luo Tian nodded. I see. That is acceptable. Now, let us open the secret realm. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Luo Chen's expression turned troubled. Noticing this, Luo Tian furrowed his brow and asked, what is the matter? Is there a problem? With a sigh, Luo Chen recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Luo Tian's brow furrowed deeper as he glanced at Wei Tian and his companions. So, defeating these 3 fellows will grant us access to the Ziwei secret realm. Is that correct? Luo Chen affirmed. Indeed, and there is a possibility of obtaining the inheritance of the Ziwei Taoist. Luo Tian scoffed. Very well. I shall send these 3 flying. He moved to advance, but at that moment, one of the disciples from the Luo family stepped forth. Young master, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? They are merely 3 braggarts. Allow me to relieve the young master of his burden, he proclaimed loudly. Luo Tian turned to regard him, then glanced at Wei Tian and his companions, pondering briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well, go ahead, do not hold back, Luo Tian instructed. He also wished to seize this opportunity to train the younger members of his family. The 3 young men at the spirit transformation realm would serve as excellent sharpening stones. Thank you, young master. The young disciple's eyes sparkled as he boldly approached the trio amidst the envious gazes of his clansmen. Observing this spectacle, everyone present was taken aback. What is going on with this lad? He appears to be at the body refinement stage. How does he dare to approach them? Indeed, he is merely at the body refinement stage. This is audacious. Audacious, my foot. He is simply a newcomer, unaware of the formidable strength possessed by those three individuals. Just wait, a grand performance is about to unfold. The people of Night Wind Nation whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, Wei Tianyi and his companions wore expressions of bewilderment. The previous challengers, such as Ruo Ming and Xiao Lin, were all formidable figures at the Qi gathering stage. But now, what on earth is this body refinement lad doing? While they were still in a daze, the young man had already reached the trio. He held his head high and declared, "I am Luo Da from the Luo family of Beijing. I have come to challenge you." Han Wenzhou, infuriated yet amused, replied, "Very well. The three of us welcome your challenge. If you manage to defeat any one of us, we shall cease to impede your entry into the Ziwei secret realm." Luo Da's gaze swept across the faces of the three before finally resting on Tang Diaolong. "You big fellow, it's you. Step forward," Luo Da proclaimed. Tang Diaolong's forehead throbbed with anger. In his view, Luo Da's choice of himself clearly indicated that he considered him the weakest among the trio. How could he possibly endure such an affront? With a fierce determination, he strode forward. Observing his expression, Han Wenzhou chuckled while shaking his folding fan. Alas, that unfortunate Luo is in for a world of trouble. Even I must temporarily retreat from the spotlight in the face of the enraged Tang Diaolong, he remarked with a smile. On the other side, Tang Diaolong had already stood before Luo Da. "Boy, do you have any last words?" he inquired. "Last words? You go ahead," Luo Da replied. Tang Diaolong's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, filled with rage. This guy is infuriating. In that case, perish. With a furious roar, Tang Diaolong swung his fist towards Luo Da. A thunderous crash echoed, and in an instant, dust and debris were thrown into the air. Alas, the onlookers, witnessing this scene, all shut their eyes in distress, unable to bear the sight. A cultivator at the transformation realm unleashed a powerful punch upon a martial artist at the body refinement realm. The outcome was all too predictable, was it not? Without a shadow of a doubt, Luo Da was destined to be utterly crushed by his opponent, leaving behind nothing but a mangled corpse. Yet, it hurts. The voice of Rhoda echoed from the heart of the battlefield. The crowd turned their gazes towards the sound, only to find Tang Diaolong still poised in a striking stance at the center of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Luo Da had retreated several paces, nursing his fist and crying out in pain. In the midst of the crowd, Luo Chun observed the unfolding scene, his heart trembling violently. That last strike had evidently demonstrated Tang Diaolong's superiority. However, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. It must be noted that Tang Diaolong was a master of the transformation realm, and Luo Chun had personally experienced the might of his fist. The force behind that single blow could easily obliterate an ordinary practitioner of the gathering Qi realm. Yet, when it came to striking a body refinement realm fighter like Luo Da, the result was merely this. "Tang Diaolong, what are you doing?" Han Wenzhou furrowed his brow in concern. Nevertheless, Tang Diaolong paid him no heed. His gaze fixated intently on Luo Da. What manner of power does this young man possess? At that moment, Tang Diaolong himself was perplexed. He had not held back with that last punch. His intention was to crush Luo Da in one blow to establish his dominance. The fact that he had only succeeded in causing Luo Da discomfort was utterly baffling. There must be some extraordinary technique at play here. I refuse to believe your physical resilience reaches such heights. With that thought, Tang Diaolong let out a furious roar and charged at Luo Da once more. "You insufferable wretch." Luo Da gritted his teeth and advanced to meet him, the two engaging in a flurry of punches. Although Luo Da was continuously repelled by Tang Diaolong's strikes, his only response was a cry of pain. This alone was enough to astonish onlookers. Who is this Luo Da? A body refinement realm fighter capable of enduring the assaults of someone from the transformation realm for so long. Could it be that Tang Diaolong is simply weak? It is a possibility. Meanwhile, on the other side, after receiving aid, Master Ruoming had regained consciousness. He watched the duel with trembling pupils. No, Tang Diaolong's strength is certainly formidable. His physical prowess is nothing short of terrifying. If I were in his position, I would only withstand at most 5 of his punches before succumbing. Even having reached the transformation realm, I would fare no better than Luo Da. Master Ruoming's words quickly spread throughout the crowd. What? Even Master Ruoming acknowledges this? Then who is this Luo Dao? Good heavens! When did our Night Wind Kingdom produce such a prodigy? How was I unaware of this? Just imagine how powerful he would become if he were to reach the Gathering Qi or Transformation Realm. As the crowd regarded Luo Dao, their eyes brimmed with awe. At that moment, Luo Dao had absorbed another 10 punches from Tang Jiaolong and finally began to falter. Wait! I cannot defeat you. I concede, Luo Dao shouted, clutching his hands in surrender. Tang Jiaolong glared at Luo Dao, his eyes ablaze with fury. Meanwhile, the members of the Luo family cast disapproving glances at Luo Dao. Hey, Luo Dao, what on earth are you doing? Was that fellow's punch truly that painful? Surely, you aren't afraid, are you? Don't bring shame upon the Luo family. As the Luo family members voiced their grievances, the others from the Night Wind Nation exchanged perplexed glances. If Luo Dao were affiliated with their faction, based on his recent performance, he would undoubtedly be exalted to great heights. Yet, these members of the Luo family deemed him a disgrace? What kind of reasoning was that? Luo Dao turned around, displeased by the taunts of his kin. Come on, it's as if I'm deceiving you all. That guy is genuinely formidable. I can't defeat him. So if anyone dares to challenge me, step forward. With that, Luo Dao returned to Luo Tian's side. I apologize, young master, for bringing you shame, Luo Dao said. Lowering his head, Luo Tian glanced at him and nodded, replying, recognizing one's shame is the first step towards courage. Go back, train diligently, and next time, you shall reclaim your honor. Indeed, Luo Dao returned to the side. Upon hearing this, Luo Chun wore a look of utter disbelief. To know shame and then strive for courage? With the mere strength of the body refinement realm, he had endured so many punches from Tang Jiaolong and faced defeat. He considered this shame? In that moment, he felt as if his entire worldview was crumbling. I refuse to believe that this giant is so formidable. Young master, allow me to challenge him. From among the crowd, another young man of the Luo family stepped forward. Luo Fei? Very well, give it a try, said Luo Tian with a nod. Luo Fei agreed and turned to face Tang Jiaolong. Giant, I shall fight you, declared Luo Fei. Another one. Tang Jiaolong's forehead veins throbbed as he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The impact reverberated, shaking the ground. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Luo Fei was sent stumbling back several paces. Yet, like Luo Dao, he remained unscathed, with no apparent injuries. Who is this new prodigy? What is the origin of the Luo family? It is baffling, a family with 2 such paragons. The crowd was thrown into disarray. What an insufferable fellow. What is going on? This is driving Tang Jiaolong to the brink of madness. One Luo Dao had already caused him enough humiliation, and now another, Luo Fei, emerged, equally formidable? Is this man truly at the body refinement stage? Which family's practitioner has reached such extraordinary prowess? Good heavens, it truly hurts. This individual is remarkably strong. As Luo Fei struggled under Tang Jiaolong's pressure, he shouted out. After several more exchanges, he ultimately succumbed. Young master, I have brought shame upon you. I cannot defeat him, Luo Fei said dejectedly. Just strive harder in the future, Luo Tian replied with a measured nod. Luo Fei returned to the ranks. Young master, allow me to take a turn. Young master, let me give it a try. My body refinement technique is superior to those 2 fools. I have comprehended more than they have. They are no match for me. Enough of your boasting. You are at best equal to Luo Fei. Then you are no better than I. How about we settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins goes up. I believe that is a splendid idea. The disciples of the Luo family readied themselves to play. This left Luo Chen utterly bewildered. What is happening? Those 3 individuals at the transformation stage had previously dominated the younger generation of the Night Wind Kingdom. Yet here are the members of the Luo family, clamoring to step forward and fight as if vying for some exquisite treasure. What on earth is going on with the Luo family? It was not only Luo Chen who was astonished. Tang Jiaolong was also twitching at the corners of his mouth. A group of practitioners at the body refinement stage clamoring to be his opponents? He, after all, is a renowned prodigy. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Damn it. A pack of worthless curs, all of you come at me. Tang Jiaolong roared. Suddenly, the Luo family members fell silent, turning to face Tang Jiaolong. Who are you calling a worthless cur? Which of us is garbage? So you want us all to come at you? To fulfill you? The young members of the Luo family roared as they charged forward, brandishing their fists and claws. I refuse to believe that each of you possesses such strength. Tang Jiaolong secretly fumed and swung his fist. As he spoke, he plunged into the midst of the Luo family crowd. Moments later, How dare you insult our Luo family? Ah, aren't you the arrogant one? You wish to duel us all? Who do you think you are? Just a piece of trash. Do you believe I won't kick you to death? Those in front, after you've had your fill of beating him, step aside. I haven't even had a chance to strike. In the heart of the battlefield, Tang Dialong had already been brought down, surrounded by the members of the Luo family, who unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon him. Those on the periphery found themselves unable to push their way in. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Wasn't it agreed that the talented would engage in combat? When did it devolve into a brawl? Where had the air of expertise gone? Luo Tian stood beside Luo Tian. His demeanor dramatically altered. Although the Luo family was outnumbering, the dozen or so young fighters among them were all at the body refinement stage. Were it anyone else facing a master like Tang Dialong, even 1,000 at the body refinement stage would merely serve as a human target for him. Yet, how could these young members of the Luo family reduce Tang Dialong to such a state? Each of those who had struck was as formidable as Luo Da and Luo Fei. What on earth was happening with the Luo family? On the other side, Han Wenzhou also regained his composure. Stop this at once, he bellowed, his figure transforming into a streak of lightning as he surged into the crowd, rescuing Tang Dialong from the throng. At this moment, Tang Dialong's face was so battered that it resembled a pig's head, and he had lost consciousness. He appeared utterly wretched. Fortunately, his life was not in peril. What is the meaning of this? Han Wenzhou seethed, glaring at the members of the Luo family. What do you mean by that? One retorted. He insisted that we all join in. Indeed, it was his own request. Everyone heard it. Exactly. Had he not said so, would we have ganged up on him? Is it my fault? The members of the Luo family gazed at Han Wenzhou. You lot. Han Wenzhou was so furious he nearly ascended to the heavens on the spot. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, it was Tang Dialong himself who had just shouted for them to attack together. Fine, even if it was his own doing. But we had agreed earlier. Only by defeating one of us three in single combat would you earn the right to enter the Ziwei secret realm. Therefore, this battle doesn't count, declared Han Wenzhou. His words drew a chorus of jeers from the crowd of Yefeng Kingdom. All right, if it doesn't count, then it doesn't count. We'll just fight again. This time, let me go first. Get out of the way. If anyone's going first, it should be me. Or should we just settle it with rock, paper, scissors again? The Luo family members immediately resumed their squabbling. The onlookers were once again rendered speechless. This Luo family was utterly bizarre. Just then, Luo Rong, standing beside Luo Tian, spoke up. Enough. All of you step back. Haven't you realized? These three cultivators at the Transformation Spirit Realm are formidable opponents. 4 half-baked fighters like you. There might be a chance in a group assault, but in single combat, you stand no chance. Nearby, Luo Chen nearly cursed aloud. These Luo family freaks, calling themselves half-baked? Then what did that make someone like him? Luo Rong then turned to Luo Tian and said, Young master, allow me to take this fight. Among all the techniques and martial skills Luo Tian had imparted to the Luo family, Luo Rong had absorbed the most and refined them to the highest degree. In truth, among the younger generation of the Luo family, aside from Luo Tian himself, Luo Rong was indisputably the strongest. Thus, his request to step forward was only natural. Luo Tian glanced at him and nodded. Very well. Go ahead, make it swift. Indeed. Luo Rong's face radiated joy as he bowed to Luo Tian in farewell, promptly turning to leave. His gaze swept over Wei Tianyi and Han Wenzhou, ultimately resting upon Wei Tianyi. I shall challenge you, declared Luo Rong. A challenge, you say? Excellent. A glint of ferocity flickered in Wei Tianyi's eyes. The dark waters surged. He chose to strike directly. In an instant, a tempest of energy surged behind him. Unlike before, he revealed his full strength this time, showcasing his cultivation at the spirit transformation realm. Consequently, the intensity of his spiritual energy was significantly amplified compared to earlier, without even making a move. Everyone felt a palpable pressure. Not only the youth, but even a group of middle-aged individuals could not help but be stirred. 18 layers of waves. Wei Tian roared, propelling the dark waters towards Luo Rong. Block for me, Luo Rong declared with a solemn expression, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The two forces collided, as Wei Tianyi's 18 layered waves crashed down one after another. Such formidable strength. It's even stronger than mine. A middle-aged man in the spirit transformation realm gasped at the sight of that palm strike. Damn, I feel as though I've wasted my life. That blow is more powerful than what I, at 50 years of age, can muster. Can that fellow from the Luo family withstand it? Worry began to spread among the onlookers. Yet, in the heart of the battlefield, Luo Rong remained steadfast and unyielding. As Wei Tianyi's 18 waves of energy surged towards him, he stood firm, unwavering. The first wave shattered before him, followed by the second, then the third. In the blink of an eye, as the 18 layered waves culminated, Luo Rong had not retreated a single step. In the midst of the battle, the monk Ruo Ming found his pupils trembling incessantly. He was fixated on Luo Rong's, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. After all, he was all too aware of Wei Tianyi's formidable strength. Even when Wei Tianyi restrained his power, Ruo Ming could hardly withstand it. Yet, this Luo Rong was capable of withstanding Wei Tianyi's full-force strike. How could he not be astonished? Simultaneously, Wu Yuro in the crowd turned pale. With her eyes slightly reddened, she gazed at her master, Long Yingqiu, and tremulously inquired, "Master, did you not say that I am the foremost prodigy of the younger generation in the Nightwind Kingdom?" She had always been an individual lacking in confidence. After witnessing the trio from the Jade Dragon Kingdom earlier, her faith had already begun to waver. However, the notion that her opponents were not from the Nightwind Kingdom, coupled with their superior realm, was something she could accept. Yet now, the members of the Luo family were proving to be more than she could bear. These young members of the Luo family were primarily at the body refinement stage, 2 realms below her own. Yet, from the recent skirmish, it was evident that all of the Luo clan members who had previously engaged were no weaker than she. At this moment, Luo Rong appeared to be immensely stronger than herself. Furthermore, Luo Rong was also at the body refinement stage. In an instant, she felt as though she were nothing but a worthless being, her resolve shaken. Long Yingqiu, standing beside her, was equally speechless. He wished to offer comfort and elucidation to his disciple, but he found himself bereft of reasons to console her. What on earth was happening with the Luo family? It was not unusual for a family to possess a singular prodigy, but was it not a bit abnormal for them to have such an abundance of gifted individuals? Long Yingqiu was left with a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. On the battlefield, after Wei Tianyi unleashed his 18 overlapping waves, he too fell into a state of bewilderment. Luo Rong, observing him, coldly declared, "Your turn is over. Now it is mine." With that, he stepped forward. "Behold the fist," roared Luo Rong. This punch was none other than the heavenly fist technique of Luo Tian. However, Luo Rong primarily cultivated body techniques. Thus his comprehension of the heavenly fist was somewhat limited. Nevertheless, bolstered by his formidable physique, it proved to be more than adequate. In an instant, waves of energy surged, coalescing around his fist. Although it did not fully manifest into the form of a dragon, it nonetheless exuded a terrifying aura of Dao. Block this. Wei Tian's face turned pale as he immediately summoned all his inner strength. In a flash, dark waters surged forth, gathering before him. Yet, with a resounding crash, Luo Rong's fist struck the dark waters, shattering Wei Tian's defenses in an instant. The force of the punch continued unabated, striking Wei Tian directly. Blood spurted from Wei Tian's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. After spinning through the air a dozen times, he barely managed to stabilize himself, crashing to the ground. Wei Tianyi attempted to rise. Yet, after struggling a couple of times, he found himself unsuccessful. In that fleeting moment, he fixed his gaze upon Luo Rong. Disbelief etched across his face. One punch, merely a single blow, had rendered him severely injured? What manner of monster was this? Meanwhile, the onlookers from the Night Wind Kingdom fell into a moment of silence, which soon erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Luo Rong was formidable. He had vanquished Wei Tianyi with a single strike. "Huh, you people from the Yulong Kingdom, did you not label us as worthless country dogs? What do you call this now? The trash known as Wei Tianyi is nothing but a farce." How audacious indeed. The derisive jeers from the crowd painted Wei Tianyi's expression in hues of despair. "So, do you concede?" Luo Rong inquired, his demeanor calm as he regarded Wei Tianyi. Wei Tianyi's eyes darted around before he managed to force a smile, clasping his hands in respect. "Brother Luo, your innate talent is truly admirable. In this battle, I concede defeat." Luo Rong nodded. "As long as you acknowledge your defeat, we may now enter the Ziwei secret realm, correct?" Wei Tianyi replied with a smile, "Of course. But may I pose a few questions to you, Brother Luo? At the very least, allow me to comprehend the nature of my defeat." Luo Rong replied, "Very well. Ask away." Wei Tianyi continued, "May I inquire what sort of family the Luo clan is?" The moment these words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Indeed, what was the essence of the Luo family? How had such an array of monsters emerged so suddenly? This was exceedingly abnormal. Everyone was keenly interested in the inquiry. Without hesitation, Luo Rong responded, "Our Luo family has resided in Bianbei City for generations, which is part of the Night Wind Kingdom." Bianbei City? The crowd mentally noted this, intending to investigate further after the Ziwei secret realm. Wei Tianyi pressed on. I see. Then may I ask, is the martial technique you practice inherited from your ancestors? What realm does your elder currently occupy? I have some queries regarding cultivation that I wish to seek guidance on. Luo Rong replied without a moment's pause. As for my family's ancestor, he has long since passed away. There is no realm to speak of. In terms of strength, the most formidable among us is our family head, Luo Feng, who has merely reached the 9th level of the transformation realm. Our family does not even possess a member at the Skyward Realm, so it would be futile for you to seek counsel. What? Wei Tianyi was taken aback. The others were equally astonished. A family without even a Void Realm expert? What was this? Even in the Night Wind Kingdom, they were merely a trivial clan. In minor towns, they might be somewhat respectable, but among the prominent forces present, they could easily obliterate such a family without a second thought. Brother Luo, you cannot be jesting, can you? Wei Tianyi fixed his gaze on Luo Rong, clearly believing that Luo Rong was mocking him. Luo Rong, however, retorted, do I have any reason to jest with you? Our Luo family indeed lacks a Void Realm powerhouse, and as for the cultivation techniques we practice, they were imparted by our young master, Luo Tian. Upon hearing this, a clamor erupted among the crowd. Not far away, Luo Tian listened with a bemused expression. This fellow, Luo Rong, was undeniably loyal but far too naive. With just a few words, he had revealed the family's secrets. If this continued, calamity was inevitable. It seemed he would need to educate the clan members thoroughly in the future. Meanwhile, Wei Tianyi, gazing into Luo Rong's eyes, sensed his sincerity and believed he was not lying. A flicker of malevolence crossed his gaze, and with a smile, he proclaimed, so, there are no ancestors, no backing. Suddenly, he turned to the 4 Transcendence Realm experts on the palanquin and commanded, Old you, let us act together. Incapacitate this fellow and the young master of the Luo family. Eliminate the rest. The utterance left everyone around in a state of astonishment. How could this individual suddenly provoke those behind him to take action? Was he truly so petty? No, it was not mere pettiness. In an instant, Long Yingxiu among the crowd comprehended Wei Tianyi's intentions. Through his dialogue with Luo Rong, he had gleaned a general understanding of the Luo family's circumstances. This was a modest clan lacking profound heritage, historically devoid of formidable figures. The recent strength exhibited by the younger generation of the Luo family had emerged abruptly. The very source of their ascent was none other than their young master, Luo Tian. The extraordinary prowess Luo Tian had attained in such a brief period was undoubtedly a result of some unique fortuity, an opportunity so potent that it could forge such a prodigy in mere moments. Was this not remarkable? Even the legendary inheritance of the Ziwei Taoist could hardly rival it. Therefore, before the Luo family could amass sufficient strength for self-preservation, opting to annihilate them and seize the opportunity could be deemed a profoundly rational course of action. Indeed, on the other side, behind the palanquin, for formidable experts of the transcendent realm comprehended Wei Tianyi's intentions and simultaneously sprang into action. After all, the powerful secrets of the Luo family held immense allure for them. Boom. The 4 unleashed their auras, and a terrifying pressure instantly engulfed the forest. Countless ancient trees were uprooted by the shockwave, while rocks flew chaotically. Many young practitioners, lacking sufficient cultivation, were directly struck down, suffering grievous injuries or even death from this overwhelming force. The might of transcendent realm experts was simply colossal. Young man, I shall first sever your limbs, an elder from the Wei family coldly declared, casting a glance at Luo Rong. Curse you, get lost. Luo Rong bellowed, launching a punch in retaliation. However, bang. His strike was effortlessly neutralized by the opponent with a single hand. There was no recourse. The disparity in their realms was far too great. Luo Rong's strength was utterly insignificant before them. Heh, let me do the severing. The Wei elder sneered. Puff. In the next instant, a dull thud echoed, blood splattered, and an arm soared into the air. With a piercing scream, the people of the Night Wind Kingdom all shut their eyes. Alas, how tragic is the fate of the Luo family. There is little to be done. Their lack of strength and inability to conceal their weaknesses have led them to this dismal end. It is a pity, for a family on the cusp of rising greatness has been abruptly severed. Several elders shook their heads and sighed. Yet, at that moment, a young man beside them trembled and spoke. Esteemed elders, what are you looking at? Are you fixated on Luo Rong's misfortune? The elders replied, Indeed. The young man shook his head and said, No, it is not that. It is that person from the Jade Dragon Kingdom, his hand. Several elders sensed something amiss and simultaneously looked up. Upon doing so, they were utterly astonished. In the center of the battlefield, Luo Rong stood unharmed. However, the elder from the Wei family who had attacked him was now missing a hand, blood gushing forth. How could this be? Was it Luo Rong who struck? The elders marveled. No, it was not Luo Rong. It was that individual. A young man pointed. The elders focused their gaze and indeed saw another young man standing beside Luo Rong. It was none other than Luo Tian. Could it be that he was the one who acted? An elder inquired. Precisely, it was him. With a mere wave of his hand, the Wei elder's arm was severed. The young man affirmed. The elder was utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, in the center of the battlefield, the Wei family's elder, with his severed arm, had temporarily staunched the bleeding, his face contorted with fury as he glared at the young man before him. You wretch, he seethed through gritted teeth. Luo Tian regarded him with indifference and retorted, You obstructed our entry into the Ziwei secret realm, and I remained silent, abiding by your rules. Yet, after our victory, you dare to shout threats at us, treating us as if we were mere soft persimmons. Is that so? The Wei elder scoffed. Destiny determines fortune. The virtuous shall inherit it. What does your Luo family amount to, that you should claim such fortune? It is a sheer waste. Our actions against you are in accordance with celestial will. Do not revel too soon, for had I not been careless and neglected your ambush, you would never have managed to injure me. Hearing this, Luo Tian, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly. Very well. It has been quite some time since I have heard such shameless rhetoric. You wish to annihilate my Luo family and seize our fortune, do you? Come then. All four of you, let us see what you're made of. The Wei elder turned to the other three, commanding, Let us strike together and vanquish this scoundrel. Good. The other three echoed in unison. They were incredulous. How could they, for masters of the profound realm, not overpower a single Luo Tian? In an instant, all four surged forth from different directions, launching their assault on Luo Tian. Their auras soared, transcending the heavens and the earth, resembling four formidable deities poised to vanquish Luo Tian in a single blow. Be careful, Senior Luo Tian. Luo Chen shouted from a distance, his face etched with concern. It was well known that Luo Tian was a distinguished guest of their Guiyuan sect, even though he recognized Luo Tian's immense strength. Facing four formidable masters of the profound realm, the odds seemed insurmountable. However, the heavenly Dao Palm technique, Luo Tian, with one hand in his pocket and the other raised high, summoned forth a magnificent golden hand above him. In an instant, the colossal golden palm descended, resounding with a series of sharp slaps. For adept practitioners of the profound realm were reduced to mere puddles of flesh, as effortlessly as one might sweat a fly. Their original forms were utterly unrecognizable. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, so intense that one could almost hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend the scene before their eyes. Were four powerful practitioners of the profound realm truly gone in an instant? In the center of the arena, Wei Tianyi remained frozen in his previous arrogant demeanor, though his triumphant smile had now turned to stone. The abruptness of the event left him utterly flabbergasted. Did you not just declare your intent to annihilate the Luo family? Luo Tian approached Wei Tianyi with an air of authority. Gulp. Wei Tianyi swallowed hard, instinctively retreating several steps. This esteemed senior, there has been a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. He managed to force a smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian delivered a resounding slap across Wei Tianyi's face. With a sharp crack, Wei Tianyi spun around, blood and teeth spraying from his mouth. Why you dare strike me? He clutched his injured face, shock etched on his features as he stared at Luo Tian. Strike you? I intend to eliminate you, Luo Tian declared, stepping forward as the heavenly Dao Palm technique manifested once more. Upon witnessing this, Wei Tianyi was paralyzed with fear, recalling the immense power of that palm. Should it descend upon him, he would surely be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh as well. Wait, you cannot kill me. If you do, my ancestor possesses the power of the 7th level of the returning ruins realm. I am his direct great-grandson and his most cherished descendant. In a desperate bid for survival, Wei Tianyi produced a jade pendant, gritting his teeth as he continued. This is a protective talisman from my ancestor. It can summon a portion of his essence here. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will activate it. At this declaration, gasps echoed throughout the crowd. The ancestral figure of the Wei family was not merely of the returning ruins realm, but held the formidable power of the 7th level. While it was well known that the Wei family was strong, no one had anticipated their strength to reach such heights. The onlookers from the Night Wind Kingdom were left in awe. Not just them. Even Han Wenzhou inhaled sharply at the revelation. He had come to the Night Wind Kingdom accompanied by several protectors of the profound realm. Unlike Wei Tianyi, his protectors had remained hidden. Yet he had never imagined that Wei Tianyi could summon a fragment of his ancestor's essence. Seeing the astonishment on the faces around him, Wei Tianyi regained some of his confidence. Gripping the protective talisman, he addressed Luo Tian, "Esteemed sir, you surely do not wish for me to summon my ancestor, do you?" Meanwhile, Luo Tian, who had been poised to take action, withdrew the heavenly Dao palm technique upon hearing Wei Tianyi's words. "Wait, are you saying that you carry a fragment of your ancestor with you?" Luo Tian inquired, fixing his gaze on Wei Tianyi. "Indeed," Wei Tianyi exclaimed. "You say that your ancestor possesses the cultivation of the returning ruins realm?" Luo Tian inquired, his pace of speech noticeably quickening. Wei Tianyi revealed a hint of a smile, stating, "That is correct." Observing Luo Tian's demeanor, Wei Tianyi comprehended the underlying fear. Upon learning of his ancestor's formidable strength, it was only natural for the other party to be apprehensive. After all, in the Night Wind Kingdom, no cultivators of the returning ruins realm had emerged for centuries. Now, upon hearing of his ancestor's prowess, how could one not feel trepidation? In that moment, Wei Tianyi felt as if the skies had cleared and the rain had ceased. He felt invigorated once more. "Now you understand the gravity of the situation, do you not? Release me, and perhaps you can salvage your own fate. Should you dare to show me any further disrespect, beware." Wei Tianyi attempted to utter a few more ominous words. However, in the next instant, a resounding slap echoed as Luo Tian struck him again, sending the remnants of his other tooth flying. "How dare you hit me again?" Wei Tianyi gasped in disbelief. His words slurred. The onlookers were equally stunned. What was happening with Luo Tian? Knowing that his opponent had such a powerful trump card, how could he still dare to act so? Yet, Luo Tian, with a fervent expression, urged Wei Tianyi, "Come, summon your ancestor. If you cannot, I shall carve you into pieces. Do you believe me?" Huh. Wei Tianyi was bewildered. Is this fellow out of his mind? Knowing that his ancestor is so powerful, how could he say such a thing? "Are you all right?" Little did Wei Tianyi understand the turmoil in Luo Tian's heart. Ever since Luo Feng had inquired about his strength, Luo Tian had been consumed by this question. He yearned to discern who was stronger between himself and the formidable beings of the Void Realm. This obsession had caused him sleepless nights. However, with the vastness of the Night Wind Kingdom, where could he possibly find a Void Realm expert? At that moment, when Wei Tianyi mentioned that his ancestor possessed such strength, Luo Tian's interest peaked. "Quick, if you don't summon your ancestor, I shall sever your limbs," Luo Tian bellowed. Wei Tianyi, terrified, turned pale and immediately activated his protective talisman. Buzz. In an instant, as spiritual energies surged forth, a brilliant light emanated from his hand, nearly blinding those present. Following this, an overwhelming aura began to reverberate through the mountains. When the radiant light faded, an elderly figure appeared before Wei Tianyi. Han Wenzhou stared at the old man's silhouette, his heart racing. It was indeed him, the ancestor of the Wei family, a titan of the Jade Dragon Kingdom, Wei Baidao. Wei Baidao slowly opened his eyes. Two beams of spiritual light shooting forth, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Tianyi, did you not go to the Night Wind Kingdom to seize the inheritance of the purple weaving Taoist? Why have you summoned my avatar?" Wei Baidao inquired. In the next moment, he noticed the bloodied Wei Tianyi, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "What happened? Who harmed you? Where are your guards? How could they fail to protect you? If they cannot handle such matters, should I fear for their lives?" Wei Baidao roared. His voice, imbued with murderous intent, caused the very heavens to tremble. The onlookers were suffocated by the overwhelming pressure, unable to dare breathe. The aura of a Void Realm expert was terrifying beyond measure. "Ancestor, there is no need to kill them. They are already dead," Wei Tianyi replied with a bitter smile. "What? Dead? Who in the Night Wind Kingdom could kill them? Was it that little brat, the Divine Martial King, or the bald monk from the Demon Suppression Temple? Do they not fear the annihilation of their clan for daring to harm my Wei family?" Wei Baidao replied coldly. The Wei family was among the most prestigious clans in the Jade Dragon Kingdom. How could they suffer such losses? "Neither, ancestor. It was this man who killed them. Furthermore, I have matters to report to you." As he spoke, Wei Tianyi recounted the events that had transpired. After hearing Wei Tianyi's account, Wei Baidao turned in astonishment to Luo Tian and the Luo family members behind him. "Tianyi, you are not fabricating a tale for revenge, are you? You claim these body-refining brats could defeat Tang Jiaolong and you? And this fellow named Luo Tian even killed your 4 Transcendence Realm guards?" Wei Baidao expressed skepticism regarding Wei Tianyi's narrative. Wei Tianyi, with a sorrowful countenance, replied, "Ancestor, how could I dare deceive you? What I say is the truth. You can ask Han Wenzhou." Wei Baidao's gaze sharpened as he looked toward Han Wanzhou. The latter immediately felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him. Wei Laozu. What Wei Tianyi brother says is absolutely true, Han Wanzhou quickly affirmed. Before Wei Baidao, Han Wanzhou dared not show any disrespect. Upon receiving this confirmation, a flicker of delight crossed Wei Baidao's eyes. Oh, to empower body-refining youngsters to such strength, this opportunity is more valuable than the inheritance of the purple-weaving Taoist. Tianyi, your judgment is not wrong, Wei Baidao declared with a smile. Having lived for many years, he had never encountered such a powerful body-refining technique. If he could seize this opportunity, it would not only elevate the strength of his family members, but could even advance his own cultivation. It is worth noting that Wei Baidao had been stuck at the 7th level of the Void Realm for nearly a century, although his lifespan still had some time left. At this rate, he might not achieve breakthrough in his lifetime. This had been his greatest anxiety for a century. Thus, upon hearing Wei Tianyi's words, he was now immensely pleased. A man of vast experience, he understood that the opportunity that made the Luo family so powerful was extraordinary. He approached Luo Tian, smiling as he said, "Young man, you dared to kill my Wei family members and even injured my great-grandson to this extent. This matter cannot be settled lightly. However, I possess a benevolent heart and cannot bear to see such talent extinguished. How about this? You bring your kin and accompany me to the Jade Dragon Kingdom, and I shall take you as an honorary disciple. You will serve my Wei family for a century to atone for your sins today?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. They had assumed the Wei family to be unreasonable, but it seemed that Wei Baidao was not so bad after all. It appeared that the Wei family's strength was not without reason. This magnanimity was indeed remarkable. Several young individuals expressed their admiration. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. What a cunning Wei Baidao! Long Yingxiu observed Wei Baidao, shaking his head repeatedly. "Master, what's wrong? Isn't Wei Baidao's proposal quite fair?" Wu Yuro inquired, puzzled. Long Yingxiu glanced at his naive disciple, sighed, and said, "You have too little experience in the martial world. Wei Baidao's words are far from fair. He has two primary motives for this. First, he does not wish to be labeled as a bully, fearing future backlash. Second, he aims to thwart other factions that might use the guise of justice to aid the Luo family and seize their opportunities. Once Luo Tian becomes his disciple, he has countless ways to extract opportunities from the Luo family. At that time, it will be hard for the Luo family members to even wish for death." Wu Yuro exclaimed in shock. "What? How can he be so malicious? Should we warn him?" Long Yingxiu shook his head. "Child, the affairs of the Wei family are beyond our reach." Wu Yuro cast a worried glance at Luo Tian. "What will happen to Luo Tian?" Long Yingxiu sighed. His most rational course of action now is to temporarily acquiesce to the Wei family and then seek an opportunity to extricate himself. After saying this, he too sighed, lamenting the impending disaster that would befall this suddenly risen family of prodigies. Meanwhile, Wei Baidao narrowed his eyes as he regarded Luo Tian. "Young man, did you hear my words?" At this moment, Luo Tian was examining Wei Baidao from head to toe. "You are of the Void Realm?" Luo Tian inquired. Wei Baidao paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Indeed, I possess the cultivation of the 7th level of the Void Realm. This avatar is far weaker than my true self. But in terms of combat prowess, it is at least at the 1st level of the Void Realm." "Why do you ask?" Luo Tian sighed. "The 1st level of the Void Realm, is it? A bit weak, but I suppose it will suffice." "Old man, I'm going to beat you." "Ah?" Wei Baidao, originally stroking his beard in contemplation of Luo Tian's despair and his potential capitulation for the safety of his kin, was taken aback. Instead of surrendering, the young man proclaimed his own weakness and expressed a desire to strike himself. Was this lad a fool? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself on the receiving end of a powerful punch from Luo Tian. The first form of the dragon fist, a mighty blow. Roar! In an instant, the force of the punch transformed into a dragon's shadow, soaring through the air towards Wei Baidao. "What?" Wei Baidao exclaimed in astonishment, raising a hand to shield himself. He had intended to effortlessly deflect the blow, but to his astonishment, the moment he made contact with the dragon shadow, he was met with an unimaginable force of pressure. With a resounding crash, Wei Baidao was propelled several dozen yards away by a single punch. With a swift turn, Wei Baidao steadied himself from a distance, narrowly avoiding a fall and managing to preserve his dignity. However, he could feel that one of his hands had been nearly numbed by a powerful punch from Luo Tian. Such formidable strength. Wei Baidao turned his head, astonished as he gazed at Luo Tian. "What?" On the other side, Long Yingqiu was equally astonished. He never anticipated that Luo Tian would dare to strike directly. Moreover, in his initial assault, he managed to gain the upper hand. This fellow is utterly reckless. Meanwhile, Luo Tian shouted loudly, "Old man, I have returned." As he spoke, he propelled himself with a flick of his toes, darting in a series of flashes until he stood before Wei Baidao. What kind of movement technique is this? Wei Baidao was once again taken aback. With his keen eyesight, he was utterly unable to discern Luo Tian's trajectory. Little did he know, Luo Tian's heavenly path technique allowed for instantaneous movement. The way of heaven's palm. Without uttering another word, Luo Tian struck down once more with a mighty hand. Boom. A colossal golden palm reached out. The black waters surged relentlessly. Wei Baidao, not daring to be careless, immediately began to channel his energy. This technique had previously been employed by Wei Tian. However, now in the hands of Wei Baidao, both its power and momentum had magnified to an unimaginable extent. In an instant, it seemed as though an entire ocean had been summoned by Wei Baidao, rushing forth to meet the hand of the heavenly Dao palm technique. Yet, the outcome was dire. Boom. With a single strike, the heavenly Dao palm descended, shattering his tumultuous black waters into fragments. What? Wei Baidao exclaimed in astonishment, immediately forming a hand seal to forcibly converge the dispersing spiritual energy. However, at that moment, Luo Tian had already teleported behind him, casually plucking a branch from a tree. Heavenly sword technique. One strike. Luo Tian declared, swinging his sword. How dare you consider me an easy target? Wei Baidao's forehead bulged with veins as he summoned Wei Tian's sword, slicing it through the air. The two sword energies clashed, holding their ground for merely a breath's duration before Wei Baidao's sword energy shattered, while Luo Tian's sword energy surged forth, relentless and powerful, aimed directly at Wei Baidao. What? Wei Baidao exclaimed in astonishment. He wielded a sword while his opponent brandished a mere wooden stick. The outcome was a complete and utter defeat for him. This indicated that the opponent's sword intent far surpassed his own. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he suddenly noticed a blur before his eyes as Luo Tian vanished. Ancestor, behind you. Wei Tian, from a distance, shouted desperately in warning. Eh? Wei Baidao suddenly turned around, only to discover that Luo Tian had silently approached him from behind. He still held the grass stick in his hand, but unlike before, his grip had transformed from that of a sword to that of a firearm. Impressive. Truly worthy of the Guishu realm. Receive my next move of the heavenly Dao spear technique. As Luo Tian spoke, he thrust the grass stick forward. In that moment, the grass stick transformed into a streak of vibrant rainbow as it soared through the air. Wei Baidao's face turned ashen. Luo Tian's speed was too swift. In that instant, he had no chance to evade. Boom. In the next moment, a radiant beam pierced through his chest, impaling Wei Baidao directly. Ancestor. Upon witnessing this, Wei Tian felt as if darkness enveloped his vision. His greatest reliance had, unexpectedly, been defeated. What a farce. Although it was merely a manifestation, its power was undeniably that of the true realm of Guishu. At this moment, Wei Baidao gazed down at the wound on his chest, his body gradually transforming into specks of light, beginning to vanish. This avatar had met its demise. He had never anticipated that his manifestation would perish in the kingdom of Nightwind. Luo Tian, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. Hey, don't die on me. I still have several moves left to try. Could you endure just 2 more strikes before you depart? Just 2, or even 1, he exclaimed. Wei Baidao rolled his eyes in response. Far away, millions of miles from the scene, his true self was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. What is this? This brat is actually using me as a training dummy? What have I become? Seeing that Wei Baidao remained unresponsive, Luo Tian approached Wei Tian, delivering 2 powerful punches that nearly knocked him out. Do you have any more talismans? Summon another avatar for me, quickly. I'm not finished yet. Luo Tian demanded angrily. I don't have any left. Wei Tian was on the verge of tears. What is happening? In both the kingdom of Nightwind and the kingdom of Jade Dragon, who wouldn't he be terrified upon discovering they had an ancestor's avatar? Yet here stands Luo Tian, pressing me for more. None. Not even a single ancestor's avatar. How could you be so useless? Luo Tian fumed. The onlookers could only watch in silence. Meanwhile, as Wei Baidao faced imminent dissolution, fury ignited within his eyes. Brat, release my grandson. Otherwise, I will ensure that every member of the Luo family pays the price. Wei Baidao declared vehemently. The Luo family to be buried alongside. Luo Tian suddenly halted, casting a cold glare in his direction. Wei Baidao replied icily. My true self will soon arrive in the kingdom of Night Wind. Should I find my grandson harmed in any way, I will annihilate your Luo family. Luo Tian fixed his gaze upon Wei Baidao, while his other hand brushed toward Wei Tianyi. Bang! In the next instant, Wei Tianyi's head exploded. Ah, Wei Baidao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never anticipated that Luo Tian would dare to take action, one threat after another, casually proclaiming the annihilation of my entire family. Do you think I am to be trifled with? Wei Baidao, if you possess the courage, come and kill me. If you hesitate, I shall obliterate the Wei family. Luo Tian replied coldly. Wait for it. Wei Baidao's eyes burned crimson as he uttered his final words before vanishing completely, dissipating into the ether. In an instant, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Everyone remained in a state of shock. What had just transpired transcended their comprehension. The realm of Guishu. It had been 5 centuries since such a formidable being had graced the Nightwind Kingdom. Now, a manifestation of Wei Baidao had appeared, only to be vanquished by Luo Tian. Did this imply that Luo Tian was also of the Guishu realm? As this possibility dawned upon them, the expressions of the onlookers towards the Luo family shifted dramatically. In the Nightwind Kingdom, possessing 3 individuals at the Transcendence realm was the threshold for becoming a first-rate power. And what of a being from the Guishu realm? Undoubtedly, the Luo family now stood as the preeminent force in the Nightwind Kingdom, far surpassing all others. Yet, at that moment, Luo Tian wore a countenance of dismay. Damn it, I finally encountered a being from the Guishu realm, and I had anticipated engaging in a more extensive exchange of skills, only to realize how effortlessly he was dispatched. This leaves me utterly disoriented regarding my own capabilities. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, landing on Han Wenzhou in the near distance. At that moment, Han Wenzhou was cradling the unconscious Tang Diaolong, preparing to make a discreet escape. However, upon meeting Luo Tian's gaze, he felt a jolt of terror course through him. Senior, I apologize for my ignorance and for offending you and the Nightwind Kingdom. Please forgive me. What a jest. This Luo Tian had just slain the manifestation of Wei Baidao. Han Wenzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. Earlier, when Wei Tianyi had commanded his Transcendence Realm subordinates to confront Luo Tian, Han had also considered utilizing his own Transcendence Guardian to seize the opportunity. After all, such a level of fortune was something he coveted greatly. Yet, because of his momentary delay, several experts from the Wei family had met their demise. He was fortunate his reaction had been sluggish. Otherwise, he surely would have faced death. As Han Wenzhou pondered these thoughts, Luo Tian casually approached him. Hearing the sound of Luo Tian's footsteps draw near, Han Wenzhou felt as if bolts of heavenly thunder were striking him, and soon he was drenched in perspiration. Hey, do you have an ancestor's manifestation or something? Summon it forth. I wish to confront him, Luo Tian stated. Huh? Han Wenzhou was taken aback. What kind of demand was this? Luo Tian furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, What do you mean, huh? Hurry up and summon it. Han Wenzhou immediately lowered his head and replied, Senior, I truly don't have it. In an instant, the temperature around them plummeted. Han Wenzhou trembled all over and insisted, Senior, I am not deceiving you. Wei Tianyi is the young master of the Wei family, while Tang Diaolong and I are merely the true disciples of the Tianhe sect in Yulong Kingdom. In terms of strength, we might not be inferior to him. However, when it comes to status within the factions, we cannot compare to him at all. How could we possibly carry an ancestral avatar with us? Upon observing Han Wenzhou's earnestness, Luo Tian ceased his interrogation. Sensing the pressure on him dissipate, Han Wenzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Luo Tian turned to Luo Chen and said, All right. Now that everything has been settled, let us activate the Ziwei secret realm. Oh, right. Luo Chen had been dazed until this moment, and now he regained his senses. He retrieved the token from his bosom and infused it with a stream of spiritual energy. Buzz. In an instant, radiant lights flickered among the mountains, with luminous points surging from every direction. Ultimately, these points coalesced before Luo Chen into the shape of a door, marking the entrance to the Ziwei secret realm. Senior Luo Tian, the Ziwei secret realm has been opened. The realm will remain accessible for 3 days, after which it will close, and everyone will be teleported out. Inside the realm, various treasures awaited, but most were suitable only for those at the Gathering Chi stage, with only a few pertaining to the Transformation Spirit and Void Flight stages. There were also many dangerous entities within the realm, such as demonic beasts and various spirits, however. These should not pose a threat to you. By the way, the innate spirit crystals you requested can be found in several areas. I have marked them on the map for you. As Luo Chen spoke, he handed a map of the Ziwei secret realm to Luo Tian. After examining it, Luo Tian nodded approvingly, saying, "Well done." Luo Chen smiled and replied, "You're too kind, senior. Do you have any further instructions?" Luo Tian shook his head. "No. Members of the Luo family, follow me." With that, he stepped into the Ziwei secret realm first. The surroundings fell silent, and no one dared to make a move. It was only after all the members of the Luo family had entered the realm that the crowd erupted into chaos. "Make way. I want to go in first." "Damn. Why are you pushing? Why didn't you rush in earlier?" "Nonsense. Weren't you also too afraid to step forward with Luo Tian around? Who are you talking about?" The crowd jostled and surged towards the entrance of the secret realm. "What should we do, Han Wenzhou?" At this moment, Han Wenzhou's protector finally dared to reveal himself. Holding the unconscious Tang Dialong, Han Wenzhou pondered for a moment before stating, "I still wish to take a look. Perhaps I might obtain the inheritance of the Ziwei Daoist, which would benefit our sect." The protector considered for a moment and replied, "That is acceptable, but remember, do not provoke anyone from the Luo family." Han Wenzhou smiled wryly. "You need not remind me. I am well aware of that. Why would I seek to stir trouble with the Luo family? Am I courting death?" After saying this, Han Wenzhou and his companions also entered the Ziwei secret realm. Before long, only Luo Chen remained outside the realm. Just as he was about to enter, his communication talisman suddenly lit up. "Greetings, revered sect leader." Luo Chen activated the talisman and spoke. On the other end was Ling Shuzi, the leader of the Guiyuan sect. "Luo Chen, the matters of the sect have yet to be resolved, so I must entrust the situation in the Ziwei secret realm to you. I appreciate your efforts. By the way, has anything unusual occurred in the realm?" Ling Shuzi inquired. Luo Chen replied, "Sect leader, there has indeed been a slight disturbance. The young master of the Wei family, Wei Tian, has arrived." Ling Shuzi was visibly taken aback. "The Wei family of Yulong Kingdom? Why have they come?" Luo Chen continued. "They are not the only ones. Members of the Tianhe sect have also come. From what they implied, someone has predicted that the inheritance of the Ziwei Daoist will manifest this year." "What?" On the other end of the transmission, Ling Shuzi was evidently taken aback. The inheritance of the Ziwei Daoist? Such a revelation was astonishing. Our Guiyuan sect controls the Ziwei secret realm, yet even we were unaware of this. It is no surprise that the Yulong Kingdom, with their superior divination techniques, is informed. He paused momentarily before continuing. "If the Wei family and the Tianhe sect arrive, you must remind young Master Luo to avoid any conflict with them. After all, young Master Luo is a benefactor to our Guiyuan sect." Luo Chen, with an awkward expression, replied, "Well, the sect master, they have already clashed." Ling Shuzi gasped, "What? They have clashed? I hope young Master Luo was not harmed." Luo Chen responded, "No." Ling Shuzi sighed in relief, saying, "That is good." However, Luo Chen added, "But Wei Tian and his protector were killed by young Master Luo." "What?" Ling Shuzi exclaimed in astonishment. "Wei Tian has been slain. This is a grave matter indeed. I have heard that Wei Baidao is an extraordinarily protective individual. If his descendant has been killed, what will be the repercussions? If he arrives, will our Night Wind Nation not be thrown into chaos?" Ling Shuzi remarked. Luo Chen scratched his head and replied, "Wei Baidao's avatar has already arrived." On the other end of the transmission talisman, Ling Shuzi gasped in disbelief. "Wei Baidao's avatar has come? His avatar possesses the cultivation of the Void Return realm. Does that mean Luo Tian?" The thought of a formidable being from the Void Return realm descending sent a chill down Ling Shuzi's spine. However, Luo Chen continued. He clashed with senior Luo Tian and was subsequently pierced to death by a grass stick. Ling Shuzi fell into a prolonged silence. After a considerable time, a shocked voice emerged from the transmission talisman. "What did you just say? You cannot be deceiving me, can you? Wei Baidao's avatar was killed by young Master Luo Tian, and with a grass stick, no less? Are you certain it was not some supreme artifact?" Ling Shuzi expressed his astonishment. Luo Chen picked up the grass stick recently used by Luo Tian and effortlessly snapped it in two. "Master, I have confirmed it. It is merely an ordinary grass stick. As I have just broken it with ease," Luo Chen stated. In truth, he too felt a sense of unreality. How could such a trivial object have the power to slay Wei Baidao's avatar? On the other side of the transmission talisman, Ling Shuzi was left dumbfounded. Although he had been aware of young Master Luo Tian's considerable strength, he had not anticipated it to reach such extraordinary heights. He muttered to himself, It is important to note that Ling Shuzi had not come to the Ziwei secret realm this time to prepare for the imminent battle against the divine martial royal mansion. After all, in his view, the might of the divine martial king was nearly insurmountable. Everything must be done with utmost effort. To that end, he and the senior members of his sect had been tirelessly crafting formation diagrams to enhance their slim chances of victory. Even the significant matter of the Ziwei secret realm's opening had been entrusted to Luo Tian, the chief disciple, to manage. Now, to be informed that Luo Tian possesses the strength to slay a being from the Void Return realm? What was the purpose of his relentless toil over the past several days? His heart felt truly weary. Master, there is another matter I must report to you, Luo Tian said cautiously. What is it? Ling Shuzi inquired. Wei Baidao has stated that his true body intends to come to the Ziwei secret realm to settle accounts with senior Luo Tian, Luo Tian informed. Wei Baidao? His true body. The seventh layer of the Void Return realm? Ling Shuzi's spirit was suddenly invigorated. Indeed, Luo Tian replied. Ling Shuzi inhaled sharply, fully aware that the strength of Wei Baidao's true form and his avatar were worlds apart. What did senior Luo Tian say? Ling Shuzi inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Tian responded. Senior Luo Tian did not take it seriously. Ling Shuzi found himself bewildered. What was happening? Had he not regarded this matter with the seriousness it deserved? Was he unaware of Wei Baidao's formidable strength, or had Luo Tian truly reached such an extraordinary level of power? No, I must witness this for myself. Determined, Ling Shuzi addressed Luo Tian. Very well, you shall also enter the Ziwei secret realm. If possible, strive to seize the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist. I shall follow shortly. Yes, disciple obeys, replied Luo Tian. With that, he stepped into the Ziwei secret realm. Meanwhile, in the Yulong kingdom, at the Wei residence, an explosion erupted. In the secluded mountain retreat of Wei Baidao, the sound of detonation reverberated. The members of the Wei family, sensing something amiss, rushed towards the source of the commotion. Amidst a pile of rubble, they beheld Wei Baidao, his complexion ashen, standing amidst the debris, blood staining the corners of his lips. Has the ancestor been injured? A chill ran through the hearts of the Wei family. At that moment, Wei Baidao's gaze shifted, locking onto the current head of the Wei family, Wei Hongtian. Wei Hongtian. Gather 6 others and prepare the 7 Suns Annihilation Formation. Come with me, commanded Wei Baidao. The 7 Suns Annihilation Formation? Ancestor, what has transpired? Is it possible that the Lin and Shen families are preparing to strike against us? Wei Hongtian exclaimed in shock. He was acutely aware that the 7 Suns Annihilation Formation, along with Wei Baidao himself, represented the 2 greatest trump cards of the Wei family. The simultaneous deployment of these 2 would indicate an unprecedented crisis. No, we are going to eliminate a certain individual. Wei Baidao's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Murder? Wei Hongtian was taken aback for a moment, a sudden chill gripping his heart. To use both trump cards to kill a single person? Could it be? He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, Ancestor, do you intend to slay a powerful being in the Tribulation Transcendence realm? In Wei Baidao's eyes, the figure of Luo Tian emerged, and through clenched teeth, he declared, No, I aim to eliminate one in the Body Refinement realm. Wei Hongtian was taken aback, doubting whether his ears had betrayed him. Ancestor, did you say to kill someone of what realm? He sought clarification once more. A junior of the Body Refinement realm from the Night Wind Kingdom, Wei Baidao reiterated. At this moment, everyone present grasped the gravity of the situation. The members of the Wei family wore expressions of profound disbelief. Their own ancestor, a formidable figure of the 7th level of the Void Realm, a titan within the cultivation community of the Jade Dragon Kingdom, a guest elder of the royal family, a martial arts master, and one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Jade Dragon Kingdom, Wei Baidao, was intent on killing a mere Body Refinement junior from the Night Wind Kingdom. The mere thought was utterly humiliating. To make matters worse, he insisted that other formidable members of the Wei family accompany him, even deploying their greatest trump card, the 7 Suns Absolute Kill Formation. Such an elaborate endeavor for the sake of a Body Refinement warrior. Are you feeling well, Ancestor? Wei Hongtian inquired. What do you mean? Wei Baidao gazed at him. Have you perhaps fallen into a state of delusion due to your cultivation? Wei Hongtian pressed on, as it was the only plausible explanation he could conceive. The other members of the Wei family behind him nodded in agreement. The result was swift. Slap. Wei Baidao struck Wei Hongtian, sending him flying. You insolent fool. Do you think I have the time to jest with you? Your son, Wei Tianyi, has been murdered in the Night Wind Kingdom. Wei Baidao bellowed with authority. What? Wei Tian, who had fallen to the ground, trembled at the sound. Wei Tianyi, his long-cherished eldest son, had been killed? Impossible. I dispatched 4 experts in the Transcendence realm to accompany him, and he had one of your avatars with him. How could anyone possibly kill him? Wei Tian found it hard to believe. Wei Baidao gritted his teeth and replied, all 4 of them are dead. My avatar has also been destroyed. Everyone present was taken aback. Who in the Night Wind Kingdom possesses the power to obliterate the ancestor's avatar? Is it Master Tianyin or King Shenwu? No. The ancestor's avatar possesses the strength of the first level of the returning ruins realm. Even if those 2 were to join forces, they could not possibly destroy the ancestor's avatar. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Suddenly, Wei Baidao, with a darkened expression, declared, the one who destroyed my avatar is merely a young practitioner in the body refinement realm. He is also the one who killed Tianyi. Ah? The crowd was once again bewildered. Body refinement realm? Annihilation of the void? Surely, this must be a jest. Observing the expressions of the onlookers, Wei Baidao coldly remarked, that young man must have obtained some extraordinary opportunity. Though his cultivation is merely at the body refinement realm, his strength, by my estimation, should be equivalent to the 3rd level of the annihilation of the void realm. The crowd shuddered at his words. Some individuals, realizing the implications, widened their eyes in astonishment. Wei Baidao continued, Tian Yi is still too reckless. He intended to seize the opportunities possessed by that individual, yet he underestimated his strength. Thus, whether it be for avenging Tian Yi or safeguarding the legacy of the Wei family, we must swiftly deal with that young man and uncover the secrets he harbors. Upon finishing his statement, a member of the Wei family furrowed his brow and said, Ancestor, even so, must we create such a grand spectacle? Even if he possesses the strength of the 3rd level of the annihilation of the void realm, 2 of us should suffice to handle him. Before the words had fully left his lips, Wei Baidao struck him with a swift motion, sending him flying. Fool! Have you forgotten the lessons I have imparted to you over the years? You are well aware that this boy cannot be spared, yet you still hesitate to exert your full strength against him? Are you wishing to aid that young man in honing his skills? Wei Baidao reprimanded fiercely. The chastised individual quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lowered his head, saying, I apologize, Ancestor. I was wrong. Wei Baidao snorted and declared, bring forth the 7 sons' absolute killing array, and summon all those in the family who can mobilize above the Transcendence realm to accompany me. I shall not grant that young man even the slightest chance of escape. Indeed, the members of the Wei family responded in unison. On this day, the Wei family was in turmoil. Meanwhile, in the Ziwei secret realm, Luo Tian led the group into the mystical domain, where they felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different world. The sky was devoid of the sun. Yet countless stars formed a radiant celestial tapestry that illuminated the ground beneath them. The spiritual energy in the air was notably more potent than that of the outside world. Is this truly the Taoist sanctuary of the Ziwei Master? It is indeed extraordinary. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Now that we have entered the Ziwei secret realm, the resources you may acquire depend on your own fortunes. You are free to form groups, but do ensure your safety, Luo Tian instructed. Indeed, young master. The crowd was filled with unparalleled excitement, as it was their first time visiting this place. Soon, they formed teams to seek opportunities. Luo Tian took out the map entrusted to him by Luo Chun and began to study it. There are indeed numerous locations where innate spiritual crystals have been found. This Yuling Palace seems to be the closest. Let's head there first. As Luo Tian spoke, he leaped lightly in a chosen direction. Behind him, 2 individuals from the Night Wind Kingdom held their maps, gazing in astonishment at Luo Tian's retreating figure. Wait, why has this esteemed Luo Tian chosen that direction? Isn't that the beast's nest? According to the map, it is marked as a place devoid of resources except for demonic beasts. Legend has it that a fearsome great demon resides there, even a Transcendence realm expert who inadvertently wandered and met their demise. Perhaps he intends to hunt some demonic beasts for their intercourse? Well, that seems plausible. Regardless, the thoughts of such a character are beyond our comprehension. Let us proceed to the Yuling Palace, where treasures abound each year. Indeed, let us proceed. After uttering these words, the 2 disregarded everything else and followed the map, heading in a direction entirely opposite to that of Luo Tian. Meanwhile, within the beast's nest, deep inside a cavern strewn with bones, a colossal eye suddenly opened. With the opening of this eye, the temperature within the cave plummeted significantly. The myriad of beasts that had previously inhabited this place bowed their heads in reverence, their eyes filled with apprehension. Ah, is it that time again for the secret realm of Ziwei to be unveiled? Fresh human prey has arrived. Children, go forth and hunt down these humans. Bring me their fresh sustenance, commanded the owner of the eye. At this proclamation, the surrounding beasts erupted into howls, scattering in all directions. Humans. Slowly, a massive claw emerged from the depths of the cave, grasping a handful of human bones from the ground, which it then proceeded to chew with fervor, emitting a sound that was painfully grating to the ears. Buzz. In the depths of the cavern, a bloody radiance suddenly illuminated the space. Ah, it is almost complete. Just a bit more powerful flesh and blood, and it will be activated. The voice of the eye's master grew submissive, as if addressing someone of great importance. It was only then that the crimson glow gradually began to fade. In a desolate forest, Luo Tian held the map, his expression one of skepticism. Doesn't this map claim that the Yuling Palace is ethereal, brimming with spiritual herbs? Why does this place seem so perilous? Luo Tian raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself standing before a valley, the ground around him charred black, as though it had recently been engulfed in flames, bearing no relation to the ethereal aura described. What a worthless map, filled with nonsense. Luo Tian scoffed. Just then, a rumble echoed beneath his feet, causing the ground to tremble. Following this, a pungent odor wafted through the air. What is happening? Luo Tian was taken aback and looked up. He then beheld a horde of beasts charging towards him, a dark mass comprising wolves, tigers, and leopards, each one cloaked in shadow, their eyes ablaze with a fiery red. At that moment, Luo Tian was taken aback. It was then that the beast horde detected his presence. Ha ha ha. Every time a human enters, we scramble about to capture them, but who would have thought that this year? A hapless fool would deliver himself right to our doorstep. Ha ha. This human lad must be a simpleton, hiding in those places protected by barriers, which we cannot approach. And yet he dares to come to our lair. Everyone, stand back. I shall feast upon him. Feast upon him? This is a tribute for the great king. If you devour him, are you not afraid the king will consume you instead? If I choose not to eat him, so be it. But this wretch must be slain by my own hand. It has been years since I last took a life. A black wolf growled. Very well, the task is yours. The other beasts retreated to the side, watching as the black wolf approached Luo Tian. Luo Tian, gazing at the advancing black wolf, somewhat regained his composure. Hey, black dog, where is the innate spirit crystal? He inquired. At his words, the surrounding beasts were momentarily stunned. Black dog? This human lad is doomed. He dares to call the Black Wolf Commander a black dog. The Black Wolf Commander despised being referred to as a black dog. This lad would surely meet a particularly gruesome end. Indeed, the Black Wolf Commander's eyes glinted ominously. You foolish human, I shall torment you slowly, making you wish for life yet unable to grasp it. As he spoke, his form transformed into a streak of black lightning, hurtling toward Luo Tian with astonishing speed. Before he even reached the ground, the Black Wolf Commander's body morphed, his massive jaws expanding to the size of a city gate, ready to swallow Luo Tian whole. However, get lost. With a swift motion, Luo Tian raised his hand and sent the Black Wolf flying with a resounding slap. The Black Wolf leader emitted a mournful howl, struggling for quite some time without managing to rise. Meanwhile, Luo Tian clapped his hands, wearing an expression of disdain as he remarked, "Foolish black dog. What would you do if you bit me? Where would you go for rabies shots? This detestable creature is peculiar. Everyone, let us unite our efforts." The Black Wolf leader finally managed to rise, fury etched on his face as he declared, "Goodness, this fellow seems remarkably strong. If we were to hunt him, his flesh alone could rival that of hundreds." A wolf from the pack added, "Indeed, let us slay him and bring him back. The king will surely be pleased." A horde of demonic beasts began to close in on Luo Tian. At that moment, Luo Tian furrowed his brow. "What are you doing?" "I merely wish to inquire for directions," he stated. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, even when faced with demonic beasts. A black tiger across from him scoffed. "You human brat, you truly are not of ordinary foolishness. Did your elders not inform you of our existence before you entered this secret realm? Your existence? Who are you?" Luo Tian replied, bewildered. Us? We are the sovereigns of this secret realm, the hunters of your kind. Not just you, but all humans who dare to tread here are our prey. We shall slay every last one of you to present to our great king. And you shall be the first unfortunate soul to perish this year," the black tiger proclaimed. Upon hearing this, a chilling glint appeared in Luo Tian's eyes. You intend to kill me? Are you certain? He inquired. What? Are you beginning to feel afraid? If you kneel now, I might consider allowing you a swift death. The black tiger taunted. The surrounding demonic beasts erupted into a chorus of mocking laughter. Luo Tian gazed at the tiger, gradually bending down. Oh, you truly are kneeling? No wonder the human race is so feeble. The taunts of the demonic beasts intensified. Yet in the next instant, Luo Tian picked up a stick from the ground. You. Black Tiger was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, with a resounding boom, Luo Tian swung his staff, sending Black Tiger soaring into the sky. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck today. Not only do people provoke me, but even dogs dare to cross me? You wish to kill me, do you? Well then, let us see if you can. Luo Tian roared, bringing his staff down once more. With a clang, a surge of sword energy erupted from the staff, instantly cleaving hundreds of demon beasts into a pulpy mess. What is happening? This human is perilous. The myriad demon beasts, initially contemplating a rebellion, found that even as they dared to approach Luo Tian, the terrifying sword energy would shred them to pieces, leaving no remains. In that moment, all the demon beasts were filled with trepidation. Flee. A monstrous beast took off in panic, prompting a multitude of beasts to follow suit, racing away in terror. Did they think they could escape after putting on such a show? Such delightful scenarios were not to be had. Luo Tian bellowed, brandishing his staff as he pursued them. If one were to observe from the skies at that moment, they would surely be astonished by the sight. Within a vast canyon, a human male wielded a staff, chasing down tens of thousands of monstrous creatures, many of which met their demise beneath his blows. It was unclear who truly embodied the beastly nature. Meanwhile, outside the lair of the myriad beasts, a cohort of formidable figures from various factions stood in a line, gazing toward the den of beasts with grave expressions. Beside them, Luo Tian bowed respectfully. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed elders for coming to assist in fending off the beasts from the 100 Beasts Den, Luo Tian proclaimed. Dear Luo Tian, there is no need for such formalities. The young must focus on acquiring resources, while we elders take it upon ourselves to hold back the beasts. This has long been agreed upon, an elderly man said, stroking his beard. Indeed, the beasts of the 100 Beasts Den are exceedingly ferocious. If they were to disrupt the younger disciples, the casualties could be catastrophic. Another elder remarked, do not underestimate the creatures from the 100 Beasts Den. Those commanding level beasts possess near transcendence combat prowess. I recall during the last opening of the Ziwei Secret Realm, 6 beast commanders appeared at once, and we sustained several injuries. A middle-aged woman added, by the way, Luo Tian, your Gui Yuan sect's 100 Beasts map should indicate how many beast commanders are present here, correct? Long Yingqiu inquired. Turning to Luo Tian nodded, replying, indeed, I shall retrieve it for everyone to see. With that, he produced the 100 Beasts map and infused it with a surge of spiritual energy. However, Luo Tian's expression shifted dramatically. What? Impossible, he exclaimed. What is it? Let me see. Long Yingqiu stepped forward to take a glance, his countenance darkening abruptly. 40 beast commanders? What? The others were equally alarmed. This meant there were 40 beasts at the Xianjing level? What on earth was happening this year? Why were so many emerging? What had transpired in the beast lair? This was infuriating. Our combat strength at the Xianjing level consists of merely 12 individuals. Can we withstand this? Luo Tian, we must conclude the Ziwei Secret Realm at once. Otherwise, we will face a catastrophe. Someone proposed. Indeed, with 40 Xuanjing level beasts, not to mention thousands of lower level beasts, it was clear that resisting this was beyond their capabilities. It seemed that ending the trial was imperative. Just as Luo Tian was about to make a decision, an unexpected change occurred on the beast map. Huh? What is happening? Luo Tian was taken aback. What do you mean? Make a decision quickly. This is no trivial matter. Long Yingqiu frowned. Yet, in the next moment, he too was stunned. The beast map indicated that there were still 35 beast leaders remaining. 5 beast leaders had perished? An elder appeared horrified. One must understand that the beast leaders possessed combat capabilities comparable to those at the Xianjing level, nearly equal to their own. How could 5 have died in an instant? As the group grappled with this unexpected turn of events, the beast map shifted once more. Huh? 2 more beast leaders have been slain? Long Yingqiu exclaimed in astonishment. The pace of these deaths was astonishingly swift. Moreover, look at the lower-level beasts beneath. Their numbers are also rapidly declining. Someone shouted. It was only then that the group shifted their focus from the beast leaders to the lower levels. Initially, when the beast map was unveiled, it displayed over 60,000 lower-level beasts. Yet in the blink of an eye, that number had dwindled to just over 50,000. In such a short span, Over 10,000 beasts had perished? The group exchanged looks, each reflecting shock. It seemed that indeed, a monumental event was unfolding within the beast lair. The monk from the demon-slaying temple remarked, "This cannot continue. We must close the Ziwei secret realm ahead of schedule." An elder sighed. Close it early? Another elder expressed regret. After all, it was rumored that this year's Ziwei secret realm would feature the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist. However, I believe we should first ascertain what precisely has transpired within the beast's lair before making any decisions, Long Yingqiu insisted stubbornly. Indeed, I concur. Even if we must close the Ziwei secret realm, we need to understand what has happened. Someone echoed. After a brief deliberation, the monk from the demon-slaying temple declared. Very well, we shall split into 2 groups. Select 3 individuals to venture into the direction of the beast's lair to investigate. The rest will gather the others within the secret realm. Luo Tian, you must find a way to locate young Master Luo Tian. With him here, we will have a better chance of safety. A middle-aged woman nearby smiled wryly, Master Yuansheng, with thousands of beasts, including dozens at the Xianjing level. Even young Master Luo Tian may be powerless. Master Yuansheng from the demon-slaying temple sighed, it is still better than our current predicament. Long Yingqiu nodded. All right, it is settled. I, Master Yuansheng, and Aunt Xiawei will enter the Beast Valley for reconnaissance. If anything seems amiss, we will flee immediately. The rest shall manage the remaining matters. Very well. The crowd responded, dispersing, leaving only Long Yingqiu and his 2 companions. Sighing, Long Yingqiu gazed at the beast's lair, pondering what calamity had befallen within. Meanwhile, inside the beast's lair, a cry for help echoed, "Save me. There is a monster." A black panther wailed as it fled. Not far behind, a menacing figure wielding a club pursued it relentlessly. That figure was none other than Luo Tian. How infuriating. What on earth is wrong with this creature? Is this how humans behave on their first outing? You deceived me, claiming humans were our prey. They are quite terrifying. Several newly emerged beastlings were on the verge of tears. Among the fleeing herd, a strikingly large black elephant turned its gaze back at the pursuing Luo Tian, then addressed its companions with a cold voice. Friends, I have discerned a peculiar issue. That human relies solely on the weapon in his hand for all his attacks. And what of it? A black bear inquired. The elephant revealed a sly smile and replied, could it be possible that his prowess lies solely in his weapon, while his physical strength is, in fact, quite feeble? Hence, he dares not employ methods beyond the club. A nearby black serpent flicked its tongue and remarked, You make a valid point. Indeed, the physicality of humans pales in comparison to that of our kind. Moreover, our bodies have been enhanced by the elder. But what of it? The elephant grinned mischievously. What of it? I have conceived a strategy to deal with him. If my hypothesis holds true, I merely need to evade one of his strikes, then deliver a swift blow to his body, and he shall perish. The black serpent replied, Your reasoning is not without merit. Do give it a try, and we shall support you. The elephant declared, Very well, but should I succeed? I claim the honor of this victory. Not a problem. The other beasts echoed in unison. Boom. The giant elephant suddenly halted in its tracks. The other creatures also paused, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters to observe the unfolding scene. Human, your demise is imminent. I have discovered your weakness. Prepare to meet your end. The giant elephant bellowed, glaring fiercely at Luo Tian behind him. The stick. The stick. If I can just evade that stick in his hand, victory will be mine. The giant elephant mused inwardly. At that moment, Luo Tian had already approached him. I can see. The elephant's eyes nearly bulged with blood. However, do not obstruct my path. Luo Tianfei delivered a swift kick, striking the elephant's head. Bang! In an instant, the elephant's skull shattered into a mass of flesh. This was not a mere stick. It was the last thought of the elephant before its demise. Oh my heavens! I should never have placed my trust in that foolish elephant. This creature possesses an unnaturally formidable physique. Help! The herd immediately began to charge once more. The way of the heavenly sword. On the other side, Luo Tian roared, unleashing 100-foot sword aura from the staff in his hand, which plunged into the midst of the beast horde, beginning an unparalleled slaughter. In an instant, anguished cries erupted. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the canyon, Long Yingqiu and his companions held their breath, concealed behind the massive rock formations. Ahead lies the territory of the beast's nest. We must exercise utmost caution, Long Yingqiu cautioned. Ahmedba, esteemed patrons, should any unforeseen event arise, I shall hold the rear. You need not concern yourselves with me. Just flee with haste. It is imperative that at least one of us survives to relay the news. Master Yuansheng proclaimed. Master, Speaking thus now is rather ominous. Given the strength of the three of us, it is impossible to eradicate the beast's nest. However, our chances of merely escaping are considerably high, Xiaowei said, gripping the hilt of her sword, her anxiety evident. Let us proceed and remain undetected. Long Yingqiu signaled as the trio stealthily entered the valley. Upon entering, Master Yuansheng sensed something amiss. Not far ahead lay a multitude of beast carcasses. Amitabha, such sins, he exclaimed, bringing his palms together in prayer. Xiaowei's lips twitched, betraying her nausea. Only Long Yingqiu approached the beast corpses, observing for a moment before inhaling sharply. Master Long, have you discerned anything? Xiaowei inquired. Long Yingqiu shook his head and replied, there are no discernible clues. However, it is certain that the ones who vanquish these creatures must be formidable beasts of unparalleled ferocity. An unparalleled ferocious beast? Xiaowei felt her legs weaken slightly. The ordinary beasts within the lair of 100 beasts had already proven to be quite a headache. Now, the emergence of an extraordinary ferocious creature? Just how formidable could this being be? Xiaowei inquired. Difficult to say. Let us delve deeper, Long Yingqiu responded. Amitabha. Let us proceed. Master Yuansheng concurred. Although Xiaowei was somewhat reluctant, she refrained from voicing her objections. The further the trio ventured inward, the more their hearts trembled. Along the way, the corpses of beasts became increasingly numerous. And it was evident from the direction in which they had faced at the moment of their demise that they were heading toward the depths of the lair. What on earth was happening? Shouldn't these beasts have been fleeing outward? Xiaowei gazed at the carcasses, her brow furrowed. Perhaps that unparalleled ferocious beast is an outsider? Long Yingqiu speculated. That seems likely. Otherwise, an extraordinary beast birthed within the lair would not have dealt such a lethal blow to other creatures, Master Yuansheng added. Then, how formidable is this beast? Xiaowei asked. Master Yuansheng hesitated for a moment, saying nothing further. At that instant, Long Yingqiu suddenly exclaimed, this can't be. He swiftly moved to a massive beast carcass nearby. Dragon Lord, what is it? Xiaowei hurriedly followed, inquiring. Long Yingqiu took a deep breath and pointed at an enormous headless beast corpse before him, saying, I recognize this beast. Do you recognize it? Xiaowei was taken aback. Long Yingqiu nodded and recounted, a few years ago, when I brought disciples from our sect to the Ziwei secret realm. We encountered this ferocious beast emerging from the 100 Beast Valley. It was exceptionally fierce. Only by joining forces with the leader of the Thunder sect were we able to barely subdue it. I distinctly recall that this creature's fangs were akin to 2 divine blades. I still bear the scar from that encounter on my shoulder. As Long Yingqiu spoke, a look of lingering fear crossed his face. Fangs? Where are they? Xiaowei was momentarily stunned, and as she circled to the other side of the corpse, she nearly fainted. Oh my heavens! Exclaimed Xiaowei. What is the matter? Master Yuansheng inquired, circling to the other side. To his astonishment, he found nothing atop the crippled beast. Dragon Gate Master, are you certain this creature is formidable? Xiaowei asked Long Yingqiu. At that moment, Long Yingqiu was equally perplexed. He vividly recalled the battle from years past, knowing well the might of the elephant demon. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would not stand a chance against it. Yet, this once formidable entity now lay lifeless? Moreover, the state of the corpse clearly indicated it had been vanquished in a single blow. The individual responsible for slaying this elephant demon must possess strength beyond my expectations. Sweat began to beat on Long Yingqiu's forehead. Dragon Gate Master, should we proceed further? Xiaowei hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, Long Yingqiu replied, I believe we should press on for a while longer. Something feels amiss. Master Yuansheng nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, this situation could potentially escalate into a calamity for our Nightwind Nation. I must witness it firsthand to feel at ease. Reluctantly, Xiaowei steeled herself and continued forward. Meanwhile, deep within the lair of the Beast King, a frantic cry echoed, My lord, help. There are monsters. Several commanding beasts scrambled back in utter disarray, their bodies caked in dirt. One monkey demon even sported a severed arm. Just then, with a whoosh, a massive white claw erupted from the depths of the cavern, piercing through the body of a demon beast. The great king lay in restless slumber. How many times must I remind you that noise is strictly forbidden here? Have you all lost your wits? The colossal claws retracted, and a deep voice resonated within the cave. The other beasts immediately prostrated themselves upon the ground, trembling in fear. They returned so swiftly. How many humans did they bring? A voice echoed from the depths of the cave. My lord, not a single one, replied a beast. Not a single one? You dare return? Do you wish for death? The great king's fury boiled within the cavern. In an instant, a palpable aura of menace engulfed the depths of the beast's lair. A throng of beasts instantly knelt. pleading for mercy. My lord, we truly bear no blame. We encountered a monstrous being, and my brethren were nearly all slain. One beast, braving the oppressive atmosphere, spoke with difficulty. In that moment, the malevolent aura began to dissipate. A monster? What manner of monster? The great king's voice was laced with confusion. It is a human. Humans? The voice of the king was tinged with surprise. You were pursued by a human? What is their realm? Is it the returning ruins? Could it be that they are at the same level as the old man of Ziwei? Are they in the tribulation stage? As he spoke of the latter, the king's voice clearly exhibited a hint of panic. Just then, outside the cave, the sound of footsteps echoed. Several beasts, lying on the ground, were nearly paralyzed with fear upon hearing it. My lord, he has arrived. The beasts hurriedly concealed themselves. A bunch of useless fools, roared a voice, disregarding the response. Within the cave, a colossal eye opened wide, fixated intently on the source of the footsteps. Had those creatures just fled to this place? Is this the Jade Ling Palace? Why does it reek so foul? The newcomer was none other than Luo Tian, the dispersal of human spiritual energy. Lacking concentration into a vast sea, was this merely the realm of body refinement? The colossal-eyed Demon King appeared somewhat astonished. But, at that moment, a crimson glow reignited within the cavern where the colossal-eyed Demon King resided. He glanced over, his eyes narrowing slightly. Intriguing. Though this individual is but in the body refinement realm, the conditioning of his physique has reached an extraordinary level, and the power contained within his bloodline is truly captivating. Rest assured, I shall rend this creature's body apart and offer his flesh and blood as a tribute to you, proclaimed the colossal-eyed Demon King. Who is speaking? Luo Tian heard the voice and glanced around. Suddenly, a white beast's claw emerged from the depths of the cave. Human child, how dare you trespass on my territory? It seems your fate has led you here. Prepare to perish. The beast's claw silently lunged towards Luo Tian. The razor-sharp claws were akin to divine weapons. The Demon King possessed absolute confidence that one strike would pierce through Luo Tian's body. However, when the claw struck Luo Tian's back, it emitted a piercing sound akin to metal colliding. In the next moment, the beast's claw shattered into fragments. What? The giant-eyed Demon King exclaimed in astonishment. He had never once faltered with this maneuver. Yet today, not only had he failed to pierce Luo Tian, but he had even broken a nail? At that moment, Luo Tian also regained his senses and turned to glance at the beast's claw that had not been retracted in time, along with the severed nails, instantly comprehending the situation. Do you wish to kill me? Luo Tian's voice turned extraordinarily frigid. Alas, the Demon King sensed something amiss and swiftly retracted its claw. At that moment, Luo Tian gestured with his left hand, invoking the heavenly Dao palm technique. A golden hand materialized, seizing the beast's claw and forcefully pulling it outward. Boom! The cave collapsed, and the Demon King was forcibly extracted from its confines. At this moment, the true form of the Demon King was finally revealed. However, this creature's true appearance was rather peculiar, resembling a colossal flesh orb adorned with two enormous eyes, surrounded by numerous beastly claws that lunged towards Luo Tian. Meanwhile, Luo Tian's other hand clenched into a fist, the energy coalescing into a dragon shape, poised for action. Heavenly Dao fist technique. Boom. Luo Tian unleashed a punch that struck the Demon King squarely. The terrifying force shattered half of the Demon King's body, scattering countless pieces of flesh and blood. The surrounding beasts gasped in disbelief. They were all too familiar with the strength of their Demon King, who ruled the 100 Beast Lair unchallenged. To them, the Demon King was virtually invincible. Yet here he was, obliterated by a single punch from this human. Truly, this individual was a monster. Luo Tian waved his hand, discarding the corpses of the defeated beasts, ready to forge ahead. However, just then, a strange sound echoed. Luo Tian paused, turning back to look, only to find that the recently shattered beast corpses were rapidly reassembling, transforming back into a flesh orb. In just a few breaths, they returned to their original state. Oh, Luo Tian was taken aback. Could this fellow truly be resurrected? Meanwhile, in the valley, Long Yingqiu and his companions continued their stealthy approach. As they drew nearer to the den of the 100 beasts, their astonishment grew. What on earth had transpired here? It was nothing short of a hellscape. The trio gazed at the countless remains strewn about, a shiver running down their spines. After a prolonged silence, Xia Wei finally spoke. My friends, what do you know about this den of the 100 beasts? Master Yuanxing pondered for a moment and replied, I have heard some tales from Master Tianen. Oh, what did Master Tianen say? The other two immediately perked up. After all, although they were all at the same level of proficiency, Master Tianin was at the 9th level of the profound realm. Furthermore, in terms of strength, he surpassed the average practitioner at that level. Being on the verge of the return to ruins, his words carried significant weight. The master recounted, in his earlier years, he was invited by the former leader of the Gui Yuan sect to enter the Den of the 100 Beasts, intending to eradicate the menace of the beast once and for all. Upon hearing this, Long Yingxiu and his companion nodded in agreement. The Ziwei Secret Realm, while not considered a premier secret realm within the Nightwind Kingdom, was not lacking in rare treasures. The greater concern lay in the perilous nature of the beasts within the den. The risks did not correspond to the potential rewards. If one could indeed eliminate these beasts, the value of the Ziwei Secret Realm would undoubtedly increase significantly. Master Yuansheng continued. During that legendary battle, the master and several other formidable experts engaged in a fierce struggle, penetrating deep into the Den of the 100 Beasts, where they encountered the lurking Beast King. A grand battle ensued. What is the outcome? Xie Wei inquired with concern. Master Yuansheng hesitated briefly before responding. Naturally, it was the Zen masters who emerged victorious. Victorious? Then why does Long Yingxiu remain perplexed? If it was Master Tianin and his companions who triumphed, why does the 100 Beasts' nest still exist? Master Yuansheng continued. The Zen master stated that the beast is indestructible. Indestructible? What does that mean? The two were taken aback. Master Yuansheng elaborated. It means that the beast possesses an immortal body. Even if its physical form is destroyed, it will swiftly regenerate. The Zen masters paid an enormous price just to slay that beast once. Yet, in an instant, it recovered and even retaliated against one of them. With no other option, the Zen master chose to lead everyone away. Since then, no one has dared to entertain the notion of annihilating the 100 Beasts' nest. Fortunately, it seems that the beast is bound by some constraint, confined to the 100 Beasts' nest and unable to venture forth. Upon hearing this, both individuals were visibly shaken. Could it be that the turmoil in the 100 Beast Valley is also a consequence of that beast? Master Yuansheng shook his head, stating, I do not know. But it is certain that if that beast were to leave the Ziwei Secret Realm, it would spell disaster for our Nightwind Kingdom. The other two nodded in agreement with Master Yuansheng's assertion. Meanwhile, deep within the 100 Beasts' nest, the infuriated Beast King glared at Luo Tian with spiteful eyes. Luo Tian furrowed his brow at the beast's gaze and retorted, What are you staring at? With that, he delivered another powerful slap. Bang! This strike shattered the Beast King once more. However, moments later, the creature's body reconstituted itself again. Human, you shall never slay me with this immortal body. The Beast King scoffed after recovering. Luo Tian regarded him with a smirk, saying, Is that so? However, it appears that your recent 2 recoveries have drained quite a bit of your spiritual energy. I am quite curious, how many more times can you restore yourself? 3 times? Or merely 2? As Luo Tian unveiled his secrets, the Demon King found himself in a state of disarray. Indeed, he was not truly immortal. Each revival drained a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and the greater the injury sustained, the more energy was required for recuperation. Against ordinary foes, the damage inflicted upon him during battles was limited. He could simultaneously engage in combat while replenishing his energy, effectively creating the illusion of immortality. However, before him stood Luo Tian, whose strikes were lethal. Just moments ago, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted after only 2 blows. Should there be another 2 strikes, he might genuinely meet his demise. The insufferable creature felt beads of sweat begin to trickle down his brow. Yet, at that moment allow me. A voice echoed amidst the ruins of the cave. It is the adult. The Demon King, filled with joy, abruptly dashed into the remnants of the ruins. Luo Tian was taken aback, perplexed by the actions of this individual. At that moment, the Demon King tore through a desolate ruin and extracted a segment of black and white bone. Upon this bone, a flicker of emerald flames danced lightly. You human brat, prepare to meet your demise, exclaimed the Demon King as he raised the bone high. In an instant, the green flames materialized into a shadow that lunged toward Luo Tian. Observing this, Luo Tian swiftly struck out with a palm. However, the force passed through the shadow without inflicting any harm. Instead, the shadow ensnared Luo Tian, its lower half coiling around him like a serpent, while its upper half bit down upon his shoulder. Such delectable flesh and blood, such a powerful aura. Once I consume you, I shall be able to reshape my body. The Emerald Fire joyfully proclaimed. Congratulations, my lord, you shall regain your freedom. The Demon King knelt in the distance, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. My lord, Freedom? What nonsense is this? Luo Tian furrowed his brow. The Demon King, witnessing Luo Tian ensnared, smirked and said, "You brought this upon yourself. Very well, since your demise is imminent, allow me to enlighten you. This place is the domain of the Ziwei Taoist. 1,000 years ago, in his quest for enlightenment, the Ziwei Taoist foolishly infiltrated the Tianlong burial ground to excavate the Tianlong Tao seed. As fate would have it, he barely survived his first encounter within those depths. Yet, fortune favored him, for not only did he escape with his life, but he also unearthed a dragon bone. After returning from the Tianlong burial ground, he recuperated for a considerable time, eager to study the dragon bone, hoping to harness the residual essence of the true dragon to elevate his own cultivation. Alas, he was unaware that this dragon bone had a master long before him. It was my master. The Demon King directed his gaze at the green flames enveloping Luo Tian. My master is an evil spirit birthed from the Tianlong burial ground, formed from the resentment of dragons after their demise, far surpassing ordinary malevolent spirits in power. The old Ziwei Taoist, in his ignorance, fell prey to my master's ambush, nearly losing his very essence. What a pity that had he succeeded, we would not have had to wait all these years. The old man's strength is indeed formidable. He managed to evade my master's assault under such circumstances. However, my master, being an evil spirit, cannot be harmed by conventional means. Thus, even though the Ziwei Taoist harbored a deep-seated hatred for my master, he could only temporarily seal my master along with the dragon bone, bringing in countless beasts from the outside world to guard the seal. But alas, the old man's lifespan was nearing its end, forcing him to recklessly attempt a breakthrough for a glimmer of hope. Yet, it was futile. His innate talent was limited, and compounded by 2 significant injuries, success was beyond reach, leading to his demise. What he did not anticipate was that my master, in all his wisdom and might, could not be contained by a seal. A year after the old man's death, my master broke free. Moreover, he harnessed the old man's power, extracting the essence of the dragon clan to strengthen us, the beast tasked with guarding the seal, allowing us to grow exponentially in power. Without my master, we ordinary beasts would never have attained such strength. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian nodded. I see. No wonder your strength is formidable, yet feels distinct from the beasts outside. This realization had long been apparent to him. The simplest observation was that, despite having awakened their intellect, some leading beasts possessed strength and speed comparable to that of the Transcendence realm, yet none could fly. Now it became clear to him why. The Demon King snorted and continued, however, while my master resides within the dragon bone, he ultimately lacks a physical form, rendering him incapable of further advancement. Thus, we exploit each time the secret realm opens to hunt humans, extracting the essence from their blood and flesh to draw forth the power within the dragon bone. Initially, our plan required several hundred years to fully refine the dragon bone's strength and find a suitable host to grant my master complete freedom. Yet, your arrival has truly brought us unexpected joy, the Demon King remarked, his eyes greedily assessing Luo Tian. Such a robust physique, such pure energy. I have only sensed this in the old Ziwei, and your age and vitality far exceed that of the old man. With your blood, my master can extract the power from the dragon bone, and the remaining flesh can serve as my master's vessel. You alone could expedite our plans by several centuries. This is truly splendid. At this, the Demon King erupted into raucous laughter. After listening, Luo Tian finally nodded. Oh, is that so? The Demon King observed Luo Tian's reaction, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This was not right. Logically, one would expect fear or anger upon realizing their impending death and the prospect of becoming another's vessel. At this moment, Luo Tian should have been begging for mercy or cursing himself. Yet, this individual remained remarkably composed. He turned his gaze toward the malevolent spirit perched upon his shoulder, which continued to gnaw at him. It's futile. The master is a spiritual entity. Even that old fellow, Ziwei Daoran, cannot harm him. To defeat the master, one would require formidable soul power. But alas, how many soul cultivators exist in this world? Even if you risk your life, you cannot inflict the slightest scratch upon the master. Weren't you just boasting? Aren't you strong? What now? Dare to act arrogant again? I dare you. The Demon King mocked heartily. At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly reached out and firmly grasped the malevolent spirit's head. Have you not enough? With that, he yanked it down and forcefully slammed it into the ground. Boom. In an instant, the earth trembled around them, and dust swirled into the air. What? The Demon King exclaimed in shock. As the dust settled, Luo Tian revealed his form. The malevolent spirit that had once clung to him had long been torn away. Even the ghostly flames on the spirit had dimmed considerably. You are a soul cultivator? The spirit, now grasped by Luo Tian, wore an expression of disbelief. It is well known that soul cultivation is far more arduous than physical cultivation. Especially formidable soul cultivators are truly rare, akin to a phoenix among the feathers. It is precisely for this reason that malevolent spirits have become the most feared entities in the world. The number of soul cultivators capable of vanquishing them is exceedingly scant. The best approach for ordinary individuals to deal with them is to seal them, much like the method employed by the purple micro-Taoist. This malevolent spirit never anticipated that the vessel it coveted would turn out to be a powerful soul cultivator. You wish to claim my flesh and blood, do you? You want me to serve as your vessel, is that it? You have overstepped your bounds. Luo Tian fixed his gaze upon the spirit, lightly snapping his fingers. In an instant, dozens of soul-settling nails materialized behind him. Jinhuan nail? The malevolent spirit trembled in fear upon seeing this object. In the next moment, Luo Tian waved his hand, and the Jinhuan nail descended. The malevolent spirit let out a harrowing wail. A sound so piercing it seemed to stab directly into the soul, knocking out all the demonic beasts lurking nearby. Damnable brat! Your soul-nailing spike can wound me, but it cannot kill me. As long as I live, one day I will find you and make you suffer 1,000 cuts, grind your bones to dust. The spirit glared venomously at Luo Tian, its voice dripping with malice. Luo Tian frowned slightly. Is that so? If the soul-nailing spike isn't enough, how about this? As he spoke, his spiritual energy condensed. Clang! A curved blade materialized before him. The moment the blade appeared, the spirit's ghostly form trembled violently, as if on the verge of disintegration. Staring at the weapon, the spirit shrieked in terror. The soul-severing blade? Impossible. Spare me, and I swear we shall never cross paths again. This time, the spirit was genuinely terrified. Yet spare you? Too late. Without another word, Luo Tian swung the blade down. Boom. The overwhelming spiritual energy radiating from the soul-severing blade instantly obliterated the spirit's form. Damn it all. I refuse to accept this. After struggling free from the dragon's burial ground, after breaking the seal, I was so close to success. The spirit wailed in despair. But it was all in vain. Moments later, the spirit's body dissipated completely into the void, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed. Whoosh! With a flick of his hand, Luo Tian dismissed both the soul-severing blade and the soul-nailing spike. Then, his gaze shifted toward the Demon King not far away. The Demon King? Just a second ago, he had been certain of victory, convinced Luo Tian was doomed. Yet now, everything had collapsed. His greatest reliance, his master, the malevolent spirit, was dead. And before him stood only Luo Tian, this monstrous being. Great One, I swear allegiance to you. The Demon King forced an obsequious smile. But Luo Tian ignored him entirely. Instead, he raised his hand and struck without hesitation. Boom. The Demon King's body shattered, already beginning to regenerate, only for Luo Tian to follow up with a relentless barrage of punches. Boom, boom, boom. After the storm of blows, not even a single intact piece of flesh remained on the ground. The surrounding air carried no trace of the Demon King's presence. This so-called immortal being had been utterly annihilated. Trash. Luo Tian muttered in disdain, intending to leave. However, at that moment, a sudden flash of white light caught his attention. Luo Tian turned his head and discovered that the dragon bone, which had previously been inhabited by the malevolent spirit, still lay upon the ground. However, unlike before when it radiated a crimson glow, the dragon bone now appeared alabaster. Just as Luo Tian cast his gaze upon it, the bone underwent a transformation. In an instant, a faint, ethereal shadow emerged above it. Luo Tian furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Is this never ending? What more could there possibly be?" As he spoke, he extended his hand, summoning the soul-cutting blade once again. Yet, the shadow upon the dragon bone immediately called out, "Benefactor, please wait." Benefactor? Luo Tian was taken aback. Gazing intently, it was only then that he discovered the ethereal figure upon the dragon bone resembled that of a small dragon. "Who are you?" Luo Tian inquired, astonished. The little dragon hurriedly replied, "Esteemed benefactor, I am of the dragon lineage. This skeletal remains are my own." "Oh, so, you are a deceased dragon?" Luo Tian remarked, bewildered. The little dragon let out a bitter smile. "Indeed, I was resting in the dragon's burial ground, awaiting the opportunity for reincarnation. Unfortunately, years ago, my remains were occupied by a malevolent spirit, which tainted even my soul. Although I am battling against this evil entity, it employs these demonic beasts, using human flesh and blood for sacrificial rites, attempting to fully corrupt me. if you had not appeared to vanquish this spirit. I fear I would have become an ignorant and insensible spirit, a mere weapon or food for that malevolent being." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian nodded slightly and said, "Then you are free now." He turned to leave. "Wait, just a moment." The little dragon interjected. "What else is there?" Luo Tian frowned. "Esteemed benefactor, although I have escaped the malevolent spirit's control, if I am not returned to the dragon's burial ground soon, I shall dissipate into nothingness. Therefore, might I request you to escort me back?" The little dragon pleaded. "The dragon's burial ground? I am not familiar with it. Seek assistance from others," Luo Tian stated. Preparing to depart once more, the little dragon felt embarrassed. After all, he was of the dragon lineage. The other party didn't even show basic courtesy? He was outright rejected? Just as the little dragon was feeling downcast, he overheard Luo Tian muttering as he walked away, "Who asks for help without offering something in return? And he claims to be of the dragon lineage? Truly ignorant." Upon hearing this, the little dragon immediately grasped the situation, exclaiming, "Esteemed benefactor, there are benefits. There are indeed benefits." Luo Tian turned back, inquiring, "What kind of benefits?" The little dragon continued, "Although my clan is now in decline and lacks the glory of ancient times, we remain one of the strongest races in the world. If you help me return, my kin shall not treat you poorly." Luo Tian, while picking his nose, asked, "Are you finished?" "Ah," the little dragon replied. Luo Tian turned to leave again. "Really? Are you trying to paint me a grand picture? Do you think me a fool?" The little dragon felt awkward again. "Esteemed benefactor, please wait. There are more benefits." Luo Tian turned back, saying, "This is your last chance. Do not present me with vague promises." The little dragon sighed in resignation. "Very well. If you agree to escort me back to the dragon's burial ground, I shall grant you half of the primordial power contained within my bones." "Primordial power? What is its significance?" Luo Tian inquired. The little dragon explained, "The primordial power of the dragon lineage is the source of our strength. Though my physical form has perished, this dragon bone holds my essence, containing immense power." He gestured towards the nearby corpses of the demonic beasts. "Esteemed benefactor, have you observed their strength?" Luo Tian nodded, responding, "I have." The little dragon elaborated, "These demonic beasts were originally merely creatures of the body refinement and chi-gathering realms. Even the beast king was only of the spirit transformation realm, and unlikely to ever break through. However, the malevolent spirit pilfered my primordial power and bestowed it upon them, artificially elevating their strength to rival that of the skyward and even profound realms." Luo Tian's eyes lit up. "It can be done in such a manner? How much primordial power do you have left?" The little dragon grinned. "Though that malevolent spirit is insidious, our dragon lineage's power is not easily stolen. Over the millennia, it has only acquired about 1 or 2% of my primordial power. The vast majority remains. With my primordial power, I can significantly enhance your strength. If you doubt me, watch closely." As he spoke, the little dragon waved his ethereal form, and golden energy began to emanate from the dragon bone, flowing gently. "Esteemed benefactor, do not resist. I shall infuse this power into your being to augment your strength," the little dragon declared, guiding the golden energy towards Luo Tian. The golden energy gradually flowed into Luo Tian's body. "Esteemed benefactor, this is 1/10 of my primordial energy. If you can refine it, your power will ascend to a new level. However, this energy is quite abundant. It may take you several years to fully refine it," the little dragon cheerfully explained. Luo Tian, however, paid him no heed and instead began to silently circulate the heavenly Dao breathing technique. As he did so, the dragon lineage's primordial energy within him began to be refined at a terrifying pace. In a mere dozen seconds, all the golden energy was consumed. Having completely absorbed the dragon lineage's primordial power, Luo Tian casually executed a technique of the heavenly Dao. A golden hand materialized, emanating a fearsome might. "Oh, it has indeed increased slightly," Luo Tian acknowledged with a nod. The little dragon, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly dumbfounded. To have absorbed so much of his dragon lineage's primordial energy and only achieve a slight enhancement? More alarmingly, the speed at which Luo Tian refined it was astonishing. Originally, the little dragon had thought that as long as Luo Tian had not completely refined his primordial power, he could leverage him to fulfill his own desires. Who would have imagined that this fellow would refine it in the blink of an eye? And the increase in power was seemingly minimal? What manner of being was he? This speed and strength seemed even more abnormal than that of their dragon lineage. While this may not serve me greatly, it should still hold some value for others, Luo Tian remarked. He recognized that this power could indeed elevate the strength of his kin. He understood that in a world where might is revered, one must not only possess formidable strength but also cultivate a powerful faction to act on one's behalf. At present, nurturing the strength of his family appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Very well, I shall assist you. Where is this dragon's burial ground? Luo Tian inquired. It lies beyond the heavens. The little dragon responded. Huh? Where might that be? Luo Tian furrowed his brow. The little dragon replied. I cannot say for certain. The dragon's burial ground is also a mysterious place for our kind, and it only opens at unique temporal junctures. Luo Tian pressed. When will it next open? The little dragon offered a wry smile. I cannot specify. It might be in a few years, or perhaps several hundred years. Luo Tian scowled. What kind of answer is that? The little dragon quickly added. While the exact timing of the dragon's burial ground's opening cannot be determined, all dragons will sense its approach 3 years prior. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian nodded. Very well then, assist me in nurturing my kin, and I shall escort you when the time comes. Thank you, my benefactor. Xiaolong expressed his profound gratitude. Luo Tian carefully stored the dragon bone, and Xiaolong naturally returned to it, resuming his slumber. After all, he was merely a soul, and he had sustained considerable injuries from the malevolent spirit. Thus, he required an extended period of deep sleep to regain his strength. Having completed these tasks, Luo Tian searched diligently within the lair of the beasts but found no trace of the innate spirit crystal. Reluctantly, he opted to retrace his steps. Meanwhile, in the gorge, Long Yingxiu and his companions lay concealed behind a massive rock, suppressing their presence to the barest minimum, scarcely daring to breathe. Moments ago, they had sensed a terrifying energy surge emanating from the depths of the beast lair. The dreadful aura instilled a profound fear even in these three formidable practitioners of the transcendence realm. In an instant, they felt their lives threatened, forcing them to hide away, fearful of being detected by the source of that unsettling energy. However, after a significant duration, the ominous wave subsided, allowing the trio to regain a semblance of composure. What do you think that was? Long Yingxiu ventured to ask in a hushed tone. I am uncertain, but one thing is clear, it was undoubtedly a terrifying entity. Perhaps it was the immortal demon king. Xie Wei replied. That must be the case. Moreover, the unparalleled beast that hunted the demonic creatures was likely him as well. Master Yuan Sheng added. The expressions of the three turned grave. What do you believe his strength to be? Long Yingxiu inquired again. Xie Wei felt a tremor in her hands and replied with a quivering voice. It is beyond estimation, but one thing is certain. If that entity were to attack us, we would be annihilated in an instant. The other two nodded in agreement. As the trio engaged in hushed discussion, the once silent valley was suddenly pierced by the sound of approaching footsteps. They froze in place, paralyzed by fear. The footsteps were slow, yet each echo resonated like the toll of a death knell upon their hearts. In that moment, they felt a chilling terror wash over them. Undoubtedly, the owner of those footsteps hailed from the depths of the beast lair. It was, indeed, the unparalleled beast. Yet, why did its footsteps sound so human? They exchanged glances, but none dared to speak, for the sound drew ever closer. Sweat dripped from their foreheads. Among them, Xie Wei, positioned at the edge, inadvertently nudged a stone at her feet in her heightened anxiety. The stone tumbled forth with a loud clatter. Xie Wei's face turned pale, and the other two glared at her fiercely. Nevertheless, they remained silent, hoping the formidable beast had not heard the noise. However, the footsteps abruptly ceased. Panic surged within them. We're exposed. We're doomed. Damn it. Rather than wait for death, we might as well fight to the last breath. Let us go for broke. Long Yingxiu could no longer contain himself and drew his sword. Amenba, we shall fight, Master Yuanxing exclaimed, with a piercing wail. Xie Wei turned and prepared to engage in a life-or-death battle against the formidable beast. However, a voice interrupted the tension. What are you three doing? Playing hide and seek? It was Luo Tian. Young Master Luo Tian? The trio stood in stunned silence. Before them stood Luo Tian himself. Long Yingxiu was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, let us not linger on that, young Master Luo Tian. Your arrival is fortuitous. There lies a fearsome beast, with your strength combined with ours. We should be able to escape. Luo Tian, taken aback, replied, a fearsome beast? Where is it? Xie Wei gestured towards the direction of the beast's nest, saying, it is in that direction. Luo Tian glanced briefly and responded, that direction? I just came from there. The three were momentarily taken aback. Master Yuansheng pondered a possibility and cautiously inquired, young Master Luo, how did the beasts in this canyon meet their demise? Luo Tian replied, Those? When I arrived, they intended to devour me. In a fit of rage, I unleashed a massacre. Is that not inappropriate? Master, why don't you perform a rite of absolution for them? Master Yuansheng was left in bewilderment. Long Ningqiu then spoke up. Young Master Luo, did you happen to encounter a formidable elephant beast on your journey? Luo contemplated for a moment and said, I didn't see any formidable ones, but indeed there was an elephant beast that obstructed my path, and I kicked it to death. What of it? Surely that wouldn't be one of your acquaintances, would it? Certainly not. Long Ningqiu hastily shook his head. However, at that moment, a tempest raged within the hearts of him and the other two. Were all the fierce beasts they had encountered along the way, including those of the commanding level, vanquished by Luo Tian? Particularly that formidable elephant beast, whose strength was well understood by the trio. The fact that it had been dispatched with a mere kick from Luo Tian was nothing short of astonishing, though they were already aware of Luo Tian's prowess. This was beyond comprehension. By the way, what are you three so nervously hiding from? Luo Tian inquired. It's nothing. The three of them felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. How could they possibly answer that question? Should they admit they were hiding from an unparalleled ferocious beast? And that this beast was Luo Tian himself? Such words were unutterable. Master Yuansheng suddenly interjected. By the way, young Master Luo Tian, did you happen to see the Beast King in that direction you just went? Luo Tian nodded. I did. Master Yuansheng quickly pressed. And where is that Beast King now? Although Luo Tian had essentially annihilated all the fierce beasts, the Beast King deep within the lair of 100 beasts remained a significant threat. After all, that creature possessed an immortal body. I dispatched it with ease. Luo Tian remarked nonchalantly. What? The three were astonished. Isn't Lord Luo Tian supposed to possess an immortal body? Xiaowei inquired. Luo Tian nodded and replied, Indeed. It appears to be an immortal body, but that fellow is not truly invincible. He has his vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities? Pray, enlighten us, Lord Luo Tian. Long Ningqiu asked. Although this beast has perished, what if it still has kin? Luo Tian explained earnestly, it is quite simple. His immortality is not without limitations. If you strike him 3 times within 10 seconds, he cannot recover. The three were taken aback. Is this truly so simple? Back in the day, the Night Wind Kingdom summoned numerous elite experts to besiege and expended countless resources just to barely slay that Demon King once. And yet, Luo Tian claims his weakness is to strike him 3 times within 10 seconds. Does he misunderstand the meaning of weakness? What troubles you? Luo Tian asked, observing their expressions with confusion. Nothing at all, Long Ningqiu replied, wiping sweat from his brow. Xiaowei smiled and added, regardless, Lord Luo Tian has made a tremendous contribution by exterminating the beast in the 100 Beasts Nest for our cultivators in the Night Wind Kingdom. Indeed. After entering the Ziwei secret realm, instead of seeking treasures, Lord Luo Tian tirelessly hunted the beast in the 100 Beasts Nest. Such noble spirit deserves our admiration, Master Yuansheng said, joining his hands in reverence and bowing. However, Luo Tian's expression changed as he exclaimed, Wait a moment. You all said this is the 100 Beasts Nest? The three were momentarily stunned but nodded in unison. Yes. Luo Tian continued. Then this means we are not at the Yuling Palace? The Yuling Palace? That lies in the opposite direction, Xiaowei clarified. At this revelation, Luo Tian was left speechless. Damn it, I was wondering why the Yuling Palace looked so different from the map description. I thought that brat Luo Chen was deceiving me. What kind of map is this, without clear directional indicators? Luo Tian muttered under his breath, turning away. Lord Luo Tian. What troubles you? The three asked, their concern palpable. Nothing. Since we've resolved matters here, let us proceed to the Yuling Palace, Luo Tian said wearily. The three exchanged glances and communicated telepathically. It seems that Lord Luo Tian suffered considerable injury while slaying the beasts. Indeed, just look at Lord Luo Tian's expression. It is clearly not right. Alas, he is after all a legendary demon king. How could he have slain it without injury, even if he is hurt? Lord Luo Tian still feigns nonchalance, evidently not wishing to worry us. With such remarkable strength, Lord Luo Tian remains astutely attentive to our emotions. It is truly moving. And they were nearly brought to tears. Little did they know, Luo Tian was merely embarrassed for having taken a wrong turn. Excuse me. Could you please guide me to the Yuling Palace? Luo Tian asked. He had instructed King Jinpeng to accompany the Luo clan disciples for protection. And without the ability to fly, traveling was quite cumbersome for him. An obligation we cannot refuse. The three of them exclaimed in unison. Luo Tian was taken aback by the exuberance of the three individuals. What had caused these three to suddenly become so animated? Soon, with the assistance of the three experts, Luo Tian swiftly departed from the beast's lair, heading towards the domain of the Jade Ling Palace. Master Luo Tian, just ahead lies the realm of the Jade Ling Palace. Master Yuanxing announced. There are restrictions set by the Ziwei Taoist nearby. Anyone over 30 years of age who enters will be forcibly ejected. We can only accompany you this far. Luo Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your efforts. Master Luo Tian, should you encounter my disciple Wu Yuro within, I kindly ask that you look after her, Long Yingqiu implored. Certainly, I shall do so, Luo Tian replied before turning to enter the territory of the Jade Ling Palace. Upon arrival, Luo Tian surveyed the surroundings, rich with spiritual energy and abundant with celestial herbs. Glancing at the map's description, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could I have made such a blunder? Luo Tian covered his face, feeling utterly ashamed to face anyone. At that moment, a voice rang out from not far ahead. Haha, within 100 miles, this place is the most saturated with spiritual energy. To cultivate here is to achieve results with half the effort. Such a treasure cannot be sullied by mere riffraff. I hereby declare this land belongs to our Fengyu sect. Others, vacate within 10 breaths, or face my wrath. Shouted a disciple of the Fengyu sect, a malicious grin plastered across his face. Behind him, over 20 other Fengyu sect members looked on with similarly mischievous expressions. Hey, your Fengyu sect is being rather overbearing. This place was clearly discovered by us first. An indignant voice protested. Humph, seeking death. A disciple of the Wind and Rain sect struck without hesitation. Boom. Following the forceful blow, the previously defiant individual was sent flying, spewing blood. This was the 8th level of the Qi-gathering realm? The Wind and Rain sect possesses such prodigies? Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers fell silent. Among the younger generation of the Night Wind Kingdom, those who attained such a level were indeed few and far between. With the top-tier geniuses like Luo Tian refraining from intervening, this individual stood as a veritable sovereign among the youth. Despite their reluctance, some of the weaker young ones had no choice but to retreat. At that moment, Luo Tian approached from a distance, covering his face. Is there still someone who lacks foresight? Youngster, do you wish to be beaten? The disciple of the Wind and Rain sect, hands on hips and looking down from his elevated position, called out to Luo Tian. Are you addressing me? Luo Tian, upon hearing the voice, lowered his hand and looked up. As he did, the Wind and Rain sect members caught sight of his face. In an instant, everyone froze. Particularly, the leading disciple of the 8th level of the Qi-gathering realm displayed an expression of utmost astonishment. His cultivation was already considered exceptional among the youth of the Night Wind Kingdom, yet he understood that he still fell short compared to the true prodigies of the realm. Moreover, with figures like Han Wenzhou from the Jade Dragon Kingdom present, any notions of obtaining the so-called heritage of the Ziwei Taoist were mere fantasies. He lacked the confidence to seize even other top-tier treasures. Thus, he had brought his fellow disciples to plunder ordinary resources and bully the lesser folk. Little did he anticipate that a mere kick would land him against the most formidable force of the Night Wind Kingdom. Lord Luo Tian? He forced a smile, attempting to salvage the situation. What did you just say? That I lack the face to be seen, and that you wish to strike me? Luo Tian regarded him with a cold stare. The disciple felt as though he had been struck dumb. Who was Luo Tian, after all? A being capable of effortlessly dispatching formidable experts of the Transcendence realm, even able to eliminate those of the Returning Ruins realm. Had he just dared to threaten him? The more he pondered, the more terror gripped him, and under Luo Tian's unwavering gaze, he could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Frothing at the mouth. Is he already unconscious? Luo Tian observed with an expression of disdain. Hey, you there. He pointed at another disciple of the Wind and Rain sect. Me? The person pointed at was so terrified that they trembled like a leaf, fearing that Luo Tian might strike them at any moment. Indeed, the Yuling Palace lies in this direction, right? Luo Tian was anxious about losing his way again, so he sought confirmation. Yes, just a little further ahead, and we shall arrive at the Yuling Palace, the disciple replied with a nod. Thank you very much, Luo Tian remarked as he proceeded in that direction. As they gazed at Luo Tian's departing figure, the members of the Wind and Rain Gate finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Master brother. They rushed to the fainted disciple, shaking him vigorously. Quickly, let us hasten our departure from this place. Otherwise, if Luo Tian returns, his displeasure could spell dire consequences. Indeed, we must flee. The members of the Wind and Rain sect hoisted the unconscious master brother and swiftly made their escape. Meanwhile, before the Jade Ling Palace, the grandeur of the hall, befitting the illustrious Ziwei Taoist, was evident. The entire Jade Ling Palace was adorned with exquisite jade, surpassing even the opulence of our own Jade Dragon Kingdom's royal palace. The recently revived Tang Diaolong gazed upon the towering palace in awe. Of course, for this is the abode of a transcendent cultivator at the tribulation stage, who is on the verge of further ascension. Han Wenzhou affirmed with a nod. At that moment, a commotion erupted around them. Wow, so this is the Jade Ling Palace? How magnificent! It's my first time here. Where are the opportunities? Where are the treasures? Turning to investigate, they saw a group of young individuals from the Night Wind Kingdom entering the palace. Tang Diaolong furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "A bunch of noisy rascals. Let us expel them." Han Wenzhou quickly halted him, saying, "Are you seeking death? Do not forget, they have Luo Tian." Tang Diaolong furrowed his brows even tighter. "Old Han, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Is that Luo Tian truly so formidable?" he inquired. Previously, when Luo Tian displayed his immense power, Tang Diaolong had fainted and was thus unaware of the circumstances. Han Wenzhou cast him a sidelong glance and coldly replied, "Need I even say it? Do you believe I have any reason to mislead you? I strongly advise you to be honest. If he truly intends to kill you, there is no escape. Therefore, exercise caution and endure." Upon hearing this, Tang Diaolong shook his head in frustration and stormed to the side, unleashing his anger by striking a nearby pillar with a fist. However, as he did so, a surge of spiritual light erupted from the stone column. "What is happening?" Tang Diaolong turned to Han Wenzhou, who also wore a look of astonishment. No one mentioned this in the intel. "Fellow members of the Night Wind Kingdom, what is going on?" A youth from the Night Wind Kingdom frowned and replied, "I'm at a loss as well. There was no such occurrence during my last visit." At that moment, the entire Yuling Palace began to tremble violently. In the center of the plaza before the Yuling Palace, a massive stone tablet rose from the depths of the earth. "What is this?" Han Wenzhou was taken aback. "I have no idea. I've never heard of it." Someone shook their head in response. Suddenly, Han Wenzhou's eyes lit up. "I understand now. It must be related to the legacy of the purple micro-Taoist." As soon as these words escaped his lips, everyone around became alert. After all, the legacy of the purple micro-Taoist carried immense significance, and its existence heralded the likelihood of unimaginable conflict. Just then, inscriptions began to appear upon the stone tablet. Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward the tablet, where a line of text materialized. Purple micro-ranking. Those under the age of 30 may channel their spiritual energy into the tablet, which will assess the talents of the one who channels. If the total score exceeds 100,000, it shall summon the legacy of this humble Taoist. Upon witnessing this, the crowd exchanged glances, and each pair of eyes reflected a glimmer of astonishment. "Ah, the legacy of the Ziwei Taoist. It is indeed the true inheritance of the Ziwei Taoist." The rumors were accurate. What a marvel it would be to possess the legacy of a transcendent being, if I were to obtain it. But let us not indulge in such fantasies. With your meager talents, the prospect of acquiring this inheritance is nothing more than a whimsical dream. A dispute erupted amongst several individuals. "Silence!" Han Wenzhou bellowed with thunderous authority, his formidable cultivation instantly quelling the commotion. With a disdainful snort, Han declared, "Can you not see? The emergence of this inheritance has prerequisites. With your mediocre talents, whether you can even gather 10,000 remains uncertain. Yet here you are, indulging in delusions of grandeur. How utterly laughable." Though resentment simmered in their hearts, none dared voice dissent. Indeed, compared to Han Wenzhou, their abilities paled significantly. A youth from Yefeng Kingdom stepped forward. "Whether it's possible or not, we must try. Knowing my limitations, I shall serve as the humble stone that attracts precious jade." Placing his palm upon the steel, he channeled a stream of spiritual energy. Inscribed characters materialized. Lu Feng, age 21, Qi Gathering Realm 3rd level. Talent value, 1. The crowd stood frozen. This had to be a jest. A 21-year-old at 3rd level Qi Gathering was decidedly above average. Yet his talent merited only a single point? Would this require 100,000 Lu Fengs to summon Patriarch Ziwei's legacy? Lu Feng's face flushed crimson with humiliation. Though he'd spoken modestly, he'd held quiet confidence in his abilities. The steel's verdict struck like a stinging slap. "Haha. Brother Lu, you're absolutely hilarious." A young man emerged from the crowd, laughing uproariously. "First to seize the spotlight, yet your talent's worth less than spare change?" Glowering, Lu Feng retorted, "He Wuzhang. Don't mock me as if you'd fare better." "Surpass you? That's a given." He Wuzhang smirked. "With talent valued at 1, could anyone possibly score lower? Very well, I'll demonstrate true aptitude and silence your doubts permanently." Approaching the steel, he pressed his palm against its surface. "Observe carefully, Brother Lu. This is what genuine talent resembles." Another surge of spiritual energy flowed into the monument. Fresh characters emerged. He Wuzhong, age 21, Qi Gathering Realm 3rd level, talent value, 0, 9. He Wuzhong gaped at the inscription. The clearing descended into painfully awkward silence. They'd assumed one represented rock bottom, who imagined the scale extended downward. After a breathless pause, uproarious laughter exploded across the gathering. Lu Feng, previously crestfallen, now doubled over in hysterics, barely able to stand. By the heavens! And you mocked me. Lu Feng gasped between guffaws, giving an exaggerated thumbs up. Such magnificent talent, brother he. Truly magnificent. He Wuzhong wished fervently to find a crevice in the earth to burrow into. How utterly humiliating. While the crowd laughed heartily, Han Wenzhou's expression grew increasingly grim. What a bunch of useless fools. Dialong, why don't you give it a try? Han Wenzhou said. Tang Dialong nodded affirmatively. All right. With that, he strode purposefully towards the stone tablet. Everyone, step aside. Tang Dialong commanded angrily. Upon seeing him approach, the crowd hastily parted. Despite having been recently beaten severely by the Luo family, Tang Dialong's formidable presence still instilled fear in the hearts of ordinary people. Moreover, they were eager to ascertain just how vast the gap was between themselves and this prodigious young talent from the Yulong kingdom. Tang Dialong placed one hand upon the stone tablet, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it. Immediately, a line of text materialized upon the stone. Tang Dialong, 28 years old, first level of the spirit transformation realm, talent value 128. 128? Upon seeing this number, the crowd from the Yifeng kingdom fell into a deep silence. Even Lu Feng, who had been laughing uproariously moments before, fell silent. Although he had long been aware of the significant disparity between himself and Tang Dialong, this figure still left him feeling despondent. Is this what it means to be a genius? Lu Feng pondered as he gazed at Tang Dialong, his heart heavy with regret. In the distance, Han Wenzhou's frown deepened upon witnessing this. Only 128 for Dialong? Does this imply that nearly 1,000 individuals with similar talent are required to summon the inheritance of the Ziwei Daoren? Han Wenzhou mused, sinking further into despair. Even if we combine the talents from both the Yifeng and Yulong kingdoms, we would struggle to find such a multitude of geniuses. Could it be that the so-called inheritance of the Ziwei Daoren is nothing more than a fleeting illusion? Han Wenzhou sighed inwardly. Everyone, do not merely stand there. Quickly channel your spiritual energy. Once our talent values are filled, we can summon the inheritance of the Ziwei Daoren. He urged. Indeed, do not be disheartened. Our lack of strength does not equate to low talent. Perhaps we are exceptionally gifted, but it has yet to be recognized. Yes, at the very least, we can gauge the gap between ourselves and the geniuses. I shall go first. As the voice rang out, more and more individuals approached the stone tablet, channeling their spiritual energy. One by one, their values appeared upon the stone, and the expressions of the crowd turned to dismay. Numerous young talents from the Yifeng kingdom had arrived, only to find their talents utterly eclipsed by those from the Yulong kingdom. In the blink of an eye, over 100 individuals had taken their turns, and the highest talent value among the Yifeng kingdom was merely 7. The disparity in talent compared to Tang Dialong was indeed staggering. Ha, this is hilarious. Yifeng kingdom truly deserves its reputation as the weakest nation. Their youth possess such low standards. Someone in the crowd jeered. Who is that? The crowd turned their gaze to the speaker, a stranger clad in coarse, simple clothing. He appeared unremarkable, and had he not spoken, few would have taken notice of him. Hey, you, what do you mean by that? A young person from the Yifeng kingdom retorted, displeased. The stranger said nothing further and approached the stone tablet, channeling his own spiritual energy. Buzz. A new line of text appeared on the stone. Situ Xin, 25 years old, first level of the spirit transformation realm, talent value 206. Boom. The crowd surrounding the stone tablet erupted in astonishment. What is happening? Is there truly such a genius among us? A 25-year-old at the first level of the spirit transformation realm? Even more formidable than those two from the Yulong kingdom? Who is this individual? The crowd was left bewildered. Old Han? At this moment, Tang Dialong furrowed his brow, gazing at Han Wenzhou. Han Wenzhou's lips twitched slightly as he remarked. I have always maintained that the inheritance of the purple micro-Taoist cannot possibly be known solely to our few factions. Undoubtedly, individuals from other forces have also arrived. Is this not evident? With that, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Situ Xin, saying, The Situ family of the Black Feather Kingdom truly lives up to its reputation as a prestigious lineage, producing such a remarkable talent. However, I am curious. Where does this brother rank among the Situ family? Situ Xin smiled and replied, You are quite well informed. I am Sidhu Xin, ranked 7th among the younger generation of my family. A shadow suddenly loomed over Han Wenzhou's heart upon hearing about the 7th. If the 7th possesses such extraordinary talent, how formidable must the 1st be? Old Han pondered, with a frown on his face, contemplating the upcoming Tianwu battle in 6 months, especially with the formidable Tang Dialong. With a sigh, Han Wenzhou remarked, "There is nothing we can do but leave it to fate." After C2 Xin, the group continued to absorb spiritual energy, however. The individuals from the Night Wind Kingdom still exhibited dismal talent levels. The strongest among them barely managed to surpass 10. Conversely, a few seemingly inconspicuous individuals made remarkable breakthroughs, each exceeding 100. These individuals hailed from outside the Night Wind Kingdom, having quietly arrived upon hearing rumors of the Ziwei Daoist legacy, hoping to seize their fortunes. The top positions on the stone monument were dominated by these few. Yet, a vast chasm still existed between them and the coveted 100,000 talent threshold. It seems that this year, the legacy of the Ziwei Daoist cannot be summoned. One young foreigner remarked with a smile, but that's fine. Now that we are aware of the secret behind the Ziwei Daoist legacy, when the Ziwei secret realm opens next time, we can bring more of our own prodigies to gather the 100,000 talent points, which should not be a difficult endeavor. C2 Xian nodded in agreement, stating, "You are absolutely correct. This year is a lost cause. However, despite having heard of the Night Wind Kingdom's weakness, I did not expect it to be this dire. Aside from the Luo family, are all the young talents of the Night Wind Kingdom utterly useless?" His words ignited a furious blush on the faces of the young talents from the Night Wind Kingdom, yet they found themselves speechless in retort. The stark, cold numbers etched on the stone monument were indisputable. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Who says all of the Night Wind Kingdom is composed of useless individuals?" A strikingly beautiful young girl stepped forward, her expression grave, standing at the back of the crowd. "Who is she? Which family's prodigy is she?" Observing her attire, someone speculated, "She appears to be from the Jiuyue sect." The Jiuyue sect? A second-rate sect, isn't it? I've heard that this generation boasts a prodigy named Wu Yuru. Could she possibly be her? A prodigy? Can she rival the likes of Luo Tian and his peers? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Wu Yuru gracefully approached the stone tablet. C2 Xian observed her, his brows slightly raised. "Oh, it appears that in the Night Wind Kingdom, apart from the Luo family, there are also prodigies," he remarked with a smile. Ignoring him, Wu Yuru directly infused a strand of spiritual energy into the stone tablet. Buzz. In the next instant, a line of text materialized upon the stone tablet. As the onlookers discerned its meaning, an uproar erupted. Wu Yuru, 17 years old. First level of spirit transformation? At just 17, she has reached the spirit transformation realm? Our Night Wind Kingdom actually boasts such a figure. My heavens, at 17. I was still in the body refinement stage. She has already attained the spirit transformation. Furthermore, observe her talent score, an astonishing 583. Such a score is excessively high. The likes of Yulong Kingdom and Heiyu Kingdom stand no chance against us. Haha, with such a genius in our Night Wind Kingdom, who dares to claim we are lacking? In an instant, the people of the Night Wind Kingdom stood tall with pride, as if the accolades were their own. From a distance, Han Wenzhou narrowed his eyes upon witnessing the scene. This young lady is remarkable. I am Han Wenzhou from the Tianhe sect of Yulong Kingdom. Might I inquire if you are interested in joining our Tianhe sect? I assure you, upon entering, you will have access to superior cultivation resources. Whether it be techniques or spiritual stones and herbs, there will be no limitations. Before Wu Yuru could respond, C2 Xian interjected, "Brother Han, are you directly poaching talent? I too wish to make my offer. Young lady, my C2 family can provide you with the finest cultivation resources. Our C2 family's strength surpasses that of the Tianhe sect. All you need to do is register as an honorary guest in our family and assist us when necessary." C2 Xian, what do you mean by that? Tang Dialong fumed. It's nothing. If you are allowed to recruit, then why am I not permitted to do the same? C2 Xian retorted defiantly. You. Tang Dialong threatened to take action. However, at that moment, Wu Yuru shook her head and declared, "Everyone, there is no need for further dispute. I am a member of the September sect and will not betray the Stone Gate. Let us not speak of such matters again." Upon hearing her words, C2 Xian furrowed his brow. "Very well, since you have said so, I shall not press the issue. Nevertheless, the doors of the C2 family shall always remain open for you," C2 Xian stated. "So shall the doors of the Tianhe sect," Han Wenzhou added. "Thank you." Wu Yuru stepped aside, falling silent. Following this, there ensued a prolonged period of waiting, during which numerous individuals, drawn by an ethereal spark, made their way to Yuling Palace. Among them were people from the Night Wind Kingdom, as well as some from foreign lands. However, those with a talent score exceeding 100 were few and far between, rendering the atmosphere rather mundane. It was only upon the arrival of the Luo family that a stir was created. Luo and his companions, upon their entrance, achieved a talent score surpassing 500, eclipsing others such as Situ Xian, though they fell slightly short of Wu Yuru. Yet, the four among them who had fully comprehended the Taoist techniques, including Luo Yu, were in a league of their own. Each of them attained a talent score exceeding 1,000, with Luo Rong achieving the highest at an astonishing 1,400. They truly stood out like a crane among chickens. Currently, the stone tablet displayed the Luo family members at the forefront, followed by Wu Yuru, and then the remaining members of the Luo family, with Situ Xian and other foreign prodigies trailing behind. Observing this list, Situ Xian's expression darkened. The Luo family is indeed formidable. I fear that even our strongest member in the Situ family might not surpass them, Situ Xian remarked. Alas, with the addition of the Luo family, the total talent score barely exceeds 10,000. It appears that this year, gathering a total of 100,000 talent scores to successfully summon the legacy of the ZY Taoist is an impossibility. We can only await the next opportunity. Han Wenzhou sighed. The next opportunity? When news of this year's event spreads, the next opening of the ZY Secret Realm will undoubtedly attract countless prodigies. Do you think, at that time, our talents will suffice to compete with those true geniuses? Someone interjected. Upon hearing this, Han Wenzhou fell silent. Indeed. Although he was a prodigy in his own right, there were many formidable young talents even within the Yulong Kingdom, not to mention the top geniuses from other nations. If such individuals were to arrive, they could certainly summon the legacy of the ZY Taoist, but that would have no bearing on him. What a pity, what a pity. Han Wenzhou lamented repeatedly. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the crowd. The young master has arrived. Excuse me? Upon hearing these words, the crowd immediately turned their attention. Indeed, at the rear of the throng, Luo Tian was seen walking in with measured steps. Sigh, I hope I have not taken a wrong turn this time. Is this the Jade Ling Palace? Luo Tian inquired of the Luo family members before him. Yes, young master, this is indeed the Jade Ling Palace, Luo Rong replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian let out a long sigh of relief. By the way, have you found the innate spirit crystal? Luo Tian asked. The crowd shook their heads in response. At that moment, C2 Xian from within the crowd chuckled and said, You must be young Master Luo Tian, correct? What is an innate spirit crystal compared to what lies here? We are in the presence of the ZY Secret Realm. The greatest opportunity awaits us. He turned his gaze towards the stone tablet and added, This stone tablet conceals the legacy of the ZY Taoist. As he spoke, he briefly introduced the stone tablet and the ZY ranking to Luo Tian. In conclusion, he added, Young Master Luo Tian, your innate talent far surpasses ours. If you were to make a move, it is entirely possible that you could shake the foundations of the ZY ranking. Currently, the stone tablet was still lacking over 80,000 in talent value to reach the threshold of 100,000. Such a significant gap could clearly not be bridged by a single individual. The reason C2 Xian urged Luo Tian to take action was to validate just how formidable Luo Tian's abilities truly were, to gauge the extent of the disparity between them. However, Luo Tian replied, I'm not interested. Please assist me in locating the innate spirit crystal. Situ Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that Luo Tian was also drawn to the legacy of the purple micro-Taoist. However, from the other party's demeanor, it seemed that this individual was utterly indifferent. Young Master Luo Tian, the primordial spirit crystal is a treasure unique to the secret realm. Perhaps within the legacy of the purple micro-Taoist, there exists a primordial spirit crystal as well. Han Wenzhou added with a smile. His thoughts mirrored those of Situ Xian. He merely sought to seize this opportunity to investigate Luo Tian's background. Is that so? Luo Tian inquired with evident skepticism. The young Master Luo Tian. I believe there is merit to what they are saying. Even Wu Yuro approached, speaking in a hushed tone. She too was profoundly curious about Luo Tian's innate talent. Luo Tian scanned the three of them and remarked nonchalantly, You merely wish to witness my abilities, do you not? Upon realizing their intentions had been exposed, the trio exchanged awkward smiles. Luo Tian, however, remained unfazed and said, Very well, it is but a trivial effort. I shall let you see. With that, he raised his hand, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into the stone tablet. As Luo Tian lifted his hand, all eyes converged upon him. After all, who would not wish to ascertain the true prowess of such a prodigy? Old Han, how high do you think Luo Tian's talent might be? Tang Dialong inquired telepathically. The Luo family members had already surpassed 1,000. Naturally, his ability would be even greater. Greater? Could it possibly exceed 10,000? Tang Dialong mused. Han Wenzhou nodded, stating, I believe it will certainly surpass 10,000. It might even reach 50,000. 50,000? That seems rather exaggerated. Tang Dialong expressed his skepticism as he turned his gaze back to the stone tablet. He observed that Luo Tian's spiritual energy had now fully penetrated the tablet. Buzz. The tablet emanated a radiant glow once more. Previously, whenever someone infused the tablet with spiritual energy, it would promptly display the corresponding information. Yet this time was markedly different. The brilliance on the tablet flickered and intensified, ultimately becoming so dazzling that it was nearly blinding. What is happening? What could this possibly mean? The tablet. Surely it cannot be malfunctioning? Perhaps so, considering that the Ziwei Taoist had perished many years ago. The crowd was abuzz with speculation. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate. Until the radiant light from the tablet dissipated, allowing the onlookers to open their eyes once more. What has transpired? What is his talent value? The crowd instinctively turned their gazes toward the tablet. However, upon doing so, they were rendered speechless. The tablet now appeared devoid of all luster. It was a dull, featureless slab, resembling the most ordinary of stones, stripped of any inscription. What could it be? Is it truly broken? They murmured in disbelief. How could this happen? Curse it. The Ziwei Taoist is utterly unreliable. The crowd erupted in uproar. Even Luo Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment at this moment. What had occurred? Had his mere infusion of spiritual energy caused such a calamity? Luo Tian surveyed the surroundings, noticing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces. It was understandable. This was a monumental opportunity that had been squandered, and their frustration was only natural. Yet, given his overwhelming strength, they could only suppress their indignation. Just then, a voice broke the tension. Awakening from a great dream, a millennium passes in an instant. I did not expect that the seals left by me would be unraveled so swiftly. Who is it? The crowd was taken aback, turning towards the voice, only to discover a celestial figure clad in purple robes standing gracefully at the entrance of the main hall of the Yuling Palace. Among the throng, Han Wenzhou was the first to regain his composure, promptly kneeling on one knee and proclaiming, Junior pays respects to the Purple Wei Taoist. What? The Purple Wei Taoist? An uproar ensued among the crowd, but they quickly grasped the situation. The Yuling Palace was bound by the restrictions left by the Purple Wei Taoist, forbidding entry to those over 30. Thus, the presence before them could only belong to the Taoist himself. Junior pays respects to the esteemed Purple Wei Taoist. In an instant, a multitude knelt down in reverence. Only a select few, including Luo Tian, remained standing. The Purple Wei Taoist smiled and said, Rise, there is no need for such formalities. I am but a wisp of lingering soul. A lingering soul? The crowd then comprehended the gravity of the situation. Clearly, the Purple Wei Taoist had indeed passed away, leaving behind only his residual spirit. C2 Xian cautiously lifted his gaze to the figure of the Taoist and could not suppress his curiosity, asking, May I inquire? Esteemed one, did you not state that the Purple Wei list would only manifest when one's aptitude reached a certain threshold? Why have you appeared now? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their curious eyes towards him. It was indeed puzzling. The Purple Wei Taoist had solemnly asserted the necessity of a sufficient aptitude value. Yet how could he suddenly appear now when so much was still lacking? However, this question left the Purple Wei Taoist momentarily speechless. What did this mean? Wasn't the aptitude value of the Purple Wei list already fulfilled? Otherwise, this lingering soul could not possibly have been awakened. The Purple Wei Taoist responded. What? The crowd was thrown into confusion once more. C2 Xian remarked, Elder, could it be that your restriction has malfunctioned? Just a moment ago, when the last person entered the spiritual energy, the talent value on the Ziwei ranking was still lacking by over 80,000. The Ziwei Taoist furrowed his brow, gracefully approaching the stone tablet. After a prolonged observation, he inquired, Why is this happening? The onlookers exchanged glances, sensing that the Ziwei Taoist indeed seemed to be facing an issue with the restriction. C2 Xian's eyes sparkled with hope. If it truly was a flaw in the Ziwei Taoist restriction, perhaps he might have a chance. Elder, what seems to be the matter? He inquired with a smile. The Ziwei Taoist, startled, turned back and surveyed the crowd, asking, May I inquire, who among you is Luo Tian? The smile on C2 Xian's face froze. Everyone turned their gaze towards Luo Tian. It was indeed Luo Tian. The Ziwei Taoist stared in astonishment at Luo Tian and murmured, In my earlier years, I established this restriction, deliberately setting a limit of 100,000 in innate talent to attract more young prodigies, allowing me to select the finest successor. Yet, I never anticipated that there would truly exist someone whose innate talent surpasses 100,000. As these words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Could it be possible for an individual's innate talent to exceed 100,000? Surely, this must be a jest. The assembly, particularly those whose innate talents were merely single digits, regarded him with the wide-eyed astonishment reserved for a monster, though they were all human. It felt as though they belonged to entirely different species. At that moment, the ZY Taoist wore an expression of profound excitement, circling around Luo Tian and nodding repeatedly. What a heroic youth! Might I inquire if you would accept my legacy and become my disciple? Should you consent, I assure you that from this day forth, by practicing solely my teachings, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the tribulation realm within a century. Within a millennium, you could reach even greater heights. Upon hearing these words, it felt as though countless hearts shattered within the confines of Yuling Palace. Especially for Situ Xin and others, their eyes brimmed with tears. After traveling such a great distance to the Nightwind Kingdom, was this truly the conclusion they faced? Despite the jealousy brewing within, they found themselves powerless. For their rival was indeed the extraordinary Luo Tian. Ultimately, it was Luo Tian who became the disciple of the ZY Taoist. Though the crowd felt a sense of regret, they could only silently accept this outcome. However, I am not interested, Luo Tian declared, turning down the offer. What did he just say? It seemed he expressed disinterest. This fellow actually rejected the inheritance of the ZY Taoist? Surely, I must have misheard. On the other side, the ZY Taoist was equally taken aback. Young brother, what did you say? The ZY Taoist thought he must have misheard. I said I am not interested. Please seek another. Luo Tian replied. What a joke. To abandon the heavenly doctrines and pursue the teachings of the ZY Taoist? Luo Tian was no fool. The onlookers finally grasped the situation. Luo Tian truly declined the ZY Taoist. What on earth was he thinking? This was somewhat understandable. The cultivation method practiced by Luo Tian seemed to surpass that of the ZY Taoist significantly. His refusal was, therefore, quite reasonable. As the crowd murmured, their hearts raced with anticipation. If Luo Tian rejected the offer, did that not imply that they too might have a chance? The ZY Taoist appeared profoundly astonished. However, after gazing intently at Luo Tian for a considerable time, he nodded and said, So, you possess another inheritance. In that case, I shall not press you. With that, he shook his head, casting a reluctant glance at Luo Tian before he heaved a sigh of regret. Now that my spirit has awakened, I cannot linger in the mortal realm for long. Today, I must select a successor. The ZY Taoist proclaimed. With those words, the crowd stood taller, filled with unexpected joy. Their greatest rival, Luo Tian, had indeed turned down the inheritance. This meant they still had a chance. The ZY Taoist surveyed the crowd and inquired, Who among you is Luo Rong? Upon the utterance of this, the crowd's spirits deflated once more. The ZY Taoist had, surprisingly, chosen Luo Rong. However, upon reflection, it was not unexpected, for Luo Rong had previously demonstrated remarkably high talent, making his selection quite logical. Esteemed elder, I am Luo Rong, he declared. The ZY Taoist scrutinized Luo Rong with newfound interest. Excellent. Truly splendid. Though not as breathtaking as Luo Tian, at such a tender age and possessing such prowess, you are indeed a dragon among men. Are you willing to forsake all your skills to solely cultivate my teachings? The ZY Taoist inquired. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Luo Rong, their eyes brimming with envy and resentment. Yet, to their astonishment, Luo Rong resolutely shook his head, replying, I am unwilling. The ZY Taoist nodded. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my ZY. What did you say? The ZY Taoist fixed his gaze upon Luo Rong. Luo Rong, with an awkward smile, responded, I apologize, esteemed elder. The techniques I practice were imparted to me by our family's young lord, Luo Tian, and I do not wish to abandon the teachings bestowed upon me by him. The corners of the ZY Taoist's mouth twitched slightly as he cast a resentful glance at Luo Tian, yet he was compelled to concede. It had become evident that Luo Tian's methods were indeed superior to his own. Luo Rong's rejection was entirely within reason. Very well, it seems fate does not favor us. Next is Luo Yu. The ZY Taoist continued to search down the ZY list. However, before he could finish speaking, a youth emerged from the crowd and clasped his hands together, stating, I am grateful for your kind intentions, esteemed elder, but I too am unwilling to relinquish the young lord's teachings. The speaker, of course, was none other than Luo Yu. The Ziwei Taoist found himself utterly speechless. After all, he had once been a prominent figure in his own right. What on earth was happening today? He merely sought to find a successor for himself, yet was met with rejection from 3 individuals in succession. It was not just him. The others present were equally bewildered. The legacy of the Ziwei Taoist represented an extraordinarily powerful opportunity. In any nation, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition. Yet today, he faced a series of refusals. The Rongning Ziwei Taoist persevered, continuing the search for a successor. "Senior, I must also decline," remarked a young maiden from the Luo family. The Ziwei Taoist bore an expression of utter exasperation, nearly fainting from frustration. "So, the rest of the Luo family members are also unwilling to inherit my mantle?" he inquired, gazing at the crowd. The disciples of the Luo family all nodded in unison. The lingering spirit of the Ziwei Taoist was nearly provoked to ascend directly to the heavens. "What is the meaning of this?" "Very well, I understand now. Who is Wu Yuro?" the Ziwei Taoist inquired. From the crowd, Wu Yuro timidly stepped forward. The Ziwei Taoist, his expression dark and weary, asked, "Are you willing to accept my legacy?" Wu Yuro glanced around nervously and nodded. "I am willing." At last, someone was willing to accept his inheritance. However, the Ziwei Taoist felt no excitement at all. With a look of impatience, he said, "Very well, you shall be the one." He then pointed at Wu Yuro. Buzz. A beam of spiritual light entered Wu Yuro's consciousness. "From this day forth, you shall be the disciple of the Ziwei Taoist. I shall seal my cultivation methods and various experiences within your mind. Take your time to absorb them and cultivate diligently. Do not let my legacy come to an end." He continued, "Within this Yuling Palace, there are treasures I have accumulated over the years. Aside from a few items meant for my disciple, the rest may be freely collected by all of you, as a gesture to forge good relations. I only hope that my disciple, in times of difficulty, may receive your assistance, lest my lineage's inheritance be severed." With that, the Ziwei Taoist declared, "I have exhausted my spiritual energy. Farewell." After speaking, the fragment of his soul faded away, completely dissipating into the cosmos. "Thank you, Master." Wu Yuro knelt before the fading soul. However, it is rather peculiar. Despite having received the legacy of the purple micro-Taoist, she found it difficult to feel any joy. In fact, a sense of grievance washed over her. Meanwhile, the grand entrance of the long untouched Yuling Palace slowly creaked open. An endless stream of spiritual energy wafted outward, clearly indicating the presence of treasures within. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and seize them." The treasures left by the purple micro-Taoist are first come, first served. After a moment's hesitation, the crowd surged into the palace like a tempest. Luo Tian, of course, was not one to lag behind. Innate spirit crystals. Luo Tian's gaze swiftly fell upon the hall, where the rich aura had coalesced into numerous innate spirit crystals. He reached out and plucked one with ease. Meanwhile, others within the hall began to pillage with abandon. The celestial martial shimming palm? This technique, long lost to time, has been discovered here. A 5th-tier magical artifact? My heavens, huh? With this, who would dare challenge me? Is this a 6th-tier elixir? The concentration of spiritual energy is astonishing. If consumed by the ancestor, it might facilitate a breakthrough to the returning ruins realm. Everyone in the Jadeling Palace reaped their own rewards, brimming with joy. Clearly, the opening of the Ziwei secret realm this time offers opportunities far superior to any in previous years. Young Master Luo Tian. At that moment, behind Luo Tian, Wu Yuru cautiously spoke up. "Is there something you need?" Luo Tian turned to look at Wu Yuru. At that moment, Wu Yuru held a long sword in her hands, her expression filled with concern. "Young Master Luo, this sword is the inherited weapon of my master, the Ziwei Taoist. I wish to bestow it upon you," she declared. "Why?" Luo Tian inquired, his expression one of confusion. Facing his question, Wu Yuru appeared somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "Though I have received my master's legacy, both my family and our GUS sect are far too weak. Should outsiders seek to seize it, I would not only fail to protect the inheritance, but might ultimately find myself in a predicament where survival is impossible." As she spoke, she cradled the sword in her hands, saying, "I wish to offer this to you in hopes of securing your protection." In an instant, Luo Tian understood. She seeks a protector. It must be acknowledged that Wu Yuru possesses clarity of mind. Indeed, while he might not value the Ziwei Taoist's inheritance, that does not mean others share his sentiment. Just considering the likes of the Wei family from Yulong Nation and the Tianhe sect reveals the potential dangers. A second-rate force from Yefeng Nation obtaining the legacy of the Ziwei secret realm would not be viewed as fortune, but rather as a calamity. Rest assured, I shall safeguard you and your Zhou Yue sect, Luo Tian affirmed. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuru's face lit up with joy. Since the moment she received the inheritance, she had been consumed with worry. Now, with Luo Tian's promise, the anxiety that had weighed upon her heart finally dissipated. Thank you, young Master Luo. Please accept this sword, Wu Yuru implored. Luo Tian glanced at the sword but shook his head, saying, having received a piece of innate spiritual crystal from the Ziwei Taoist, I am already indebted to him. It is only right that I protect his disciple. As for the sword, whether it be a divine weapon or a mere stick, it holds little significance for me. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuru felt a warmth in her heart. Meanwhile, Luo Tian took out the breakthrough materials he had prepared in advance. One by one. Young Master Luo, what is this? Wu Yuru inquired. Luo Tian replied calmly, I am about to make a breakthrough. Wu Yuru expressed her astonishment. I have read in ancient texts that certain unique techniques or physiques require special materials or opportunities to transcend to a higher realm. However, this is the first time I have witnessed it in reality. Young Master, to which realm do you intend to ascend? Gathering Qi realm, Luo Tian replied casually. Gathering Qi realm? Luo Tian, are you truly only at the body refinement realm? Wu Yuru looked at Luo Tian in astonishment. Although she had previously heard from the Luo family about Luo Tian's level, she had always been skeptical, believing it to be mere exaggeration. However, hearing Luo Tian's admission changed everything. She was convinced that Luo Tian had no reason to deceive her. At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly recalled something and looked up at Wu Yuru, asking, by the way, you are at the spirit transformation realm, correct? Wu Yuru quickly nodded, affirming, yes. Luo Tian inquired, is there anything I should be cautious about while breaking through to the Gathering Qi realm? He felt a twinge of anxiety, as this was his first attempt to transcend a major realm. Upon hearing Luo Tian's question, Wu Yuru promptly explained, to gather Qi, one must first open the Dantian Sea of Qi. Generally speaking, the larger the Sea of Qi, the more abundant the spiritual energy, resulting in prolonged combat effectiveness. Moreover, the sturdier the Sea of Qi, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy it can contain, thus amplifying the power of the martial techniques employed. Luo Tian nodded, saying, so, the Sea of Qi must be both large and resilient. Wu Yuru confirmed, indeed, but typically, a larger Sea of Qi also tends to be sturdier. Therefore, one can gauge a person's talent merely by the size of their Sea of Qi. For instance, ordinary individuals have a Sea of Qi approximately the size of a 3-zhang square pond after breaking through to the Gathering Qi realm, which is the most common situation. In contrast, disciples from prominent sects can manifest a Sea of Qi akin to a 10-zhang square pond upon introspection. Furthermore, the true disciples of various sects and martial prodigies from illustrious families can achieve a Sea of Qi that resembles a 100-zhang lake. As for geniuses like Luo Tian and Ruoming, their Sea of Qi is roughly that of a 1,000-zhang lake. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian nodded and asked, what about you? Wu Yuru smiled shyly and replied, when I first gathered Qi, my Sea of spiritual energy was approximately 3,000 zhang. Now, after breaking through to the spirit transformation realm, it has expanded to 8,000 zhang. Luo Tian nodded repeatedly. Realizing why Wu Yuru had attained such a realm at her age, her innate talent was indeed remarkable. Wu Yuru continued, additionally, beyond size, there are also unique types of Sea of Qi. Special Qi Sea? Luo Tian expressed his astonishment. Wu Yuru replied, indeed, the texts state that certain individuals, after gathering Qi, may give rise to extraordinary phenomena. For instance, the emergence of a bright moon upon the sea, the transformation of chaos into a green lotus, and the sun illuminating the azure sky. Those possessing such remarkable Qi Seas boast formidable strength, marking them as true prodigies in this realm. Provided they grow successfully, they will undoubtedly become titans of their respective domains. Furthermore, upon their ascension to the spirit transformation realm, they can manifest the phenomena of their Qi Seas into reality, unleashing extraordinarily unique attacks that render them nearly invincible among their peers. As she spoke, she regarded Luo Tian and remarked, I believe, given your exceptional talent, it is indeed possible for you to cultivate such a special Qi Sea. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian remained noncommittal. Thank you for the information. I now possess a better understanding of Qi gathering, he said as he arranged all the materials for his breakthrough. Now, I shall commence gathering Qi. Please step aside. Luo Tian instructed. Indeed, Wu Yuro immediately stepped aside, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Tian. She too was filled with curiosity about the nature of the energy sea that Luo Tian's gathering of energy would unveil. At that moment, Luo Tian meticulously prepared all the materials in accordance with the descriptions found in the Heavenly Dao technique, enveloping them in spiritual energy before crushing them directly. With a whoosh, all the materials transformed into countless white particles, dispersing around him. Subsequently, Luo Tian activated the Heavenly Dao breathing technique, beginning to absorb these particles. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth rushed towards him as if the sky were collapsing. What is happening? The treasure seekers who were still searching felt the anomaly and emerged to observe. They beheld Luo Tian outside the grand hall, resembling a black hole, relentlessly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. What is going on? The spiritual energy within me is leaking. This is not good. I must distance myself from him, or I will be drained. Initially, the onlookers were merely curious, but in the next instant, they frantically fled from Luo Tian. What is this guy doing? Is he attempting a breakthrough? A breakthrough? Who undergoes a breakthrough with such grandeur? Huh? Has the concentration of spiritual energy around us diminished? It appears to be so. This is the Ziwei secret realm, where the internal spiritual energy should flow abundantly. How could it? Look, the sky seems to be collapsing. The sky is collapsing? No, it is the Ziwei secret realm that is crumbling. What? Is this true? Just a mere breakthrough. And it seems he is on the verge of draining an entire secret realm? Monsters! The crowd was utterly astonished. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Luo Tian remained oblivious. Delving into his inner consciousness, he pondered the vastness of his Qi Si. How extensive can it truly become? He mused, directing his awareness into the depths of his Qi Si. However, in the next instant, he was utterly bewildered. Wu Yuro had spoken of Qi Sis as ponds of 3 or 10 zhang, or lakes of 100 or 1,000 zhang, or perhaps even seas exceeding 3,000 zhang. Regardless of the description, one would expect a sensation of water within, yet Luo Tian observed a colossal star slowly drifting above him within the ethereal projection of his consciousness. Surrounding the star were countless celestial bodies, and as he gazed further, he noticed the star orbiting an even grander star, forming a nebula. Numerous nebulae coalesced into a galaxy, within which countless stars twinkled beyond enumeration. A sea of stars? That surely counts as a sea? Luo Tian mused to himself while stroking his chin. However, why is there no extraordinary phenomenon within my Qi Si? Where is the bright moon rising over the ocean? Where is the chaotic seed of the green lotus? Shaking his head, he summoned a star with a flick of his hand. It was immense and burned brightly in his grasp. He could feel the terrifying energy contained within. Yet it seemed to merge with him, causing no harm. Why is there no extraordinary phenomenon? He lamented. This is nothing. With a flick of his wrist, the star returned to its original orbit. If the star possessed consciousness, it would surely feel wronged, thinking, how can a mere moon be considered extraordinary while I, a star, am not? Nevertheless, Luo Tian paid little heed to such thoughts, as his awareness soon ventured into a sea of consciousness, where matters of greater significance awaited him, the 9 volumes of heavenly scriptures. Previously inaccessible, now that he had broken through, surely they would be unlocked. With a mere thought, he summoned the Dao Sutra. As he flipped through its pages, the sutra indeed opened. Breath of the Dao, Gathering Qi chapter. Subsequently, the contents of this chapter transformed into countless luminous points, descending into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, which he instantly comprehended. Following this method, he proceeded to unveil the remaining 8 volumes, assimilating their contents one by one. Luo Tian wished to continue exploring the subsequent chapters, yet, as before, the text following the Gathering Qi chapter remained motionless. Clearly, he would need to refine his spirit before further exploration. Ah, well, patience is key, Luo Tian sighed, retreating his consciousness back to his physical form. Upon his return, he found his surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once magnificent Jade Ling Palace now appeared on the brink of collapse, strewn with ruins. What transpired here? He wondered, alert to the possibility of an enemy attack. At that moment, a figure crawled from the debris in the distance. Is it over? I thought I was a goner, he muttered. Beside him, another person struggled to rise. I merely wanted to observe his breakthrough up close, and instead, I nearly succumbed to the aftermath of his ascent. Who would believe such a tale? The 2 individuals were Tang Dialong and Han Wanzhou. They had considered themselves powerful and, while others fled during Luo Tian's breakthrough, they remained nearby, resulting in a near-fatal encounter. Who caused this chaos? Luo Tian inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded them. At that moment, both men twitched at the corners of their mouths. Who caused this? Why, it was you, they thought. The immense force with which he absorbed spiritual energy had left the dome of the Ziwei secret realm riddled with cracks. It was a near miss from total collapse. Naturally, they dared not be disrespectful to Luo Tian and instead smiled, saying, "Indeed, Lord Luo Tian, your extraordinary talent is truly remarkable. Your mere breakthrough has led to such a state." Me? Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. "What are the others?" he inquired. "Rest assured, young Master Luo. You have been in the process for half an hour, during which nearly everyone was escorted out of the Ziwei secret realm by the Guiyuan sect. A few sustained injuries, but none perished," Han Wenzhou informed him. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian sighed in relief. Thank goodness, no major incidents occurred. However, with fewer people present, I shall continue my training here. Should I create an uproar, it will not disturb others, he murmured to himself. Is there still a need for cultivation? Upon hearing this, Han Wenzhou and Tang Dialong felt a chill run down their spines. What is the matter? Luo Tian inquired, gazing at the two individuals. It's nothing, Master Luo Tian. Please continue your cultivation. We shall take our leave now. In truth, both were quite eager to observe how Luo Tian practiced his techniques. However, they were acutely aware that eavesdropping on another's training was a grave taboo. Should Luo Tian become incensed, they could scarcely bear the consequences. More crucially, witnessing Luo Tian's cultivation was perilously dangerous. The mere fact that they were still alive was a testament solely to their fortunate circumstances. They resolved never to attempt such folly again. After exchanging their hasty words, they scurried away, clutching the token of the Guiyuan sect as they departed from the Ziwei secret realm. Now, I can focus on my cultivation, Luo Tian remarked with a smile. Commencing his practice of the qi gathering technique. The first technique he engaged with was the body refinement method. The heavenly Dao body refinement method from the qi gathering technique was considerably more intricate than that of the body refinement technique. Nevertheless, Luo Tian encountered no hindrance in his practice. Upon completing a series of movements, he distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his strength. Indeed, the efficacy of the qi gathering technique surpassed that of the body refinement realm. With a smile, Luo Tian continued his training. With each session, he perceived himself growing increasingly formidable. It was only after the 9th round of cultivation that his progress reached a halt. Luo Tian recognized that he had arrived at his zenith. What is happening? It was only then that Luo Tian noticed the transformation occurring within his body. A faint golden light emanated from him, and unlike the previous glow, this golden aura appeared almost tangible, remarkably robust. Furthermore, the crimson blood flowing within him had transmuted into a radiant gold. Luo Tian, piercing a blood vessel, extracted a droplet of this golden blood. The terrifying vitality contained within this single droplet was incomparably stronger than the blood of divine beasts he had encountered before. It seems exceedingly potent, Luo Tian mused to himself. But for now, I shall continue my practice. Subsequently, Luo Tian practiced the heavenly Dao sword technique, blade technique, and the heavenly Dao body technique in succession. Following his training, the enhancement of his various martial skills was evident, particularly in his body technique. The heavenly Dao body technique from the Qi Gathering chapter significantly increased his teleportation range, expanding from the original 10 meters to an unrestricted 1,000 meters. Excellent. Now, let us elevate my realm further, Luo Tian declared as he commenced the practice of the heavenly Dao breathing technique. Meanwhile, outside the Ziwei secret realm, the Guiyuan sect master, Ling Shuzi, had arrived post-haste from the sect. Upon receiving the report from Luo Chen, Ling Shuzi's lips twitched with dismay. Initially, he had expected merely the customary opening of the secret realm, but he never anticipated such a commotion. Even the legacy of the Ziwei Daoist had manifested. Casting a glance at the entrance of the Ziwei secret realm, which was marred with fissures, he expressed with some regret, fortunately, although the entrance bears cracks, it remains intact. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when crack. The fissures at the entrance of the Ziwei secret realm suddenly shattered. What? Ling Shuzi gazed at the shattered entrance, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Retreat. Everyone, fall back immediately, he shouted emphatically. Beside him, the powerful cultivators swiftly shielded the disciples, retreating in haste. Before the crowd could stabilize their footing, a thunderous explosion erupted from the entrance of the Ziwei secret realm. Subsequently, the surrounding space contorted violently as countless mountains, trees, and remnants of walls were violently expelled from the warped space. Master, what is happening? Luo Chen exclaimed, his face marred by shock. Ling Shuzi's lips twitched as he replied. The Ziwei secret realm has been utterly destroyed. What? How is that possible? Luo Chen gasped in disbelief. Ling Shuzi sighed. The Ziwei secret realm was a small space established by the Ziwei Taoist in the greater world to sustain a stable small world within the greater world. It requires a sufficiently powerful concentration of spiritual energy to withstand the pressures of the greater world's rules, lest it be obliterated. The destruction of the Ziwei secret realm can only imply one thing. The spiritual energy within has been completely drained. Luo Tian's expression darkened. Did young master Luo Tian truly drain an entire secret realm by himself? Is that even credible? Ling Shuzi wiped the sweat from his brow, were it anyone else. I would certainly doubt it, but considering his exploits the two fell silent, contemplating Luo Tian's formidable achievements. After a full half-hour, calm finally returned to the entrance of the Ziwei secret realm. However, within a radius of several miles around the entrance, chaos reigned. At the heart of the debris stood an individual, somewhat awkwardly. It was none other than Luo Tian. He too wore a bewildered expression. What on earth is happening? I was just in front of the Yuling Palace, having merely cultivated the heavenly Dao Sutra and broken through a few minor realms. How did everything become like this? He pondered. Looking up, the starry dome had vanished, replaced by a clear blue sky. It was evident that he had left the Ziwei secret realm. Congratulations, young master Luo Tian, on your breakthrough. Ling Shuzi floated over, surveying the surrounding rubble, and managed to suppress his heartache as he spoke. You are the sect master of Guiyuan's sect, correct? Were you the one who pulled me out of the Ziwei secret realm? Luo Tian asked, his tone tinged with discontent. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Ziwei secret realm was so much higher. Cultivating there was far more comfortable than outside. I merely absorbed a bit of spiritual energy. And this fellow yanked me out? How stingy. Ling Shuzi's heart trembled as he regarded Luo Tian. The Ziwei secret realm no longer exists. What? Why? Luo Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Shuzi sighed deeply and recounted the events in brief. Upon hearing the entire story, Luo Tian felt a fresh wave of embarrassment wash over him. Oh dear, sect master, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. I merely broke through a realm casually. Who would have known this secret realm was so fragile? Luo Tian chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Not sturdy. Ling Shuzi felt a surge of blood choke in his throat. You have destroyed our secret realm. Logically, compensation is due. However, I do not possess such wealth. How about this? In the future, should your Guiyuan sect encounter any difficulties, I shall offer my assistance free of charge once. How does that sound? Luo Tian said. Ling Shuzi's face darkened, and he replied, Young Master Luo, that is an entire secret realm. You must understand how much profit our Guiyuan sect gains each time it opens. Once? That is insufficient. It must be 9 times. 9 times? Surely that is excessive. Let us settle it 3 times. Luo Tian countered. Let me concede a bit. 7 times. Ling Shuzi insisted. 5 times. It cannot be more. Luo Tian declared. Deal. Ling Shuzi declared. Since the inheritance of the purple Taoist had been taken away, the value of the purple secret realm had significantly diminished. Trading it for 5 opportunities for Luo Tian's intervention was not a considerable loss. After all, according to Luo Tian, Luo Tian possessed the strength of a Guishu realm expert. Engaging a Guishu realm fighter for 5 interventions was hardly a steep price to pay. As the two negotiated, the sky suddenly darkened. The crowd looked up to see that an ominous blanket of dark clouds had enveloped the heavens, swirling into a massive vortex that grew increasingly larger. In the center of the clouds, flashes of lightning flickered, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Is it going to rain? Luo Tian murmured to himself, gazing at the sky. However, Ling Shuzi's face turned pale, his legs trembling in fear. He stared at the heavens and stammered, Heavenly tribulation? How could this be? Luo Tian expressed his astonishment. Heavenly tribulation? Is this really the heavenly tribulation? Ling Shuzi swallowed hard and replied, This shouldn't be happening. Typically, heavenly tribulations only occur when a practitioner at the tribulation crossing stage is on the verge of a breakthrough or when something that defies the laws of heaven and earth appears. But now, at that moment, an elusive aura had locked onto Luo Tian, emanating from the ominous clouds. In that moment, Ling Shuzi comprehended the gravity of the situation. This tribulation was born in response to Luo Tian. Clearly, Luo Tian had not yet reached the realm of transcending tribulations. It seemed, therefore, that he was so extraordinarily gifted that he had drawn the ire of the heavens, which sought to obliterate him. Contemplating this, Ling Shuzi succinctly conveyed his speculations to Luo Tian. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian became increasingly exhilarated. Oh, such a thing exists? How intriguing, he remarked with a smile. Ling Shuzi, with a serious expression, cautioned, Young Master Luo Tian, you must not take this lightly. though I have not witnessed it myself. I have heard numerous legends regarding tribulations. The might of a heavenly tribulation is exceedingly terrifying. Even formidable beings at the stage of transcending tribulations have met their demise beneath its wrath. The power of a single tribulation surpasses that of a full force strike from a master in the transcending tribulation realm. However, upon hearing this, Luo Tian's excitement only intensified as he declared, comparable to the full force of a transcending tribulation master? How splendid! This will serve as a perfect opportunity to validate my current strength. Yu Ling Shuzi was left speechless. Clearly, Luo Tian did not take this heavenly tribulation seriously. At that moment, dark clouds of calamity began to gather ominously in the sky. Sensing the impending danger, Ling Shuzi clasped his hands and said to Luo Tian, "Young Master Luo, may you seek your own fortune." With that, he turned without a backward glance and fled, vanishing several dozen miles away in an instant. Master, what is happening? Luo Chen was bewildered. The heavenly tribulation, it is indeed the heavenly tribulation. Ling Shuzi gasped. What? The heavenly tribulation? The one associated with the crossing tribulation realm? Someone inquired. Upon receiving Ling Shuzi's affirmative response, the crowd was thrown into chaos. Is this for real? Isn't it only the powerful in the crossing tribulation realm who encounter such a thing? This is the first time I have seen someone facing a tribulation in my life. This Luo Tian is truly extraordinary. Even the heavens cannot bear to watch and have come to collect him early. Even if he is Luo Tian. Encountering a heavenly tribulation at this level must surely be the end of the line. Who is spreading rumors? Defaming our young master? Do you wish to die? Amidst the crowd, Luo Rong bellowed in anger. The man who had spoken earlier sneered, I have not uttered anything untrue. Luo Tian is indeed a genius, possessing strength comparable to the returning ruins realm at such a young age. However, this is a heavenly tribulation, one that could spell doom even for experts of the crossing tribulation realm. You must understand. The chasm between the returning ruins realm and the crossing tribulation realm is unfathomably vast. Others chimed in, indeed, regardless of Luo Tian's exceptional talent. This may be where it ends. Sigh, throughout history, how many brilliant prodigies have suffered from heaven's jealousy and met untimely ends. Yet, when considering the ages, Luo Tian is likely among the most remarkable of them all. What a pity! The crowd sighed in unison. Your presence, Luo Rong's face turned pale with fury. Forget it. Brother Rong, trust the young master. Someone behind Luo Rong consoled him. With no other choice, Luo Rong turned to look. Meanwhile, Luo Chen stood behind Ling Shuzi and whispered, Master, do you truly believe Luo Tian can withstand this? Ling Shuzi's complexion was ashen as he replied, It is difficult. His heart was bleeding at that moment. Just moments ago, Luo Tian had promised to assist their Gui Yuan sect 5 times, and now he was confronting the tribulation. This deal had turned out to be a massive loss. On the other side, beneath the heavenly tribulation, Luo Tian gazed at the gathering lightning in the sky, gradually becoming earnest. The text spoke of tribulations as perilous. He could not afford to be careless. He must give it his all. With this thought, golden light radiated from his body, pushing himself to the utmost limit. At that moment, the first bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Boom! The thunder rumbled as the lightning cleaved through the air, hurtling toward Luo Tian. In an instant, the earth shuddered, and those in the distance were even knocked to the ground by the force. Is this truly the heavenly tribulation? Surviving such an assault seems impossible. A trembling voice from a transcendence realm expert exclaimed, I believe it is better not to pursue a breakthrough. Living is quite good enough. Another voice quivered in agreement. The two individuals, having merely glanced at the tribulation, were already shaken to their core. Ling Shuzi was equally astounded. The might of this tribulation surpassed his expectations. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, a group of dozens hovered in midair. They were the members of the Wei family from the Yulong Kingdom. After Wei Baidao's avatar was destroyed, he immediately led his companions to Yefeng Nation. With his Guishu realm cultivation, even with numerous powerful allies, it took them only half a day to reach the vicinity of the Ziwei secret realm. Celestial tribulation? Wei Baidao gazed at the ominous clouds from a distance, his heart filled with profound shock. What? Is someone in the Night Wind Kingdom undergoing a tribulation? The expressions of the Wei family members changed drastically upon hearing this. However, Wei Baidao shot him a glance and said, Use your brain. Could there possibly be such a formidable expert in the Night Wind Kingdom? Then what is this? The members of the Wei family were perplexed. Wei Baidao's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, without a doubt, it is the manifestation of the legacy of the Ziwei Daoist. Only artifacts left behind by beings of such caliber could potentially attract the heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. The legacy of the ZY Taoist. Could it be that someone among us has realized something? Their eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Wei Baidao laughed heartily. Splendid. Truly splendid. Initially, I only sought to avenge the child Tianyi, but who would have thought I would stumble upon this opportunity? Fortuitously, I came in person, in this moment. Who in the Night Wind Kingdom could stand in my way? Whether it is the legacy of the Luo family or that of the ZY Taoist. They shall all be mine. It seems that fate is favoring the Wei family. We shall surely rise. The members of the Wei family chorused, "Congratulations, ancestor. Best wishes, ancestor." Wei Baidao waved his hand, saying, "Let us not speak of such matters for now. We must maintain our distance to avoid being caught in the backlash of the heavenly tribulation. The power of this tribulation is not to be trifled with. Once it passes, we shall act without hesitation." Indeed, the Wei family members responded in unison, then moved towards the direction of the Ziwei secret realm. At that moment, under the impending heavenly tribulation, Luo Tian wore a look of sheer astonishment. Is this truly a heavenly tribulation? He gazed up at the gathering storm clouds. Disbelief etched on his face. Goodness, I expected a life-threatening ordeal, yet this feels merely like a tickle. Luo Tian expressed his discontent. The previous bolt of heavenly tribulation had struck him directly. He braced himself, ready to withstand the full force. Yet the strike merely dissipated without even breaking through his protective golden light. Is this the might of a tribulation realm expert's full assault? Perhaps I should reduce my protective barrier slightly to test it? Luo Tian pondered, retracting half of his protective golden light. Just then, a second bolt of heavenly thunder descended. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Luo Tian stood unscathed. It couldn't he even breach half of my defenses? This is utterly unremarkable. Perhaps I should remove my protective golden light entirely? Luo Tian contemplated, and then withdrew all of his protective barrier. Simultaneously, the third bolt of heavenly tribulation struck. Boom. This time, the third bolt landed squarely upon Luo Tian. He stared at the spot where he was struck, speechless. Is this it? Just this? Not even a mark left behind? You dare to call yourself a heavenly tribulation? Luo Tian placed his hands on his hips, tilting his head to gaze defiantly at the tribulation. As if sensing Luo Tian's disdain, the storm clouds above suddenly began to contract rapidly. Concurrently, the pressure emanating from the center of the clouds intensified. In the distance, Ling Shuzi and the others watched in shock. What is happening? Has the tribulation clouds changed? Could it be a mutated heavenly tribulation? What is a mutated heavenly tribulation? It is one that deviates from the norm, such as this instance, indicating that the tribulation intends to unleash all subsequent lightning strikes at once. What? All at once? Wouldn't that mean the power is doubled? Indeed. The texts state that those who survive under a mutated heavenly tribulation are exceedingly rare. Thus, Luo Tian is surely facing inevitable doom. Alas, the heavens are envious of exceptional talent. The crowd sighed in unison. At this moment, the members of the Luo family, referred to as Young Master, found themselves devoid of a guiding spirit. It was evident that even they were shaken. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded. At that instant, the storm clouds in the sky coalesced, and all the heavenly lightning converged into one. Unlike any thunderbolts that had come before, this particular strike took form in the shape of a hazy silhouette, descending upon Luo Tian with a sweeping palm. Luo Tian gazed at the shadowy figure, his expression one of astonishment. What could be the matter? Could it be that the heavenly tribulation is being manipulated by someone? He harbored doubts, yet there was no time for further contemplation. The thunderous tribulation had descended upon him, and he retaliated with a swift strike of his palm. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous force surged forth, ascending skyward. The celestial tribulation, upon mere contact with Luo Tian's palm energy, crumbled into dust. Moreover, after shattering the lightning, Luo Tian's palm power did not cease. It surged defiantly upwards, piercing through the storm clouds. The heavenly tribulation is nothing of consequence, Luo Tian remarked disdainfully, brushing his hands together. Has it come to an end? In the distance, a figure emerged from the debris, his face etched with terror. Is this what they call the heavenly tribulation? Its power is utterly terrifying. Another voice trembled. Indeed. Especially that final strike. Was that truly a manifestation of human strength? Goodness. I never would have believed such formidable power existed in this world. But what of Luo Tian? Did he succeed? Are you out of your mind? Under such overwhelming force, how could anyone survive? It is a pity. Our Night Wind nation has finally produced a genius, only for him to meet such an untimely end. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, the members of the Luo family wore expressions of profound concern. Although they had faith in Luo Tian, the magnitude of that final blow had plunged them into despair. Young Master, Luo Rong knelt upon the ground, overcome with tears. The other members of the Luo family were likewise unable to contain their sorrow, wiping their eyes repeatedly. Meanwhile, onlookers from various factions observed the Luo family's distress with a myriad of expressions. In the shadows, a few individuals were preparing to take action, intending to abduct several members of the Luo family in hopes of uncovering their secrets. At that moment, a voice pierced through the atmosphere, declaring, "What is all this mourning about? I am still alive." Luo Rong and the others looked up to see Luo Tian slowly emerging from the ruins. What? Is that really Luo Tian? This must be a joke, right? He survived such an attack? This fellow must be a monster. The crowd stared at Luo Tian, utterly astonished. Young master, you are still alive? Luo Rong gazed at Luo Tian, equally shocked. Luo Tian smacked him on the head, retorting, "Nonsense. Otherwise, would you be seeing a ghost?" Despite the slap, Luo Rong wore a foolish grin. "Hee, I told you. With the young master's strength, how could he possibly die?" he exclaimed. Someone nearby scoffed, "Humph. You were the one leading the cries just moments ago." Luo Rong, flustered and indignant, shot back, "You're talking nonsense. I wasn't he. You are." Several individuals began to argue. However, Luo Tian raised his hand to halt them and turned his gaze toward the crowd, which suddenly turned icy. Among the throng, a few individuals, upon feeling Luo Tian's penetrating stare, instantly changed countenance and attempted to flee. Yet in that fleeting moment, a formidable force surged forth, pulling 5 individuals from the crowd. "Ah, young master Luo Tian, what are you doing?" one of them exclaimed, his face awash with terror. Luo Tian regarded them coldly and remarked, "What am I doing? Surely, you know in your hearts. Just moments ago, when you believed me to be dead, you intended to strike at my kin, did you not?" Indeed, just prior, many had harbored ulterior motives upon presuming Luo Tian was no longer alive. Among them, these 5 were the most audacious, their energy surging as they prepared to act. However, upon Luo Tian's appearance, they swiftly retracted their spiritual essence, believing they could evade detection. Little did they know, Luo Tian had already sensed their treachery. "Young master Luo Tian, I beg your pardon, I was blinded by greed. Spare me, and I shall never dare again." Luo Tian fixed his gaze upon him with a chilling smile and replied, "Do you still wish for another chance?" As he spoke, his left hand clenched tightly. In an instant, the 5 bodies disintegrated into a mist of blood, utterly extinguished. The atmosphere around was thick with tension as the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Luo Tian's decisive actions were nothing short of startling. After eliminating the few adversaries, he cast a cold glance over the gathered assembly and proclaimed, "I am unaware of the affiliations of these 5 individuals, but it is I, Luo Tian, who has dispatched them. Should anyone seek vengeance, I welcome you at any time. Furthermore, let me make this abundantly clear, those who dare to strike against my Luo family, regardless of your identity, shall face no mercy." His words resonated throughout the venue, silencing all, as no one dared to meet his gaze. The sheer strength of Luo Tian left no room for defiance. Amidst the crowd, Ling Shuzi trembled with palpable excitement. "Master, what troubles you?" Luo Tian inquired, mistakenly believing he was unwell. Yet, Ling Shuzi's eyes sparkled with fervor as he exclaimed, "We've struck gold. A tremendous gain." "Pardon? What do you mean?" Luo Tian asked, perplexed. Ling Shuzi, unable to contain his enthusiasm, replied, "Initially, I anticipated that exchanging a Ziwei secret realm for a Guishu realm powerhouse's 5 strikes would be a fair trade. However, to my astonishment, his combat prowess is comparable to that of a tribulation stage cultivator. No, perhaps even stronger." Luo Tian, taken aback, exclaimed, "Stronger? Surely not." Ling Shuzi regarded him knowingly, stating, "Did you not witness that final blow?" Luo Tian contemplated momentarily before responding, "You mean that last bolt of heavenly thunder? Its power was indeed terrifying. The fact that Luo Tian could withstand it is impressive." Yet, Ling Shuzi shook his head, asserting, "That is incorrect." "Incorrect? What do you mean?" Luo Tian questioned, bewildered. Ling Shuzi inhaled deeply and clarified, "While that last bolt of heavenly thunder was undeniably formidable, it was not as potent as you surmise." Luo Tian furrowed his brow. "What? That cannot be. I distinctly felt that overwhelming pressure, as if I were on the verge of being crushed." "And you say it is not strong?" Ling Shuzi replied, "That pressure was indeed formidable. However, it did not emanate from the heavenly thunder." "What does it mean?" Luo Tian was utterly bewildered. Ling Shuzi recalled the scene he had just witnessed and exclaimed, at that moment, the heavenly thunder had only just begun to fall. When Luo Tian struck with a palm, behind him, it seemed as though a shadow had emerged, and then the thunder and calamity clouds were shattered. Luo Tian finally comprehended the situation and, in astonishment, gazed at Ling Shuzi, asking, Master, do you mean to say that the oppressive force did not originate from the heavenly thunder, but from Luo Tian? Ling Shuzi nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed. Though it is hard to believe, that is the truth. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian abruptly turned to look at Luo Tian. He had initially thought he held a sufficiently high opinion of Luo Tian, only to realize now that his imagination had fallen woefully short. Luo Tian was far more formidable than he had ever envisioned. As Luo Tian pondered this, a series of thunderous booms echoed from various directions. The crowd turned to discover 7 immense black stone pillars enveloping them. Surrounding the pillars was an ominous mist, completely isolating the interior from the outside. Heh. Esteemed members of the Nightwind Kingdom, have you forgotten something? A figure slowly emerged from atop one of the stone pillars. The individual exuded a chilling aura. Unmistakably the notorious Wei Baidao. It was evident that he had come seeking vengeance for Wei Tianyi and his doppelganger. Wei Baidao surveyed the crowd, then casually extended his hand, seizing an individual from the ground and pulling him into view. I ask you, what was the cause of the recent heavenly tribulation? Wei Baidao inquired. The man hastily pointed towards Luo Tian, exclaiming, It was the young master Luo Tian. Upon hearing this, Wei Baidao sneered, as I suspected. He has indeed acquired the inheritance of the Ziwei Taoist. With that, he carelessly cast the man aside, then turned his gaze to Luo Tian, saying, Year after year, I toil under the weight of gold threads, only to weave garments for others. Luo Tian, are you not furious? After all your arduous efforts to obtain the inheritance, only to find it all in vain. He continued, the man is stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You, the man is who has obtained the inheritance, remain oblivious to my presence as the oriole. At this moment, Wei Baidao was brimming with confidence, exuding an air of assured victory. He lowered his gaze towards the rest of the crowd, continuing, You rabble of the Nightwind Kingdom, once I eliminate Luo Tian, I shall dispose of you as well. To accompany my grandson in death. Fear not, for I will spare a few lives. I intend to use your mouths to spread the word of this day, a foolish Luo Tian, who, due to his own ignorance, dared to offend my Wei family of the Yulong Kingdom. In the end, this fool's fate shall be not only death but also the doom of his entire lineage. And as for you, harbor no hatred towards me. If you must hate, direct it towards Luo Tian. Had he not been blind enough to slay my kin, you would not meet your end. Ha 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 ha. Wei Baidao laughed heartily in the air. However, after a prolonged bout of laughter, he awkwardly fell silent. For the reactions he anticipated, shock, fear, anger, and despair, failed to manifest. Everyone simply raised their heads, looking at him with a calm demeanor, their gazes reminiscent of someone viewing a fool. Ancestor, why do I feel that something is amiss? A member of the Wei family whispered to Wei Baidao. Wei Baidao wore a similarly perplexed expression, uncertain of what was transpiring. At that moment, his gaze shifted back to Luo Tian amidst the crowd. Fixating on Luo Tian, Wei Baidao instinctively sensed something was off. Although his previous doppelganger had been utterly defeated in battle with Luo Tian, it was merely a manifestation of himself. At that time, Wei Baidao had been able to clearly gauge Luo Tian's strength. He was confident that his true self could easily eliminate Luo Tian. Yet now, as he scrutinized Luo Tian, everything felt different. Wei Baidao realized he could not fathom Luo Tian. Instead, he felt an innate sense of dread emanating from the latter. It was a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. What was happening? Suddenly, he spotted Han Wenzhou and Tang Dialong within the crowd. The younger generation of the Tianhe sect? I share a past with your ancestor. I shall not trouble you this time. You may leave shortly. Wei Baidao paused before adding. Moreover, what is the situation with this group of people? Wei Baidao was genuinely perplexed. Despite his imminent demise, why did these individuals remain so composed? Han Wenzhou and Tang Dialong exchanged glances, both managing a wry smile. Then, Han Wenzhou clasped his hands and said, Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. As for your question regarding these individuals, have you ever considered that perhaps you are indeed the oriole behind? But what if there is a dragon ahead? A dragon ahead. An oriole behind? What use is the oriole then? Wei Baidao caught the implication in Han Wenzhou's words, his brows furrowing in an instant. A dragon ahead? Who do you refer to? Could there be other formidable beings present? Wei Baidao's senses heightened with alarm. If there truly was a powerful figure here, it could spell significant trouble. For even now, he had not detected any particularly potent aura. This scenario suggested only one possibility. The opposing force's cultivation level far exceeded his own. With this thought, a bead of sweat trickled down Wei Baidao's forehead. To whoever you may be, I apologize if my words have offended. However, I have my reasons. My descendants have been harmed by a villain, and my desire for vengeance has led me to take this desperate course. I humbly request you to reveal yourself. Wei Baidao bowed respectfully. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Wei Baidao glanced around, frowning as he remarked, "Such pettiness is unbecoming. I must forewarn you, you currently stand within my 7 stars annihilation formation. I personally control this array, and a being of the Guishu realm is destined to perish. Even those in the tribulation realm face a perilous fate. Should you reveal yourself and I inadvertently harm you, do not blame me." However, after uttering these words, Wei Baidao still awaited the appearance of the esteemed figure. It was only then that Luo Tian stepped forward from the crowd. "Wei Baidao, there is no need to search further. There are no higher beings here. The dragon you speak of is I," Luo Tian declared. Wei Baidao was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at Han Wenzhou. The latter offered a bitter smile and nodded slightly. Wei Baidao narrowed his eyes, glaring at Han Wenzhou, and coldly declared, "You, a mere junior, dare to deceive me. Very well, I had intended to spare your life, but now, after I vanquish Luo Tian, you shall be my next target." With that, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Luo Tian. "You think you can toy with me, don't you? Previously, my clone was defeated by you, but now, I shall demonstrate my true strength." As Wei Baidao spoke, his aura surged dramatically. "True strength, you say? Fine. I shall remain here without moving and allow you to strike me 3 times. If you can inflict even the slightest harm upon me, I shall accept my defeat." Luo Tian replied. "What did you say?" Wei Baidao's brows furrowed in disbelief. This man is exceedingly arrogant. He is a formidable force at the 7th level of the returning ruins realm, even in the kingdom of Yulong. No one would dare to claim they could defeat him in 3 moves. Yet, the audacious Luo Tian has dared to utter such words before everyone. Clearly, he intends to humiliate me. Very well, young man, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. With that, Wei Baidao unleashed his aura, his hair wild and untamed. Boom. He pressed his palms together, summoning a torrent of black energy that surged behind him. The ancestor is serious. The members of the Wei clan gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought that Wei Baidao would come at him with full force right from the outset? "Prepare to die, boy," Wei Baidao declared, launching a palm strike. Boom. In an instant, the sky filled with dark energy, coalescing into a massive black serpent that opened its gaping maw to devour Luo Tian. Yet, Luo Tian remained unperturbed, standing with his hands clasped behind him, allowing the onslaught to unfold. However, just as the serpent was about to make contact with him, a flash of golden light emanated from Luo Tian's being. Buzz. In that instant, the black serpent disintegrated like summer snowflakes, shattering into countless pieces. With a single motion, Luo Tian stood resolutely, unyielding in his stance. The Wei clan members were left in a state of utter bewilderment. What just transpired? He actually withstood the full force of the ancestor's strike. Could it be? Who exactly is this young man? It was only then that they began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Wei Baidao's eyes twitched with realization. He too understood that something was amiss. The strength of Luo Tian was entirely unlike his previous assessment. Had it not been less than a day? What had transpired within Luo Tian? "Everyone, return to the formation," Wei Baidao suddenly commanded. Huh? The members of the Wei clan looked on in astonishment. Wei Baidao's voice turned icy as he declared, "I shall harness the power of the 7 Suns Annihilation Formation. Today, I will surely obliterate him." Indeed, the gravity of the situation dawned upon everyone, and in an instant, they returned to their respective positions. A low hum resonated. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the surroundings of the formation. Above, 7 obsidian suns materialized in the sky. Wei Baidao squinted at Luo Tian and stated, "Luo Tian, you are undeniably formidable, yet regrettably, everything is about to come to an end." He continued, "The 7 Luminaries Annihilation Formation is a treasured relic of the Wei family. Once fully activated, no one beneath the realm of Guishu can withstand it. Even those in the Tribulation Transcendence realm would meet a bitter end. This formation has only encountered adversaries since it came into my possession. And should you perish under its might, you may take pride in that." As he spoke, Wei Baidao waved his hand and bellowed, 7 Luminaries Annihilation. In an instant, the 7 black suns unleashed beams of darkness toward Luo Tian. Boom. As the black rays descended, clouds of dust erupted. "Humph, it is over. Not even you can survive this strike," Wei Baidao proclaimed. He then turned his gaze toward the others from the Night Wind Kingdom. In his estimation, after vanquishing Luo Tian with a single blow, this group would surely descend into chaos. However, to his astonishment, they maintained their indifferent demeanor. Some individuals even stood with hands on hips, engaging in casual discussions. "Brother, What do you think of this move? Is this even noteworthy? The power is so trivial. I wonder what the Wei family is boasting about. Indeed, even the initial bolt of heavenly tribulation was far more formidable than this. How can this possibly be deemed a secret technique of the Wei family? I thought the Wei family of Yulong Kingdom was impressive. Who knew they were so naive? Exactly. With such feeble power, it's hardly worth noting. Hey, let us not be too harsh. You only perceive the might of Luo Tian in comparison to the recent heavenly tribulation, making the Wei family's technique seem mediocre. Yet, this move does possess potential. Just remember, the true power lies with Luo Tian, not with you. The crowd buzzed with their opinions. These whispers inevitably reached Wei Baidao's ears, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was happening? Were the people of the Night Wind Kingdom mad? The strength of those speaking seemed unimpressive. How dare they mock the Wei family's 7 luminaries annihilation formation? What did they mean by not even worth a dog? What on earth was going on? Meanwhile, at that moment, Ancestor, a member of the Wei family, stammered. Wei Baidao followed the direction pointed by the man. There, on the ground, Luo Tian remained rooted in place, utterly still. A faint golden radiance emanated from his figure, and not a single shred of his clothing showed any signs of damage. What? Wei Baidao was utterly flustered. In that split second when he struck, he had seen it clearly. He had definitely hit Luo Tian. That move had harnessed the power of the 7 luminaries annihilation array. Even if it were him in Luo Tian's place, survival would have been nearly impossible. Yet Luo Tian? He remained completely unscathed. What in the world was happening? Second move. Wei Baidao, you have one last chance. After the next strike, you will die. Luo Tian's voice was calm as he spoke from the ground. Wei Baidao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. At this moment, fear finally took root in his heart. A dragon before him? The dragon Han Wenzhou had spoken of, was it truly Luo Tian? Indeed. How could a mere cicada, like himself, ever hope to shake a dragon, if he failed to prevail in the next move? Then the Wei family, regret surged through Wei Baidao like never before. Though Wei Tianyi had been his most cherished descendant, what was one life compared to the fate of the entire Wei clan? The venerable elder of the Wei family, known as Old Ancestor, sensed that the situation was amiss and cast a nervous glance at him. Wei Baidao, regaining his composure, momentarily let his gaze wander before it solidified with resolve. Dear friends, do not hold me in contempt, Wei Baidao declared. Old Ancestor, what do you mean? The members of the Wei family responded with confusion. Wei Baidao took a deep breath and continued, I act solely for the benefit of the Wei family. If we cannot navigate through this crisis, our clan will face utter annihilation. His gaze swept across the assembly. And it was at that moment that the members of the Wei family began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Old Ancestor, please, my son is still young. I cannot perish here, another implored. Old Ancestor, I beseech you to reconsider. Perhaps there are alternative solutions available to us. The members of the Wei family were thrown into a state of panic at the presence of their ancestor. Wei Baidao sighed and addressed them. Dear friends, if it were not absolutely necessary, I would not resort to this. However, there is no other choice. Once this crisis has passed, I shall erect a monument for each of you within the ancestral hall. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together. Suddenly, the 7 stone pillars surrounding them began to tremble violently. From the 7 dark suns suspended in the air, numerous chains emerged, ensnaring the Wei family members directly. Ancestor, please. No, they cried out in desperation, but Wei Baidao paid them no heed. Their vitality began to dwindle before their very eyes. A member of the Wei family, filled with resentment, could no longer contain himself and called out his name directly. What is happening? Someone below inquired in confusion. Ling Shuzi narrowed his eyes, observing Wei Baidao in the air, and finally grasped the situation. This man is truly malevolent. He murmured, Master, what is going on? Luo Tian asked, bewildered. Ling Shuzi explained. Wei Baidao is employing a particularly vile form of dark magic. He has implanted a soul seed within those of his bloodline. At a crucial moment, he can detonate the soul seed to siphon the life force and vitality of his kin to elevate his own power. Luo Tian gasped. That is exceedingly cruel. Ling Shuzi nodded. Indeed, such methods are so heinous that they are intolerable to the world. It is said that a millennium ago, a few individuals attempted to practice such dark arts, only to be hunted down and eliminated by various factions. Consequently, this dark magic gradually fell into obscurity. I had thought no one would dare to use such methods again, but it seems I was naive. Luo Tian cast a glance at Wei Baidao and remarked, he regards his own family as mere lambs for slaughter. Ling Shuzi sighed. Wei Baidao has lived far too long without breaking through to the tribulation realm. It appears his lifespan is nearing its limit, prompting him to resort to such wicked techniques. Had it been under different circumstances, he might have succeeded, but alas, he is simply unfortunate. As the two conversed, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" The crowd immediately turned their eyes upward to see that Wei Baidao was now also ensnared by chains. Through these chains, he was relentlessly absorbing the life essence of his kin, his body shrouded in a faint crimson hue, and his vitality grew increasingly formidable. In that moment, a radiant light erupted from him. 8th level of the returning origin realm. He had broken through a stage. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, another burst of light emanated from him. 9th level of the returning origin realm. As he sensed the transformation of his power, an ecstatic frenzy ignited in Wei Baidao's eyes. Haha, it truly works. I have succeeded in breaking through. But this is not enough. I must advance even further. Wei Baidao had completely lost his sanity. Meanwhile, in the training chamber of the Divine Martial King's residence within the capital of the Night Wind Kingdom, a figure cloaked in black suddenly lifted his head. The Soul Seed? Has Wei Baidao finally taken the step? Excellent. We have gained another piece on our chessboard, he murmured in a low voice. Master, what is it? Asked the Divine Martial King's heir, standing before the cloaked figure. Unlike before, the heir now bore no trace of arrogance or resentment. Instead, he exuded an air of submission. It is nothing, merely a delightful thought, the figure replied, picking up a black chess piece from the board and holding it before him, merging it with the silhouette of the Divine Martial King's heir. On the other side, Wei Baidao roared, "Come forth, my final strength, unleash." With that, he absorbed all the life force and vitality of the Wei family members into himself. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from him. Has he truly broken through the shackles of the returning void realm? An elder gasped in astonishment. No, it cannot be. To reach the tribulation realm, he must endure the tribulation test. He is still a step away. However, in terms of sheer power, he may indeed be considered at the tribulation realm. Another individual remarked. At that moment, Wei Baidao stood suspended in midair, his white hair transformed to black, having absorbed a vast amount of his kin's life essence. He had reverted to a youthful state. He gazed at his hands, feeling the surge of power within him, overwhelmed by an indescribable excitement. Aha! That cloaked figure truly did not deceive me. This technique has indeed allowed me to break through. Alas, I was still too soft-hearted, hesitating for so long before taking action. He then cast his gaze upon the lifeless bodies of his kin, and his attention shifted to Luo Tian. Do not blame me. Were it not for you, Luo Tian, I would not have come to this point. Therefore, it is you who has brought about your demise. I shall avenge you. With that, he floated before Luo Tian. Luo Tian, I must truly thank you. Without your intervention, I might never have achieved this breakthrough. The power of the tribulation realm is astonishing. At this moment, I feel invincible. Luo Tian regarded Wei Baidao, his brow furrowed. Hey, stop admiring your own body like a lunatic. You still have one last move to make. And then you shall perish. Do you wish for my demise? Wei Baidao gazed at Luo Tian and then erupted into hearty laughter. Luo Tian, I must concede your formidable prowess. You are indeed a genius. In my entire life, and even considering the legends I have heard, I have never encountered a being as extraordinary as you. However, your legend ends here. Rest assured, I shall disseminate news of your death today, along with your past, so that the world may know the genius Luo Tian perished at the hands of Wei Baidao. Wei Baidao proclaimed from his elevated position. Luo Tian, growing impatient, interjected. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I shall take action. With a smile, Wei Baidao casually swatted Luo Tian. Slap. It was a light tap, devoid of any harm. Eh? Luo Tian was taken aback. Wei Baidao, however, chuckled and said, You need not persuade me. I am now more powerful than ever before. I will confront you head-on and eliminate you. Go ahead, make your move. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes at him, displaying a look of disdain. This fellow is truly insufferable. Are you certain? Luo Tian gazed at him. Certainly. Wei Baidao chuckled. Luo Tian took a deep breath and swung a punch. Observing Luo Tian strike, Wei Baidao laughed. Previously, I could scarcely comprehend your boxing technique. However, with the elevation of my own realm, I can now effortlessly discern your fist. Indeed. Even the trajectory of your punch lies within my grasp. As he spoke, he reached out to seize Luo Tian's fist. In his mind, he envisioned that with a single grasp, he would surely capture Luo Tian's punch. Yet, with a crack, the moment his hand made contact with Luo Tian's fist, It was met with an unimaginably powerful force that twisted and contorted his hand. Wei Baidao watched in horror as his fingers twisted and deformed, ultimately shattering before his very eyes. He hardly had time to react. In the next instant, a formidable force propelled him away, sending him hurtling through the air like a shooting star, crashing into the distant mountains and eliciting a mushroom cloud. This is outrageous. How dare he flaunt his prowess in front of me? Luo Tian clenched his fists, his demeanor fierce. Despite possessing unparalleled martial arts and skills, he found himself overshadowed by Wei Baidao's arrogance. From the rubble, Wei Baidao emerged, one of his arms mangled and bloodied, nearly rendered useless. It cannot be. How could this happen? I have transcended to the tribulation realm. Why can I not vanquish you? Wei Baidao struggled to comprehend the reality before him. Just moments ago, he had been swollen with confidence from his newfound strength. Yet, the truth was painfully harsh. Old fool, continue to boast. At that moment, Luo Tian executed a teleportation, appearing right before him and delivering a powerful kick. With a grunt, Wei Baidao was once again unceremoniously sent flying. He spewed blood mid-air, only coming to a halt after crashing through 2 mountain peaks. Damn it, Seven Sun's absolute kill formation. Wei Baidao, with his remaining hand, activated the formation. The 7 suns in the sky emitted beams of light toward Luo Tian once more. However, with another teleportation, Luo Tian vanished from his original position, reappearing beside one of the black suns. Get lost. With that, he struck the black sun with a powerful punch. Boom. In the next instant, the black sun was sent flying, crashing heavily into the stone pillar of the formation, shattering it to pieces. No. Wei Baidao exclaimed in sheer terror. Bang. In the next instant, the formation space shattered, and the 7 luminaries killing formation was breached. Why has this happened? Neither the 7 luminaries killing formation nor I can vanquish this creature. Is he a monster? Despair etched itself upon Wei Baidao's visage. Rumbling. At that moment, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, heralding the arrival of the tribulation. Another tribulation? This was Wei Baidao's tribulation, a consequence of his breakthrough into the transcendence realm. Upon emerging from the formation space, he had attracted the attention of the world's rules, summoning forth the tribulation. However, the magnitude and pressure of this tribulation paled in comparison to that of Luo Tian, barely a tenth of its might. Who could possibly contend with that monster? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Meanwhile, Wei Baidao gazed at the impending tribulation with a flicker of ferocity in his eyes. With a rush, he flew directly before Luo Tian, seizing his ankle with a hand. Luo Tian, I concede my defeat, but if I must perish, I shall drag you down with me, to die together beneath the tribulation. Wei Baidao raved. Die beneath the tribulation? Everyone in the mountains was rendered speechless by this proclamation. Could this feeble tribulation truly slay Luo Tian? What a jest! Gazing at the desperate Wei Baidao, Luo Tian could only sigh in resignation. Before you meet your end, allow me to broaden your horizons, he declared, lifting his gaze toward the heavens. With that, he raised his hand, striking skyward. In an instant, a colossal silhouette materialized behind him, mirroring Luo Tian's stance as it ascended toward the skies. The figure's palm struck with tremendous force, colliding with the tribulation clouds. Boom. With a single blow, the clouds of tribulation were pierced and shattered. Moments later, the skies cleared, and the remnants of the celestial might were obliterated. What? Wei Baidao gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. This was his own tribulation, a means he intended to use to perish alongside his adversary. Yet it proved so utterly fragile? Suddenly, he recalled the overwhelming tribulation he had sensed earlier, coupled with Han Wenzhou's mention of the so-called dragon ahead. The myriad pieces of information converged in his mind, leading him to a profound realization. The previous tribulation was not a consequence of the emergence of the Ziwei Taoist legacy, but rather due to you? He looked at Luo Tian, his expression one of incredulity. Indeed, it was time for you to meet your demise. With that, Luo Tian struck down with his palm. Boom. Wei Baidao's chest was pierced through, blood gushing forth. In his final moments, Wei Baidao gazed up at Luo Tian, blood spilling from his mouth as he uttered, Luo Tian, to perish at your hands, I am resigned to my fate. However, in killing me, you shall not live long either. Luo Tian regarded him, furrowing his brow. Even now, you maintain your defiance? Wei Baidao shook his head, replying, No, you do not understand. By killing me, you will undoubtedly attract their attention. You have no idea how powerful they are. As he spoke, Wei Baidao's gaze faded, his body tilting to the side as he succumbed to death on the spot. Luo Tian stood frozen in place, momentarily stunned. Damn it, Riddler. Finish your words before you die. Luo Tian grasped Wei Baidao, but the latter showed no further signs of life. This guy, even in death, Seeks to vex me? Luo Tian gritted his teeth. Why speak in complete thoughts? It's tormenting. Yet, such musings were now futile. He discarded the corpse aside and strode toward the crowd. Whoosh. As Luo Tian approached, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path, their gazes laden with complexity as they regarded him. Young master. Upon seeing Luo Tian, Luo Rong and the others were filled with exhilaration. Their young master had reached such extraordinary heights, and they felt a deep sense of pride. Luo Tian nodded and then noticed Ling Shuzi not far away. Lord Ling Shuzi, we shall take our leave now that our matters are concluded. In a few days, we will meet again in the capital, he stated. Ling Shuzi immediately inclined his head in reverence, responding, Very well, I shall await your arrival in the capital. Young Master Luo. Luo Tian nodded once more, allowing the King of Golden Eagles to carry everyone away from the site. Once Luo Tian departed, the crowd erupted with excitement. Our Night Wind Kingdom is on the verge of a transformation. Meanwhile, within the Divine Martial King's residence, a cloaked figure, poised to make a move in a game of chess, abruptly shattered the piece in hand with a resounding crack. The cloaked individual suddenly lifted their gaze, revealing a pair of chilling eyes from beneath the dark hood, filled with disbelief. The soul seed, shattered? How can this be? They exclaimed in shock. Master, what troubles you? Inquired the Divine Martial King's heir, observing the cloaked figure. The figure's robe trembled, and they rose abruptly. Who dares to meddle with our pieces? Seeking death? They hissed, gritting their teeth in fury. Master? The heir of the Divine Martial King looked perplexed. The figure cloaked in black took a deep breath, finally calming himself, and then addressed the heir, Disciple, I must make a trip to the Jade Dragon Kingdom. The heir replied in astonishment, But master, the ceremony is set to commence in just a few days. The black-clad figure coldly responded, I have made all necessary arrangements. With your strength, my presence here is inconsequential. I shall return once I have completed my affairs. The heir nodded, Very well, I wish you a safe journey, master. The figure acknowledged with a nod, and with a resounding whoosh, transformed into a cloud of black mist, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the northern border city, the Golden Rock King returned with the members of the Luo family, arriving at the ancestral home of the Luo clan. This venture had proven remarkably fruitful for them. Aside from Luo Tian's breakthrough in cultivation, Luo Rong and others had gathered a significant amount of resources from Yuling Palace and various other locations. When tallied, their gains surpassed the entirety of the Luo family's previous assets. With this newfound wealth, the Luo family's strength would undoubtedly see a considerable enhancement. However, the most significant acquisition was not merely Luo Tian's advancement, it was the dragon bones. Luo Tian ordered the gathering of all Luo family members, intending to extract the primordial power of the dragon lineage to refine and enhance their essence. This primordial power was of little consequence to Luo Tian, yet for others, it was transformative. After the refinement, each member of the Luo family experienced substantial improvements. For instance, Luo Feng, who was already at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, broke through to the Sky Sovereign realm and ascended all the way to the 9th level of that realm. Furthermore, he had yet to fully absorb this newfound power. And once he did, transcending to the profound realm would be effortless. Others in the Luo family also experienced nearly a full realm of advancement, particularly the younger generation, where nearly half managed to break into the spirit transformation realm. Although they practiced the heavenly Dao techniques, their training was limited, making the requirements for their breakthroughs less stringent compared to Luo Tian's. Nevertheless, compared to their peers at the same cultivation level, they were significantly superior. It could be confidently stated that this generation of the Luo family, each individual could easily dominate their counterparts in the Night Wind Kingdom. Yet, the most significant beneficiaries were still Niu Wufang and the Golden Rock King. As members of the demon race, their thirst for the dragon lineage's primordial power far exceeded that of the human race. After absorbing this power, the two managed to break through to the Void Realm within days. This event sent ripples through the northern border city, as it had been nearly 5 centuries since a powerful individual had broken through to the Void Realm in the Night Wind Kingdom. Although it was 2 demon cultivators who had achieved this feat, its implications were extraordinary. At that moment, the Luo family in the northern border city had clearly established themselves as the foremost power in the Night Wind Kingdom. On this day, 2 unexpected guests approached the Luo family. Outside the northern border city, a tall and a short figure gazed intently towards the city gates. Mr. Chu, please refrain from intervening for now. My hands are itching. I shall personally take Luo Tian's head. The tall man grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Mr. Chu glanced at him, smirking. Nialong, are you hoping to claim the bounty all for yourself? Nialong raised an eyebrow. Mr. Chu, what do you take me for? While I am indeed in need of money, I do not stoop so low as to hoard the bounty. I merely relish the thrill of hunting talented youths. Just think. A future unparalleled master, crushed before they even reach their prime, writhing in agony at your hands. What a delightful sensation. As he spoke, an involuntary shiver ran through him. Mr. Chu shot him a sidelong glance, unable to suppress his disdain. You truly are a pervert. With such strength, you delight in bullying the younger generation. It's no wonder your reputation is so foul. Even being hunted throughout the entire Snow Mist Kingdom, only the Ghost Killing Hall would take you in. Nialong laughed maniacally. What use is reputation? My own enjoyment is what matters most. The only worry I have now is whether this so-called Luo Tian is as talented as rumored. If he turns out to be a mere mediocrity, it would be quite disappointing to slay him. Mr. Chu pondered for a moment. The Night Wind Kingdom's branch reported that Luo Tian possesses combat power equivalent to the Profound Realm. I find this hard to believe. I suspect he has protectors by his side. However, the protectors in the Night Wind Kingdom are likely only at the Profound Realm level, far too weak for us. Both at the first level of the Void Realm. Nialong nodded. Having traveled thousands of miles to the Night Wind Kingdom, we cannot return empty-handed. He then glanced at the city walls of the northern border city. Shall we launch a direct assault and destroy the city to draw him out? Mr. Chu shook his head. Your approach is too conspicuous. Remember, we are assassins. Our actions must be cautious. Let us enter the city first, gather intelligence, and then proceed. Nialong retorted, Mr. Chu, aren't you being overly cautious? It's merely a small city in the Night Wind Kingdom. What is there to investigate? Mr. Chu countered. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. My habit is to never act without concrete intelligence. Once I do strike, it must be without fail. It is this principle that has ensured my assassinations have never failed. If you disagree, we shall cancel this operation. Upon hearing this, Nialong quickly waved his hands. No. I will follow your lead, but I must be the one to slay Luo Tian. Mr. Chu shrugged indifferently. It matters not to me who delivers the final blow, as long as the mission is accomplished. With that, he led the way towards the northern border city. Once inside, the two arrived at the largest tavern. Securing a table by the window and ordering a feast. Young man, come here. I wish to inquire about something, Mr. Chu said, handing over several spirit stones. The waiter's eyes lit up as he accepted the stones, grinning. Dear guest, feel free to ask. I am well versed in all matters concerning the northern border city. There is nothing I do not know. Mr. Chu nodded. I wish to inquire about the Luo family. Upon hearing this, the waiter became animated. Ah, you have come to the right person. I have a relative in the Luo family. Presently, the Luo family is the foremost clan in our northern border city. No. I should say the entire Night Wind Kingdom. Nialong scoffed. Is it truly that remarkable? The waiter eagerly replied, of course. You have no idea how powerful the Luo family is. Especially that legendary young master of the Luo family. He is simply incomprehensible in strength. Nialong remained noncommittal, keeping silent. Just then, several young men entered the tavern, each wielding blades and swords, exuding an air of vitality. Nialong turned to glance, and his eyes immediately turned a vivid green. Noticing the change, Mr. Chu inquired curiously, what do you see? Nialong's eyes returned to normal and he scoffed. For their age, they are astonishingly weak. A single leaf reveals the autumn. If this is the caliber of the northern border city, I shall be thoroughly disappointed. Mr. Chu nodded slightly. He was aware that Nialong's eyes, known as the Azure Void Eyes, possessed the ability to directly perceive a person's essence and physique, thereby deducing their combat prowess and innate talent. It was with these remarkable eyes that he sought out prodigies to vanquish. Given his assertion, it was evident that the younger generation in North City lacked considerable talent. However, at that moment, Nialong suddenly sensed a surge of energy that stirred excitement within him. He promptly opened his azure pupils and gazed toward the source of this energy. At the end of the group of young individuals, there stood another youth. Compared to the others, this boy emanated an extraordinarily powerful aura. To Nialong, the presence of the other youths felt akin to mere mice, while this boy's aura was reminiscent of a fierce tiger. A true gem. Such rare brilliance had become scarce over the years. Could he possibly be Luo Tian? If so, he truly deserved the title of genius. Nialong's body trembled with exhilaration. The prospect of hunting such a talent promised immense gratification. Hey, innkeeper, that lad, he is the legendary Luo Tian, isn't he? Nialong licked his lips and inquired eagerly. He awaited a confirmation, ready to rush forth to claim his prize. However, the innkeeper replied, certainly not. Just a glance at his attire reveals that he is merely an ordinary disciple of the Luo family. What? Nialong was taken aback. A mere disciple had attained such extraordinary strength? This individual could be considered a paragon in any faction. As he pondered this perplexity, an instinctive sensation surged within him. He abruptly turned and peered through the window. Utilizing his keen ethereal eyes, he spotted, at the far end of the street, 4 colossal tigers approaching. 4 prodigious talents at once? Nialong felt his breath quicken. In his eyes, these figures represented unparalleled prey. Typically, he would search for years without encountering even one. Yet today, 4 appeared in succession. Was the North City a veritable paradise? At that moment, a series of thunderous booms resonated. Nialong's ethereal eyes trembled as he shifted his gaze to another street, where a fearsome behemoth was slowly making its way toward him. At that moment, Nialong was completely frozen. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, realizing that the aura of the Tyrannosaurus Rex emanated from a young boy. Are you joking? Nialong murmured to himself. What is the matter? Mr. Chu inquired. Nialong trembled uncontrollably, his expression contorted with excitement. Mr. Chu, I must thank you for bringing me here. I never imagined that in my lifetime I would encounter such a prodigious talent. If this individual were to be mine, my life would be worth it. Indeed, he is none other than Luo Tian, the foremost genius of Yefeng Kingdom. Nialong exclaimed passionately. Mr. Chu looked at him, shaking his head in resignation. This fellow is truly extraordinary. At that moment, the waiter glanced out the window and remarked, Ah, young Master Luo? No. I believe you are mistaken. That youth is named Luo Da. What makes him the first? He doesn't even rank in the top 10 among the younger generation of the Luo family. Nialong cast a disbelieving glance at Luo Da, then at the waiter, exclaiming, Are you certain? The waiter replied confidently, Of course. I'm not boasting. I know nearly all the young talents of the Luo family, though they may not know me. This is Luo Da, who possesses top-tier strength in Bianbei City, yet cannot even break into the top ranks of his own family. Upon hearing this, Nialong swallowed hard, fixating intently on Luo Da, and stammered, If he can't even make the top 10, then Luo Tian must be soaring to great heights. Mr. Chu observed Nialong's demeanor and communicated telepathically. Nialong, what is going on? Nialong responded in kind, A genius. This is a true genius. Setting aside Luo Tian, even this Luo Da is already astonishingly talented. This lad's realm is likely only around the 5th level of Qi gathering. Yet, his strength undoubtedly surpasses that of the average transformation realm, and even some weaker experts of the sky control realm may not stand a chance against him. Mr. Chu was taken aback. Are you certain? Nialong's expression soured as he retorted, Do you doubt my eyes? My azure phantom eyes have never misjudged. Mr. Chu was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, while Nialong was somewhat eccentric, his azure phantom eyes were remarkably precise. If he claimed such, it was likely true. However, if what he said was correct, it would be extraordinary. How could such a family emerge in Yefeng Kingdom? So many prodigies? Just as he pondered this, a commotion erupted outside. What is happening? Both men exclaimed in surprise. The waiter peered out the window, his excitement palpable. Gentlemen, your luck is truly exceptional. On your first visit to Bianbei City, you get to witness these two. He declared. These two? Who? Mr. Chu asked, perplexed. The waiter pointed outside and said, Those two. The great guardians of the Luo family, King Jinping and Niu Wufang. They were once mighty divine beasts in their own right, and have recently sworn allegiance to the Luo family. Just recently, they broke through to the returning ruins realm. It has been many years since Yefeng Kingdom has seen such formidable experts. Their appearance is not something one encounters casually. What? Mr. Chu was momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that the intelligence report did not indicate the presence of powerful beings from the Luo family, let alone 2 of them, and both were divine beasts. Had he been aware of this beforehand, he would not have come. After all, in terms of strength, divine beasts are the paragon among demon beasts. Within the same realm, humans struggle against demon beasts, not to mention divine ones. The two gazed outward, and, indeed, they beheld 2 towering figures slowly approaching along the long street. After breaking through to the realm of Goetiu, their transformation had progressed significantly, rendering their appearance much more human-like. However, they still towered nearly twice the height of an ordinary human, with Niu Wufang retaining his horns atop his head, while the golden Peng King sported a pair of majestic wings. Along the street, the citizens of the city regarded the two with profound reverence, instinctively stepping aside.